The Lijiao Peninsula, once a desolate expanse, gradually flourished thousands of years ago as a strategic outpost leading to the South Sea's realm of cultivation. Today, it boasts a scene of vibrant prosperity. To the north lies the Duanyuan mountain range, teeming with countless ferocious beasts and fraught with peril. Yet, danger often heralds opportunity. The spiritual herbs and materials harvested from these creatures allure numerous cultivators, prompting multiple demon hunting teams to traverse the mountain range at all hours. Qingyo Market, serving as a vital supply point for these hunting squads, thrives in this bustling environment. Within a courtyard adorned with red paper, in the main chamber of a modest abode, an 18-year-old youth sat before a bronze mirror, his brow furrowed in despair. It's over, it's all over. A hellish start with a 5-element root, even worse off than that old demon Han. At least my looks are a tad better than his mediocre visage. The youth, named Wang Hao, had indeed been swapped with a modern soul. Wang Hao was bewildered. After a long day at work filled with casual dining, he had joined a few friends for a late-night gaming session. Amidst the banter, someone had lamented, "It's so dull, I miss sneaking out to play online games during my school days." Wang Hao had casually remarked, "What's the fun in stealing vegetables? Isn't that a game for men?" After uttering those words, he felt an overwhelming fatigue and, upon awakening, found himself in this strange place. Before he could fully grasp the memories of his original self, the courtyard door swung open, revealing a striking young man with sharp brows and captivating eyes. He entered with a disdainful huff. "I can hardly fathom how your father could have produced such a wretched child. Poor aptitude is one thing, but your lack of effort and penchant for trouble is intolerable." Wang Hao was taken aback, pointing at the young man in confusion. "You are my father, scoundrel. Have you now forgotten your own father?" The young man, enraged, struck Wang Hao, sending him sprawling to the ground. "Ouch!" Wang Hao cried out, and, as the pain surged, memories of the young man flooded his mind. Indeed, he was his father, Wang Yanzhao, a core member of the Wang family renowned for its foundation cultivation. He was also an alchemist, appearing youthful due to his peak qi. Refining cultivation, the higher one's cultivation, the more impurities expel from the body, thus granting a more youthful appearance. Wang Hao's attainment of the third level of qi refining at 18, despite his 5-element root, was not due to diligent training, but rather the result of his father's medicinal assistance. With this understanding, Wang Hao cast a resentful glance at Wang Yanzhao, inwardly lamenting, "That was rather harsh. However, having an alchemist for a father is indeed a blessing. Now that I've traversed into this realm and my aptitude is lacking, I must tread carefully with this father." As he contemplated softening the atmosphere with some words, Wang Yanzhao produced a storage bag from his robe and tossed it to Wang Hao, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. In the past, I failed your mother, and over the years, I have endeavored to make amends. Regrettably, it seems my efforts have only fostered your obstinate nature." Upon hearing this and piecing together more memories, Wang Hao thought ominously, "Surely, this father isn't contemplating severing our father-son bond. Indeed, your father is an alchemist, yet he cannot support such a prodigal as yourself. Moreover, he must also accumulate some wealth for your younger siblings. This is the last gift I bestow upon you. I hope you will tread wisely in the days to come." With a heavy sigh, he continued, "I have resolved the matter concerning the rogue cultivators. Do not entangle yourself with them again, for should calamity arise, you shall bear the consequences alone." Wang Yanzhao gazed upon the familiar furnishings both inside and outside the room. Ultimately, he refrained from uttering the words that would sever their father-son bond, but he clearly conveyed to Wang Hao that he would no longer clean up after him. As he watched Wang Yanzhao storm out, Wang Hao struck the floor in frustration. "What is this nonsense? What am I to do now? I have no system. Wait, perhaps I do." Upon contemplating the system, Wang Hao suddenly perceived a luminous mirror within his mind, inscribed with words akin to a computer screen. Upon closer inspection, he leapt to his feet in astonishment. "By heavens, it truly is a computer." Wang Hao eagerly delved into exploration. Yet after extensive examination, he concluded that it was simply a rudimentary computer. IT boasted numerous applications, including various office software. He opened a graphic design program, noting it was not dissimilar to those from his previous life. What use is this? I am in a world of cultivation, creating designs. They utilize jade slips, which are far superior and swifter. Disappointment washed over him, yet he persisted in his study. Indeed, he soon discerned the unique feature of this device. This computer was intrinsically linked to his physical being. His eyes served as a camera, his mouth as a microphone, and the information within his mind could be readily accessed by the computer. For instance, the scene of a room he currently beheld could effortlessly be uploaded to the graphic design software as a three-dimensional image, complete with rendering and mapping functionalities. Yet what use is this? What am I to do? My days as an architect in the world of cultivation. Well, it might be somewhat useful for chi refining cultivators. One could argue that this computer functioned as an oversized jade slip, capable of recording everything within Wang Hao site.it was deemed useful primarily for chi refining practitioners because foundation establishment cultivators possess formidable spiritual consciousness, allowing them to probe with far greater efficiency than mere sight. Even dual cameras would pale in comparison, unyielding. Wang Hao continued his exploration, as he was already despised by those around him. Should he perish in this room, no one would know. He resolved to utilize this time to comprehend the true capabilities of his newfound advantage and gain a thorough understanding of this world before venturing outside. Following the graphic design software, Wang Hao examined the detailed map, which proved to be quite beneficial. It displayed the entirety of Qingyo Square and its surroundings with remarkable precision, even rendering the color patterns of a dog on the street clearly visible. The direction of Duanyuan Mountain was marked with various skull icons, leading Wang Hao, an avid online gamer, to surmise that these symbols denoted the presence of demonic beasts. Small skulls represented lower-level creatures, while larger skulls indicated those of higher rank. As for the accuracy of this assumption, he would verify it in due course. This map, however, was limited in scope, integrating the memories of his predecessor. Wang Hao discovered that only locations he had personally visited would be unlocked, leaving the rest a vast expanse of white. Certainly, there is no need for him to traverse every corner, much like a video game. Once one enters a specific area, the entirety of the map becomes visible. Take, for instance, the map of Duanyuan Mountain. Wang Hao, upon probing his memories, did not find that the original owner had ventured into such profound depths, yet the map revealed it nonetheless. As he meticulously clicked on the familiar icons, Wang Hao discerned that these applications were, to varying extents, interconnected with this realm, serving some purpose, albeit a rather limited one. The map could assist him in circumventing demonic beasts and assessing road conditions. However, such capabilities were also possessed by cultivators whose spiritual awareness enables them to detect dangers in the market. Various maps are available for sale, and the status of the demonic beasts in Duanyuan Mountain is periodically updated. Some vendors thrive solely on the sale of these maps, indicating that their utility is quite constrained. It merely serves to save a bit of coin. Additionally, Wang Hao's map is updated in real time, allowing him to foresee the presence of demonic beasts. In contrast, other cultivators lacking such maps must rely on their spiritual awareness to sense the proximity of these creatures. Wang Hao ultimately clicked on the icon labeled Penguin Farm, which was situated at the center of the screen. However, given his awareness that it was merely a game, he held no expectations for it. Upon opening the game, he was greeted with the familiar sight of a farm comprising a grid of 5 by 6 squares, with only the first 2 plots cultivated. Was this designed to alleviate his boredom with a casual game? What he sought was the path of immortality, not mere leisure. Even a match 3 game would suffice for relaxation. Upon accessing the inventory, he discovered 2 complimentary seed packets. Even if you change them to spiritual rice, what difference does it make? It remains a game, he muttered under his breath, though his hands moved with unyielding speed, planting seeds, watering them, and checking their maturation time. Status: seeds, 47 hours and 59 minutes until they reach seedling stage. Such a lengthy duration for a single plant. Was it typically 2 hours? He recalled that there should be some fertilizer among the gifted items in his inventory. With 2 days to spare, he couldn't afford to wait. Thus, he decisively opted to use the fertilizer for acceleration. Foil. Ordinary fertilizer, which would reduce the growth time by 1 day for this stage, could only be utilized once per stage. He clicked to apply the fertilizer. Status: seeds, 23 hours and 59 minutes until they reached seedling stage. There was nothing else to do but wait. Wang Hao let out a slight sigh while contemplating his next course of action. Although he had inherited the original owner's memories, being a modern individual, he was unfamiliar with the intricacies of cultivating immortality. It was essential to familiarize himself with the operational dynamics of this world and practice his own cultivation techniques. However, the immediate priority was to digest the original owner's memories. With a thought, memories surged forth in his mind like flipping through the pages of a book. No wonder Wang Yanzhao was so enraged. This fellow was indeed a troublemaker. As a 5-element root illegitimate child of the Wang family, he spent his days in Qingyou workshop bullying others, earning the disdain of many. Had it not been for Wang Yanzhao's protection, he might have been dealt with long ago. Just days prior, he had taken a fancy to a female loose cultivator and had audaciously taunted her. Although she feared the Wang family's influence, she held no fear of Wang Hao and, after a warning, distanced herself. Undeterred, Wang Hao sought to ascertain the background of the female cultivator, discovering that she was without connections and in a rather destitute state. Having just arrived at Qingyou workshop in search of accommodation, he devised a scheme. He offered her a room in his house at a relatively low rent. With his cunning, and as he had arranged for someone else to present the offer, she was oblivious to the trap and unwittingly fell for it. He even decorated the room, making it appear brand new. Upon her arrival, he shut the door and, with a sinister grin, pounced. The outcome? Naturally, he was killed. Which explained how Wang Hao found himself in this predicament. Truly, a remarkable talent. Logically, this plan wasn't without merit. The only flaw lay in his impatience. Had she moved in, over time, things could have developed. After all, familiarity breeds affection. Under the same roof, he was, after all, an illegitimate child of the Wang family. Handsome enough to hold some appeal for a loose cultivator. Ah, was this truly the time for such reflections? Wang Hao gently slapped himself, lamenting. It is all your fault for leading astray a promising young man of our new society. As for his status as a bastard of the Wang family, it was a tale fit for a romantic drama. 2 decades prior, Wang Yanzhao, a key apprentice alchemist groomed by the Wang family, was stationed at their shop in Qingyou for practical training. His mother, Qin Shou'er, a wandering cultivator, earned her living by hunting demonic beasts in Qingyou. Consequently, she often needed to sell the materials from her hunts and some spiritual herbs to the shop in exchange for the elixirs and talismans she required. Their frequent encounters, one strikingly handsome and the other irresistibly enchanting, naturally led to the blossoming of affection. As a core descendant of the Wang family with both fire and with spiritual roots, Wang Yanzhao was already earmarked as a foundation-building seed. The family could never permit him to marry a woman of uncertain origins, especially when his betrothal had long been arranged with a female cultivator from the Li family, another foundation-building clan in Qingyou. Thus, the Wang family intervened, summoning Wang Yanzhao back to the family estate, believing that, given time, the young man's impulsive emotions would fade. However, matters were not so simple. After Wang Yanzhao was confined by his family, Qin Shou'er discovered she was pregnant. Angry with Wang Yanzhao for his cowardice, she chose to leave without a word, giving birth to Wang Hao alone. When Wang Hao was 5, it was revealed he possessed 5 spiritual roots, a revelation that profoundly affected Qin Shou'er. Yet, she could not bear to abandon her child. To ensure he had ample resources for cultivation, she worked even harder, venturing into the mountains to hunt demonic beasts and gather spiritual herbs. Fate, however, is unpredictable. Qin Shou'er, at the 6th layer of qi refining, faced inevitable calamity when her hunting team encountered a high-grade 2nd-tier demonic beast in the perilous Tuan Yuan mountain. That year, when Wang Hao was 10, the team suffered devastating losses, with only 2 members returning, grievously injured, along with Qin Shou'er. By then, Wang Yanzhao had married the Li family's cultivator and was released from confinement, only to encounter the dying Qin Shou'er. Their tragic romance continued as she succumbed to her injuries, but before her passing, she revealed Wang Hao's true identity to Wang Yanzhao, hoping he would bring their son back to the Wang family to reclaim his heritage. Upon learning of his son, Wang Yanzhao, regardless of Qin Shou'er's dying wish, was willing to acknowledge Wang Hao as his own. Unfortunately, Wang Hao was unwilling. Having lived with his mother, all he heard about his father were Qin Shou'er's bitter words. How could he harbor a favorable impression of Wang Yanzhao? Wang Yanzhao's partner, Li Dishi, was well aware of the sordid affair between Wang Yanzhao and Qin Shou'er. Although the Wang family had managed the situation out of familial necessity, she never inquired about Qin Shou'er. However, the sudden emergence of a son was unwelcome news. The Wang family would not stir discontent with their newlywed daughter-in-law for the sake of a child deemed a waste with 5 spiritual roots. Left with no other choice, Wang Yanzhao continued to raise Wang Hao in the Qingniufang market, fortunate that he needed to oversee the Wang family shop for alchemy, allowing him to keep an eye on the boy. As for Li Dishi, believing that Qin Shou'er was deceased, she would not allow Wang Yanzhao to care for Wang Hao any longer, fearing it might cause discord between husband and wife, thus begrudgingly accepting the boy's existence. The matter became increasingly straightforward. Wang Hao attributed his mother's demise to Wang Yanzhao, harboring a deep-seated resentment towards him and consistently displaying a disdainful demeanor. He would contrarily act upon any educational advice Wang Yanzhao offered, believing that genuine learning was an elusive notion. Upon grasping these sentiments, Wang Hao found himself at a loss for words. How he wished he could have traversed through time a few years earlier. Perhaps he could have leveraged Wang Yanzhao's remorse to integrate into the Wang family. Now, however, Wang Yanzhao's affection had dissipated, and the path of an independent cultivator was fraught with difficulties. Although Wang Hao had not cultivated immortality himself, his extensive reading of novels had certainly enlightened him to the hardships faced by solitary cultivators. Lacking inheritance and resources, they were compelled to rely solely on their own perseverance, with only a scant few achieving any notable success. Take the Southern Seas cultivation realm, for instance. Among the numerous Yuanian cultivators, not a single one hailed from a solitary background. Having come to terms with his past experiences, he began to assess his own cultivation status. His technique was commonplace, Changchun Gong, a wood attribute cultivation method. As a wielder of 5 spirit roots, he was theoretically capable of practicing any attributes technique, including those of multiple attributes. With all 5 elements at his disposal, he could have pursued a myriad of arts in cultivation. Yet, the reality was starkly different. Talent was essential. Having the requisite spirit roots merely constituted the foundation. The question of whether he could learn was resolved, but the actual learning was an entirely different matter. Wang Yanzhao had once bestowed upon him a dual attribute technique, but regrettably, the original owner was too foolish to accept it. According to the original owner's understanding, cultivators with multiple spirit roots could significantly accelerate their cultivation speed by practicing corresponding dual attribute techniques, sometimes achieving rates several times that of single attribute methods. Stealing his resolve, Wang Hao began to practice with his eyes closed, drawing upon the original owner's memories. A warm current surged from his dantian, circulating through his meridians to form a complete cycle. As the technique operated, he sensed the surrounding spiritual energy gradually being absorbed into his body, leading to a slight increase in his magical power. Upon introspection, he discovered that his dantian was enveloped by a thin, green mist, though traces of red, yellow, blue, and brown mist intertwined around it. Wang Hao furrowed his brow slightly. As per the original owner's knowledge, the green mist represented would attribute spiritual energy, while the other colors signified the remaining 4 types. This scenario was entirely normal for someone with 5 spirit roots, as he could absorb energy from all 5 elements. While this did not impede his cultivation, it would affect the purity of his magical power. The reason why heavenly spirit roots could break through without encountering bottlenecks was that they were single attribute roots, capable of absorbing only one type of spiritual energy, resulting in exceptionally pure magical power. To understand this through the lens of a game panel, cultivation could be seen as a process of continuously expanding the capacity of one's dantian and meridians. If one were to set the upper limit of magical power capacity for a first stage dantian at 100, then upon reaching this threshold, a breakthrough would be possible, provided the magical power corresponded to the practice technique. For a would attribute heavenly spirit root, this meant that once the would attribute magical power reached 100, a breakthrough could occur, which was a relatively effortless undertaking for single attribute roots. However, for those with multiple spirit roots, the presence of other attribute energies was inevitable, and the dantian's capacity had its limits. Even a trace of another attribute would prevent the primary attribute from reaching 100. The more spirit roots one possessed, the more diverse the absorbed spiritual energies, leading to a more heterogeneous magical power. For instance, a dual spirit root could only achieve 99-100, a triple spirit root 98-100, while Wang Hao's quintuple spirit root could manage only 96-100. In the pursuit of transcendence, practitioners with multiple spiritual roots commonly resort to 2 primary methods. The first involves cultivating in areas rich in spiritual energy, fervently absorbing the essence until the threshold for breakthrough is attained. In contemporary terms, this can be likened to compressing spiritual energy. Akin to fitting 110 milliliters of air into a 100 milliliter bottle, one simply increases the pressure. Thus, even if the spiritual energy entering the dantian is not entirely pure, it may still meet the requirement for a singular attribute to reach the critical 100 for breakthrough. The second method entails the use of elixirs, which similarly enhances the quality of spiritual energy within the dantian in a short span, enabling a single attribute to meet the breakthrough criteria. The challenge for Wang Hao lies in the greater pressure he must achieve. Whereas a dual attribute practitioner may require only one pill to break through, he necessitates 4. This introduces a subsequent dilemma. His dantian and meridians may not withstand such immense pressure and could rupture. To address this, certain esteemed cultivators with multiple spiritual roots have devised multi-attribute techniques. Wang Hao speculates that if dual attributes could be expressed numerically, it would resemble a panel of 50-50s. Thus, if both types of spiritual energy reach 50, a breakthrough is possible. For 5 attributes, this would manifest as 20-20-20-20-20. This likely elucidates why practitioners with multiple spiritual roots progress through multi-attribute techniques more swiftly than those with singular attributes. This leads Wang Hao to ponder another question. If dual root practitioners can achieve breakthrough by merely reaching 50-50, would they not surpass those with heavenly roots in speed? It is noteworthy that during cultivation, practitioners can absorb multiple types of spiritual energy simultaneously, negating the need to refine one type to 50 before proceeding to the next. However, this is evidently not the case. According to the memories of the original owner, practitioners with heavenly roots typically reach the pinnacle of qi refining and break through to foundation establishment by their 20s, while those with dual roots often do so only after 35. Practitioners with 3 roots may not achieve this until their 50s or 60s, and those with 4 roots often take until their 80s or 90s, with 5-rooted practitioners possibly unable to attain completion before reaching the age of 120. Wang Hao, a practitioner of fire and with dual roots, serves as a case in point. At 38, he has reached the pinnacle of qi refining. However, this is not entirely representative, as he was delayed by personal matters and the need to refine pills, which hindered his progress. Despite having reached the 8th level of qi refining at 20, which is swifter than the average dual root practitioner, he still lags behind those with heavenly roots. Had he devoted himself solely to cultivation, his advancement might have been even more rapid. Wang Hao's realization dawns. Cultivating the corresponding multi-attribute techniques may not be significantly slower than that of heavenly roots. With a surge of excitement, he abandons his cultivation and opens his computer to begin designing diagrams. Hypothesis 1. All practitioners absorb external spiritual energy at a uniform rate. If one were to visualize the pathways through which they receive energy as pipes, then the cross-sectional area of these pipes should be consistent among all individuals. Practitioners with heavenly roots possess an entire pipe for one attribute, while those with multiple roots share this pipe amongst several attributes. Hypothesis 2. The rate at which multi-root practitioners absorb single attribute spiritual energy correlates with the number of their roots. A large pipe appears on the screen. A single root practitioner possesses the entirety of the pipe, while a dual root practitioner must divide it into 2, and a 5-root practitioner would partition it into 5 sections. If one were to cultivate a singular attribute technique entirely, a practitioner endowed with a heavenly spirit root might commence their training at the tender age of 5, achieving a state of qi refinement by the age of 20, thus consuming a span of 15 years. Conversely, an individual with dual spirit roots would require between 30 to 35 years, typically reaching completion between the ages of 35 and 40. For those possessing 3 spirit roots, the time frame extends to 45 to 55 years. Taking into account the inevitable bottlenecks encountered by those with multiple spirit roots, the progression rate for a single spirit root is approximately double that of a dual spirit root and thrice that of a triple spirit root, with quintuple the speed for those with 5 roots. When considering the example of Wang Hao's dual attribute technique, this hypothesis holds merit. In essence, if Wang Hao were to fully unleash the potential of his 5 spirit roots, the flow would parallel that of a heavenly spirit root. However, as he is currently limited to cultivating the wood attribute technique of Changchun, he can only activate 1 conduit of wood energy, resulting in a training speed a mere 1/5 of that of his counterparts. It is imperative for him to acquire the dual attribute technique held by Wang Hao, as this would effectively double his training speed, surpassing even that of a practitioner with 3 spirit roots. Should the singular spirit root require 15 years to reach qi refinement, Wang Hao would then need 37.5 years, and with his current age at 18, even accounting for potential setbacks, he could establish a foundation before the age of 60. Moreover, having already attained the third level of qi refinement, there is significant hope for success before turning 50. Wang Hao clenched his fist tightly, a sense of determination surging within him. The prospect of establishing a foundation seemed tangible, otherwise. Given his innate talent and lacking the boundless supply of elixirs like that of the Elder Han, it would be impossible for him to ever reach that stage in his lifetime. Of course, limitations would undoubtedly exist, otherwise. Anyone could cultivate multiple attribute techniques and rival those with heavenly spirit roots. There must be inherent conflicts, for the 5 elements both generate and restrain one another. For instance, if one possessed both water and fire attributes, simultaneously refining the energies within one's dantian would lead to chaos. Water extinguishes fire, and fire evaporates water. To incorporate a bit of chemistry, high-temperature water decomposes into hydrogen and oxygen. Such a dantian might very well explode. However, all of this remains conjecture on Wang Hao's part. Yet based on the knowledge gleaned from his previous incarnation, it is likely to be accurate. Moreover, with the precedent set by Wang Yanzhao, it is clear he understands that cultivating dual attribute techniques can accelerate one's training speed. Otherwise, he would not have repeatedly urged the original protagonist to alter his cultivation method. Wang Hao is aware that multi-attribute techniques are exceedingly rare in this world, and none have been disseminated among roaming cultivators, at least not in the vicinity of Qingyo Square. The Wang family likely possesses such a technique due to unearthing the grave of a certain esteemed individual, or rather, inheriting the legacy of an ancient predecessor. Wang Hao has little interest in understanding the details. His sole desire is to obtain the technique held by Wang Yanzhao. Speaking of which, did Wang Yanzhao's father not provide him with a storage bag? Is it possible that the technique might also be contained within? Suddenly struck by inspiration, Wang Hao leapt from his bed, eagerly searching for the storage bag left by Wang Yanzhao. There it is. His heart raced with excitement as his trembling hands recalled the method to refine the storage bag. As Wang Yanzhao had removed his own imprint, Wang Hao successfully refined the bag, leaving his own spiritual mark within it. Hastily, he probed inside with his consciousness. And the first item that caught his eye was a small pile of glimmering spirit stones. Wow, 100 spirit stones. It seems old Wang's annual salary is only 30 spirit stones, and with his earnings from the Wang family shop, it barely exceeds 50. Where did he acquire such an abundance of spirit stones? Is alchemy truly that lucrative? I wish to learn the art of alchemy. Wang Hao slapped himself once more. Have you lost your senses, traveler? Is mastering alchemy that simple? Old Wang possesses a dual elemental root, a natural talent for alchemy. And how do you compare to him? Seek out a cultivation technique. A few jade vials, presumably containing the elixirs gifted by old Wang, a sword, a mid-grade magical artifact, and a shield, also a mid-grade defensive artifact. Old Wang is indeed a commendable person, truly amiable. But why is there a pile of charcoal and a cauldron? For cooking, perhaps? 3 jade slips? This must be what they are. With a flicker of his consciousness, Wang Hao retrieved the 3 jade slips and hurriedly pressed one to his forehead. Alchemical techniques? Is that cauldron an alchemical furnace? Does old Wang hold me in such esteem? Can a mere 5th root practitioner like me truly engage in alchemy? I lack the capability. I cannot even grasp the fundamental concepts of alchemy. Wang Hao picked up another jade slip, an introductory talisman technique. Alas, seeing this, Wang Hao felt the urge to slap himself again, internally cursing the original owner for being so ungrateful. What a splendid father he had, yet he squandered such an opportunity, failing to consider his future. But what I desire are dual attribute techniques. Only 1 jade slip remains, leaving me no choice but to shamelessly request it from old Wang. Wang Hao prepared himself to weep profusely before Wang Yanzhao, pleading pitifully. The red lotus illusory with scripture. This is it. Father, I shall love you eternally. Wang Hao exclaimed in excitement. Remain calm. Remain calm. Do not let exuberance lead to sorrow. First, let me see if I can cultivate it. With a heart full of trepidation, Wang Hao began his meticulous examination. The result was delightful, as long as one possesses fire and wood elemental roots. Regardless of being dual or 5 elemental roots, cultivation is possible. Yet the technique only encompasses the first 2 layers, allowing cultivation only up to the mid-stage of qi refinement. According to the introduction of the technique, the red lotus illusory with scripture consists of 12 layers, permitting advancement to the late stage of nascent soul. Old Wang only provided 2 layers, likely due to his lack of authority. This technique must be a closely guarded secret of the Wang family, not to be casually shared with outsiders. Wang Hao murmured to himself, considering that he is old Wang's son and not an outsider. While old Wang adheres to the rules, he probably doubts Wang Hao's integrity, fearing he might exchange it for spirit stones, hence only granting him access to 2 layers. A technique that permits cultivation only to the mid-stage of qi refinement cannot fetch a high price, and few would seek it. Techniques, scriptures, methods, and arts are generally categorized by this hierarchy. The further one goes, the more limitations arise, leading to greater bottlenecks in cultivation and weaker abilities. However, this is not universally true. Only the major sects adhere to such categorizations, while many rogue cultivators name their techniques based on inspiration. Some smaller sects, in pursuit of prestige, may even label their internal techniques with grandiose names, purely for deception. Techniques inherently possess abilities typically only available at the foundation establishment stage. So the first two layers in Wang Hao's possession reveal little. But does he have any alternative? Not at all. If he doesn't cultivate the red lotus illusory with scripture, does he intend to venture out in search of fortuitous encounters? With his current cultivation at the third layer of qi refinement, boosted solely by old Wang's elixirs, it is likely that he cannot even contend with a low-grade first-tier demon beast, let alone seek opportunities in the abodes of predecessors. The Qingyo workshop is situated atop a high-grade second-tier spiritual vein, and due to Wang Yinzhao's influence, Wang Hao's small courtyard is not far from the center, where the spiritual energy is relatively abundant, sufficient for him to complete his qi refinement stage training. With a heart full of contemplation, Wang Hao glanced out the window, only to realize that dusk had enveloped the sky. He became acutely aware that he had spent an entire day in his room. Rubbing his stomach, he mused. No wonder I feel so famished. Even in the pursuit of immortality, one must be well fed. Guided by his memories, he made his way to the kitchen, where two rice jars awaited him. One contained ordinary rice, while the other held only a thin layer of spiritual rice. Fortunately, Wang Yinzhao had provided him with a storage pouch containing half a bag, intended as materials for refining the elusive pill of fasting. Setting aside the matter of alchemy for the moment, he reflected on his own aptitude. Even with improved cultivation techniques, it would take him at least 30 to 40 years to reach the foundational stage. Time was of the essence, for after the age of 60, the vitality of qi practitioners begins to wane, significantly diminishing the prospects of achieving foundational success. However, on the contrary, medicinal pills could substantially reduce the arduous training time. If he truly possessed talent, it would not be unreasonable to attempt it. After all, if the notorious Han could cultivate successfully, why couldn't he? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, he busied himself with washing the rice and preparing it for cooking. Regardless of his past life or his current incarnation, he was quite adept at culinary tasks. Before long, a pot of steaming white rice and a dish of sawed-ed greens graced the table. Though simple, the meal was infused with spiritual energy, beneficial for cultivators, albeit in moderation. Overindulgence posed no harm. But Wang Hao's current cultivation speed could not assimilate such an abundance of spiritual energy, leading to waste. Under Wang Yinzhao's care, he primarily consumed ordinary rice, reserving the spiritual rice for those days when he wished to cultivate. At present, the price of spiritual rice stood at 10 genes per low-grade spirit stone, and Wang Hao could refine 1 gene of spiritual rice in a day. Even if he exchanged all the spirit stones given to him by Wang Yinzhao for spiritual rice, it would suffice for only about 3 years of cultivation. While spiritual rice was indeed costly, it was worth every bit. Its efficacy in enhancing cultivation speed could exceed that of merely refining the natural spiritual energy by a factor of 2. If he were to acquire medicinal pills, the results would be even more pronounced, but at a greater expense. Hence, the path to immortality is not solely a contest of talent, but also a matter of resources, wealth, companions, methods, and land. Wealth reigns supreme. This elucidates why the core disciples of prestigious sects can establish their foundations at a tender age, while ordinary cultivators of similar talent may toil for years, even decades. Ordinary practitioners face a dearth of cultivation resources, and most importantly, even upon reaching the pinnacle of qi refinement, they lack the means to procure foundational pills. In the vicinity of Qingyo Square, the population of families and wandering cultivators exceeds 50,000, yet there are only a handful of foundational practitioners, merely a dozen or so. The majority of these foundational cultivators hail from the 5 prominent families, with only 3 being independent practitioners. Even the 5 great families find it challenging to acquire foundational pills. Currently, the most stable approach is to purchase them from the Qingyuan sect, to cultivate goodwill among their subordinate families. Qingyuan sect sells 1 foundational pill every 20 years to each of the 5 families at a considerable price of 50,000 low-grade spirit stones. For a small family like Wang's, accumulating such wealth in 20 years is a daunting task, often resulting in a wait of 40 or even 60 years to procure a single foundational pill. In such circumstances, Qing Yuan's sect occasionally places foundational pills up for auction, providing wandering cultivators with an opportunity to acquire them, which is one reason so many independent practitioners congregate around Qingyo Square. Wang Hao shook his head. The foundational stage felt distant, and there was no need to dwell on the matter of foundational pills just yet. After finishing his meal, Wang Hao earnestly began to study the Honglian Huanmuzhenjing, preparing to modify his cultivation technique. Altering one's cultivation method is a significant undertaking for any practitioner. But fortunately for Wang Hao, who was still at a low level of cultivation, transitioning from the first layer of Changchun Gong was considerably simpler than for those at the mid to late stages of qi refinement. Thus, he immersed himself in contemplation for 2 days, mentally simulating the process numerous times. He even utilized mapping software to create a diagram of the meridian flow, meticulously marking the core meridian nodes before daring to practice the techniques outlined in the Honglian Huanmuzhenjue. This was Wang Hao's first attempt at modifying his cultivation method. And had he known it would be such a time-consuming endeavor, he would have opted for ordinary rice instead of spirit rice that very evening, as sitting idly for 2 days felt utterly wasteful. Subsequently, he learned to be more astute and chose regular rice merely to satiate his hunger. The new technique, despite sharing a few major meridians, diverged entirely from the route of Changchun Gong, resulting in slow progress. The process of opening new meridians was also excruciatingly painful, yet, through sheer determination, he succeeded in circulating the Honglian Huanmuzhenjing for 1 complete cycle by the 9th day. As he watched the surrounding fire with spirit energy being drawn towards him, gradually forming a yin-yang swirling vortex in his dantian, Wang Hao let out a sigh of relief. Finally, he had succeeded. He decided to cook a pot of spirit rice as a reward for himself before continuing to consolidate his practice. Although the spirit energy in his dantian was still quite sparse, reflecting only the strength of the first layer of qi refinement, his dantian had been expanded to the size equivalent to the 3rd layer, thanks to Changchun Gong. By continuously circulating the technique and absorbing spirit energy, he would soon restore his cultivation to the 3rd layer. The time required would not be long. Similar to how a practitioner could recover after depleting their magical energy through meditation over several hours. However, as he was transitioning to a new technique, the unfamiliarity of its operation posed additional challenges. He found himself needing to open new meridians that had not been previously developed. And expanding these new meridians to endure the capacity of the 3rd layer would inevitably consume significant time. By the way, the spirit rice he had planted in the farm should be ripe by now. He felt a flicker of anticipation for the potential of his golden finger. With a thought, he accessed the farm, and indeed, the spirit rice had matured. He clicked on the harvesting icon, yielding a total of 200 pounds from the 2 plots of land. Upon checking his storage, he sold 100 pounds, receiving payment in spirit stones, which aligned closely with real-world pricing. Watching his balance transform from 0 to 10, Wang Hao's excitement surged, feeling that everything hinged on this moment. He desperately attempted to communicate through his thoughts to withdraw these 10 spirit stones, but alas, there was no response. Frustrated, he cursed under his breath, realizing there was no apparent withdrawal button. Taking a moment to compose himself, Wang Hao reassured himself. Perhaps this function was restricted by his low level, requiring level 5 or 10 to access. After all, patience is key in any game. Thus, he proceeded to clear the straw from the 2 plots and opened his backpack to continue planting, only to discover it was completely empty. The 2 free seed packets had already been used. He realized he would need to purchase more from the shop. After clicking into the store, he was greeted by a plethora of seeds: spirit rice, spirit wheat, huangyao grass, spirit peaches, spirit apricots, even blood ginseng, a primary ingredient for the foundation establishment pill. As Wang Hao delved deeper, his astonishment grew exponentially. Not only was there the coveted blood red ginseng, but also the core ingredient for the foundation establishment pill, the. Turning the page, he was further taken aback, for even the seeds of spiritual herbs required for the nascent soul stage were present. Alas, these seeds were all in a locked state, and it appeared they were not unlocked by level. Several varieties, such as spirit wheat and yellow sprout grass, were akin to spirit rice, classified as low-tier spiritual plants. If it were a matter of level unlocking, it would be illogical for spirit rice to be unlocked while others remained inaccessible. Was it necessary to procure the seeds in reality? Fortunately, he did not need to wait for the future. He indeed possessed some. While he lacked high-tier seeds, he had low-tier ones, such as broadleaf grass, commonly used by cultivators as a vegetable, reminiscent of the small greens of his past life, classified as a low-tier spiritual plant. He had cultivated this in his garden and had quite a few seeds stored in his spatial pouch, yet he refrained from directly experimenting with the seeds. Instead, he ventured to the spiritual field in his courtyard. Technically a spiritual field, it spanned merely 2 acres, which he typically utilized as a vegetable garden. As he approached, he carefully observed the status of the seeds in the shop. To his dismay, they remained locked. Contemplating, he reached out to pluck one, yet withdrew his hand before contact. Turning instead towards the kitchen, he recalled that there were already 2 broadleaf grasses, devoid of roots and stems, in the kitchen. Grasping one, he noted that the broadleaf grass seeds in the shop remained locked. Without roots and stems, further cultivation was impossible, nor could he unlock the seeds. Resolutely, he returned to the garden and, without hesitation, plucked a broadleaf grass. Instantly, the seeds in the shop illuminated. Had he successfully unlocked them? Without further contemplation, he purchased a portion of the seeds for a mere 1 spirit stone. Sowing was a success. Status: germination phase. It would reach the seedling stage in 23 hours and 59 minutes. It turned out that contact with a living entity, rather than the seeds themselves, was sufficient for unlocking. How convenient. If seeds were mandatory, it would have been manageable for low-tier plants, but high-tier ones were scarcely available for purchase. However, living spiritual plants were far simpler. Typically, the spiritual herbs sold in ordinary markets came with roots and stems, often encased in sealed jade boxes. This was primarily for the benefit of cultivators, such as alchemists or those refining their bodies, who required a mixture of herbs. High-quality spiritual herbs were difficult to gather, and one would often buy them individually with the intention of replanting them to maintain their efficacy over time. Of course, living spiritual plants commanded a higher price than mere herbs. One should not assume that individuals would purchase living spiritual plants to cultivate until they bore seeds. While feasible, it was unnecessary. Low-tier spiritual herbs held little value, and seeds were already abundant. Conversely, high-tier plants required decades of cultivation, a time investment too immense for all but the wealthiest families or sections. Regrettably, the current farm was merely a game. What benefit would unlocking seeds provide? Spirit stones could not be withdrawn, and it would be splendid if the spiritual rice cultivated in the farm could be harvested for consumption. Just as Wang Hao finished his thought, a flash of white light appeared before him, revealing a cloth bag. Spirit rice? Wang Hao's mind paused for a few seconds before he approached to inspect the bag, which indeed contained spirit rice, weighing approximately 100 pounds. His expression turned to one of unrestrained joy. Haha, so this is how the farm operates. Isn't this quite similar to the spirit plant spaces depicted in certain novels? However, managing one's own farm is far more convenient, eliminating the need for hands-on labor. Meanwhile, thoughts began to calculate. Typically, the yield of spiritual rice ranges from 50 to 100 pounds per acre, largely dependent on the diligence of the cultivator. This endeavor does not yield substantial profits. Yet farming is a time-consuming task. Many cultivators occasionally invoke a rain spell, neglecting weeding and pest control entirely. Under such circumstances, it is a miracle for yields to be high. If a professional spirit farmer tended the fields, the output would be significantly greater. The farm's yield can reach its maximum potential, akin to a carefully tended spiritual field by a dedicated farmer. With a mere 10-day growth cycle for the spiritual rice, it is a tenth of the time in the real world. Currently, his 2 plots can produce 200 pounds of spiritual rice in 10 days, worth 20 spirit stones. That amounts to 60 stones monthly and 720 annually, indeed, a lucrative venture. Old Wang doesn't earn as much as he does, yet regrettably, he cannot return to the Wang family at present. If he had a family backing him, he could cultivate the Wang family into a formidable power in the Qingyo market within a few years. However, such calculations are flawed. Familiar with the tropes of cultivation novels, Wang Hao understands that one must prioritize caution in the pursuit of immortality. He knows that possessing treasures can lead to peril. Should he dare to sell spiritual rice in large quantities, he would inevitably attract attention, and old Wang would be unable to protect him. Furthermore, according to the mechanics of the farming game, unlocking more land will also require expenditure. The land could potentially be upgraded into red soil or golden soil, all of which necessitates funds. Thus, in the short term, the farm's output must remain untouched, and the focus should shift towards acquiring more land. This has become akin to playing a game. Nevertheless, Wang Hao surmised that consuming a modest amount for himself should pose no issue. After switching to a dual attribute cultivation method, coupled with a sufficient supply of spiritual rice, the time required to reach the qi refinement completion has been greatly reduced, and he now has hopes of foundation establishment. Wang Hao purchased a batch of spiritual rice seeds and planted them on the remaining acre. Clicking on the third plot of land, he discovered that unlocking it would cost 100 spirit stones, which caused him to frown slightly. This price is rather steep. If he were to plant spiritual rice on both of his existing plots, he could harvest 200 pounds in 10 days. After consuming 10 pounds, he would be left with 190 pounds, which could be sold for 19 spirit stones. To purchase 2 more batches of seeds would require 2 spirit stones, meaning he could only accumulate 17 stones every 10 days. He would need to plant 6 harvests of spiritual rice to gather enough spirit stones to unlock the third plot of land. According to the patterns of similar games, the cost for subsequent land unlocks would likely multiply, and unlocking all 30 plots could take decades. He truly cannot afford to be reckless. With 30 acres of land and a time flow rate 10 times faster, it is tantamount to having 300 acres of spiritual fields at a normal speed, surpassing the meager family of the Wang clan, which only possesses one foundation establishment cultivator. However, it pales in comparison to the more powerful established families with seasoned foundation cultivators. Not to mention the mid-sized families and sects backed by golden core experts. Regaining his composure, Wang Hao prepared a meal from the spiritual rice produced by his farm and subsequently resumed his cultivation. Time is inconsequential in the realm of cultivation. 2 months later, as he sat on his meditation mat, Wang Hao opened his eyes. He had now regained his cultivation at the third layer of qi refinement, even advancing beyond his previous state, with the red and green yin-yang qi sphere in his dantian appearing much more vibrant. The penguin farm has already opened up the third plot of land, and the cost to unlock the fourth plot was less than he anticipated, only 150 spirit stones. However, planting spiritual rice would still require 6 harvests to unlock it. Moreover, he fashioned a panel for himself, primarily out of a sense of morbid amusement. Without such a panel, it felt as though he were not truly engaging in the art of cultivation. He contemplated its content. Name, Wang Hao. Age, 18. Cultivation level, qi refinement stage 391. 5. Technique, first layer of the Red Lotus Illusionary Wood Heart Sutra. Mana, 9090. Skills, alchemy, first tier inferior alchemy, not yet initiated. Talismans, first tier inferior talismans, not yet initiated. Spells, fireball, not mastered. Entanglement, not mastered. Divine abilities, yet to master any divine abilities. Gazing at the panel, Wang Hao felt a twinge of embarrassment. Why record what remains unmastered? Yet, he recognized that without these details, the panel would be devoid of substance, far too simplistic for his taste. The mana value of 90 was not a mere fabrication. It was derived from meticulous calculations. Due to his lack of mastery over spells, he calculated that each use of a first-tier inferior artifact expended 1 mana point, allowing him a total of 90 strikes. As for the Qi refinement stage, 3 notation of 91. 5. The 91. 5 reflected his mixed mana, with only 90 being usable. Once depleted, the remaining 3 types of spiritual energy within his dantian were inaccessible, thus the additional 0. 5. The question mark indicated his uncertainty regarding the upper limit of dantian capacity at this stage, as he was still gradually expanding it. Nevertheless, he felt he was nearing the threshold of Qi refinement stage 4. Reflecting on his mana situation during the first and second stages of Qi refinement, he had designated the maximum capacity of his dantian at stage 1 as 50 and at stage 2 as 75. This led him to discern a pattern. He surmised that the upper limit for stage 3 might be 112. 5. His panel was not entirely devoid of utility. It served to monitor the mana within his body, functioning as an integrated system with his computer. Of course, this was the realm of cultivation, where scientific explanation often eludes comprehension. Achieving perfection would require further data to support his theories. At Qi refinement stage 3, he was still in the early phases. While fireball and entanglement were spells from the mid-stage of Qi refinement, Wang Hao was not unwilling to learn. He simply found himself incapable of doing so. As for the first-tier inferior spells like Rainfall and Qi Finger, he deemed it unnecessary to pursue such knowledge, as he had no intention of becoming a spirit herb cultivator or engaging in magical duels. Why waste time on that? He preferred to focus on his cultivation to advance into the mid-stage of Qi refinement sooner. After extensive calculations and observations, he estimated his current cultivation speed to be approximately 0.18 per day. Without consuming spirit rice, it dropped to 0.09. Clearly, He lacked for nothing in terms of spirit rice, and he anticipated that in about 6 days, he could expand his Dantian capacity slightly. Based on the upper limit of 90 for Stage 3, he estimated it would take him nearly 2 months to reach the pinnacle of that stage. However, he still possessed 2 bottles of spirit-gathering pills left by Wang Hao, each containing 10 pills. If not now, then when? Taking the pills should expedite his progress. He chuckled to himself, realizing why the original occupant had only reached Qi Refinement Stage 3 by the age of 18. Despite his change in cultivation techniques and the ample supply of spirit rice, his progress remained frustratingly slow. Having 5 spiritual roots was nothing short of a burden. With a self-deprecating smile, Wang Hao acknowledged that he lacked for nothing and had no need to venture out for supplies. Thus, he would continue his secluded cultivation. 2.5 months later, after incessantly consuming elixirs, Wang Hao finally approached the threshold of the 4th level of Qi refinement. The efficacy of the spirit-gathering pill was commendable, though it did not quite reach twice the effect of consuming spirit rice. However, it was nearly comparable. 1 spirit-gathering pill could sustain him for 6 days, and over the past month, he had ingested 15 of them. In the bustling market of Qingyou, a single vial of spirit-gathering pills was priced at 30 spirit stones, amounting to 45 spirit stones spent in 2.5 months. Do not underestimate the significance of 45 spirit stones. Wang Hao, an elder of the Wang family, received a mere annual stipend of 40 spirit stones, 10 of which were an additional allowance due to his status as elder. Typically, a practitioner in the late stages of Qi refinement would only earn 30 spirit stones, while those in the early stages could expect a paltry 10 spirit stones per year. The spirit-gathering pill was sold by the piece. Who would dare consume them as casually as candy, as he did? As for the potential toxicity of the pills, Wang Hao could hardly concern himself with such matters. The notorious Han Laomao had consumed even more without consequence. His current status was as follows. Name, Wang Hao. Age, 18. Cultivation level, Qi refinement stage 3 111-112. 5. Technique. First level of the Red Lotus Illusionary with Heart Sutra. Mana, 111-111. Skills. Alchemy. First tier low-grade alchemy, not initiated. Rune crafting. First tier low-grade rune crafting, not initiated. Spells. Fireball technique, not mastered. Binding technique, not mastered. Divine abilities. You have yet to master any divine abilities. To break through, he needed to elevate his fire and would attribute spiritual energy by another one. 5. The efficacy of 1 spirit-gathering pill was insufficient. 2 would suffice. Yet posed a degree of risk, as he had already felt considerable pressure in his meridians and a vague pain upon refining a single pill. Consuming 2 at once could lead to disastrous consequences. Yet, in this world, where is there an endeavor devoid of risk? Since arriving in this realm, Wang Hao had devoted himself to solitary cultivation within his abode, harboring no attachments. If he were to perish, so be it. Perhaps he could return and engage in games with his friends. First, he indulged in a hearty meal, glancing at the door and resisting the urge to venture out. Instead, he resolutely settled into meditation, allowing his spiritual energy to circulate for a complete cycle. With unwavering determination, he swallowed 2 spirit-gathering pills. The abundant potency of the pills erupted within his abdomen, surging into his dantian as he circulated his technique, accompanied by a searing pain. Wang Hao let out a muffled groan, beads of cold sweat cascading down his face. He gritted his teeth, knowing the technique was still in motion. He had not yet succumbed. As he persevered, the immense energy coursing through him intensified the sensation of tearing within his meridians. Yet, he understood that as long as his technique continued to flow, there remained a possibility of success. As his dantian and meridians endured the strain, their resilience and capacity were simultaneously expanding. Sweat drenched his garments, dripping onto the floor as his visage grew increasingly grotesque and haggard. Nevertheless, he persisted. After 5 days, accompanied by a soft pop, Wang Hao's dantian suddenly felt liberated, while the pressure surrounding him began to escalate, and his tightly clenched teeth finally relaxed. He continued to circulate his technique for half a day, and upon solidifying his realm, he felt at ease. Opening his eyes, he exhaled deeply and chuckled. Reaching the 4th level of Qi refinement is not so difficult after all. It is not mere self-adulation. Rather, the journey, though perilous and fraught with suffering, is not fatal, which reassures him considerably about the path ahead in cultivating his energy. It is said that there are 3 significant bottlenecks during the energy cultivation phase. The first is the transition from the initial to the intermediate stage, followed by the leap from the intermediate to the advanced stage, and finally, The ascension from the 8th level to the 9th level of energy cultivation. Having now surmounted the intermediate bottleneck, he can, according to the patterns, steadily progress to the 6th level of energy cultivation. Wang Hao performed a simple cleansing technique on himself, letting out a refreshing sigh of contentment, stretching lazily as he mused. Now that I have reached the intermediate stage, I can begin to learn some spells. And I must also devote time to experimenting with alchemy and talisman crafting. Furthermore, I have only 3 spirit-gathering pills left. I must venture out to procure a new batch. He secretly mapped out his plans. The alchemical furnace had been provided by old Wang, and the materials needed for the entry-level fasting pills consist of spiritual rice, which he does not need to purchase externally. However, old Wang did not supply him with talisman brushes. Perhaps he simply lacked them or did not expect Wang Hao to master talisman crafting. Nevertheless, familiarizing himself with the concepts of talisman creation and copying talisman scripts does not necessitate practical execution. Ordinary paper and ink will suffice. He feels confident in his innate talent and can always acquire the necessary tools later, based on the efficacy of the spirit-gathering pills. To reach the 5th level of energy cultivation, he will require at least 12 bottles of pills, amounting to 360 spirit stones. Currently, he possesses only 113 stones, of which 100 were gifted by old Wang, indicating a substantial shortfall. It appears he must sell some of the spiritual rice from his farm. Additionally, he should seek out more spiritual plants, as relying solely on spiritual rice yields insufficient income. Presently, the farmland consists entirely of first-tier land, unable to cultivate second-tier crops. However, there are many beneficial first-tier spiritual plants available. The drawbacks of difficult cultivation and high fertilizer consumption do not pose a threat to the farm, and Wang Hao can certainly explore these varieties. The farm currently has 4 plots of land, and it will take some time to accumulate enough funds for a 5th. However, Wang Hao plans to sell a portion of his spiritual rice, which will have to be postponed. Once he acquires more economically viable spiritual plants, his cultivation pace will accelerate. Thus, Wang Hao set out with all his savings. He did not wander aimlessly. However, when encountering unfamiliar items, he would take a moment to inquire, such as when passing by a shop selling magical artifacts, where he would always ask about the prices. Old Wang had only provided him with a defensive artifact, leaving him lacking an offensive one. The inferior-grade flying sword had become inadequate after reaching the intermediate stage of energy cultivation, necessitating a purchase. Although this remains a lower priority compared to spiritual plants and pills. Yet, since he had seen the shop, inquiring about prices could not hurt. After a lengthy stroll through the market, Wang Hao had a good grasp of the price range for ordinary first-tier mid-grade artifacts, which varied between 20 to 50 spirit stones, a sum he deemed reasonable. However, for the price of a single bottle of spirit-gathering pills, an ordinary cultivator might take years to amass that amount. After visiting several shops, the one he favored most was a sword sold by a store affiliated with the Qing Yuan sect, named the Crimson Gold Sword. Measuring 3 feet in length and 3 inches in width, its entire body a deep crimson hue, boasting an exquisite appearance, priced at merely 30 spirit stones. To be candid, the sword did not possess any extraordinary features. Wang Hao's preference stemmed from its aesthetic appeal and the fact that it was forged from crimson gold iron, a superior first-tier material. Crafted from superior materials, a sword of mediocre quality evidently reflects the inadequacies of its artisan, signifying that it is merely a practice piece. Nevertheless, the materials employed are of genuine merit. The crimson gold blade is significantly sturdier than an average first-tier mid-grade magical artifact, and it could potentially rival a first-tier high-grade artifact. Although Wang Hao possesses limited knowledge of artifact crafting, he harbors a modicum of understanding regarding the materials involved. The mere cost of the raw materials exceeds 20 spirit stones. And when factoring in the consumption of spiritual carbon and labor during the forging process, 30 spirit stones can be deemed a fair price. However, he remains unhurried, intending to finalize other matters first, and should he have surplus funds, he shall acquire the sword. To avoid drawing unwanted attention, Wang Hao sought out a clothing shop. Purchasing a complete outfit of black attire, complemented by a black wide-brimmed hat adorned with a long veil to obscure his visage, his appearance is not out of place. Many wandering cultivators in the market don similar garb. He visited several shops engaged in the trade of spiritual rice, selling it in batches. After cultivating a 4th plot of land, he has harvested 3 additional crops of spiritual rice, amassing a total of 1,200 jin. He sold just over 100 jin at each shop, a quantity modest enough to evade undue scrutiny. ultimately accumulating a total of 110 spirit stones. This is quite typical, as shops invariably lower their purchasing prices a tad. Now, he possesses 220 spirit stones, and converting his wealth into cultivation resources proves most advantageous. Although spirit stones can expedite cultivation, their efficacy pales in comparison to certain elixirs that enhance one's cultivation level. Directly using spirit stones for this purpose is not deemed a wise choice, with the exception of high-grade spirit stones. Upon reaching the plaza of the market, Wang Hao was struck by the vibrant atmosphere. Previously, only wandering cultivators set up stalls here, offering little of value. He had come merely to broaden his horizons. But should he happen upon a fortunate opportunity akin to those experienced by the likes of Old Man Han, he would not object. Upon inquiry, he learned that the following year marks the date when the Qingyuan sect will sell foundation-building pills. Various families and some powerful wandering cultivators are thus eager to sell their wares to accumulate spirit stones, resulting in the bustling scene. In a year's time, as the date of the foundation-building pill sale approaches, the Qingyu market is sure to be even more animated. The Qingyuan sect has announced that they will be selling 7 foundation-building pills in total at the Qingyu market, with 5 allocated to the 5 major families and 2 to be auctioned off. Should any family be unable to afford the price, they will be auctioned together. Under the allure of the foundation-building pills, the goods available at the market far surpass the usual offerings. For example, first-tier spiritual herbs and their seeds, typically sold by transient cultivators, are now being offered by various families. Wang Hao could not contain his elation. Indeed, it seems that traversing to this realm has made him the protagonist, as he has encountered fortune just when he needed it most. Spiritual talisman grass, aptly named for its use in crafting talisman paper, caught his eye. After inquiring about the price, he found that a small bag of seeds containing around 20 cost 5 spirit stones. He decided to purchase them, as he wished to practice the art of talismans. He also bought spiritual wheat seeds, having grown weary of the same rice after several months and desiring a change in flavor. Additionally, he encountered the crimson blood ginseng, one of the primary ingredients in foundation-building pills and a common medicinal herb for such elixirs. Only those that reach the second-tier high grade can be used for crafting foundation-building pills, while first-tier variants are typically reserved for brewing or creating healing pills for those in the qi refining stage. Given the opportunity, he certainly could not pass it up. However, the price is truly exorbitant. For 10 spirit stones, Wang Hao was only given 3 seeds. He harbored thoughts of obtaining them without cost, but the vendor only allowed him to gaze, denying him the opportunity to acquire them freely. Nevertheless, he had managed to touch a number of less precious seeds, illuminating nearly all the first-tier seeds in his farm, which left Wang Hao exceedingly content. Later, at a stall, he stumbled upon a sapling of a fruit tree. Instantly, his eyes sparkled. Spiritual fruits could be consumed directly and were known to enhance one's cultivation, akin to medicinal pills, depending on the variety. Some were slightly inferior to gathering spirit pills, while others far surpassed them. The vendor was a male cultivator appearing to be in his early 40s. Noticing the robe adorned with a family emblem, Wang Hao murmured to himself, "Isn't that the Wang family's robe? Old Wang wore it last time." The Wang family was even selling fruit trees. They must be investing heavily. Considering the significance of this sale, acquiring a foundation establishment pill would also benefit Wang Yanzhao. At this thought, Wang Hao was torn between joy and concern. On one hand, Wang Yanzhao was his biological father. Despite their strained relationship, in times of peril, he could still seek his aid, which would be advantageous for Wang Hao's own cultivation. On the other hand, if Wang Yanzhao succeeded in establishing his foundation, he might drift away from the marketplace, making future encounters exceedingly rare, as the other members of the Wang family hardly acknowledged him. Sighing, he chastised himself for overthinking. With his own cultivation, would he still need to rely on others? Shaking his head, he took a few steps forward. The vendor greeted him warmly. "Dear friend, feel free to select anything that catches your eye." Pointing at the sapling, Wang Hao replied, "I have indeed set my sights on this sapling. If I am not mistaken, this is the Wang family's specialty, the golden silk spiritual apricot tree, isn't it? The golden silk spiritual apricot is a first-tier premium spiritual fruit, ranking highly among its peers, and is quite rare in the market." Wang Hao had never tasted the golden silk spiritual apricot. Even old Wang would likely need several years to yield a single fruit. The Wang family only harvested a batch of spiritual apricots every few years, with a market price reaching 30 spirit stones per fruit, equivalent to an entire bottle of gathering spirit pills. The steep price reflects its remarkable efficacy. It is said to possess a gentle yet rich medicinal potency, stronger than the Huang Long pill used in the later stages of qi training. Without the risk of pill toxicity, although Wang Hao did not require this fruit at present, he could cultivate it for future use, thereby saving spirit stones on medicinal pills once he reached the later stages of qi training. However, this sapling seemed to be only 2 or 3 years old. Even if planted in the farm, it would take a year and a half before it bore fruit. Upon hearing Wang Hao's interest in purchasing the sapling, the Wang cultivator's expression brightened. "You have a keen eye, my friend. This is indeed a golden silk spiritual apricot. Since you recognize it, I shall spare you further explanation. The sapling is priced at 100 spirit stones. What do you think?" Wang Hao chuckled softly, saying, "Friend, your business practice leaves much to be desired. While the golden silk spiritual apricot is precious, and 100 spirit stones might seem a bargain, this sapling has withered leaves and a stunted growth, clearly indicating it is a discarded specimen. Surely, your esteemed family's spirit planter would not offer it for sale if they had confidence in its vitality. The price? I fear," sighed the elder of the Wang family. "Your discerning eye is commendable. However, the price is fixed. If it were not for the family's need to procure foundation-building pills for my second uncle, I would not consider selling it. I assure you with my integrity that this seedling is flawless and will certainly thrive." Wang Hao's thoughts stirred. Old Wang was indeed the second-born. Despite the appearance of seniority in the cultivator, the family hierarchy did not necessarily place him above Old Wang. "Well, let this be a means to support Old Wang." "Very well, I shall take this sapling. Here are the spirit stones." Wang Hao readily produced the stones and accepted the seedling. With few spirit stones remaining and lacking interest in further browsing, he made his way to the Wang family's potion shop. When it comes to purchasing elixirs, one must naturally support Old Wang's business. Wang Hao strode confidently into the Wang family store, greeted immediately by a warm reception from one of the attendants. Recognizing the person as Wang Wenqin, who was one generation below Old Wang, Wang Hao noted that had he returned to the Wang family, he too would have added a character to his name. "Are you here to buy elixirs, talismans, or perhaps to sell something? Our shop offers first-tier elixirs and talismans in abundance, and we buy spirit herbs at generous rates for bulk purchases." Wang Hao, wearing a wide-brimmed hat, paid no mind to whether he was recognized and replied, "Please bring me 2 bottles of gathering spirit pills and 1 bottle of yellow bud pills." Both the gathering spirit pills and yellow bud pills serve the same purpose of enhancing cultivation. However, the former is suitable for early and mid-stage cultivators, while the latter is designed for mid-stage practitioners, boasting slightly superior efficacy. Upon hearing the request for 3 bottles of elixirs, Wang Wenqin's smile broadened as he respectfully stated, "The total is 100 spirit stones. I shall offer you a discount, charging only 95 spirit stones. In the future, do not hesitate to return to our Wang family store. I assure you, you will not be at a loss." Wang Hao handed over the spirit stones to Wang Wenqin, who beamed so broadly his eyes nearly disappeared. He presented the elixirs to Wang Hao and produced an iron token, saying, "We welcome you to visit again. This token marks you as a valued customer, entitled to discounts." Wang Hao chuckled inwardly. "Your tongue is quite nimble. If only you knew my true identity, this discount might have been applied differently." Exiting the store, he dismissed thoughts of the red gold sword. With only a few spirit stones left, he realized that without his farm, he might struggle to afford even spirit rice. What Wang Hao was oblivious to was that everything happening within the shop was under the watchful eye of Wang Yanzhao on the second floor. "Elder brother, are you now at ease?" inquired a youth seated across the table. This young man was Wang Yanfeng, ranked 8th in the Wang family's generational order, possessing 3 spiritual roots and a cultivation level of the 7th layer of qi refinement. He was also an alchemist, albeit less talented than Wang Yanzhao, being capable only of refining first-tier elixirs. In contrast, after reaching the 9th layer of qi refinement, Wang Yanzhao, having fully dedicated himself to alchemy, had broken through to become a second-tier lower-grade alchemist 6 months prior. Wang Yanfeng had come to take over Wang Yanzhao's position at the shop, while Wang Yanzhao prepared to return to the family estate and await the foundation establishment pill. With a slight sigh, Wang Yanzhao expressed, "I hope he can endure longer this time. 8th brother, I want to conceal it from you. This lad has previously secluded himself for cultivation, but he could only manage a maximum of 6 months." Wang Yanfeng chuckled, "Elder brother, as you can see, young nephew has now reached the 4th layer of qi refinement. His visit to purchase elixirs indicates he has indeed learned well. Besides, I shall keep an eye on him. You need not worry." Wang Yanzhao nodded in resignation. He felt helpless. He could not protect Wang Hao for a lifetime. While Wang Hao appeared to be progressing, what Wang Yefeng was unaware of was that he had only left Wang Hao 100 spiritual stones, which would all be spent on elixirs. Once consumed, it would be impossible for him to advance to the 5th layer of qi refinement without the aid of elixirs. And given that he possessed 5 spiritual roots, his cultivation would be painfully slow. Would Wang Hao truly be able to endure such arduous training? Everything is entrusted to you. 8th brother. Just ensure he doesn't create any major incidents that could jeopardize his life. Elder brother, you are being too serious. After all, he is of the Wang family bloodline. As his uncle, how could I allow harm to come to him? After bidding farewell, Wang Yanzhao cast one last glance at Wang Hao's retreating figure before joining the other family members and departing from Qingyo Square. After advancing to the mid-stage of qi refinement, Wang Hao's speed in refining elixirs had significantly increased. The 3 vials of elixirs he procured would suffice for over 5 months of cultivation. However, during his time at the square, he had also obtained numerous seeds, one of which was called the white jade watermelon. This particular crop was exceedingly taxing on the land's vitality. Typically, after planting a crop of first-tier spiritual fields, it would require a year to recover. Thus, while it could enhance one's cultivation, very few would choose to grow it. The economic benefits simply did not compare to cultivating other spiritual herbs for elixir refinement. Wang Hao's farm, however, was not deterred by this. The white jade watermelon had a relatively short growing cycle, yielding harvests within a year, albeit with slightly inferior medicinal effects, approximately 80% of that of a gathering spirit pill. Due to its high demand for spiritual energy, a single acre could accommodate a maximum of 20 plants, with each plant producing only 1 watermelon. The profit margins were still quite low. The medicinal potency fell short of that of the gathering spirit pill, and its price was likewise inferior. Even with the added appeal of its flavor, the maximum income from an acre would be 50 spiritual stones. In contrast, planting spiritual rice could yield 30 spiritual stones per acre annually, without the risk of exhausting the land's vitality. The choice was evidently clear. Yet, Wang Hao remained undeterred. Intent on minimizing external purchases and reducing his visibility, aiming to survive until he reached the late stage of qi refinement. Although utilizing the white jade watermelon for cultivation may be somewhat slower than the use of spirit-gathering pills, advancing to the 5th level of qi training within a year is certainly feasible. This pace of cultivation is already quite rapid. While it may not rival that of those with heavenly roots, it surpasses that of certain second-rate roots devoid of elixirs. Of course, under equivalent cultivation conditions, one still cannot match the speed of those with superior talents. Such is the unfortunate reality. Wang Hao swiftly returned to his small courtyard, casually planting the purchased spiritual plants and seeds into the vegetable garden. This plot of land is also a spiritual field, and since it is idle, he might as well make use of it. As for the farm, the seeds from outside cannot be brought in. Wang Hao must make a second purchase at the market. The quirks of the penguin game are truly frustrating. Upon inspection, he discovered that the seeds of the golden silk spiritual apricot were priced at 30 spirit stones. An exorbitant cost indeed. However, as a perennial spiritual plant, it yields multiple harvests from a single planting. Given that first-tier spiritual plants can live up to a century, this golden silk spiritual apricot has the potential to thrive in Wang Hao's farm for a decade. The spiritual apricot tree takes 15 years to mature, and subsequently bears fruit every 5 years, allowing for a total of 17 harvests. The Wang family's golden silk spiritual apricot trees yield only 5 or 6 fruits each time. However, the farm should reach its maximum output, likely producing more, but probably not exceeding 10 fruits. After planting, Wang Hao noticed that 3 seeds were arranged in a triangular distribution within that plot of land, indicating that 1 mu of land could cultivate 3 spiritual apricot trees, a quantity sufficient for his needs during the latter stages of qi training. Consequently, on the remaining 3 plots, Wang Hao planted 1 mu of white jade watermelon, while the other 2 plots were designated for the economically most beneficial spiritual talisman grass, aimed at optimizing the remaining land. Once these trivial matters were settled, Wang Hao devoted himself to cultivation for another month. The efficacy of the elixirs he consumed paled in comparison to his experiences at the 3rd level of qi training. While he could expand his dantian capacity in less than 3 days back then with the spirit-gathering pills, he now required 5 days. Furthermore, the speed of pill refinement had also accelerated. Previously, it took 6 days to refine 1 spirit-gathering pill, but now it only took 5. This change rendered Wang Hao's earlier calculations futile, as the quantity of elixirs required for his breakthrough to the 5th level had significantly increased. Despite the maturity of the white jade watermelon, Wang Hao felt little joy, having already refined one with less than satisfactory results. Thus, the urgency to concoct pills was pressing. The spirit stones from the farm could not be extracted, and the spiritual apricots would take over a year to ripen. Moreover, even when the spiritual apricots matured, would he no longer need spirit stones to purchase other necessities? Magical tools, talismans, and foundation establishment pills. Selling a large quantity of spiritual rice and medicines could easily arouse suspicion, potentially exposing the secrets of his farm. It would be much more prudent to sell elixirs. As spiritual rice and medicines are difficult to sell to loose cultivators, whereas elixirs are universally sought after. He only needed to price them slightly lower than the shops to effortlessly earn some spirit stones. Resolute in his decision, Wang Hao retrieved the jade slip left by Wang Yinzhao and began to examine it meticulously. Wang Yinzhao had provided him with the formulas for 3 types of first-tier elixirs: the introductory elixir, the fasting pill, the low-grade spirit-gathering pill, and the mid-grade Huangyao pill. These formulas are not particularly precious and can be found in the market. Wang Yinzhao likely chose them because they are simple to concoct, as even the mid-grade Huangyao pill requires only 3 types of spiritual herbs. Alchemy can generally be divided into 3 essential steps. The first involves the extraction of elixirs into liquid form. The second is the process of fusion. And the third culminates in the solidification of the elixir. Should the requisite herbs be scarce, the challenges associated with the first and second steps would diminish significantly. The jade slip left by Wang Yinzhao not only elucidates the formulas and methodologies for alchemical creation but also encapsulates his personal insights garnered during his practice. Reflecting his diligent efforts, the elixirs, such as the pill of abstinence, are categorized into several varieties. However, Wang Hao, as a neophyte, has chosen to pursue the simplest variant, requiring only spiritual rice as its primary ingredient. Having recognized that the white jade watermelon was unsuitable for his cultivation, he has ceased its cultivation. That plot of land is now devoted to planting spiritual rice, yielding 100 pounds every 10 days, adequate for his alchemical needs when conserved judiciously. Moreover, with the promising yield of spiritual talisman grass, he anticipates the opportunity to cultivate an additional plot of land within a month. With an increase in arable land, the procurement of raw materials will naturally pose no difficulty. Typically, during the qi refinement stage, alchemists prefer to use earth fire for their processes. Unfortunately, the entirety of Qingyo workshop lacks such facilities. Thus, to access earth fire, one must journey to Qingyuan sect, where the rental fees are substantial. Consequently, Wang Hao is compelled to resort to using spiritual charcoal as a substitute. Wang Hao settled down on the meditation cushion, first centering his mind, and then performing a hand gesture to ignite the spiritual carbon. Instantly, the spiritual carbon burst forth with brilliant light, and a flame the size of a finger leapt upward. However, this was evidently insufficient for alchemy, so Wang Hao added 5 more pieces of spiritual carbon, culminating in 6 red flames that ultimately converged at the bottom of the alchemical furnace. As previously mentioned, the process of alchemy is not overly complex, yet very few can successfully produce elixirs. The successful creation of an elixir tests the alchemist's abilities in material allocation, temperature control, and timing. The challenge of temperature regulation eliminates most cultivators, except for a select few prodigies. Learning alchemy demands a substantial expenditure of spiritual stones, a cost only the wealthiest cultivators can afford. Within the vast Wang family, which enjoys 1/5 of the revenue from the Qingyo Square, only 4 alchemists have been nurtured. Casting aside distractions, Wang Hao continued with the alchemical process. The first step involved rinsing the spiritual rice, followed by peeling each grain, an uncomplicated task. The second step required placing the peeled spiritual rice into the furnace, where it would be gently heated to extract its essence, a task that was not particularly difficult. However, Wang Hao soon discovered that he had scorched the pot. Is this my first attempt? It's only natural to be inexperienced, he reassured himself. Reducing the amount of spiritual carbon and lowering the heat, he persevered, only to scorch it again. This is indeed a bit challenging. After decreasing the heat once more, Wang Hao placed the prepared spiritual rice back into the furnace. This time, no burnt smell emanated, and a smile spread across his face as he performed a hand gesture, causing the lid of the furnace to soar upward and settle securely. Though the lid obscured the view, a cultivator's spiritual sense is unimpeded, allowing Wang Hao to observe the interior. He watched as the spiritual rice gradually melted under the high temperature, forming a viscous white liquid. As time passed, the moisture within the liquid slowly evaporated, leaving behind the essence, accompanied by a faintly sweet aroma wafting from the furnace. The first phase was deemed successful. According to Old Wang's notes, the next step was to intensify the heat, while simultaneously stirring the essence to evaporate the remaining moisture, thereby forming the elixir. As Wang Hao altered his hand gesture, the flames engulfing the spiritual carbon surged to more than double their previous size, inundating the alchemical furnace with fierce flames. As time elapsed, the fragrance intensified, leading Wang Hao to believe he was on the brink of success. However, a quarter of an hour later, the alchemical furnace suddenly shook violently, followed by a dull roar and a plume of yellow smoke rising. Has it exploded? Wang Hao stood in stunned silence for a moment before bringing the furnace before him to examine it closely. The interior was a chaotic mess, with numerous dark brown residues clinging to the sides, exuding a burned odor. With a sigh, Wang Hao pondered the difficulty of the task. Shaking his head, he began to meticulously recall the steps of the alchemical process, adhering strictly to Old Wang's recorded instructions. Yet, Old Wang's guidance was somewhat abstract, merely indicating the desired states without specific data. Wang Hao mused, if only there were precise measurements. What temperature for how long? Surely I could produce an elixir in no time. There is no other choice. These cultivators evidently lack such a concept. The experiences of the predecessors serve merely as references, and success ultimately relies on the practitioner's comprehension. Wang Hao clearly does not regard himself as a genius. Thus he must practice diligently. He continues to cleanse the spiritual rice, meticulously controlling the heat to refine its essence. Fortunately, there were no explosions this time, yet the temperature remained too high. Upon opening the alchemical furnace, he was greeted by a charred, blackened interior. On the fifth attempt, insufficient heat resulted in a failure to produce elixirs, yielding only 3 soft, yellow, clay-like masses. The sixth attempt finally succeeded in forming pills, however. The excessive heat rendered them burnt and inedible. Wang Hao sighed and wiped the sweat from his forehead, deciding to conclude his efforts for the day. Though he did not achieve success, he felt that he was not far from it. At this moment, his spiritual energy was depleted, and further attempts were impossible. Nonetheless, this afternoon's practice had accrued him considerable experience. He had become quite adept at the initial step of refining the medicinal liquid. As the pigadan required only a single ingredient, he could forego the second step of blending the liquids. Through 4 failures, he had roughly grasped the necessary temperature range for pill formation. While he could not guarantee success on the next attempt, with 3 or 4 more tries, he was confident that he would succeed at least once. Wang Hao did not succumb to despair. Much like the starship that had failed dozens of times, he reminded himself. At least we have gathered data. He dragged his weary body to hastily consume a meal before sinking into a deep slumber. Since arriving in this realm, he had been tirelessly cultivating, resting no more than 2 or 3 hours each day. This time, however, he enjoyed a full night's sleep. During this slumber, he dreamed of successfully establishing his foundation, mastering the art of alchemy, while a long queue of individuals awaited his alchemical creations at his doorstep. On the following day, Wang Hao refrained from attempting alchemy again. Firstly, he had not yet fully digested the insights gained from the previous day and needed to review his findings to extract useful data for future endeavors. Furthermore, enhancing his cultivation remained his primary objective, and he could not allow priorities to become inverted. Lastly, a considerable amount of spiritual rice had been consumed, and he needed to reserve some for sustenance. It would be at least 10 days before a new batch of spiritual rice matured for alchemical use. Thus, another 10 days passed in the monotony of rigorous training. On this day, after completing his meditation, Wang Hao rose to inspect the farm, discovering that the golden-threaded spiritual apricots had developed into 3 saplings, while the spiritual rice was in a mature state. After harvesting, he prepared for his second attempt at alchemy. During these 10 days, he had also set aside time to repeatedly reflect on his alchemical experiences and review the recorded videos on his computer, combining this with Old Wang's notes and insights, which proved to be immensely beneficial. This time, he felt confident in his ability to concoct the pigadan. After calming his mind and focusing his energy, Wang Hao sat before the alchemical furnace, exhaling a breath of stale air as he began the alchemical process. With a series of hand gestures, he ignited the spiritual charcoal to preheat the furnace, then proceeded to cleanse the spiritual rice, peeling and eliminating impurities to commence the refining process. Occasionally adjusting his energy output to control the heat, he soon detected the fragrant aroma of the spiritual rice, signaling that the essence had been successfully extracted. Having mastered this step on his previous attempt and reviewing it multiple times, this phase felt relatively effortless. The crucial challenge remained in the subsequent step of forming the pills. Wang Hao detected an intense fragrance, causing him to become increasingly vigilant, his expression grave. He urged the flames to elevate the temperature within the alchemical furnace, while simultaneously controlling the medicinal liquid to swirl and pile. A crucial step in the formation of the elixir, otherwise, it would merely become a mass of sludge. Though still possessing medicinal properties, it would be challenging to preserve. After a quarter of an hour, a loud bang resonated, accompanied by a burnt odor wafting from the furnace. Had he failed once more? Yet, Wang Hao remained undeterred, merely chuckling softly before continuing his alchemical endeavors. 2 hours later, he had rendered 4 batches of elixirs unusable, and now stood at a critical juncture with the 5th batch. His complexion was pale, evidently due to the excessive consumption of his mana, yet his gaze remained resolute, fixed intently upon the furnace. He refused to believe that if the old sorcerer Han could concoct it, he, Wang Hao, could not. A quarter of an hour passed, and as he concluded his incantation, the flames enveloping the furnace dissipated instantaneously. With a flick of his wrist, the lid of the cauldron soared into the air, landing steadily aside. Wang Hao hurriedly approached the furnace, and there he beheld 2 yellow pills, each the size of a peach pit, lying quietly within, the coveted pill of absence of grains. I knew it would work. The data is secured, and with a few more repetitions, I shall stabilize my success. As for the success rate, that shall be improved gradually. Wang Hao picked up one of the yellow pills, inhaled its scent, found no peculiar odor, and placed it into his mouth. The moment it touched his tongue, it transformed into a nourishing essence flowing into his abdomen. In the next instant, a warm sensation enveloped him, and he felt a slight fullness in his stomach. This diminutive pill was sufficient to meet a cultivator's energy needs for an entire day. Logically, this batch should yield 10 pills, but as it was his first success, the success rate stood at only 20%. A bottle of the pill of absence of grains typically contains 10 pills and is sold for 3 spirit stones. Clearly, he incurred a loss, considering the 10 pounds of spirit rice consumed in the process. Wang Hao first meditated for 2 hours to restore his mana, then concocted 2 more batches, yielding 3 pills and 2 pills respectively. 10 days later, with the spirit rice once again ripe, he resumed his alchemical work, achieving success in 9 out of 10 attempts, with the last 2 batches yielding 5 pills each. At this moment, he was no longer incurring losses in his alchemical practice. Of course, when accounting for the consumption of spirit carbon, his profits were minimal. To profit from the pill of absence of grains, he needed a success rate of at least 60%. After tidying up, Wang Hao bottled the pills of absence of grains from 2 sessions of alchemy. He had obtained 4 bottles. He had no use for these potions himself, so he decided to sell them, allowing others to assess their quality. Preparing to venture out, Wang Hao took a portion of the white jade watermelon and spirit talisman grass with him, as their refining effects were negligible. Selling them for gathering spirit pills would be more advantageous. Donning his hat, he set out directly for the Wang family as apothecary. The goods he intended to sell were not substantial enough to warrant any disguise. Upon entering the shop, he found Wang Wenxin on duty and straightforwardly inquired, "Do you accept spirit fruits and elixirs?" Wang Wenxin looked up and recognized Wang Hao as the individual who had purchased elixirs previously. Just as he was about to attend to him, a sudden cough sounded from behind. Wang Yanfeng approached, stating, "Wenxin, you attend to the customer over there. I will assist this esteemed friend." Though Wang Wenxin harbored suspicions, he refrained from probing further, for Wang Yanfeng was his 8th uncle, and thus he departed without inquiry. Wang Yanfeng remarked, "Esteemed friend, there is a private chamber upstairs. Might we converse there?" Unacquainted with Wang Yanfeng and unaware of his intentions, Wang Hao felt a certain sense of security within the marketplace and replied, "Of course. Please lead the way." Upon ascending the stairs, Wang Hao had barely settled when Wang Yanfeng grunted, "You, young lad, conceal your origins from your own family as apothecary. What are your intentions?" Noticing Wang Hao's puzzled expression, he added, "I am your 8th uncle, Wang Yanfeng, a master alchemist who grew up alongside your father." "Oh, so you are my 8th uncle. How did you recognize your nephew?" Wang Hao, relieved to discover a kindred spirit, felt at ease. After all, a relative who had grown up with his father would not act in malice. "Let us sit and converse," Wang Yanfeng suggested, tapping the table. "I recognized you during your last visit. With that shabby hat of yours, who could you possibly deceive? I even visited your residence a few times. But seeing you remain behind closed doors, I assumed you were in seclusion and did not intrude." Wang Hao chuckled softly, following the events of our last encounter. I felt too embarrassed to face anyone, so I purchased this hat. I apologize for the amusement I have caused you, uncle. This hat may shield you from ordinary eyes. But as our first meeting, and under your father's request to look after you, I shall bestow upon you a gift. He then produced a black hat from his storage pouch. This was acquired years ago. It serves little purpose, but it can indeed conceal your presence from foundational-level practitioners. Consider it a token. Wang Hao, contemplating a method to disguise his identity, found this gesture quite fitting. Thank you, uncle. I am truly honored to receive such a gift. Your manners are rather surprising, differing from what your father has described. Wang Yinfeng chuckled, pointing at Wang Hao. I wonder how you managed to vex your second uncle. He always sighs whenever your name arises. Feeling a bit awkward, Wang Hao rubbed his forehead, thinking to himself that this was not his fault, but rather the original owner's shortcomings. One must inevitably grow up. I am now 18, considered an adult, and my mother has been gone for many years. I must strive to live well. That is indeed a wise perspective. If your second uncle were to hear this, he would be quite pleased. But let us set aside idle chatter and discuss the purpose of your visit. Wang Yinfeng shifted the conversation. Wang Hao, not one to linger unnecessarily, produced the fasting pills and 15 white jade watermelons. Recently, a friend sold these white jade watermelons to me, but after refining them, I found their effects lacking. I was hoping to exchange them for spirit-gathering pills. This elixir, which I concocted myself, I seek your guidance on, uncle. You are capable of alchemy? Wang Yinfeng's face displayed astonishment as he disregarded the white jade watermelons and directly took a fasting pill, sniffing it before swallowing it whole. The quality is fairly decent. Indeed, you are your second uncle's son. It is not surprising you possess the ability to concoct elixirs. Wang Hao felt a twinge of displeasure at this remark. The fasting pills were the result of his own diligent efforts, and he found the implication unwarranted. Well, there is indeed a connection. The formulae and notes were provided by you, uncle. However, one should discern the priorities, should one not? What do you mean by it is not surprising for his son to engage in alchemy? Wang Yifeng examined the exquisite white jade watermelon, remarking, this watermelon has grown exceptionally well, indeed a premium specimen. However, it is not particularly suitable for cultivation during the mid-stages of qi training. Therefore, I shall take the liberty of offering you 15 spirit-gathering pills in exchange for the watermelon and elixirs. Would that satisfy you? These watermelons would fetch no more than 30 spirit stones at other shops, with the spirit-restraining pills priced at 3 spirit stones per bottle. Clearly, the shop's purchasing price would not be so generous. Uncle Ba had been quite accommodating. Wang Hao, not one to overlook kindness, hastily bowed in gratitude, saying, thank you, Uncle Ba. Now you can focus on your cultivation without incurring your father's ire. It would not be in vain for Uncle Ba to look after you. They exchanged a few more pleasantries before Wang Hao departed the shop, clutching the elixirs. Subsequently, he sought refuge in a secluded alley, donning the hat gifted by Wang Yifeng, and made his way to the alchemy and talisman pavilion of the Qingyuan sect, where he sold 20 pounds of spirit talisman grass for 80 spirit stones. He then proceeded to the weapon pavilion, where he finally purchased the coveted crimson gold sword. As he was bound to venture out for training, it was essential to possess a reliable magical artifact. Although he had gathered most of the spiritual herbs required for first-tier elixirs, several crucial auxiliary herbs were still lacking. Particularly the primary ingredient for the foundation establishment pill, the condensing essence fruit, which he needed to acquire promptly. The condensing essence fruit tree is a second-tier superior spiritual plant, requiring a century to mature, and it bears fruit only once every 50 years. Thus, in total, it takes 150 years to yield, with the growth period in the farm extending to 15 years. If Wang Hao were to wait until he reached the late stages of foundation establishment to seek it out, it would likely not mature before he turns 60. Most condensing essence fruit trees are monopolized by major powers, making it unrealistic to attempt to seize them. However, with the recent development of the South Sea, there remain many untouched areas within the Duanyuan mountain, where remnants may still exist. It is said that the condensing essence fruit tree at the Qingyuan sect was acquired from Duanyuan mountain, allowing the sect to prosper and ultimately become the dominant force in the region. As spring turned to autumn, a year swiftly passed. During this time, Wang Hao made significant progress in his cultivation, nearing the 5th layer of qi training. Logically, he should continue his seclusion to attempt a breakthrough. Yet the auction for the foundation establishment pill was approaching, and the marketplace had become quite lively. Wang Hao decided to join in the festivities, hoping to gather some of the spiritual herbs needed for crafting the foundation establishment pill. Moreover, The auction would feature not only the foundation establishment pill, but also numerous valuable items, prompting him to prepare some spirit stones in advance. Over the past year, he had made little advancement in the art of talisman making, primarily due to his lack of experience with brushes in both his past and present lives. The initial phase of imitation consumed an inordinate amount of time, and time was precisely what Wang Hao lacked. He could only temporarily set it aside, planning to practice talisman making while searching for the necessary herbs once he reached the late stages of qi training. While talisman making proved challenging, Wang Hao made remarkable strides in alchemy. After achieving a success rate of 60% in the production of spirit-restraining pills, he began to experiment with the creation of spirit-gathering pills. After numerous failures, he finally succeeded. He no longer needed to purchase elixirs for his cultivation, as he could rely solely on the output from his farm to produce enough spirit-gathering pills for his needs, with a surplus remaining. During this period, he had accumulated over 30 bottles of spirit-gathering pills, which could be exchanged for nearly 1,000 spirit stones. The farm now boasts 9 plots of land. One is occupied by the golden silk apricot, while 3 are dedicated to cultivating the spirit-gathering pill. Of the remaining 6 plots, aside from an occasional one used to grow spirit rice for personal consumption, all are planted with spirit talisman grass, taking advantage of its lucrative properties to continuously expand the arable land. The cost of land reclamation is steadily rising, with the price for the 10th plot set at 1,075 spirit stones. He has discerned a pattern, rooted in an arithmetic sequence. The reclamation price of the nth plot equals the price of the previous plot plus 25 times, in 2. Furthermore, after developing the 6th plot, he can now upgrade to fertile red land, with the first upgrade requiring 500 spirit stones and the second 700, having already upgraded 1 plot. The benefits are remarkable, allowing the cultivation of second-tier crops with an accelerated maturation time. Wang Hao conducted a test with spirit rice and concluded that it matured twice as fast as on ordinary land, translating to a time flow of 20 times that of reality. This revelation shifted Wang Hao's perspective. As long as the cost of reclaiming new land exceeds upgrading to red land, the latter is far more economically feasible. Regrettably, he had previously been too absorbed in his alchemical studies to notice this, resulting in a regrettable waste of spirit stones. Otherwise, he would have possessed 3 plots of red land by now. After checking his belongings, Wang Hao stepped outside. The biannual foundation establishment pill auction significantly impacts Qingyo Square. In the month leading up to the auction, foot traffic surged from over 10,000 to nearly 50,000. These visitors were not merely drawn by the foundation establishment pill, but sought to capitalize on the bustling crowd to sell their goods. Wang Hao first visited the Wang family apothecary, directly seeking out Wang Yinfeng to sell him 10 vials of spirit-gathering pills. Selling more would be problematic. Although his identity as a mid-tier first-grade alchemist was not an issue, the origins of the medicinal herbs would be difficult to explain. Wang Yinfeng, of course, offered him hearty encouragement. However, Wang Hao was not there for a lesson. He wished to accompany Wang Yinfeng to the auction. After some consideration, he spoke up. "Eighth uncle, have the participants for the auction been decided?" You wish to attend the auction?" Wang Yinfeng gently shook his head with a chuckle, teasingly saying, "I knew there was a reason for your visit today. So, it seems I was mistaken in thinking you came out of concern for your old uncle." Wang Hao quickly apologized. "How could that be? Eighth uncle, you know me well. I'm solely focused on my cultivation. I haven't stepped outside in a year. And as soon as I emerged, I came straight to you. Regarding the auction, I merely wish to broaden my horizons." Wang Yifeng smiled and nodded slightly. "That is true. Your father had previously instructed me to keep an eye on you. You've done well to remain indoors, saving me a great deal of trouble." "Very well. I also need to represent the Wang family store at the auction, so you may accompany me. The auction begins in 5 days. Do not venture out that day, and I will have someone fetch you." "Thank you, eighth uncle," Wang Hao replied with a respectful bow, then added, "Eighth uncle, the market is quite lively at the moment, and I was hoping to purchase some medicinal herbs." Before he could finish, Wang Yifeng interrupted. "All right, you've been cooped up for over a year. This is an old habit of yours, isn't it? Go ahead and browse, but do keep your composure and avoid causing any trouble." Determined not to trouble Uncle Ba, Wang Hao bid farewell and departed the shop. A quarter of an hour later, he arrived at a vast square bustling with numerous stalls. Setting up a stall in the square required no rental fee. However, it was already brimming with vendors, making it difficult for Wang Hao to find an empty spot. The stalls offered a dazzling array of goods, with a plethora of peculiar items. Yet, the majority consisted of first-tier spiritual rice, first-tier refining materials, first-tier elixirs, first-tier talismans, and first-tier spiritual herbs. Quality items were scarce and rather assorted, necessitating a tedious search on his part. Since he sought trouble, he decided to let others come to him. After merely observing for a short while, Wang Hao grasped the general trading conditions among the loose cultivators, which bore a striking resemblance to a marketplace from his previous life, with the only difference being the currency was now spirit stones. A crucial point was that once a purchase was made, it was final, if one found a bargain. It was considered good fortune, but if one suffered a loss, they were not to seek redress. After strolling around without finding an empty spot, Wang Hao reluctantly offered a loose cultivator 2 spirit stones to acquire his position. He took out a sign he had prepared in advance, placing it before him, inscribed with, "Gathering spirit elixirs, exchanging for various first and second-tier spiritual herb seeds or live plants." As soon as his stall was set up, inquiries began to flow in. Initially, Wang Hao sold several bottles of gathering spirit elixirs at a low price, but soon realized that the crowd was merely interested in purchasing with spirit stones, showing little regard for the seeds. He then revised his terms to an exchange-only policy. The throng around his stall dwindled significantly, and a few individuals who felt shortchanged murmured their discontent. However, the enforcement personnel were observing from the edge of the square, and they dared not cause a scene, merely shaking their heads and walking away. "What is the price of your gathering spirit elixir, fellow cultivator?" A soft, melodious voice inquired, evoking a sense of comfort. Wang Hao looked up to find a young woman, seemingly 17 or 18 years old, standing before him. She was clad in a yellow skirt. Her skin as fair as snow, her face blooming like a peach flower, and her eyes resembling clear pools of water. It was the first time Wang Hao had encountered such exquisite beauty since arriving in this world, causing him to momentarily lose his composure. "Fellow cultivator, are you selling this elixir or not?" The girl's expression tightened under Wang Hao's gaze, and her tone turned cooler. Wang Hao snapped back to reality, quickly composing himself. He was no longer the previous Wang Hao and could not afford such distractions. Women only hinder one's cultivation speed. "Oh, of course, it is for sale, though the price is not cheaper than that in a shop. If the young lady possesses any rare spiritual herb seeds or live plants, it would be a more advantageous exchange." Wang Hao replied. "How shall we proceed with the exchange?" She asked. "It depends on the quality of the seeds you can present. If they are common fare, there is no need for an exchange. Only those of considerable rarity, such as seeds related to foundation-building elixirs, would be worthwhile. If you can provide such, we can negotiate a fair exchange based on their value. For exceptionally rare items, I may even offer a premium," Wang Hao elaborated. Upon hearing this, the young woman pondered for a moment, then produced a jade box, opening it to reveal a 20-year-old blood-red ginseng inside. Despite its age, it remained a first-tier spiritual herb, not what Wang Hao required. This device has long been in Wang Hao's possession. It merely requires planting in the red earth, and after 5 or 6 years, he can reap a century-old blood ginseng. A century-old blood ginseng qualifies as a second-tier spiritual herb. However, to concoct a foundation establishment pill, one needs a superior quality second-tier blood ginseng that is at least 200 years old. Wang Hao must cultivate for an entire decade. Upon hearing this, the girl in the yellow dress furrowed her brow and produced a jade box. Upon opening it, she revealed a snow-white lotus flower, exuding a chilling aura. The snowy lotus? Wang Hao's eyes brightened. This snowy lotus is an essential auxiliary herb for the foundation establishment pill, precisely what he lacked. The snowy lotus possesses the ability to calm the mind, as the primary herbs in the foundation establishment pill are potent and volatile, necessitating auxiliary herbs to mitigate these adverse effects. The snowy lotus serves to stabilize the practitioner's spirit, preventing them from succumbing to madness. Wang Hao produced 2 bottles of spirit-gathering pills and stated, "These 2 bottles of spirit-gathering pills are worth 60 spirit stones, which is more than sufficient for your snowy lotus, which is less than 30 years old." However, the girl shook her head. "While I can indeed exchange the snowy lotus for 2 bottles of pills, you also mentioned that the purchase price would be adjusted based on the rarity of the spiritual herbs. Is this snowy lotus considered rare? What you do not possess is naturally deemed rare. Your beauty grants you the final say," Wang Hao internally mused, before reluctantly retrieving half a bottle of spirit-gathering pills to complete the transaction with the girl in the yellow dress. As afternoon descended, Wang Hao observed the darkening sky and decided to pack up and depart. Throughout this afternoon, he had acquired several unlit seeds from the farm, and most importantly, the essential auxiliary herb for the foundation establishment pill, the snowy lotus, marking a significant harvest. He still had 4 bottles of spirit-gathering pills remaining. And after selling to Wang Yanfeng, he had amassed a total of 500 spirit stones. With these assets, he felt emboldened to bid on some fine items at the auction. 5 days swiftly passed, and Wang Yanfeng, true to his word, sent someone to summon Wang Hao. The two subsequently made their way to the auction venue, the Qingyan Pavilion. "Eighth uncle, why is our family sending only you to the auction?" Wang Hao inquired, puzzled. "Alas, our family has exhausted its resources for the Foundation Establishment pill. There are no spirit stones left to purchase other items," Wang Yanfeng replied with a sigh. "I am merely here to bid on a few bottles of second-tier pills. It is not just my Wang family. The other 3 families likely will not have many participants either. Only the Chung family, who did not purchase the Foundation Establishment pill this year, is probably eyeing other treasures." Glancing at Wang Hao, he asked, "Do you have anything in mind that you wish to buy?" Wang Hao was merely there to broaden his horizons. He possessed only a few hundred spirit stones, sufficient for first-tier items, but utterly inadequate for anything of a higher tier. Thus, he shook his head. "There is nothing I particularly need. However, my alchemy furnace is somewhat damaged, and if a suitable one is available, I hope to acquire a superior quality alchemy furnace." "A superior quality first-tier alchemy furnace, you say? Then why are you attending an auction? You should visit the shop at Qingyuan Gate. They should have one. But it won't be cheap. You won't find anything for less than 200 spirit stones. If you cannot find a suitable one this time, I will accompany you on a trip to the Qingyuan Gate shop afterward. A first-tier superior quality furnace costs 200 spirit stones. What about the second-tier ones?" Wang Yanfeng snorted lightly. "What do you think? Our family's second-tier mid-quality alchemy furnace cost nearly 1,000 spirit stones to acquire. Moreover, the second-tier alchemical furnace is not a mere acquisition of wealth. Without connections, one can only hope for fortune at an auction." As the two conversed, they ascended to the second floor of the Qingyuan Pavilion. This auction was not open to just anyone. Only late-stage qi practitioners and the 5 prominent families were permitted to attend. This necessity was precisely why Wang Hao relied on Wang Yanfeng's influence. The layout of the auction hall was unremarkable, shaped like a bowl, with seating for hundreds surrounding it. The 3rd floor housed private rooms, accessible only to Foundation Establishment cultivators. This time, the Wang family sent only Wang Yanfeng, who casually settled in the hall. In the center of the hall stood a circular wooden platform, upon which rested a rectangular table. As the auction had yet to commence, Wang Yanfeng engaged in light conversation with familiar cultivators, while Wang Hao closed his eyes in contemplation. Most attendees possessed cultivation levels superior to his own, and being unfamiliar with many, he found little to discuss. Although some members of his family recognized him, his poor reputation and status rendered him unapproachable. A quarter of an hour later, the clear sound of a bronze bell resonated throughout the hall. The previously bustling venue fell silent, all eyes turning towards the circular platform. A slightly plump, middle-aged male cultivator appeared upon it. Under the scrutiny of hundreds, he remained poised and unperturbed, clearly accustomed to such situations. "Dear friends," he began, "I am Zhang Tong from the Qingyuan sect. It is my honor to preside over this auction. On behalf of the Qingyuan sect, I welcome all participants. The rules are the same as in other places. The highest bidder wins. If one lacks sufficient spirit stones, treasures may be used as collateral, or items can be auctioned on the spot." Zhang Tong spoke steadily, his voice not loud, yet resonating clearly in every ear. Wang Hao gazed at the platform in confusion, wondering if there were any amplification devices or formations at play. "Let us commence. Enough with the chatter," he thought. "We are all awaiting the Foundation Establishment pills." Laughter erupted from the crowd. "Silence." A commanding voice boomed, causing Wang Hao's eardrums to throb. A cultivator from the Qingyuan sect appeared on the platform, exuding the oppressive aura of a Foundation Establishment practitioner. He cast a cold glare at the laughing crowd and stated, "If you find it tedious, you are free to leave. If you wish to participate in the auction, conduct yourselves properly." The crowd fell silent, not wishing to provoke the cultivator. Satisfied with the response, he stepped back. Zhang Tong cleared his throat lightly, declaring, "Without further ado, let us begin the auction of the first item." He retrieved a storage bag from his robe and produced a 3-foot-long first-tier superior grade sword. This is the Flowing Cloud Sword, a first-tier superior grade item crafted by the Qingyuan sect's qi practitioners. The starting bid is 60 spirit stones, with increments of no less than 10. 60. 70. I bid 80 spirit stones. The atmosphere grew lively as the first item, a first-tier superior artifact, ignited fervor among the attendees. After several rounds of bidding, it ultimately sold for 120 spirit stones to a late-stage qi practitioner. Zheng Tong smiled in satisfaction and continued to extract from the storage bag a 2-foot-long, bamboo-thick piece of azure bamboo. This is the second-tier inferior-grade azure thunder bamboo, an exceptional material for crafting talismans and quite useful for creating other magical artifacts as well. The starting price was set at 100 spirit stones, with each subsequent bid requiring a minimum increase of 10 spirit stones. Second-tier materials were considered quite precious in the Qingyo workshop, leading to a surge in bidders until the item was secured for 210 spirit stones. Following this, Zhang Tong presented a series of second-tier low-grade materials, potions, and even spirit artifacts, all fetching impressive prices. Wang Hao, who owned a farm, felt a pang of regret upon hearing the escalating bids. Noticing Wang Hao's distress, Wang Yefeng mistakenly attributed it to the absence of alchemy furnaces at the auction. Offering words of comfort, first-tier artifacts are typically sold at Qingyuan Pavilion. It is not unusual to miss them at an auction. Once this concludes, I shall accompany you to purchase one. Wang Hao nodded silently in agreement. Zhang Tong then unveiled a black formation plate, a first-tier high-grade spirit-gathering array, operable with merely 10 low-grade spirit stones, which could enhance the training efficiency of Qi refinement cultivators by 50%. The starting bid was set at 150 spirit stones, with increments no less than 10 spirit stones. The mention of a spirit-gathering array caught Wang Hao's attention. His current cultivation speed was insufficient, and reaching the peak of Qi refinement would take him nearly 50 years. If he could acquire this array, he could potentially save almost a decade. What? Do you wish to have it? Wang Yanfeng's voice chimed in his ear. Though the spirit-gathering array is beneficial, it requires spirit stones to operate, lasting only a few days per activation, making it impractical for cultivators from small families like ours. Even if the stones are replaced every 10 days, that amounts to a daily consumption of 1 stone, totaling 365 stones a year, which ordinary cultivators cannot afford. However, Wang Hao believed he could manage it, but he must secure a monthly supply of spirit-gathering pills. Uncle, please assist me in acquiring this. You are aware of my aptitude. With the aid of this array, I might have a chance to advance to the later stages of Qi refinement. How many spirit stones do you possess? Wang Hao held up 3 fingers. Wang Yanfeng, astonished, remarked, Ah, your wealth rivals my own. Very well. I shall assist you this once. If it is insufficient, I shall cover the difference, but you must repay me with spirit-gathering pills. As they conversed, 7 or 8 others began to bid, causing the price to double to 200 spirit stones. Wang Yefeng glanced at the eager Wang Hao and called out a bid, 240. The sudden increase of 40 spirit stones did not deter the other bidders. 250. I bid 260. It was only after surpassing the 300 mark that the number of bidders began to dwindle. 320. Wang Yefeng continued to contest. 330. A young man clad in a brown robe rose, requesting the other participants to consider the Zhao family's reputation. A rogue cultivator interjected sharply, Huh? In an auction, the price is king. What need is there for reputation at this juncture? 340. Even among rogue cultivators, there were those of substantial means. Wang Yanfeng furrowed his brow, glancing at Wang Hao, who urged him to continue raising the bid. 350. The Zhao family withdrew from the contest, while the rogue cultivator pressed on. 360. 370. Wang Yanfeng stated nonchalantly. The rogue hesitated briefly before ultimately conceding. Zheng Tong's eyes glimmered with delight, clearly pleased as the price had far exceeded the value of the spirit-gathering array. With no further bids forthcoming, he continued to stoke the flames of competition. 370 spirit stones for this spirit-gathering array. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? 370 once. 370 twice. Deal. The gathering spirit formation belongs to this esteemed friend. Wang Yanfeng stepped forward to settle the transaction, receiving the gathering spirit formation. As the dust settled, Wang Hao let out a deep sigh of relief, collapsing into his chair. With merely 500 spirit stones at his disposal, he had spent a significant portion, yet the acceleration in his cultivation made it worth every bit. At that moment, Zhang Tong produced 3 jade vials, each containing gathering qi pills suitable for both the early and mid stages of foundation establishment. Each vial was priced at 200 spirit stones, with a minimum bidding increment of 30 spirit stones. These were auctioned items provided by the Wang family, ultimately fetching prices of 300, 330, and 300 spirit stones respectively. Subsequently, there were complete sets of offensive and defensive magical tools, as well as second-tier spirit artifacts and spirit beasts. Yet Wang Hao found himself devoid of interest. He could neither utilize nor afford them. Why concern himself with such matters? Half an hour later, they finally arrived at the climax of the auction. Zhang Tong cleared his throat, his voice elevated. This time, there are 3 foundation establishment pills to be auctioned separately, starting at 30,000 spirit stones, with minimum increments of 500, 30,000, 31,000, 32,000. The atmosphere instantly escalated. Yet most of the bidders were foundation cultivators from the upper floors, their identities unknown. Whether they belonged to families or were independent cultivators remained a mystery. After a fierce competition, the first foundation establishment pill was ultimately sold for 53,000 spirit stones. What puzzled Wang Hao is that Zhang Tong did not commence the auction for the second foundation establishment pill. Instead, he accepted a storage bag from a maid. This esteemed elder finds spirit stones insufficient and intends to auction some items. He then presented 2 inferior second-tier demon pills, 1 fire attribute and 1 wood attribute, to be auctioned separately, each starting at 500 spirit stones. Second-tier demon beasts could indeed condense demon pills, suitable for alchemy or artifact forging. Yet not every demon beast possessed one. Only about 20% of second-tier demon beasts bore demon pills. And it was only upon reaching the 3rd tier that the presence of a demon pill was guaranteed. After some bidding, the 2 pills were sold for 800 and 900 spirit stones respectively. Zhang Tong then revealed a white spirit egg, roughly the size of an egg, adorned with faint green stripes, an unknown demon beast egg with a high probability of being from a second-tier demon beast. It retains 80% vitality, with a significant likelihood of successful hatching. If successfully hatched, it would serve as an excellent guardian spirit beast, starting at 100 spirit stones. Zhang Tong's description caused many to furrow their brows. One person inquired, how can we trust something unknown with merely 80% vitality? If it fails to hatch or produces a first-tier spirit beast, wouldn't that be a tremendous loss? Indeed, 100 spirit stones seems rather steep. A hush fell over the crowd as the Foundation cultivators once again voiced their demand for order. If you consider it a loss, do not bid. Any further disturbance will not be tolerated. The crowd fell silent, aware that their spirit stones were not easily acquired. None were willing to gamble on this. However, Wang Hao felt a stir of excitement. He understood all too well how invaluable a quality spirit beast could be to a cultivator. The soul-screaming beast, nurtured by the old demon Han, had saved his life on several occasions, even if it mostly remained in slumber. Seeing no one else respond, Wang Hao ventured a bid, 100 spirit stones. This predicament left Wang Yinfeng in a state of distress. In his endeavor to assist Wang Hao in acquiring the spirit-gathering array, his pockets had been entirely drained of spirit stones. Moreover, Wang Hao had yet to repay him the 300 spirit stones. Should he deplete his remaining funds on spirit beast eggs, he would find himself bereft of resources to exchange for them. Recalling Wang Yinzhao's stern warning against lending spirit stones to Wang Hao, a sudden realization struck him, and he cast a disapproving glance at Wang Hao. You've been feigning innocence for nearly 2 years. It can't be that today you intend to deceive your 8th uncle, can it? Ah, 8th uncle, you think too much, Wang Hao replied, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow as he hastily explained. Your nephew still possesses 4 bottles of spirit-gathering pills. They will suffice to repay you. 101. Another onlooker attempted to join in on the bidding. 102. Wang Hao raised the bid by another 10, maintaining an air of calmness, as if the outcome were inconsequential. The other bidder pondered for a moment and ultimately refrained from raising the bid, while others showed no interest, allowing Wang Hao to secure the spirit beast egg. With haste, Wang Hao ascended the platform, settled the transaction, and tucked the egg away. At this point, his spirit stones were entirely depleted, and he would have to remain in the market to practice alchemy for the foreseeable future. The subsequent auction of 2 foundation establishment pills stirred little excitement. However, as the event progressed, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Wang Hao observed an unsettling number of cultivators wearing expressions of resentment, their eyes flickering with a hint of malice, perhaps contemplating acts of violence for the sake of treasure. This turmoil held no relevance to Wang Hao, who planned to linger in the market for the next few years, confident that no one would dare to target him there. Wang Yifeng, too, recognized the burgeoning tension, and as soon as the auction concluded and the spirit stones from the auction pills were settled, he hurriedly led Wang Hao away from the Qing Yuan pavilion. They returned directly to the 2nd floor of the Wang family's apothecary, where he advised, you should stay here for a day. Return home only when the coast is clear. Wang Hao nodded in acknowledgement. Your nephew understands the gravity of the situation. Hand it over, Wang Yifeng commanded, gesturing with his hand. What? Wang Hao feigned ignorance. But Yanfeng was not amused. What do you mean? You little rascal, your eighth uncle is counting on these meager savings to find a partner. Do you wish to swindle me? Wang Hao was momentarily taken aback. Just moments ago, his uncle had expressed concern for him, but now his demeanor had shifted, transforming in an instant. He retrieved a storage pouch, counting out 200 spirit stones, along with 4 bottles of spirit-gathering pills. This is all I have left. I will repay the remainder once I refine more pills. Wang Yifeng snatched the spirit stones and pills away, greedily counting them twice before stowing them in his own pouch. Clearing his throat, he resumed a serious tone. By the way, where did you acquire such a bounty of spirit pills? Well, Wang Hao hesitated. In my early years, my mother frequently ventured into the mountains to hunt magical beasts, leaving behind quite a few resources. She also established some connections, through which I procured these items from those elders. Wang Hao's evasive response made him inwardly chastise himself for his carelessness. Having displayed a total of 14 bottles of spirit-gathering pills before Wang Yanfeng was no trivial matter, and he resolved not to be so indiscreet in the future. Upon mentioning his mother, Wang Yanfeng's expression darkened. Ultimately, this matter reflected poorly on the Wang family. Not only had they torn apart a couple, but they had also allowed their own blood to be scattered. Yet, as it pertained to decisions made by his elders, he felt it inappropriate to voice his discontent. Instead, his gaze toward Wang Hao softened with a newfound tenderness, recognizing the hardships Wang Hao had endured over the years. When he encountered Wang Hao, the latter had already undergone a soul exchange, rendering him unaware of the former Wang Hao's notorious misdeeds. This ignorance was precisely why he did not harbor disdain for Wang Hao. Wang Yifeng still needed to report the proceeds from the auction to the family and did not linger in the alchemy shop. After bestowing the spirit-gathering array upon Wang Hao, he departed with several clan members to return to the Wang family's residence. Wang Hao rested at the alchemy shop for a night and, after donning a disguise the following day, returned to his own home. Upon arrival, he first tended to the farm before retrieving the unknown spirit beast egg. He took out 10 spirit stones, piled them together, and placed the spirit beast egg atop the mound of stones. Drawing blood from his finger, he inscribed an arcane crimson rune upon the egg, causing it to emit a faint spiritual glow before the rune vanished. This was the method taught by Wang Yanfeng for a novice to establish a bond with the spirit beast egg. However, it also required Wang Hao's meticulous care. Only if the spirit beast saw him first upon hatching would their connection deepen. Subsequently, Wang Hao began to arrange the spirit-gathering array. With the array plate at hand, the setup proved exceedingly simple. By placing the 10 spirit stones into the array plate, a blue aura of spiritual energy swiftly emerged, ultimately forming a hemispherical gathering space with a diameter of approximately 20 feet. Following the instructions, the spirit-gathering array commenced operation, drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy. Within the luminous barrier, the concentration of spiritual energy became visibly denser, even manifesting as wisps of mist upon the ground. Wang Hao sensed that the energy was at least double that of the outside world, significantly enhancing his cultivation within. He promptly sat down to commence his training. A month later, bolstered by the spirit-gathering array and the spirit-gathering pills, Wang Hao finally achieved the 4th level of Qi cultivation, now merely a step away from the 5th level. After a brief introspection and recalling his previous experience, Wang Hao felt confident in his progress. He replaced the stones in the spirit-gathering array with new ones and prepared to break through using the Huangya pill, which he had been saving for over a year specifically for this moment, renowned for its potent properties. The Huangya pill elicited a serious expression from Wang Hao as he consumed it. The pill tasted slightly bitter, and shortly thereafter, its medicinal powers surged through him, causing the pressure in his dantian and meridians to escalate dramatically. The concentration of spiritual energy within his meridians intensified, leading to a sensation of swelling and discomfort. Fortunately, drawing from his prior experience, he remained composed. Compared to the excruciating pain of his previous meridian rupture, this felt comparatively mild. He succeeded. Wang Hao endeavored to temper his excitement, mentally reciting the incantation to solidify his newfound realm. As one cycle of energy after another passed, the spiritual energy was refined into pure mana. The mana was guided by his technique into his already abundant dantian, prompting it to expand and bolster its capacity to withstand pressure. After a day, having further augmented his mana limits, Wang Hao finally ceased his training and opened his panel. Name: Wang Hao. Age: 20 years. Cultivation level: Qi refinement 5th layer 169 253. Technique: Red Lotus Illusory, Wood Heart Sutra 2nd layer. Mana: 167. 167. 5. Skills, alchemy. First tier intermediate alchemy, rune crafting. First tier lower grade rune crafting, not initiated. Spells, fireball technique, not mastered. Binding technique, not mastered. Divine abilities. You have not yet mastered any divine abilities. Glancing at the interface, though it remained somewhat shabby, Wang Hao felt a sense of satisfaction. This was the fruit of over 2 years of diligent effort. With the enhancement of the spirit gathering array, his cultivation speed surpassed that of dual-rooted cultivators. Allowing him to achieve chi refinement perfection by the age of 40, what more could he desire? Now at the 5th layer of chi refinement, it was time to allocate some hours to practicing spells. Since Wang Hao practiced a firewood attribute technique, the most suitable spells for him would be those of the same elemental nature, as they would be far easier to wield. As for other spells, he could acquire them through rune crafting. The spells he had long inscribed on his interface were the fireball technique and the binding technique. As the name suggests, the fireball technique is a ranged attack that launches a sphere of fire at enemies, while the binding technique ensnares foes using wooden vines. Additionally, there are defensive spells such as the wooden shield technique, the evasive lightness technique for dodging, and the essential traction technique for controlling flying swords. The earth escape technique is indispensable for retreating. Although these are fundamental spells, they are not easily obtainable for a true rogue cultivator. One must at least invest some spirit stones to purchase them. However, Wang Hao is not a true rogue cultivator in the conventional sense. His mother had accumulated resources, and old Wang had imparted a fair amount of knowledge, though regrettably, only these few spells were available to him. He lacked spells like the fire rain technique, earth wall technique, and earth spike technique. Wang Hao also established an interface for these spells. To initiate practice, one must practice 100 times, master it after 1,000, achieve proficiency after 3,000, and attain mastery after 10,000 repetitions. Lacking innate talent, he would rely on diligence. He set a modest goal for himself, to master 6 spells before pursuing anything else. 3 days later, after hundreds of repetitions, Wang Hao finally unleashed his first fireball. However, upon assessing his mana consumption, his countenance darkened. He had not anticipated the harsh reality to strike so swiftly. The fireball technique consumed 5 points of mana upon activation. And with his current mana level at 167, he could only practice it 33 times. To replenish his mana completely required at least 2 hours. Without disrupting his cultivation, he could spare a maximum of 5 to 6 hours daily for practice, at most 2 rounds, totaling 66 repetitions. To reach 10,000 repetitions would take 152 days. Mastering 6 spells would consume nearly 3 years. Perhaps he should focus on proficiency first. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Wang Hao vigorously shook his head. Wang Hao, be more rational. While your cultivation speed is indeed swift, it is a shortcut. Your aptitude and comprehension fall far behind others. If you do not exert yourself, do you wish to spend your life hiding in the marketplace? After chastising himself, Wang Hao's resolve solidified once more. He relentlessly struck the ground, and soon, his small garden was left in disarray. He had considered practicing in the open spaces outside the marketplace, but without protection. What would he do if danger struck when his mana was depleted? For the time being, he must make do with the confines of his home. Fortunately, his rudimentary spells do not create much of a commotion. In a few days, he plans to acquire some earthen wall talismans to transform the space, facilitating Wang Hao's practice while ensuring that the structures remain unperturbed. His life is a rhythmic cycle of meals, slumber, cultivation, and spell practice. Once his supply of medicinal pills runs out, he will concoct another batch. When low on spirit stones, he will discreetly venture out to sell some goods. Wang Hao's existence is both intense and orderly. 3 years have swiftly passed, and the 23-year-old Wang Hao has become increasingly handsome, exuding a composed and capable demeanor. He opened his status panel. Name, Wang Hao. Age, 23 years. Cultivation, Chi Refinement Level 6, 299 380. Technique, second layer of the Red Lotus Illusory Wood Heart Sutra. Mana, 298 298. Skills, Alchemy. First tier upper grade Alchemy, Talisman Crafting. First tier lower grade Talisman Crafting. Spells, Fireball, Master Level. Binding Technique, Master Level. Wooden Shield Technique, Master Level. Traction Technique, Master Level. Lightness Technique, Master Level. Divine Powers. You have yet to master any divine powers. Over the course of 3 years, his strength has steadily advanced. Due to consistent spell practice, his mana has become more refined, and he experienced a breakthrough more easily than at the 5th level of Chi Refinement. With 6 major techniques mastered and his alchemy skills elevated to first-tier upper grade, he is now capable of refining the Huanglong pill. Additionally, he has made preliminary progress in talisman crafting, albeit limited to drawing some protective talismans and cleansing talismans. To generate profit, he must at least advance to first-tier middle grade, enabling him to create attack and defense talismans like the Fireball Talisman. In terms of his farm, he has now cultivated 16 plots of land, surpassing the halfway mark, with 8 plots upgraded to red soil. Should he fully convert the farm's output into currency, even by solely planting spirit rice, he could yield 200 pounds monthly, equating to 720 lower-grade spirit stones. If he were to plant the more lucrative spirit talisman grass, that number would double. Planting second-tier spirit crops in red soil would yield even greater value. Unfortunately, the Qingniu market cannot absorb such a surplus of spirit talisman grass, and Wang Hao would not pursue that route. 80% of the farm's yield will be allocated for future upgrades, while 15% will be utilized for alchemy and talisman crafting, leaving the remaining 5% for trading spirit stones. Even so, Wang Hao enjoys an income of nearly 100 spirit stones each month. A portion of these spirit stones is used to maintain the operation of the spirit gathering array. Another portion is allocated to purchase talismans in preparation for travel, and the remainder is entirely consumed by a spirit beast. 2 years ago, the spirit beast egg he acquired successfully hatched, and it did not disappoint, emerging as a golden-eyed duck, a winged creature capable of flight. Given Wang Hao's limited understanding, he cannot ascertain its potential for growth to the second tier. Even as a first-tier flying spirit beast, its worth exceeds 120 spirit stones. While Qi refinement cultivators cannot fly, a flying spirit beast can serve as a means of transportation and, in critical moments, provide life-saving assistance. The golden-eyed duck is not as demanding to care for as the infamous sleeping king of Han, though it does have a hearty appetite, persistently rousing Wang Hao from slumber each morning with its incessant clattering on its food bowl. Its incessant quacking can be quite bothersome. Eventually, Wang Hao purchased a spirit beast pouch to contain it during the day, ensuring that his rest remains undisturbed. Furthermore, it is rather finicky, showing little interest in spirit rice and preferring meat and spirit fruits, an unusual dietary preference for a duck. Indeed, in the marketplace, the meat of the demonic beast, the azure bowl, is plentiful, yet it is priced at more than double that of spiritual rice. The golden-eyed duck consumes food every 3 to 4 days, devouring at least 20 pounds in one sitting, amounting to a monthly expense of 40 spiritual stones, a burden that most cannot bear. As the feeding time approached, Wang Hao released the golden-eyed duck from its spirit beast pouch. Before him stood a duck, entirely black except for its golden eyes, nearly 5 feet tall. Upon seeing Wang Hao, it quacked affectionately, nuzzling him with its head. Spirit beasts that are hatched by hand inherently possess a deep bond with their owners. Unlike those captured midway, which only obey due to the existence of restrictions, should their level surpass that of their owner, the risk of devouring their master arises. However, the likelihood of such an occurrence is significantly lower for those nurtured from a young age. Were it not for this limitation, high-ranking demonic beasts would have long been appropriated by major sects as guardian spirit beasts. The lifespan of spirit beasts far exceeds that of cultivators. Even a first-tier beast can live 400 to 500 years, while a second tier can endure for a millennium, albeit with a correspondingly slow growth rate. Wang Hao had raised the golden-eyed duck on demonic beast meat for 2 years. Aside from its increased size, it remained a low-tier first-grade creature, showing no signs of advancement. As a first-tier low-grade flying spirit beast, its load-bearing capacity was lacking, rendering it unsuitable as a mount and currently of little assistance to Wang Hao. Nevertheless, he held faith that the golden-eyed duck would one day ascend. Wang Hao presented a large piece of demonic beast meat, and the duck immediately flapped its wings in excitement and quacked. "You glutton, I hope you prove useful in the future." It seemed to respond with a couple more quacks. After feeding it, the duck frolicked around the courtyard, playing merrily. Allowing it some time to indulge, Wang Hao eventually returned it to the spirit beast pouch. At that moment, Wang Hao noticed the barrier outside was triggered. Upon opening the door, he discovered 2 young individuals clad in the Wang family's robes, one male and one female, both scarcely in their 20s. The male was robust with thick brows and large eyes, resembling a body-refining cultivator, while the female was petite, with a round face and large, fluttering eyes, exuding an endearing charm. "What brings you two to Wang Hao?" he inquired. The male cultivator appeared somewhat flustered, his lips moving without sound for a while, until the girl spoke first. "Fifth brother, we are family cultivators. I am Wang Wenmei, the 9th in line. You may call me ninth sister." She gestured towards the burly man. This is seventh brother Wang Wenji. Upon hearing Wang Wenmei's introduction, Wang Wenji bowed his head respectfully. Greetings, fifth brother. Fifth brother? Wang Hao was taken aback, for in his earlier years, he had been looked down upon by the Wang family, and since his arrival, he had had little interaction with them. Aside from Wang Yefeng, no one from the family had reached out to him until now. What is the occasion? Fifth brother's age places him fifth among those of the Wen character generation, hence he is indeed our fifth brother. Wang Wenmei clarified, recognizing the adage, do not strike a smiling face, and feeling no need to scorn them for addressing him as brother, Wang Hao chose to remain indifferent. The grievances he bore were with the former leaders of the Wang family and had little to do with these younger ones. Yet, since they addressed him as such, they seemed to consider him a part of the family, a notion he found rather unpalatable. Thus, he inquired coolly, what business do you seek with me? The two seemed to be acting under some instruction. Upon noticing Wang Hao's indifferent demeanor, they refrained from causing a disturbance and clasped their hands in greeting. Fifth brother. Our second uncle has now become a foundation establishment cultivator. Next month, a grand ceremony will be held for his foundation establishment. And we have come to invite you to attend. A foundation establishment ceremony? Indeed, old Wang has achieved this milestone. Wang Hao began to contemplate. He has already reached the 6th layer of qi refinement, and the Hongli and Illusory Wood Heart Sutra only covers the first 2 layers. It is imperative to acquire the subsequent techniques, and old Wang will undoubtedly wish to meet. This presents an opportunity. However, it is essential to clarify certain matters to avoid falling into someone else's trap. Is it old Wang's intention to invite me? Wang Hao inquired. Old Wang is none other than Wang Yanzhao. They explained. The two were taken aback, having never heard anyone refer to their father as old Wang. It took them a moment to regain their composure. Ah, it is indeed our second uncle who sent us to invite fifth brother. In 10 days, the cultivators stationed at the market will return to the mountain for a rotation. Fifth brother can simply accompany them. Will eighth uncle also return to the mountain? Wang Hao asked. Yes, eighth uncle has been close with second uncle since childhood and will naturally return to offer his congratulations. Very well, I understand. I shall head to the alchemy shop to meet eighth uncle in 10 days. My home is somewhat disordered, so I will not be able to entertain you two. Please take your leave. With that, Wang Hao closed the door. The two exchanged glances, and Wang Wenmei smiled awkwardly. This fifth brother is truly extraordinary. Wang Wenji, unable to contain his frustration, remarked, despite our polite words, his attitude is truly vexing. Seventh brother, tread carefully. Our second uncle is now a foundation establishment cultivator, and he holds a deep affection for this fifth brother. I said nothing offensive, it is his demeanor that is unwelcoming. Wang Wenji pouted, yet ultimately refrained from uttering any harsh words. Wang Wenmei sighed and advised, seventh brother, consider this from fifth brother's perspective. If you were in his position, having been abandoned by the family and living alone in this market for over 20 years, would you not harbor resentment? Alas, do I not understand? But we have done him no wrong. We are cultivators of the Wang family, supported from a young age, with guidance from our elders. Look at fifth brother. He lacks even a proper Taoist robe. How could we expect him to harbor goodwill towards us? It is already a testament to his magnanimity that he refrains from speaking ill. Wang Wenmei recalled Wang Hao's tattered robe with a sense of lament. Wang Wenji fell silent. Reflecting, indeed, I have heard that fifth brother possesses 5 spirit roots, yet I sensed his aura. He is clearly at the 6th layer of qi refinement, suggesting he must train diligently. Both felt a mix of sympathy and admiration, simultaneously ashamed of their own lack of dedication despite their advantageous circumstances. Upon returning to his room, Wang Hao remained oblivious to their conversation. Had he been aware, he would have vehemently protested his innocence. By heaven and earth, Wang Hao was not seeking sympathy. He had devoted these past years to cultivating spells, enduring wear and tear on his robe as a result. It was not that he lacked the means to purchase a new one. Rather, he had simply not ventured out recently. And it was unfortunate that he happened to be seen by the two. Wang Hao pondered over the matter of gifts. While he could choose not to present one, this invitation did imply a request for his presence. The golden-eyed duck on the farm has already produced several batches. In order to upgrade the red soil, Wang Hao sold off several batches, and now there are still hundreds of units in stock. However, the Wang family possesses this item, which lacks freshness, and it would be difficult to explain its origin if he were to produce it. Additionally, the blood ginseng planted in the red soil has reached an impressive age of 50 years for the oldest plot, qualifying it as a first-tier superior medicinal herb. Yet it is still not particularly precious due to its commonality. Ultimately, Wang Hao chose a snow lotus, which, despite its 40-year age, is rare. A specimen of 50 years could easily fetch over 100 spirit stones, nearly rivaling the more common second-tier inferior medicinal herbs. At this moment, Wang Hao felt acutely aware of his limited resources, regretting the waste of 6 plots of red soil, which further solidified his determination to venture beyond the market. While one can endure in the pursuit of immortality, resources must be fiercely contested. On the day appointed to meet with the siblings Wang Wenmei, Wang Hao prepared to set off. To prevent the golden-eyed duck from causing a ruckus along the way, he decided to feed it first. He released the golden-eyed duck, took out several pieces of beast meat, and tossed them onto the ground, which the duck devoured in mere moments. However, it still expressed dissatisfaction, quacking insistently. Wang Hao then offered it several more pounds of beast meat, which finally appeased the creature, rendering it drowsy rather than rambunctious as usual. Is this a sign of impending advancement? Wang Hao mused, noting that the evolution of spirit beasts differs from that of cultivators. As long as they have sufficient nourishment, they can progress. From the warehouse, Wang Hao retrieved a red essence grass, commonly used in the concoction of foundational elixirs, although he currently lacks the recipe for such potions. For a spirit beast, consuming it raw would already yield over 70% of its medicinal efficacy. Presenting the grass to the golden-eyed duck, it opened its beak wide and swallowed the entire herb, contentedly closing its eyes. Seeing its satisfactory state, Wang Hao paid no further mind and placed it into the spirit beast pouch as he made his way to the Wang family shop. Wang Yifeng awaited his arrival, accompanied by the siblings Wang Wenmei. They had come to the market to deliver invitations and would naturally return together after completing their task. After exchanging greetings, the four boarded a horse-drawn carriage powered by a swift wind horse. All four were qi refining cultivators and could not fly with swords. The Wang family was not affluent enough to provide flying boats or spirit beasts for qi refining members, so a carriage was their only option. Nonetheless, this wind horse is also a first-tier superior spirit beast, capable of traveling 1,000 miles a day with excellent endurance. Wang Family Ridge, where they reside, is merely 5,000 miles away, and they would reach their destination in less than 5 days. Throughout the journey, Wang Wenmei was quite talkative, sharing numerous tales about the Wang family stronghold. Wang Hao was not one to remain aloof, and as they conversed, their camaraderie deepened. It is said that Wang Family Ridge was once known as Tiger Lying Mountain, the territory of a second-tier superior demon tiger, which was later slain by the Wang family's ancestors. After establishing the family there, they renamed it Wang Family Ridge, with its spiritual vein being of second-tier superiority, capable of supporting several foundation-building cultivators and hundreds of qi-refining cultivators without issue. However, any additional numbers might strain the resources. Currently, the Wang family boasts 3 foundation-building members, and it is estimated that the spiritual vein is nearing its limits, suggesting potential future actions, though this is merely Wang Hao's conjecture. Wang Hao embarked on his first journey away from home. His curiosity about the outside world piqued. Along the way, he admired the scenery and engaged in pleasant conversation, finding no dull moments. During the trip, Wang Wenji inquired about how Wang Hao could enhance his cultivation. Wang Hao shared the secrets of the spirit gathering array, explaining that his ability to concoct elixirs was the reason for his rapid progress. The two siblings had never ventured out for training, and thus were easily swayed by Wang Hao's words. Wang Yifeng, however, was not so easily convinced. The costs associated with the spirit gathering array and spiritual elixirs were considerable, not something an ordinary individual could afford. Nevertheless, he presumed these resources were inherited from Wang Hao's mother or perhaps bestowed by Wang Yinjiao, so he refrained from further questioning. Wang Jiaoling resembled a colossal semicircle, stretching nearly 30 miles in length and 10 miles in width, with the southern part elevated above the northern. Its highest peak soared over 400 zhang. At the foot of the mountain stood the main gate, which the Wang family had sent invitations for a year prior. As the date approached, guests had already begun to arrive, and the Wang family dispatched personnel to the foot of the mountain to greet them, ensuring no guest was neglected. A middle-aged cultivator at the 9th level of foundation establishment stood guard at the mountain gate, accompanied by 4 young disciples. Upon spotting the approaching carriage, he announced, "Guests have arrived. Let us tidy our attire and present ourselves with vigor, for we represent the Wang family." A swift azure steed galloped along the pathway, pulling the carriage, with 4 cultivators seated atop it. Indeed, it was Wang Hao and his companions. "Elder brother, there's no need to fuss. It's me," Wang Yinfeng called out from a distance. The middle-aged cultivator smiled upon hearing this. "Ah, it's the 8th brother. I thought it was another guest." "Why, Does my presence disappoint you, elder brother? Wang Yinfeng jested. Noticing Wang Hao in the carriage, he asked, and who might this be? This is the eldest son of my second brother, Wang Hao, Wang Yinfeng replied, pulling Wang Hao down from the carriage to introduce him. Wang Hao, this is your uncle, Wang Yinzhong. Quick, pay your respects. The warm atmosphere abruptly shifted. Wang Hao instinctively froze, his expression turning cold. This man was the very one who had taken Wang Yinzhao away from the market without leaving a word for Qin Xiu'er. Despite not inheriting the emotions of his previous self, he held a profound disdain for such individuals. Disapproving of the marriage was one thing. But was it too much to expect a clear explanation to the other party? Wang Yinfeng, suddenly realizing the gravity of the situation, smacked his forehead in regret. Elder brother, I just remembered I have matters to report. We must take our leave. With a discreet glance, the Wen Mei and Wen Ji siblings swiftly supported Wang Hao, pulling him back onto the carriage. Without hesitation, Wang Yinfeng struck the azure steed with a heavy whip. Once they were out of sight of Wang Yinzhong and the others, he slowed the pace of the carriage and sighed. Wang Hao, your eighth uncle is unaware of the past and will refrain from judgment. However, it seems your second brother wishes for you to acknowledge your roots. If you desire to reside within the Wang family, you must. Wang Hao raised a hand to halt him, stating firmly, Eighth uncle, I understand. But I have never contemplated returning to the Wang family, nor do I wish to live in Wang Jialing. His purpose for coming here was solely to pursue the subsequent cultivation techniques of the Hong Lian Huan Mu Heart Sutra. As for other matters, he found them beneath his regard. Wang Yinfeng's brows furrowed, and his expression grew serious. Alas, it is best that you discuss this with your second brother. Onward. The carriage came to a halt at a plaza halfway up the mountain. The square is quite expansive, where the invited guests disembark to attend the foundational ceremony. In the center of the square stands a colossal blue stone, inscribed with the three characters Wang Jialing. Above it lies the significant Wang Jia territory, where horses cannot tread. Instead, one observes several courtyards constructed along the mountainside, shrouded in mist at the summit, obscuring visibility. A stone staircase ascends directly to the peak, flanked by numerous pavilions that follow the contours of the mountain. Amidst this picturesque setting are bamboo groves, babbling brooks, and cascading waterfalls, creating a unique charm that could rival a five-star scenic area on Blue Star. Wen Mei, Uncle Ba has some matters to report to the family head. Please escort your fifth brother to his quarters. Wen Ji, notify your second uncle, Wang Yinfeng instructed. Wang Hao, you may proceed to meet your father. Yes, fifth brother. Please. I appreciate your kindness, ninth sister. As they walked, Wang Wen Mei provided an introduction, passing by a platform. Fifth brother. This is the training ground where the family's younger generation practices their spells and occasionally engages in friendly sparring. Elders visit frequently to offer guidance. When they passed through an apricot grove, she remarked, This is the gold silk spiritual apricot. Our family possesses 19 first-tier spiritual apricot trees and 1 second-tier tree. As they walked through the bamboo forest, she noted, This bamboo grove was planted by the first-generation patriarch of our Wang family. Some of these bamboos are over 300 years old and are classified as high-quality second-tier spiritual bamboos. Furthermore, our family's school is located here. As they continued, Wang Hao gained a general understanding of Wang Jialing. The Wang family could only be considered a small clan, with fewer than 100 qi practitioners, many of whom do not hold distinct roles. Authority is wielded by foundation-building cultivators and a few elder members of higher lineage in a larger family. Such an arrangement would surely lead to chaos. Eventually, they arrived at a quaint, antiquated pavilion. Fifth brother, this is the residence arranged for you by second uncle. Does old Wang reside here as well? Wang Hao actually wished to inquire whether Li Deshi and her children also lived here. Second uncle has now established his foundation. With his cave dwelling at the mountain's peak. This is quite close to my residence. Should you feel bored, fifth brother, feel free to visit me. Additionally, our family has recently welcomed many guests, so there are areas within the family compound that are off limits. I understand. I want to wander about. Wang Hao nodded in agreement. The younger sister felt reassured. Fifth brother, please rest for a while. I will take my leave. I appreciate your kindness, ninth sister. Travel safely. Wang Hao entered the pavilion, which was furnished in a rather elegant manner. After a long journey, he felt fatigued and decided to meditate for a while. After approximately the time it takes to burn an incense stick, Wang Yinzhao entered. Upon seeing Wang Hao in meditation, he refrained from disturbing him and busied himself with preparing tea. After completing a full cycle of his energy practice, Wang Hao rose. Observing Wang Yanzhao's complex expression, he felt a mix of emotions. He did not inherit the original owner's sentiments and bore no hatred towards Wang Yanzhao, however. Addressing him as father posed a genuine challenge. Initially, upon his arrival in this world, he had thought of such a notion, akin to calling someone Daddy Ma online. But in reality, who would dare to address someone as Daddy Ma? That would be utterly ludicrous. Furthermore, while Wang Yanzhao was not detestable in Wang Hao's eyes, he was also a scoundrel, compromising his conscience for the sake of cultivation. Wang Hao questioned whether he possessed such audacity. Wang Yanzhao filled his cup with tea and leisurely took a sip before saying, "Noticing your composed demeanor, it seems you have indeed dedicated considerable effort to your cultivation over the years. But have you come to an understanding?" Wang Hao coughed a couple of times before saying, "Old Wang, just tell me, what must I do to obtain the subsequent techniques?" Wang Yanzhao spewed a mouthful of tea in surprise. "What did you call me?" Old Wang, is there an issue?" Wang Hao felt somewhat awkward as well, but for the time being, it seemed there was no other option. "Well, that sounds good. No problem, let us proceed with that name." Wang Yanzhao brushed off his attire. He was indifferent to how Wang Hao addressed him. In the past, Wang Hao had never referred to him as father. However, he found his current demeanor quite satisfactory. Previously, the two would scarcely exchange a few words before engaging in a heated argument. "You have refined the Scarlet Lotus illusionary with scripture, and surely you comprehend its benefits. Such a technique is one that even your father cannot bestow upon you during the foundation establishment period. In other words, can you provide me with the third layer?" Indeed. Wang Yanzhao poured another cup of tea and gently blew on it. "Yet, do you not desire the foundational techniques? Do you not wish to establish a solid foundation? What would you have me do? Embrace your ancestral roots and become a pivotal member of the family. Otherwise, even if your father is a foundational cultivator, you cannot evade the family regulations." Wang Yanzhao added with a smile, "The Red Lotus illusion with scripture comprises a total of 7 levels, allowing cultivation up to the golden core stage. Truly, what an enticing prospect. The core disciples must possess substantial prerequisites." Wang Yanzhao remarked nonchalantly, "Your current cultivation speed, combined with your identity as an alchemist, renders it quite achievable. As long as you have devoted over a decade to alchemical practices for your family, the contributions you have amassed will be more than sufficient to exchange for subsequent cultivation techniques." Wang Hao contemplated for a moment and concluded that joining the Wang family posed no significant drawbacks. He nodded in agreement, stating, "Acknowledging my ancestry is acceptable, yet I shall not reside within the Wang household." Wang Yanzhao smiled with satisfaction, responding, "That is perfectly fine. You may continue your life in Qingyo Fangshi. As for your duties, you shall manage the family's apothecary. Coincidentally, your 8th uncle will be returning, and the establishment will soon be under your command. Am I a practitioner in the mid-stage of qi cultivation, destined to run a pill shop? Are you still far from reaching the late stage of qi cultivation? It will require at least a year and a half." "That is precisely the case. The Green Ox Pavilion is of little consequence. Even if there were matters of significance, they would be handled by the foundational cultivators stationed in the market. Your cultivation is sufficient." He tossed a token to Wang Hao, saying, "This is the management token of the apothecary. Henceforth, the establishment shall be under your control. Have you prepared everything, requiring no one's consent?" "Consent for what?" "To acknowledge one's ancestry, is there no need for a ritual? What ceremony is required? You are my son. We have already consented to this. It is merely a matter of adding a name to the family tree. What is there to seek their approval for?" Wang Yanzhao said with an air of certainty. "Are all foundation-building cultivators this formidable?" At that moment, Wang Hao realized that he seemed to have been outwitted by old Wang. Alas, this old scoundrel indeed proves to be quite formidable. "Very well, I must attend to the guests, so I shall not linger. Here are the techniques of the 3rd tier. Several elixir formulas, along with my insights on alchemy." Wang Yanzhao inhaled gently, detecting the fragrance of white snow lotus aged for at least 40 years. Wang Hao received several jade slips from Wang Yanzhao while simultaneously handing over a wooden box containing a snow lotus. "An equivalent exchange, I understand." Wang Yanzhao chuckled in exasperation. "You expect to trade this single snow lotus for my alchemical insights? It seems your cultivation isn't the only thing that has flourished over the years, so has your audacity." "Ah, indeed, a mutual sentiment." After bidding farewell to Wang Yanzhao, Wang Hao glanced at the golden-eyed duck, discovering it had succumbed to slumber. When it awakens next, it should ascend to the tier of a mid-grade spirit beast. With that, he resumed his cultivation, harboring little interest in meandering outdoors. He merely desired to collect a seed from the bamboo grove before his departure. The second-tier spirit bamboo held considerable value. 10 days later, the foundation establishment ceremony was officially convened. In the Wang family's Qingshi Square, hundreds of wooden tables were laid out, each adorned with exquisite delicacies and fine wines, drawing thousands of cultivators to the square. Wang Hao, alongside Wang Wenmei and other mid-stage qi refiners, occupied a central position towards the rear. In front of them sat late-stage qi refiners, while the foremost area was reserved for foundation establishment cultivators and representatives from various families come to extend their congratulations. The 5 illustrious families of Qingyo Square, Li, Zhao, Qing, and Lei sent numerous representatives, each accompanied by foundation establishment cultivators. The harmony among these 5 families stemmed from the unique geographical position of Qingyo Square, nestled between the sea and mountains, and surrounded on 3 sides by ferocious beasts. They frequently faced beastly incursions and the cataclysmic beast tides that occurred once every century, as the tides from the sea and those from the Danyuan mountain did not coincide. The 5 families were compelled to prepare for each tidal wave, which often resulted in significant losses, including the death of several foundation establishment cultivators. In such a challenging environment, even if the 5 families occasionally had disputes, they would prioritize the greater good, opting to resolve matters amicably, rather than being branches of the same tree. It could be said that their unity was born from the necessity of survival. Representatives from various factions approached in succession, offering their congratulatory gifts. Observing the multitude of gifts received by the elder Wang Hao was filled with envy. No wonder they organized the foundation establishment ceremony. This bounty likely amounted to tens of thousands of spirit stones, equivalent to the output of Wang Hao's farm over an entire year. The ceremony was presided over by another Wang family member of the foundation establishment generation, Wang Longyu. The Wang family upheld the motto, inheriting the brilliance of the past, extending the path of wisdom, valuing education, aspiring to cultivate virtue. Cultivators typically married and bore children later in life, and the Wang family, with a history of over 300 years, had only reached the generation of Wu. The core strength still rested with the Yin generation, while the Wen generation was just beginning to emerge, lacking in experience. The current patriarch, Wang Guang'an, aged 200, belonged to the Guang generation. However, it was rumored he had sustained severe injuries during the last beast tide and had since secluded himself to recuperate, relinquishing much of his authority. After overseeing the gift presentation, Wang Longyu clasped his hands and proclaimed loudly, "I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all for attending the Wang family's foundation establishment ceremony. We have prepared ample food and drink. Please indulge yourselves. With so many friends here to celebrate, should there be any shortcomings in our hospitality, I kindly ask for your understanding. Friend Wang, you jest. Today, who has not witnessed the grandeur of the Wang family? Allow me to raise a toast to you," chuckled Li Yuzu from the Li family. In the foundation establishment ceremony of the Lei family, Lei Lihong remarked, "Taoist Li, do not confuse the main protagonist. Today is indeed the foundation ceremony for Taoist Wang Yanzhao. Taoist Wang, please raise a glass." As he spoke, he lifted his cup towards Wang Yanzhao, who smiled in response and raised his own cup in acknowledgement. The atmosphere resembled that of a corporate annual meeting, with Wang Hao comfortably seated in the back, savoring fine wine and delicacies. Taoist Wang, merely drinking lacks excitement. With so many cultivators present today, including the younger generation from various families, why not hold a martial arts competition for some practice? Suggested Zhao Gaofeng, a foundation cultivator from the Zhao family. Upon hearing this, Lei Lihong's eyes lit up. "I concur. However, mere practice may be rather dull, without incentives. The younger generation might not exert themselves. Let us propose some rewards." Taoist Wang, as the host, what do you think? Wang Longyu smiled slightly and replied, "Since everyone is interested, I shall gladly participate. My Wang family will offer 3 bottles of Huanglong Dan as rewards for the top 3 contestants, along with 5 pieces of golden silk spiritual apricots for the top 5. Additionally, the top 10 will each receive a bottle of Gathering Spirit Dan." Impressive, Taoist Wang. My Li family shall also contribute, offering 3 second-tier low-grade talismans for the top 3 and 1 first-tier high-grade talisman for each of the top 10. As relatives of the Wang family, the Li family displayed great generosity. Very well, my Lei family will present 3 top-grade magical artifacts as rewards for the top 3. The Lei family, known for their craftsmanship, was quite audacious, as top-grade artifacts were worth over 100 spirit stones, totaling more than 300. I from the Zhao family shall offer 5 jars of first-tier, high-grade spiritual wine, blood red brew. Then I, from the Chung family, will contribute 3 swift-wind horses. With the rewards established, Wang Yinzhao cheerfully declared, let us proceed to the martial arts arena of my Wang family, which is spacious and equipped with restrictions, perfectly suited for combat. Please confirm your respective contestants, while my Wang family will take charge of the loose cultivators. With such generous incentives, the number of applicants surged. Old Wang approached him directly, saying, you must participate. Must I really? To be honest, my farm's spiritual apricots are now in mass production, and I lack the need for cultivation resources. I hadn't intended to join this fervor. Wang Yinzhao's tone left no room for refusal. You must compete and aim for the top 10. The marketplace overseer is not easily swayed. Although I have secured the position for you, if you do not demonstrate sufficient strength, there will inevitably be dissent against you. To cultivate in peace in the future, you must establish dominance through your prowess. All right, I will do my best. Wang Hao could only acquiesce. The arena was already prepared, requiring no additional arrangements. A few foundation cultivators discussed the rules and promptly commenced the event. The competing cultivators were primarily mid to late stage Qi practitioners, totaling 121 participants, with the 5 major families contributing 70. The Wang family, benefiting from their host advantage, had the most participants, totaling 20. The rules were straightforward. No talismans or artifacts exceeding first-tier high-grade were permitted, and lethal force was prohibited. Victory could be claimed by either knocking an opponent off the arena or forcing them to concede. The arena was divided into 4 sections, with 4 matches taking place simultaneously. Wang Hao drew number 9, competing in the first arena's 3rd match. Wang Hao approached the first arena, where 2 cultivators were already engaged in combat. One of them was familiar to him, Wang Wenji, while the other appeared to be a rogue cultivator. A foundation establishment cultivator acted as the referee, and a simple formation was set up around the arena to shield the audience from any residual energy from the battle. Without further ado, the 2 exchanged respectful bows and distanced themselves to commence their duel. Wang Wenji brandished a hefty black iron rod, wielding it with such vigor that the rogue cultivator was forced into a defensive stance. It became evident that Wang Wenji was indeed a body cultivator, confirming Wang Hao's initial suspicion upon their first meeting. With a resounding crash, Wang Hao looked up to see the rogue's magical artifact shattered in 2, leaving him stunned in place. Wang Wenji, instead of seizing the opportunity to strike, brought the iron rod down heavily upon the ground, inquiring, will you continue? Your cultivation is profound, I concede. The rogue cultivator's face turned grim, having lost in the arena and ruined his artifact. He felt as if he had suffered a great loss. The second match featured a young female cultivator from the Zhao family, in the mid-stage of Qi refinement, facing a male cultivator from the Lei family, who had reached the late stage of Qi refinement. The disparity in their cultivation levels proved too great, and in an instant, the female cultivator was subdued and had no choice but to admit defeat. When it was Wang Hao's turn, he ascended the arena to face a female cultivator clad in red, identifiable as a member of the Li family. With a cultivation level of 6 in Qi refinement, no match for Wang Hao, which alleviated his concerns. Having never engaged in combat before, he lacked experience. And had he encountered a late-stage opponent, he would undoubtedly have been eliminated in the first round. As they positioned themselves, the female cultivator stared at Wang Hao and asked, are you Wang Hao? Oh, you know me? Wang Hao was taken aback, as he had no recollection of her. My aunt is Li Dishi. What do you think? She continued, if you are wise, you will concede now, or I shall ensure you lose all face later. Wang Hao couldn't help but chuckle, my dear. Have you ever heard the saying? What? You are quite beautiful. Humph, of course. But do you think a mere compliment will spare you? The female cultivator's expression turned smug at his flattery. Then do not expect too much. Ha ha ha. This is truly amusing. The crowd erupted in laughter, unable to contain themselves. You scoundrel. Enough with the banter. Let us begin. The verbal sparring had become intolerable for the referee. Then I shall commence. With that, Wang Hao produced an entire stack of talismans from his robe, fireball talismans he had diligently accumulated over the past 3 years. Old Wang had advised him to secure a place in the top 10, as his future opponents would only grow stronger. So he needed to conserve his spiritual energy for now. Dozens of fireballs shot forth, instantly raising the temperature in the arena. The red-clad woman's expression shifted dramatically. She hurriedly conjured a water wall before her while retrieving a small shield, activating it for protection. Had there only been a few fireballs, she might have managed to defend against them, but with dozens in play, each fireball talisman worth 5 spirit stones, Wang Hao had unleashed a barrage worth hundreds. Boom, boom, boom. a series of explosive sounds erupted, sending the woman flying from the arena. She landed below, her body engulfed in flames, prompting the referee to quickly cast a spell to extinguish the fire. The once exquisite features of her face were now marred with black and red, and her red robe was charred beyond recognition, revealing glimpses of her form. Listening to the spectators murmuring and pointing, the woman felt an overwhelming embarrassment, shooting a fierce glare at Wang Hao before swiftly departing. Following the announcement of the results, Wang Hao descended from the arena and began to meditate, keenly observing the conditions of the other stages. By watching the duels of others, Wang Hao gleaned substantial insights. In truth, most Qi practitioners possessed limited techniques, and their moves were rather ordinary. Many victories were simply achieved through a suppression of cultivation levels, leading to swift triumphs. Only a few battles were evenly matched and extended in duration. Of course, it was also possible that everyone was holding back, reserving their ultimate skills for the more significant battles ahead. An hour later, the first round of duels concluded, yielding 61 victors. After another draw, fortune smiled upon Wang Hao as he drew a blank slip, allowing him direct advancement into the top 31. In the third round, he drew the third slip, pitted against a late-stage practitioner from the Lei family, whose cultivation level surpassed Wang Hao's by one tier. "You are no match for me," the Lei family practitioner, clad in a blue standard robe, declared with an air of arrogance. "How would you know unless you try?" Wang Hao retorted, bemused by the audacity of these young practitioners. "Then let us see." The Lei family practitioner appeared provoked and, with a flick of his wrist, summoned 5 flying swords to attack Wang Hao, forming a coordinated assault. In response, Wang Hao swiftly unleashed 5 earthen wall talismans to shield himself, and feeling the need for additional caution, he activated the wooden shield technique to create a protective barrier around him. The 5 flying swords effortlessly sliced through the earthen walls. However, their momentum faltered, failing to breach Wang Hao's protective shield. Having gauged the practitioner's strength, Wang Hao felt considerably more at ease. "Is that all? What gives you the audacity to boast?" he challenged. "Now, taste my strike." Wang Hao employed the same tactic again, launching 30 fireball talismans in quick succession. The expression on the Lei family practitioner's face shifted to one of dismay. He had not witnessed Wang Hao's performance in the first round, and having skipped the second, he was informed of Wang Hao's exploits only when he took the stage. However, he had dismissed the notion that Wang Hao would expend such a wealth of fireball talismans for a mere match, as they represented a considerable expense of spirit stones. Yet, reality proved to be a harsh lesson. Nonetheless, the Lei family practitioner's skills surpassed those of the female practitioner from the Li family. He brandished a small blue shield, which expanded in size, revealing itself to be a first-tier superior defensive artifact. A thunderous explosion ensued. Although the Lei family practitioner appeared somewhat disheveled, he suffered minimal damage, save for his blue shield, which was significantly compromised, causing him considerable frustration. Wang Hao chuckled softly, retrieving another batch of fireball and earthen wall talismans, counting them publicly for all to see. "Stop. I concede." The Lei family practitioner, feeling immensely disgruntled, chose to surrender. Yet his resentful gaze clearly indicated he did not truly believe he had lost to Wang Hao. Lei could not help but frown, stating, "Friend Wang, your junior's methods seem somewhat unworthy of victory." Though Wang Yanzhao was also displeased with Wang Hao's performance, he felt compelled to defend him. Within the rules, what is inappropriate? Noticing the rising tension in their dialogue, Li Yuzu hastily intervened to mediate, saying, "Gentlemen, must you let this matter disrupt your harmony? It is merely a contest of wins and losses, just some fireball techniques. Against those with extensive dueling experience, such tactics may prove futile anyway." In the fourth round, Wang Hao faced an independent cultivator of the 8th layer of Qi refinement. This cultivator had witnessed Wang Hao's battle with the Lei clan's practitioners and, upon taking the stage, promptly unfurled a yellow banner that conjured a swirling cloud of yellow sand, creating an impenetrable barrier before him. Observing his opponent's passive defense, Wang Hao refrained from hesitation and unleashed 10 fireball talismans to test the waters. Unfortunately, as soon as the 10 diminutive fireballs penetrated the yellow sand domain, they swiftly disintegrated, failing to graze even a hair on the opponent. With a cold smirk, the cultivator taunted, "Reveal all your techniques. If you can only rely on talismans, it would be wise to concede." In response, Wang Hao gestured with both hands, and instantly, a colossal fireball materialized before him, its size at least 10 times greater than that of the fireball talismans. "Go." The massive fireball expanded as it rolled forth, reaching an impressive diameter of 5 meters as it approached the opponent, radiating scorching waves of heat. Boom! A gigantic crimson mushroom cloud erupted from the arena, drawing the attention of all present. The yellow sand before the cultivator thinned significantly. Fireball technique at great perfection. Spectators gasped in astonishment. What is this individual's background? First, a series of talismans, and now this mastery of the fireball technique. Does he spend his days idly? Indeed, the benefits of cultivating a spell to great perfection are well known. It allows for instantaneous casting with significantly enhanced power. Yet, who would invest the years required for such mastery? Surely, one could acquire ready-made talismans with that time. Rumors suggest he is named Wang Hao, likely a member of the Wang family, perhaps a core disciple. If I had the backing of a family, I wouldn't need much. Just a year, and I, too, could master the fireball technique to great perfection. Enough of your boasting. With your mere fourth layer of chi refinement, you could only perform menial tasks within your family. Wang Hao drew back his hands like a bow and released a barrage of fireballs aimed at his opponent. The colossal fireballs struck relentlessly, accompanied by thunderous roars as flames surged, faint cries of agony from the cultivator echoing amidst the chaos. Wang Hao wins, announced a foundation-building cultivator on the sidelines, who swiftly cast a spell to extinguish the flames and rescue the independent cultivator. Unbelievable. A sixth-layer chi cultivator triumphing over an eighth-layer cultivator. This Wang family disciple is truly extraordinary. Nothing to compare. I wonder if the Wang family is still accepting recruits. Even foundation-building cultivators were left shaken, while Wang Yinzhao beamed with delight. Friend Lei, what do you think of my son's abilities? Was that Lei clan practitioner defeated unjustly? That was merely an offensive maneuver. Had that independent cultivator struck first, with such a significant disparity in strength, a few earthen wall talismans would have been utterly insufficient. But a victory is a victory, and a defeat is a defeat. There are no what-ifs in this matter. Wang Yinzhao chuckled with pride. With this victory, Wang Hao secured a place among the top 8, fulfilling the task set by old Wang. He resolved to continue fighting as long as he could. If overwhelmed, he would concede, for a blood-soaked struggle was out of the question. He had already expended over 500 spirit stones and was nearing the brink of financial ruin. However, he felt an overwhelming urge to claim a reward among the top 3. Thus far, he had only utilized the fireball technique. Keeping 5 other master-level spells concealed, perhaps an opportunity would arise. The 8 finalists have been selected, leaving only 1 from the scattered cultivators, 2 from the Wang family, 2 from the Li family, and 1 each from the remaining 3 families. Another cultivator from the Wang family is Wang Yinping, a member of the Yin generation, who is merely 30 years old, only slightly older than Wang Hao, making him Wang Hao's 19th uncle in terms of ranking. He has achieved the 8th level of chi refinement and excels in combat. The 2 representatives from the Li family are named Li Durong and Li Dida, a male and a female. The male appears to be in his 30s while the female is younger, around 20. Of course, this is merely their appearance, and Wang Hao cannot discern their actual ages. Li Durong possesses a cold demeanor, yet her round face and charming dimples create a striking contrast, rendering her exceedingly adorable. However, Wang Hao merely glanced at her without harboring any particular thoughts. He had observed her combat skills and found her to be formidable. Boasting the 9th level of chi refinement and wielding a long yellow ribbon as her weapon, which she adeptly used to incapacitate her opponents, leaving Wang Hao unwilling to provoke her. In the semifinals, Wang Hao faced Li Dida. He noticed that before Li Dida took the stage, Li Durong seemed to whisper something to him and cast a glance towards Wang Hao, likely imparting tactical instructions. Indeed, after Li Dida greeted the audience, he launched a fierce assault, wielding a folding fan that, with a gentle flick, unleashed waves of flames with tremendous ferocity. The earthen wall talisman in Wang Hao's possession was utterly insufficient for defense. Recognizing this, Wang Hao refrained from a direct confrontation, employing his lightness technique to nimbly maneuver across the arena while occasionally hurling fireballs in retaliation. Regrettably, his attacks failed to inflict any harm, as Li Dida was adorned with a green jade pendant that effortlessly absorbed Wang Hao's fireball spells. For a time, neither combatant could gain the upper hand. However, with Wang Hao's cultivation level 2 tiers lower than his opponent's, it was inevitable that he would soon exhaust his spiritual energy. After exchanging blows for a while, Wang Hao discerned Li Dida's capabilities and realized the necessity for a swift resolution. Seizing an opportunity during Li Dida's attack, Wang Hao retreated to a corner of the arena, conjuring 5 enormous fireballs that he sent hurtling towards his adversary, forcing Li Dida into a defensive stance. Wang Hao relentlessly intensified his assault, overwhelming Li Dida. while simultaneously using one hand to cast a binding spell that restricted Li Dida's movement. Finally, he summoned the Crimson Gold Sword, which, under the masterful control of his manipulation technique, transformed into a radiant arc aimed at Li Dida. With his legs ensnared by Wang Hao's binding spell, Li Dida found himself unable to evade the onslaught of fireballs, let alone contend with the approaching Crimson Gold Sword, although he could potentially break free if given a moment. It was evident that time was not on his side, and he could only watch helplessly as the sword pierced through his protective shield, hurtling towards his chest. On the sidelines, Li Yaozu, witnessing the impending crisis, swiftly intervened to dispel Wang Hao's binding spell, promptly pulling Li Dida out of harm's way, exclaiming, "This match goes to Wang." Li Dida's face fell, filled with disappointment, but reflecting on the circumstances. He recognized the futility of his victory and could only lower his head in resignation. "Wang, my friend, your son is truly remarkable. Mastery of 5 elementary spells is indeed a rarity." Li Yaozu couldn't help but express his admiration. In the future, as his cultivation ascends, he will undoubtedly emerge as the foremost among the younger generation. Wang Yanjiao chuckled softly, "Friendly, you flatter me. These are merely a few elementary spells. True mastery lies in one's cultivation. This young lad, at the age of 24, has reached the 6th level of qi refinement. Yet he pales in comparison to the prodigies of the Li family." Beside him, Li Durong couldn't help but cast a lingering glance at Wang Hao. Shortly thereafter, she took to the stage and, within mere moments, defeated Wang Yinping, thus avenging Li Durong. The top 4 contenders emerged, leaving no scattered cultivators in the running. The Lei family had also been eliminated, with only Wang Hao, Li Durong, Zhao Mingjian of the Zhao family, and Cheng Yanxue of the Cheng family remaining. There was no need for a draw. It was decided that men would face men and women would face women. Zhao Mingjian, a cultivator at the 8th level of qi refinement, wielded a sword and carried a yellow gourd at his waist. His ability to overcome a practitioner at the 9th level of qi refinement from the Lei family clearly indicated his formidable prowess, prompting Wang Hao to exercise caution. According to what he had learned, Zhao was adept at using flying swords, and the gourd possessed both offensive and defensive capabilities, imbued with a chilling energy of immense power. Wang Hao had witnessed Zhao's previous match, where he employed the gourd's frigid aura to freeze his opponent's magical artifact, securing victory with ease. As the match commenced, Zhao Mingjian seized the initiative, hurling a fireball talisman towards Wang Hao, forced into a defensive position. Wang Hao dodged while simultaneously casting an earth wall talisman to erect a towering barrier before him. The ground shook as the fireball struck the earthen wall, which held firm. But at that very moment, a flurry of sword light shot forth. Goodness, do sword cultivators possess no sense of decency? To ambush an old comrade like this. Wang Hao evaded repeatedly, yet 3 beams of sword light found their mark. One was dissipated by his protective shield. Another was absorbed by the shield gifted to him by old Wang, but the final strike landed squarely on his arm, leaving a 3-inch gash. Had he not managed to evade slightly at the last moment, that blow could have severed his entire arm. The reputation of sword cultivators as invincible at their level was now a truth Wang Hao experienced firsthand. The sting of his first injury ignited a spark of anger within the usually good-natured Wang Hao. He resolved to retaliate in kind, unleashing fireball talismans, falling stone talismans, ice arrow talismans, water dragon talismans, and golden light talismans with reckless abandon, all the while lamenting the depletion of his 3-year accumulation of resources. Various spells inundated a significant portion of the arena. Despite Zhao Mingjian's status as a sword cultivator and his superior agility compared to others of the same level, he found it impossible to counter such a barrage of attacks, resorting to invoking the gourd at his waist to envelop himself in a frigid aura. While some spells were mitigated by the cold energy, it was insufficient. Gritting his teeth, Zhao produced a blue orb, suspending it above his head while chanting incantations. At the moment of activation, the orb emitted a brilliant blue light, freezing everything in its vicinity, rendering even fireballs into icy flames, immovable and impotent. However, the strain on Zhao Mingjian was evident. It was clear he had expended a considerable amount of his magical energy. Meanwhile, after casting his talismans, Wang Hao remained active, continuously employing his guiding technique to manipulate his sword in attack, intermittently unleashing fireballs and binding spells to restrict Zhao Mingjian's movements. The arena was alive with chaos on one side as dust and debris swirled, while the other side lay encased in ice, the silence palpable. Zhao Mingjian's techniques were indeed formidable and powerful, but the toll they exacted was equally significant. He dared not withdraw the gourd or the blue orb. To do so would mean being submerged in the torrent of Wang Hao's relentless assaults. Ensnared by his own web, Wang Hao let out a cold chuckle as he engaged in a battle of attrition, continuously unleashing talismans while wielding his sword in a fierce assault. At long last, just as Wang Hao's magical energy was nearing depletion, the azure orb hovering above Zhao Ming's sword emitted a sharp crack, unable to withstand the onslaught any longer. Without the protection of the blue orb, Wang Hao's ferocious attacks came crashing down upon him. In a desperate bid, he summoned his remaining magical energy to unleash a barrage of fireballs, which struck Zhao Ming's defensive barrier in rapid succession, generating vast plumes of steam as the protective shield thinned and ultimately shattered with a resounding crash. Zhao Ming was sent hurtling backward, while Wang Hao, completely drained of energy, collapsed onto the ground, resulting in a mutual defeat. Assisted off the stage, Wang Hao was quickly approached by Wang Yanzhao, who handed him several medicinal pills to aid in his recovery. "Well done. I never anticipated you possessed such strength," Wang Yanzhao exclaimed. "Aha, I too am surprised. Perhaps it is not my prowess, but rather their incompetence." Wang Hao reflected on his 6 years of experience, never perceiving himself as particularly extraordinary. He had merely mastered 6 complete spells, a feat not beyond the reach of most. The surrounding crowd fell into stunned silence, rendered speechless by Wang Hao's audacity. However, upon reflection, it seemed justified, for several opponents of greater cultivation had been bested. They could hardly be blamed for their derision. "Do not mind the folly of youth." Wang Yanzhao felt compelled to offer soothing words. Wang Hao, at a loss for words, mused that indeed, his opponents were lacking in skill. He could hardly believe that the descendants of prominent sects and illustrious families could be defeated by him. Nevertheless, the rules favored Wang Hao. Cultivators in the late Qi refinement stage could easily manipulate second-tier inferior magical artifacts, and although their mastery was brief, their power could effortlessly shatter Wang Hao's defenses. In such a scenario, even if he possessed additional trump cards, he would have insufficient time to deploy them. Wang Hao exerted himself fiercely, while Li Durong, on the other hand, found his endeavor comparatively effortless, securing victory in a mere half an incense stick's time. Standing atop the arena, he called out to Wang Hao, "Is an hour sufficient for your recovery?" Despite having consumed a medicinal pill, Wang Hao's internal energy was but half of its full capacity. Even if he were fully replenished, he had no talismans left to employ. Thus, he declared, "There is no need for further competition. I concede, recognizing that I am no match for you." Wang Hao was indifferent to hollow accolades. The rewards for the top 3 were the same, and he had no desire to vie for first place. Having already garnered attention for his victories over opponents 2 levels above him, claiming the top position would only invite more scrutiny. One must remember, a tree that stands out in the forest will inevitably be felled by the wind. In truth, Wang Hao recognized his inferiority and had no inclination to suffer further punishment. The spectators were well aware of the disparity in their strengths, with Wang Hao conceding. No one dared to voice dissent. Li Durong, however, appeared somewhat reluctant, as if his anger would not be quelled without inflicting some measure of defeat upon Wang Hao. He shot a glare at Wang Hao and said, "Today, I shall let it be. Once you advance to the later stages of your cultivation, we shall have another match." Upon returning to the area where the Wang family disciples congregated, Wang Hao noticed a marked change in the expressions of those around him. Many regarded him with admiration. Yet cultivators are inherently proud. It would be impossible for them to shed their dignity and fawn over him immediately. Wang Hao, who abhorred complications, found this preferable, sparing him the pretense of false pleasantries. However, Wang Wenmei and Wang Wenji, being familiar with him, approached to extend their congratulations. Both were of similar age and cultivation level as Wang Hao, yet they had not progressed past the 3rd round, their combat prowess lagging significantly behind his. Unable to contain her curiosity, Wang Wenmei inquired, "Fifth brother, how did you cultivate those spells with such immense power?" Others leaned in to listen. For no one ever finds an excess of cultivation wisdom unwelcome. "It is quite simple. It merely requires practice," Wang Hao modestly responded. 3 years ago, I began my spell practice, training for 2 rounds each day, only stopping once my energy was entirely depleted. If you could persist for 3 years, you too would reach great perfection. But if one were to train 2 rounds daily, there would scarcely be time for other cultivation pursuits, Wang Wenmei remarked. Feeling the weight of her own limitations as a triple spirit root, with aspirations of foundation establishment, unable to afford such indulgence in spellcasting, Wang Hao gazed skyward at a 45-degree angle and solemnly stated, "Since I turned 18, I have slept only 2 hours a night. The remainder of my time is devoted to cultivation. There is no shortcut in this path. only diligence. Have you ever seen the Green Bull workshop at the Hour of the Tiger? Fifth brother, does that mean that as long as one is diligent, they can become formidable like you? A little girl with horn braids blinked with wide eyes and asked. Wang Hao internally sighed at her innocence. In addition to diligence and aptitude, resources are paramount. With boundless resources, one can amass enough for foundation establishment. This is my younger sister, Wenju. Wang Wenmei introduced. Wang Hao sighed once more. There was a time when I held similar beliefs. Even those with 4 or 5 spirit roots may find it impossible to establish a foundation, but how can you know it is unachievable without making an effort to try? I shall not speak of my own case. I am merely at the 6th level of qi cultivation, still far from foundation establishment. Allow me to share with you the story of a senior named Han. Senior Han, despite possessing only 4 spiritual roots and lacking remarkable talents, has never succumbed to defeat. From a young age, he has harbored great aspirations for immortality. Wang Hao recounted the story of the old demon Han, concluding that he has demonstrated through his life that inferior aptitude does not equate to meager achievements. In the realm of cultivation, apart from innate gifts and resources, the most crucial element is the determination of one's heart. What is the determination of the heart, fifth brother? The young girl listened with only a partial understanding. You may simply perceive it as the reason for pursuing cultivation. Once you grasp this concept, you will possess a resolute heart. With such a goal and guiding principle, the path of cultivation will undoubtedly be smooth. Although Wang Hao was not particularly knowledgeable about the determination of the heart, his ignorance did not hinder his ability to persuade others. After all, everyone enjoys a good inspirational tale, so why not indulge? So, fifth brother, what is your determination of the heart? Wang Hao turned away, feeling somewhat awkward. He had come to this world solely focused on survival and had not truly contemplated this matter. However, having already boasted, he felt compelled to continue. Yet, weaving a tale was his forte. I have perused biographies in the Qingyo workshop and learned that we are merely a corner of the South Sea, which itself is but a small part of this world. The top sects and venerable clans do not exist in our South Sea. Thus, is your determination of the heart to lead our Wang family to become a venerable clan? Wang Wenju sensed an aura of brilliance emanating from Wang Hao, her admiration for him growing. Ahem, Wang Hao could not help but cough slightly. Fifth brother, you are truly remarkable. Yin Zhao. It seems Wen Zhao harbors no resentment toward the family and can coexist harmoniously with his peers. It is we, the elders, who are somewhat petty. Wang Longyu remarked with a sigh. Wang Hao, being of the same generation as Wang Wenmei and Wang Wenji, held the 5th position in the family hierarchy, thus earning the name Wang Wenhao. Often, members of the same generation or even elders directly referred to him as Wenhao. Wang Yinzhao, however, remained skeptical. Yet, Wang Hao's performance over the past few years had been commendable, and he had avoided trouble. As a father, he could not undermine his son, so he remarked. Hao has endured hardship since childhood. As a youth, he inevitably harbored grievances. However, in recent years, he has diligently cultivated and mastered alchemy, frequently selling surplus elixirs to the family. It seems he is indeed as sixth uncle said, though he still possesses a touch of arrogance. That is of no concern. You thought to have such vigor. With a resolute heart, formidable in combat, and no apparent shortcomings in interpersonal dealings, coupled with his alchemical skills, he is undoubtedly the best candidate to manage the Qingyo workshop. You need not worry about the elder council. I shall speak to them myself. My nephew thanks you on his behalf, sixth uncle. Wang Yinzhao bowed respectfully. We are all family, and since Wen Hao is capable, he should naturally be entrusted with responsibilities. How could we disregard him due to a few grievances from his youth? That would be a loss for the family. Wang Hao, who had held back for years, could not resist a bit of pretense, and to his surprise, received Wang Longo's approval. If he had known, he would have pretended even more. Meanwhile, on another front, Li Daong, Li Dei, and Li Qinxin, who had been defeated by Wang Hao in the first round, were also discussing him. Li Qinxin pointed at Wang Hao and said, "And, is that person truly your son? If so, does that not make him my cousin?" Li Durong shot her a glare and retorted, "What nonsense. Your Aunt Dashi has only been married into the Wang family for a little over a decade. And that man is already in his 20s. How could he possibly be your aunt's son?" Li Dashi shook her head and replied, "Durong. What Qinxin says is not entirely incorrect. He is indeed Yin Zhao's child." "Ah, so he is truly my cousin. He previously left me in such a wretched state. Aunt, could you please teach him a lesson?" As she spoke, Li Qinxin tugged at Li Dashi's arm, pouting playfully. On the arena, hesitation and mercy were out of the question. Li Durong did not believe Wang Hao was at fault. If one sought vengeance, one should strive to cultivate their skills. Yet, it was undeniable that Wang Hao had acted improperly. Not only had he thrown someone off the stage, but he had also burned Qinxin's clothes, causing her embarrassment in front of so many people. Sighing, Li Dishi proceeded to explain the circumstances to the two. It was not that she was shirking responsibility. Given their relationship, how could she dare to reprimand him? Upon hearing this, Li Qinxin exclaimed, "So he is just a waste with 5 spiritual roots." Stop right there. Are you trying to instigate a conflict between the families? Li Zhirong quickly chastised her. Understanding Wang Hao's background, she harbored no personal affection for him. However, lacking family support, he had managed to dominate the younger generation from various families. In comparison, if Wang Hao was a waste, what did that make the young members of the Li family? Wang Hao, after boasting with the others for a while, returned to his room to rest. The following day, he accompanied Wang Yanfeng down the mountain, heading towards the marketplace. This time, they traveled on horseback, which significantly increased their speed. Wang Hao had acquired a swift steed, aptly named the Wind Chaser, and was eager to ride it. Within 4 days, the two returned to the marketplace. Wang Yanfeng remarked, "I can only stay for half a month. How much you learn depends on your capabilities." Wang Hao replied with a smile, "Indeed, I wouldn't dare to waste Uncle's time. All I require is your guidance on the channels for goods and networking resources." The Wang family's medicinal herb shop, though named a pharmacy, functioned more like a general store. The establishment spanned an impressive 5 acres, featuring 2 storefronts facing the street. The first floor served as the main hall, while the second floor contained private rooms for receiving esteemed guests. Wang Yifeng often monitored the shop's operations from the upper level. Behind the store lay a large courtyard, which also housed the living quarters for the Wang family. Wang Hao intended to take charge of this place and would eventually relocate here, as it was closer to the spiritual vein with a richer aura, ideal for his cultivation. However, with such responsibility came a plethora of tasks, and as the manager, Wang Hao would no longer enjoy the leisurely pace he once had. Shortly after they entered the shop, a visitor arrived, not a customer in the traditional sense, but a broker responsible for facilitating business transactions in exchange for a commission. The marketplace was home to many wandering cultivators, and with their numbers, the likelihood of discovering valuable items increased. Yet, many of these cultivators harbored a natural distrust of shops, fearing exploitation, and thus preferred to transact through brokers. This particular individual, named Chang Bao, was in his 40s and possessed a cultivation level of the 7th layer of qi refinement. Should Wang Hao wish to procure spiritual herbs in the future, he would inevitably need to collaborate with Chang Bao. "Friend Wang, how could you depart from the marketplace without notifying me?" Chang Bao inquired, as soon as he entered. Wang Yanfeng, smiling apologetically, responded, "I sincerely apologize. I was summoned urgently by my family and forgot to inform you. That was my oversight. I'm not too concerned. But several cultivators looking to sell their spiritual herbs are quite anxious. If you have no need, I can refer them elsewhere." Chang Bao asserted. "That is out of the question. I have just arrived." Wang Hao interjected, producing 5 spiritual stones and handing them to Chang Bao. "Please accept this for tea. Do not decline." Upon seeing the spiritual stones, Chang Bao's demeanor shifted dramatically. "Rest assured, friend Wang, you know my character well." He then turned to Wang Hao and asked, "And who might this young friend be?" "Do not hurry off. I was just about to introduce you. This is my nephew, Wang Hao, who will be managing the shop moving forward," Wang Yifeng said, glancing at Wang Hao. "Hurry and pay your respects. The success of our Wang family's business relies heavily on friend Chang's support." Wang Hao nodded and replied, "I am Wang Hao, the younger generation, paying my respects to the esteemed senior." Chang Bao quickly responded, "How could I dare? You are a scion of the Wang family. I, a mere wandering cultivator, could not presume to be your senior. We are brothers. He is my nephew. Thus it is not inappropriate to address you as senior." Wang Yanfeng chuckled. "I will rely on you to look after my nephew in the future." Of course, of course. Chang Bao agreed, while inwardly contemplating Wang Yanfeng's wisdom. He thought to himself that Wang Hao, being young, might prove advantageous in the future. However, being a member of the Wang family, Chang Bao knew better than to overreach. Causing significant loss to the Wang family would be tantamount to courting disaster. "I indeed possess a significant business proposal to introduce to the Wang family." Chang Bao glanced outside, and Wang Hao naturally understood the implication, extending his hand and inviting, "Chang Senior, let us speak upstairs." Once they ascended, the 3 settled into a private room. And Wang Yanfeng inquired, "Chang brother, do share, what is this grand business?" With a smile, Chang Bao replied, "Naturally. A business worthy of the Wang family pertains to spiritual herbs. He continued without further ado, regarding the spiritual herbs for the Foundation Establishment pill. Do you think this venture is substantial enough? Curiosity flickered across Wang Yinfeng's face as he asked. There are over a dozen spiritual herbs associated with the Foundation Establishment pill, yet most of them are rather commonplace. Which herb do you refer to? Chang Bao chuckled with pride. Since I declare it a grand business, I would not dare to trouble my esteemed brother with mere ordinary herbs. Lowering his voice, he revealed, it is a luminous borage, one of the 3 primary herbs used in the concoction of the Foundation Establishment pill. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao's excitement surged. He had already gathered most of the auxiliary herbs for the Foundation Establishment pill, and finding the remaining ones would not pose much difficulty. However, he had never encountered any news regarding the 2 primary herbs, the condensing origin fruit and the luminous borage. The Foundation Establishment pill comprises 3 main ingredients, the condensing origin fruit, the 200-year-old blood red ginseng, and the 300-year-old luminous borage. The condensing origin fruit must be of at least second-tier quality, meaning only fruits from second-tier superior condensing origin trees would be effective. The higher the tier, the better the quality of the Foundation Establishment pill. The function of the condensing origin fruit is to provide ample spiritual energy for cultivators to refine their true essence, which is crucial for Foundation Establishment. The blood red ginseng serves as a restorative herb, as cultivators inevitably experience ruptures in their dantian and meridians during breakthroughs. This herb's purpose is to mend the damaged dantian and meridians. The luminous borage plays a protective role, while it is harmful when consumed alone during Foundation Establishment. It can temporarily harden the dantian and meridians, enabling them to withstand the immense surge of spiritual energy. Additionally, other auxiliary herbs serve various functions. Some protect the meridians, others provide vital energy, and some sharpen the mind. The luminous borage is particularly perilous, and its age is crucial. If it is too young, its efficacy is insufficient, while if too old, its potency is excessive, both scenarios leading to failure in Foundation Establishment. Only herbs aged around 300 years are suitable. Consuming the Foundation Establishment pill, even if the process fails, will still reinforce the dantian and meridians, enhancing the success rate of future attempts by 10%, and the body will not suffer severe damage. In contrast, attempting Foundation Establishment without the pill, should one succeed, all is well. However, a failure often results in death, and even survival typically leads to foundational damage and a significant reduction in lifespan. Dare I ask, Senior, is this luminous borage alive, and what is its age? Wang Hao suppressed his excitement and inquired. Chang Bao responded, it is indeed alive, though its age is somewhat less, only 80 years. 80 years? That renders it nearly useless, merely fit for exchanging for spirit stones. Wang Yinfeng sighed. My dear brother Wang, even if it were 300 years old, what good would it do? Could you even procure the condensing origin fruit? We have merely exchanged hands for a profit and nothing more. Chang Bao chuckled lightly, having long since abandoned any hope of establishing a foundation in this lifetime. Wang Yinfeng lamented the difficulties of Foundation Establishment before asking, might I inquire as to the whereabouts of the spiritual herb? Has it been harvested or remains unpicked? Chang Bao chuckled and reassured, rest easy, my dear brother. The medicinal herb has yet to be harvested, and I am well aware of the price differences involved. I have already given my instructions. As for the location, that is for you both to discuss. With a flick of his finger, he gestured for them to proceed. Wang Yinfeng produced 20 spirit stones and handed them over, saying, upon successful completion, there will be this amount as well. Chang Bao nodded in satisfaction. I understand the rules. I shall summon someone right away. You may negotiate. Once Chang Bao exited, Wang Hao inquired, Eighth uncle, is there a significant difference between harvested and unharvested medicinal herbs? Wang Yinfeng explained, naturally. Those wandering cultivators often employ crude methods, lacking in the finesse of spirit plant cultivation techniques, which can damage the root systems, even if they manage to keep them alive. It may take years of nurturing, and sometimes it affects the efficacy of the herb. Hence, the price discrepancy is only to be expected. Wang Hao mused, so we are essentially purchasing the right to harvest, correct? Indeed, that is accurate. However, this only applies to valuable herbs, Wang Yinfeng cautioned. Duan Yuan Mountain is fraught with peril, and these wandering cultivators are not to be trusted. Incidents of murder and treasure theft are not uncommon. Remember, do not risk your safety for trifling gains. The essence of Wang Yinfeng's words implied that if the reward were substantial enough, one might justifiably disregard the dangers. a true reflection of the nature of capitalists throughout history. In the span of a tea's brewing, Changbao returned with a middle-aged male cultivator. Daoist Wang. This is the seller, Brother Jiang Chao. Daoist Jiang, please have a seat. Jiang Chao appeared rather anxious, and before even sitting, he hurriedly asked, "How many spirit stones are you offering?" Wang Hao and Wang Yinfeng exchanged glances, and Wang Yinfeng held up 5 fingers, stating, "If the herb is satisfactory, we shall offer this amount. 500 spirit stones. Too low. I require 800. This is the main ingredient for the foundation establishment pill." Jiang Chao exclaimed excitedly. "If the offer is too low, I shall not sell. But it is only of 80 years, at most 600 spirit stones." Changbao interjected. "Daoist Wang. Jiang Daoist has his difficulties. Perhaps you might add a bit more?" After a moment's contemplation, Wang Yinfeng relented. "Very well, 700 spirit stones. But not a coin more." Changbao urged Jiang Chao. "Daoist Jiang, 700 spirit stones is quite generous. You won't find a better offer elsewhere." Jiang Chao pondered for a moment before agreeing. "I will wait for you at the entrance of the market the morning after tomorrow." With that, he took his leave. Bidding farewell to Changbao, Wang Yinfeng explained that this transaction method necessitated confirmation of the goods before payment, thus requiring Jiang Chao to accompany them. Otherwise, a wandering cultivator could easily concoct a tale to swindle hundreds of spirit stones. "As I am here, we will go together this time. But you must be cautious while managing the shop in the future." "Yes, eighth uncle, worry not. I value my life greatly," Wang Hao thought to himself. "Aside from the Ningyuan fruit, I would not dare to take risks." With the arrangement finalized, the two began their preparations to delve into Duanyuan Mountain. It was essential to amass a significant quantity of talismans and healing and detoxifying elixirs, such as revitalizing pills, cleansing pills, and blood red pills. While it was preferable not to require them, should the need arise and they were lacking, it could cost them their lives. The elixirs were readily available at the apothecary. They could take notes for later payment and return any unused items. However, the talismans would necessitate purchases from outside. With the authority of managing the shop, Wang Hao no longer felt restrained. He directly sold a batch of spiritual herbs to Qingyuan Pavilion, purchased 100 talismans, and, combined with the exquisite magical artifact won from the duel and a second-tier lower-grade spirit talisman, he felt a sense of security. 2 days later, Jiang Chao arrived as promised, and without any unnecessary words, the trio headed towards the Duanyuan mountain range. The Duanyuan mountain stretches over 1,000,000 miles, severing the connection between the South Seas cultivation world and the Xianyuan continent, hence its name. The Qingyo market is merely a small extension at its southern foot, where it is said that 4th-tier demon beasts roam, albeit only near the edges, while 2nd-tier demon beasts are seldom encountered. Before long, the three vanished into the dense jungle. Jiang Chao and Wang Yinfeng proceeded cautiously, while Wang Hao remained unperturbed, having activated the deficiency map, which indicated no boss skeleton markers nearby. However, as they ventured deeper, the environment began to shift. The vegetation grew denser, and animal activity increased. Though these were merely common demon beasts of no notable rank, their sheer numbers meant that the trio inevitably stirred up noise, potentially attracting even more beasts. "Jiang, how much farther?" Wang Yifeng asked after dispatching a pack of wolves. "We still have at least a day and a half's journey ahead. While Qi refinement cultivators cannot fly, we can cover hundreds of miles each day. And a day and a half will likely take us 1,000 miles deeper. If we venture 1,000 miles in, we might encounter 2nd-tier demon beasts." Wang Yifeng expressed his concerns. "Ah, aren't you merely stating the obvious, Wang? If there were no risks involved, that glazed bugloss would have been discovered long ago." "Wouldn't it have?" Jiang Chao replied confidently. "Rest assured, I've traversed this area twice and have never encountered a 2nd-tier demon beast." Wang Hao felt a mix of skepticism, as his map displayed a green skull ahead, indicating the presence of at least a 2nd-tier demon beast, unlike the white skulls denoting 1st-tier beasts. He pondered whether Jiang Chao was simply fortunate or if that particular beast had just happened to be moving at that moment. Fortunately, Jiang Chao did not proceed directly but instead led them on a detour. Upon reaching a large river, he decided to follow its flow. "My friends, there are plenty of demon beasts in this river, so exercise caution and try to conceal your presence," he warned before leaping into the water. Wang Hao and Wang Yinfeng exchanged glances before following suit, swimming along the riverbank. Moments later, Jiang Chao emerged from the water and utilized an earth escape technique to continue their journey. Wang Hao realized that Jiang Chao was indeed resourceful. By entering and exiting the water, he successfully circumvented 2 small groups of demon beasts. One should never underestimate the struggles of wandering cultivators. Even with Wang Hao's real-time map guiding them, he could not have chosen a better route. However, as they delved deeper, the number of demon beasts increased, and encounters with them became unavoidable, often leading to fierce battles. The trio fought with all their might to avoid entanglements, and by the time they reached their destination, they were utterly exhausted, their magical energy nearly depleted. Jiang Chao pointed to a green, half-human tall plant behind a massive rock and it declared, "This is the glazed bugloss. You two can now fulfill your end of the bargain. May I have the spirit stones?" Wang Yifeng gestured for Wang Hao to assess the situation. Wang Hao donned a protective shield and simultaneously clutched a handful of talismans. Typically, mystical creatures guard heavenly treasures, yet no such beasts were present near the glasswort. Nevertheless, Wang Hao prudently fortified his defenses. With a gentle touch, he activated the farm icon, a smile of reassurance gracing his lips as he declared, "Eighth uncle, all is well." Upon receiving this response, Wang Yifeng produced 700 spiritual stones and said, "Taoist Jiang, it has been a pleasure collaborating with you. Should you come across any news regarding spiritual herbs, do not hesitate to contact us." Jiang Chao accepted the stones with a smile, replying, "As long as the Wang family offers a fair price, discussions regarding the herbs will be straightforward." He then requested Wang Yifeng to wait a moment as he prepared the tools for transplanting the glasswort. Jiang Chao maintained a polite smile behind Wang Yifeng. Yet a sense of unease began to settle in. Was it truly this easy? Upon receiving the glasswort seeds, Wang Hao suddenly felt a jolt of realization, his heart racing. "Hurry, help me. Once we transplant, we can finally leave this cursed place." At that moment, Wang Yinzhao had already picked up a spiritual shovel to begin digging. "Eighth uncle." "Wait," Wang Hao exclaimed, but it was too late. The trap was set. From a distance, Jiang Chao let out a sinister laugh, forming a hand seal that conjured a transparent yellow barrier enclosing Wang Hao and his companion. "Is this how my first outing ends, encountering murder and thievery?" Wang Hao cursed under his breath. Wang Yifeng, setting down his shovel in anger, retorted, "Taoist Jiang, we have done nothing to deserve this. If you retract the formation, I assure you that nothing has transpired. Navi, do you truly believe I would relent?" Jiang Chao sneered. "Even with your formations, you cannot contend with us. Turn back now, and you may have a sliver of hope. Otherwise." Wang Yifeng continued to parley with Jiang Chao while discreetly signaling Wang Hao to restore his spiritual energy in preparation for the impending battle. What of us?" Before he could finish, a woman in green and a burly man with a dark complexion emerged from behind Jiang Chao. To ambush the Wang family's cultivators is tantamount to courting death. The Wang family will not let you go unpunished. The burly man chuckled. "Once we complete this job, I'll be long gone from Qingniu Square. You need not worry about me." Watching Wang Yifeng engage in idle banter, Wang Hao couldn't shake the feeling that they resembled the villains in this narrative, with the opponents as the protagonists. His eighth uncle was proving to be quite unreliable. Enough of the talk. Let's act. These two are in charge of the Wang family's alchemy shop, and they must possess considerable wealth. Jiang Chao pressed, launching a few fireballs toward them. "Eighth uncle, hold your ground. I shall break the formation." Wang Hao was determined to prevent Wang Yifeng from uttering another word. The formation trapping them was merely a first-tier array, the three talismans confinement formation. While it may pose a challenge for other cultivators, for Wang Hao, who had mastered the fireball technique, it was simply a matter of delivering a few more strikes. If a few failed, then dozens would suffice. Those who act decisively and speak little are the true protagonists. Wang Yinfeng's behavior is decidedly that of a pawn. I cannot allow him to drag me down. Boom, boom, boom. The massive fireballs detonated against the barrier, significantly thinning its structure. "It's working. Keep it up. Eighth uncle, hold on." Wang Yinfeng raised a small orange shield to block the trio's magical assaults, and seeing that Wang Hao's barrage had weakened the barrier, his expression brightened with hope. The situation was becoming increasingly precarious. The two individuals were nearly drained of their magical energy, and it was evident they could not sustain their efforts for much longer. As their attacks proved ineffective and their adversary began to breach their formation, Jiang Chao grew anxious. He had exerted considerable effort to maintain the facade, but his own magical reserves were dwindling. Once the Wang family members escaped, they would undoubtedly target him first. The trio's formation, while effective against beasts, was futile against cultivators. It was merely a matter of time before the barrier fell. They were powerless without spirit stones. Wang Hao unleashed a barrage of fireballs, followed by a fierce strike with the Gale Sword he had acquired through combat. The yellow barrier collapsed with a resounding crash. An upper-tier magical artifact truly was a prize worth having. The burly man, unfazed, gazed hungrily at the Gale sword in Wang Hao's possession, declaring, "I will handle this brat, and that sword shall be mine." With that, he brandished a long whip and lunged at Wang Hao. Jiang Chao also coveted the upper-tier artifact, but his depleted magic left him no choice but to assist the woman in the green attire. The burly man was at the 7th level of Qi refinement. Under normal circumstances, Wang Hao might have fled, but after his experiences at Wang Family Ridge, he had bested cultivators at the 8th level and had no fear of this rogue. The burly man swung his whip with force, the crack of the whip piercing the air. Wang Hao swiftly raised his sword to parry the blow. With a sharp sound, the whip struck his sword, which emitted a resonant hum. In that initial clash, they were evenly matched, though Wang Hao's true strength lay not in his physical prowess, but in his mastery of 6 fully developed spells. Impressive, but let us see how you handle another strike, the burly man exclaimed with excitement. However, Wang Hao had no desire to prolong the encounter, though Wang Yinfeng was at the 7th level of Qi refinement. His lack of combat experience and depleted energy left him in a defensive position alongside the woman in green, who was already forcing him to retreat. Wang Hao knew he had to eliminate the burly man before offering assistance. With a deft movement, Wang Hao evaded the burly man's attack while dispersing numerous talismans to launch a barrage of magical assaults, simultaneously raising his hands to conjure 5 fireballs. The burly man's expression shifted dramatically as he hurriedly twirled his whip in defense. "Do you truly believe you can contend with us at such a level?" Wang Hao could not help but chuckle. He activated a binding spell, ensnaring the burly man's limbs. "No." The burly man cried out in shock as the massive fireball engulfed him. "Brother, we cannot win." Jiang Chao cried in despair, mentally urging, "Sister San, we are outmatched. Let us retreat." Without waiting for a response from the woman, he attempted to withdraw from the battle, but Wang Hao would not allow him to escape. He summoned his flying sword, hastening after Jiang Chao while casting several talismans to obstruct his path. With a swift strike, Jiang Chao, already drained of magic and shaken with fear, was unable to evade Wang Hao's blade, and his head fell in defeat. The odds shifted from 3 against 2 to 2 against 1. The fate of the woman in green was sealed. Witnessing Wang Hao's swift victory over 2 opponents, Wang Yinfeng, filled with a restless desire for action, imitated Wang Hao's method, scattering a multitude of talismans to create a tremendous clamor. He then deployed a net-like magical artifact to ensnare the woman, calling out to Wang Hao, "Wang Hao, strike now." Wang Hao could only shake his head in disbelief. With only one adversary remaining, they could easily wear her down without wasting so many talismans. Truly, this Uncle 8 was utterly unreliable. Though he may grumble, he would not let the opportunity slip by, deftly commanding his flying sword to pierce through the woman's abdomen. The woman in azure clutched her stomach, her face etched with an expression of resentment as her eyes closed forever. Wang Yinfeng stowed away his magical artifact and approached, shaking his head in regret before saying, "Behold how perilous Tuan Yuan Mountain is. Thankfully, your Uncle Ba accompanied you this time. In the future, do not venture into the mountains alone." How absurd. It was you who coveted the spiritual herbs and decided to enter the mountain, Uncle Ba. I shattered this formation, and it was I who dealt the fatal blow. Cough. Cough. Let us not dwell on these trifling details. We must transplant the borage and hasten our departure. Roar. Suddenly, a roar echoed from the distance. This is bad. It's a 2nd-tier beast. Run. Wang Yinfeng's complexion changed dramatically upon hearing the roar, disregarding whether the borage would survive. He hastily scooped it up into his storage bag and turned to flee. Wang Hao felt numb. This beast was likely drawn by the sounds of their battle, and Wang Yinfeng's last incantations had played a significant role in that. Simultaneously, he cursed himself for his negligence. Had he been vigilant with the map, he would have spotted the beast's approach. In a hurry, he gathered the storage bags of the 3 black-faced men and pursued Wang Yinfeng. However, it was not long before Wang Hao noticed 2 2nd-tier beasts emerging ahead and to the right, while Wang Yinzhao recklessly pressed forward. Wang Hao was at a loss for words. He truly was a master of self-destructive tendencies. He could not simply ignore the situation, so he hastened to intercept Wang Yinfeng. "Run! Why are you blocking me? Are you seeking death?" Wang Yinfeng exclaimed in alarm. Wang Hao was incensed. But this was not the time for anger. Running like this is courting death. The nearby beasts have been stirred. What should we do? Wang Yinfeng's face was etched with anxiety. "Follow me and use Earth Escape technique," Wang Hao called, burrowing underground first and veering to the left. The information ahead was ambiguous. The map a blur of white, but he had no other choice. There were 2nd-tier beasts closing in from all sides. As they fled, one at the 6th level of Qi refinement and the other at the 7th, their speed paled in comparison to the second-tier beasts. After a time, they were pursued by a second-tier inferior white tiger beast. The beast slammed its claws against the ground, causing the very earth to tremble beneath the two, with the surrounding soil pressing against their protective barrier. If this continued, they would surely be crushed beneath the surface. With no choice left, they emerged from the ground. And as Wang Hao surfaced, the tiger beast let out an enraged roar, unleashing a blade of wind towards them. Wang Hao quickly cast several earthen wall talismans, which the wind blade shattered before it finally came to a halt. "Uncle Ba, you go ahead. I will hold them off for a moment." Wang Yanfeng, lacking in combat prowess, would merely be a liability if he stayed behind, leaving Wang Hao to cover their retreat. Now was not the time for hesitation. Wang Yanfeng understood this. Moreover, he carried the borage and felt it more vital to escape, hastily applying a few lightness talismans and swiftly departing. The tiger-shaped demon beast roared furiously, unleashing a series of wind blades aimed at Wang Yanfeng. Wang Hao brandished his gale sword to intercept the attack, shouting, "Little cat, do not lose focus. Your opponent is me." He hurled a fireball, but the agile tiger demon nimbly leaped aside, evading the fiery projectile with a disdainful glance at Wang Hao, as if mocking his audacity. Instead of retaliating, it merely observed from its elevated position, seemingly taunting him to unleash his full potential. With the beast refraining from attacking, Wang Hao felt relieved, allowing Wang Yanfeng to distance himself further. However, the tiger demon soon grew impatient, launching itself at Wang Hao with ferocity. Wang Hao activated his lightness technique, swiftly dodging and circling around the beast while casting fireballs. Although the barrage of fireballs did not strike true, the residual explosions ignited the tiger demon's fur, enraging it further. The tiger demon unleashed its full might upon Wang Hao. Despite his mastery of the lightness technique, he sustained several lacerations from its claws after multiple exchanges. Nonetheless, the beast did not gain the upper hand, as Wang Hao retaliated fiercely, landing a solid blow with his sword upon its foreleg. After a series of 10 exchanges, Wang Hao had only managed to land 3 hits on the tiger demon, all superficial wounds. As the battle progressed, Wang Hao's already limited mana dwindled, leaving him fatigued. Whilst the tiger demon relied solely on its physical prowess, which remained largely untapped. With the resilience of a second-tier demon beast, it could endure a prolonged confrontation, whereas Wang Hao found himself at a disadvantage. Moreover, they were situated in the Duanyuan mountain range, surrounded by other second-tier demon beasts. Wang Hao needed to devise an escape plan. He retrieved a vial of spirit recovery pills from his storage pouch, swallowing several without hesitation, which granted him a modicum of restored vitality. However, the tiger demon was astute. Noticing his consumption of the pills, it lunged at him. Wang Hao managed to evade slightly, but not without consequence, as his protective shield dimmed significantly, and he was sent flying. Upon landing, he felt a sharp pain in his chest and coughed up a mouthful of congealed blood. With no other options left, he resorted to a talisman. At its center was a small golden sword, the second-tier golden sword talisman he had previously acquired. Without a second thought, Wang Hao unleashed the talisman at the tiger demon, simultaneously activating his lightness technique to retreat swiftly. The tiger demon, eager to pursue, sensed the imminent danger of the golden sword talisman, which had already locked onto it, compelling it to divert its focus entirely to defense. Wang Hao had chosen an opportune moment. Other demon beasts were rapidly approaching from different directions, and with no alliances among second-tier demons, they would likely engage in conflict amongst themselves. Indeed, after Wang Hao made his escape, he could hear the furious roars of several beasts from a distance. Glancing at the map, he noticed 3 skull icons converging, prompting a chuckle. Beasts will always be beasts. Wang Hao's evasion technique was impeccable, allowing him to outpace Wang Yanfeng significantly. After delving over 50 miles into the unknown, he finally caught up with him. Wang Yanfeng, visibly surprised upon seeing Wang Hao, exclaimed, "Hao, where is that white tiger?" Wang Hao retorted inwardly, "Could you not first express concern for my safety?" "Uncertain. It seems there was a clash with other demonic beasts. After unleashing my second-tier talisman, I dared not linger." Wang Hao glanced at the terrain. "Dense with forest. Where are we?" "I am unsure, but if we head east, we can exit the Duanyuan mountain range," Wang Yanfeng replied. "Isn't that stating the obvious?" Wang Hao felt a profound disappointment in his uncle. The issue was that there were demonic beasts obstructing the path to the east. Did they dare to proceed? In this thicket, Wang Hao found himself at a loss, realizing just how limited his resources were outside his familiar confines. If only he had a spirit beast or a spirit insect to scout ahead. The cursed map remained as frustrating as ever. It only displayed the full region's layout upon reaching a core node, rendering it nearly useless. Furthermore, it only indicated demonic beasts of at least the first grade. Yet the forest teemed with creatures, including venomous insects and snakes. Though they did not reach the first grade, their sheer numbers posed a significant threat. A single bite could be fatal for a cultivator without timely treatment. Wang Hao sat cross-legged to replenish his spiritual energy. We cannot venture deeper. Who knows what we might encounter? We shall wait here. Wait, Wang Yinfeng queried, perplexed. Wait for those demonic beasts to finish fighting? What good will that bring us? Wang Hao scoffed. As they battle, they will surely suffer injuries. Perhaps we, as uncle and nephew, might seize the opportunity to collect some second-tier materials. Uncle, the materials from second-tier demonic beasts hold considerable value. If we were to obtain a demon core, a single second-tier demon core is worth at least 500 spirit stones. Additionally, the claws, teeth, and bones of these beasts are exceptional materials for refining, equally valuable. Beast hide can be used to craft defensive spirit artifacts and inscribed talismans, while beast blood can be transformed into blood ink. Second-tier beast meat, although not highly priced, can be sold for 1 spirit stone per 2 pounds. However, second-tier demonic beasts are colossal, some weighing several thousand pounds. The second-tier lower-grade white tiger, for instance, Wang Hao estimated to weigh around 1,500 pounds. By selling its valuable claws and hide, along with the less valuable entrails, one could easily harvest around 800 to 900 pounds of pure meat, translating to 400 spirit stones. Altogether, a single second-tier demonic beast's carcass could fetch 2,000 to 3,000 spirit stones. Wang Yifeng felt a surge of ambition. Having spent years in the market amassing only a few hundred spirit stones, the prospect of hunting a second-tier demonic beast could yield thousands. Gritting his teeth, he resolutely declared, "All right, I will follow your lead. We shall wait, but not here. We should dig a cave underground to conceal ourselves and observe when the commotion subsides." Wang Hao nodded. Indeed, in terms of wilderness experience, he was not as seasoned as Wang Yifeng. The two then set to work, and shortly thereafter, they excavated a temporary cave 30 meters underground, measuring 100 meters square. They sat cross-legged to rest, remaining vigilant to the sounds outside. In truth, Wang Hao only needed to pay attention to the skull icons on the map. Currently, 3 skulls were clustered together. The demonic beasts were still engaged in fierce combat. They surely weren't gathered for tea. He also needed to account for their spoils. In his haste, he had hastily collected the storage bags of Jiang Chao and the others without examining their contents. He quickly retrieved the 3 storage bags, effortlessly erasing the marks of their previous owners, and opened them to spill their contents. Alas, they were truly impoverished, gazing upon a haphazard assortment of items, most of which were mere household goods of little value. Wang Hao noted that his possessions were typically carried on his person. He cast aside the useless pots and pans, meticulously organizing the remaining items. The commotion caught Wang Yinfeng's attention, and upon discovering over 800 spirit stones, he curled his lip in disdain, remarking that 700 of them were the very ones he had just given to Wang Hao. "What do you mean by that? Do you wish to reclaim those 700 spirit stones?" Wang Hao suggested. "Uncle, we have already retrieved the borage. Thus, those 700 rightfully belong to Jiang Chao. Now that Jiang Chao has met his demise, would it not be more advantageous for us to divide these spirit stones?" Wang Yinfeng paused at this, for he was not a paragon of selflessness. The cultivation of immortality was fundamentally a contest for resources, and the prospect of acquiring 400 spirit stones without effort was indeed tempting. Moreover, they had secured the borage for their family, thereby not impinging on its interests. He nodded in agreement. "Very well, the remaining items shall be yours. After all, it was you who ended his life." Wang Hao smiled with satisfaction and turned his attention to the other items. There were only 3 magical artifacts, 2 mid-tier first-grade swords, and the long whip, a superior first-grade artifact used by the burly man. Wang Hao was not skilled in whip techniques, rendering it useless to him. He could only sell it. Even at a base price, it could fetch nearly 200 spirit stones. The remaining miscellaneous items were scant, with only a few pills and a handful of low-tier talismans. The cultivation techniques of the 3 were also rather pedestrian, best exchanged with the family for contributions. The most significant gains were the 2 secret techniques. One was a body refinement technique, the ice skin jade bone art, which regrettably only reached the 6th layer, allowing cultivation only up to the late foundation establishment stage. Once perfected, it would greatly enhance physical strength and increase the chances of foundation establishment by 20%. This was easily understood. Increased physical strength would bolster resistance against the impact of spiritual energy, thus reducing risks during the foundation establishment process. Wang Hao was quite pleased, as he had been consuming pills during his training, which sometimes inadvertently harmed his body and meridians. If his physical strength improved, he could enhance both the efficiency and quantity of his pill consumption, thereby accelerating his cultivation speed. Moreover, another benefit was that it would render the practitioner's skin more fair and delicate. While Wang Hao was already quite handsome, this effect was of little significance to him. The ice skin jade bone art came with several prescriptions. During the qi refinement stage, one primarily soaked in medicinal baths, while in the foundation establishment stage, it could be refined into pills to assist in cultivation. Wang Hao glanced over the spiritual herbs and realized he possessed all the necessary herbs for the qi refinement stage. But he still lacked several rare herbs required for the ice skin jade bone pill in the foundation establishment stage. This scarcity was also a reason why body refinement was less common. It was excessively costly. A batch of herbs for an initial medicinal bath cost 30 spirit stones, 50 for the mid-stage, and as high as 80 for the late stage. A single preparation could only be effective for 3 to 5 days, and soaking for a year would demand 3 to 4,000 spirit stones. For the qi refinement stage, where would one find such financial resources? Of course, only someone like Wang Hao, who consumed pills as if they were mere candies, would think this way. Most body refiners would only indulge in medicinal baths at critical moments, relying on physical training to enhance their strength in everyday practice. The other technique was called the X-ray technique, which, as the name suggests, serves as a means of reconnaissance. It can also be employed to observe an opponent's weaknesses during combat. While these two secret techniques were not particularly rare, they were certainly not commonplace. Ultimately, their utility was what mattered. Though the journey to the Duanyuan mountain range had been fraught with tension but devoid of peril, it had starkly revealed Wang Hao's singular approach to combat. Should he succeed in body refinement, mastering both body and technique would afford him greater ease in confrontations. Wang Hao made a copy of the two secret techniques and then handed them to Wang Yefeng. "Eighth uncle, these two techniques are quite good. Please help me exchange them with the family for contributions. The family also has ways to obtain foundation establishment pills. It would be prudent for me to accumulate more contributions, lest I find myself in an awkward position when I wish to exchange for foundation establishment pills but lack the points to do so." Wang Yefeng took them and examined them closely, a playful glint in his eyes as he looked at Wang Hao. "So, you wish to cultivate this? Are you planning to revert to your old ways of seduction and thievery?" "Eighth uncle, is that the impression I leave on you?" Wang Hao replied, exasperated. "I simply value the ice skin jade bone art for its ability to enhance my chances of foundation establishment. As you know, I possess 5 spiritual roots. Even with foundation establishment pills, I only have a 60% chance of success, which is far too low." "I see." Wang Yinfeng pondered for a moment before suggesting, "What if I also try to practice it? I see that you are the one with the intentions of seduction and thievery." Wang Hao muttered softly, resigned to the fact that he had already submitted to the family. It mattered not who practiced, as long as they could bear the consequences. "Forget it," he sighed. "I already feel a pang of regret over consuming 2 pills regularly, and with this medicinal bath, I won't even be able to save up my capital." Wang Yefeng shook his head, expressing his lamentation. Unable to contain himself, Wang Hao interjected, "Eighth uncle, consider this. By cultivating the ice skin jade bone technique, you might catch the eye of some foundational cultivator. Perhaps you could gain a prosperous future by marrying into their family." "You brat. How could a member of the Wang family marry in?" Yet, a flicker of temptation crossed Wang Yinfeng's mind. He was already over 30. It was indeed time to consider marriage and children. Who knows, mastering the ice skin jade bone technique could genuinely attract. The two remained underground for an entire night. The following day, Wang Hao noticed that one of the skulls had flickered and vanished. This prompted him to ponder. Had one perished? As long as a low-grade demon beast appeared within the mapped area, it would surely be displayed. Now, with one suddenly gone, the only explanation could be death. However, the remaining 2 skulls persisted, and Wang Hao dared not approach them. Another day passed, and Wang Hao observed the other 2 skulls slowly retreating in opposite directions, albeit at a sluggish pace. He speculated that they had sustained injuries. Unable to contain his curiosity any longer, he called upon Wang Yefeng and prepared to investigate the situation. It seems quiet now," Wang Yefeng observed, carefully sensing the surroundings before nodding in agreement. The two cautiously made their way to the site of the demon beast's battle, not daring to make a sound. After half an hour, they arrived to find chaos for miles around. Trees were askew, the ground riddled with craters, and the earth stained with vivid crimson blood. Wang Yinfeng's expression turned grave. "The second-tier demon beast has departed, but the blood here is too overwhelming. it will inevitably attract other demon beasts. We must act swiftly. Wang Hao nodded, and the two split up to quickly collect valuable remnants. The slain creature was a bear demon, its carcass reduced to half. They could not ascertain whether the remainder had been consumed or scattered elsewhere, yet possessing half of a second-tier demon beast's body was still significant. They were quite satisfied. For although there was little flesh, the skin, claws, and head, 3 valuable parts, remained intact, promising a sale of around 1,500 spirit stones. Wang Hao pointed to the bloodstains on the ground. Eighth uncle, judging by the traces, the other 2 demon beasts have also sustained considerable injuries. Should we consider pursuing one? Perhaps we should let it be. We've already gained a fair amount. We shouldn't invite unnecessary complications. Wang Yifeng, preferring caution, wished only to secure their acquired materials. Wang Hao tempted him further. Eighth uncle, I am not boasting. I was able to contend for a moment against that low-grade second-tier white tiger and managed to escape. Now, having battled for 2 days and sustained injuries, it might be vulnerable. Besides, the direction it fled is towards the market, which we must pass by, correct? What harm would it be to investigate? If we could obtain a complete second-tier demon beast body, wouldn't that expedite our cultivation of the ice-skin jade bone technique? Wang Yifeng fell silent at this, recognizing that it was not merely a matter of spirit stones, it also pertained to their path and potential partners. Stirring a deep yearning within him. Very well, let us take a look. However, if it proves too perilous, Howard, you must not act recklessly. Am I truly a reckless individual? The two swiftly dismembered the corpse of the bear demon and stowed it within their storage bags, quietly following the tracks of the tiger demon. Their pace was not brisk. In a day's time, they barely covered 100 miles. With still 2,000 miles to the edge of the Duanyuan mountain range, the journey remained perilous. Blood trails marked their path, indicating that the white tiger was gravely injured. For otherwise, it would not have bled for such an extended duration. This revelation stirred excitement within Wang Yifeng. The map also indicated that the white tiger's speed was diminishing, eventually coming to a halt atop a mountain peak. The two followed the traces upward, climbing to the mountainside, where they discovered the lair of the white tiger, an expansive nest formed between colossal rocks. Elder uncle? Wang Hao glanced at Wang Yifeng, signaling him to make a decision. Clearly, the white tiger was not lightly wounded. Otherwise, it would have sensed their presence from such a close distance. Let us proceed with caution and enter together, Wang Yifeng advised. They retrieved their magical artifacts and spiritual talismans, ready to defend against a sudden assault from the white tiger, and ventured into the cave entrance. Inside lay a narrow passage extending over 10 zhang, which opened into a spacious underground cavern covering several dozen acres. The upper part of the cavern was partially open, rising over 20 zhang above the ground, allowing light to filter in and illuminate the space. The terrain was uneven, strewn with large boulders, and surrounded by various first-tier spiritual herbs, some of which, though not particularly rare, were still uncommon. As soon as they appeared at the entrance, the white tiger emitted a deafening roar that resonated like thunder, causing Wang Hao to feel his very soul tremble. The two were momentarily paralyzed by fear, quickly unleashing a flurry of talismans before employing light body techniques to flee. However, upon escaping the cave, they realized the white tiger did not pursue them. A mutual understanding dawned on them. The white tiger was incapacitated. After exchanging glances, they resolved to re-enter the cave. True to their assumptions, the white tiger, severely injured, let out a howl but possessed no further means to confront them, merely baring its teeth and exhaling heavily in an attempt to intimidate Wang Hao and his companion. Eyesight white tiger, Wang Yifeng murmured softly. Oh, elder uncle recognizes this tiger? Wang Hao's interest piqued. He felt he still had much to learn about the world of cultivation. Indeed, I have seen it in the family's compendium of beasts. Before awakening its divine abilities, this tiger is indistinguishable from an ordinary white tiger. Once awakened, it can unleash ice-based magical attacks through its gaze. If caught in its sight, one would be frozen solid. The ice-eyed white tiger is classified as a second-tier demon beast upon maturity, often reaching upper second-tier status in its prime, with a significant probability of advancing to Tier 3. Hearing Wang Yifeng's explanation, a cold sweat broke out on Wang Hao's brow. He had previously clashed with this tiger. Had it awakened its abilities, he would have long since perished. The two ceased their idle chatter and directed their magical artifacts against the ice-eyed white tiger. Remarkably, the tiger appeared to be utterly spent, remaining stationary until they struck it down. As they approached to investigate, they discovered that beneath the great tiger's belly lay 2 tiny cubs, each no longer than a human forearm, their eyes still closed, indicating they were less than a month old. The two individuals suddenly comprehended the reason why the great tiger refused to budge, momentarily frozen in place. However, having already committed the act, Wang Hao would not utter any sanctimonious words. He thus stated, "Uncle Ba, I will carry these two cubs outside. You take care of the carcass." Wang Yanfeng nodded in agreement. A spirit beast that could grow to the third tier held considerable value, and although the eyes of the cubs remained closed, they had developed a faint sense of awareness. It would be unwise to handle the mother tiger's remains in their presence. After carrying the two cubs outside, Wang Hao noticed they were incessantly crying. Their mother had been gone for a while, and upon her return was met with their untimely slaughter, leaving them undoubtedly famished. The cubs were far too young to consume anything other than milk, yet Wang Hao had none on his person, and his farm was incapable of raising animals. Left with no other option, he extracted juice from a golden silk spirit apricot, diluted it with water several times, and fashioned a funnel from leaves to slowly feed the cubs. Upon detecting the fragrant aroma of the spirit apricot, the two cubs rushed over, eagerly lapping up the juice that dripped from the funnel. Before long, they appeared satiated, stretching adorably before curling up to sleep at Wang Hao's feet. Wang Hao possessed only one spirit beast pouch, already occupied by the golden-eyed duck. However, the diminutive size of the cubs allowed for their temporary accommodation within. He entrusted Yi with their care. Meanwhile, Wang Yanfeng had efficiently dealt with the corpse of the eye-side white tiger and was now tending to several spirit herbs. Wang Hao joined him to assist and to collect seeds. Soon enough, the two were satisfied and left the cave. The journey back to the market was uneventful, and they encountered no further difficulties. Upon returning to the shop, both felt a sense of relief. Wang Yanfeng, sipping tea, still bore a hint of trepidation. This was indeed perilous, but fortunately, the rewards are substantial. However, how should we divide these spoils? Wang Hao pondered for a moment before replying. You can handle the carcasses of the eye-side white tiger and the bear demon, uncle. You are more familiar with the market dynamics than I. Let us split the spirit stones evenly. As for the two cubs, I would like to keep one. How you choose to deal with the other is up to you. Currently, Wang Hao's farm output was primarily dedicated to his advancement, and the burden of nurturing two spirit beasts was overwhelming. Yet, he was reluctant to part with both, considering they were capable of advancing to the third tier. Wang Yanfeng replied, "Indeed, I intend to cultivate the ice muscle jade bone skill, and I cannot afford to raise two spirit beasts. We shall designate the other cub to the family as a guardian spirit beast." Thinking of the imminent acquisition of 2,000 to 3,000 spirit stones, Wang Yanfeng rose without pause, declaring, "I shall contact potential buyers at once." In contrast to Wang Yanfeng, Wang Hao had witnessed great wealth before and remained composed. The spirit stones would suffice for a year's training in the ice muscle jade bone skill, though he was uncertain if it would be adequate to reach the third tier. Had any body cultivation practitioner overheard his extravagant musings, they would undoubtedly have been infuriated. Having spent 5 to 6 years in the market, Wang Yanfeng had cultivated a vast network. After a week of diligent work, he managed to sell all materials at favorable prices. Ultimately, the remaining half of the bear demon and the entire eye-side white tiger fetched 4,000 spirit stones, thus granting each of the two men 2,000. Additionally, the remaining materials, including the borage and eye-side white tiger, would yield another 1,000 contribution points for the family. During this week, Wang Hao became well acquainted with the business of the shop. There were only two assistants, both young scions of a family with somewhat lacking qualifications. One was named Wang Wenqin, the 11th in line. The other was Wang Wenli, the 8th in line. The business was decent, though not particularly flourishing. While elixirs were a necessity, Qingyo Square was not solely represented by the Wang family's apothecary. Larger competitors included Qingyuan Gate and the Sihai Merchant Alliance, whose second-tier elixirs were always in stock. In contrast, the Wang family's offerings were limited to only a few types of second-tier elixirs, which were sometimes unavailable and required advance reservations. Even first-tier elixirs were of superior quality elsewhere, with the Wang family primarily competing on price, which meant lower profits. Additionally, there were several smaller apothecaries vying for customers. Although alchemists were scarce, the number of first-tier alchemists was relatively substantial, with many scattered among independent cultivators. The competition was fierce, and the inventory was limited. Had it not been for Qingyo Square's high demand for elixirs, the Wang family shop would have closed long ago. Old Wang had entrusted Wang Hao with the management of the shop to earn contribution points, yet under the current circumstances, he could only hope to accumulate 200 or 300 points a year, while a foundation-building elixir required 30,000 points. Accumulating such a sum would take a century. This was already considered a favorable situation. Ordinary clan members earned even less. For instance, caretakers of spirit fields would be fortunate to earn 100 contribution points annually. To earn contribution points more swiftly, the most effective method was to venture to Duanyuan Mountain to hunt ferocious beasts and gather spirit herbs. Just as Wang Hao and Wang Yanfeng had done this time. If the two refrained from selling spirit stones and exchanged everything for contribution points, the conversion would be nearly 1-to-1, allowing each to earn 3,000 points. However, their recent endeavor was a stroke of luck. Hunting second-tier beasts was not an easy task. Furthermore, one could not merely consider income without accounting for expenses. Wang Hao had spent 400 or 500 spirit stones on talismans, and together with the elixirs, the total cost reached 600 spirit stones. Had they not followed the eyeside white tiger, their earnings would have been minimal. After much contemplation, Wang Hao resolved to enhance the shop's profitability while simultaneously improving his alchemical skills. Currently, his success rate in refining the Huanglong pill was only 30%. And he was limited to this one type of first-tier elixir. Was this truly worthy of the title of alchemist? Although old Wang's notes were valuable, practical application was necessary to transform knowledge into skill. Additionally, he could sell a portion of the farm's produce to the shop and utilize the spirit herbs he sold for alchemy, thus earning spirit stones and contribution points while honing his craft. It was indeed a win-win situation. Without hesitation, Wang Hao sought out Wang Yanfeng, who was about to return to the family residence. "Eighth uncle, when you go back, could you bring me 2 more people?" "What sort of people?" "Preferably young, clever, and attractive female cultivators from the family." Wang Yanfeng's expression darkened abruptly, and he retorted with irritation, "What are you planning? Where are you going with this?" "I'm doing this for the family's business." Wang Hao countered, "Let me ask you, wouldn't it be more pleasant to negotiate with a young and beautiful female cultivator? Wouldn't the success rate be higher?" Wang Yanfeng stroked his chin in contemplation, a reminiscent look crossing his face. "That's true." Conversing with that young maid named Xiaohong from the Sihai Merchant Alliance was indeed quite comfortable. Wang Hao found himself at a loss for words, as Wang Yanfeng, burdened by his own unhealthy thoughts, continued to cast doubts upon him. It was perplexing. Why had they not learned from the Four Seas Merchant Alliance, which had long grasped these principles? Wang Yanfeng nodded in agreement, yet he was acutely aware that increasing their numbers would inevitably augment the family's expenses, and he feared the elders would not consent. Indeed, without funds, technology, or talent, how could they dare to solicit resources from above? Thus, Wang Hao proposed, "You could assure them that I will cover the salaries of these 2 individuals. If they remain obstinate, simply relay a message among the younger members of the family. I will offer 50 spirit stones each year to entice 2 female cultivators to join us. Their qualifications are of little consequence. The only criterion is that they must be attractive." "Are we truly going to proceed in such a manner?" "It is imperative that we do." "Very well, as long as your father is there to support it." Wang Yanfeng secretly believed Wang Hao was correct, but regrettably, his personal support was ineffectual, given that the elders were all cultivators at the 9th level of Qi training. Wang Yanfeng swiftly set off, while Wang Hao began to meticulously plan his time. The cultivation of one's abilities was of utmost importance. Everything revolved around the enhancement of one's skills. Hence, it was imperative to dedicate no less than 5 hours daily to practice. Additionally, he needed to allocate 2 hours each day for physical training, which was crucial for increasing his foundational success rate. The ice skin and jade bone technique could not be mastered solely through medicinal baths. It required time to refine the body and convert the medicinal effects, akin to the need for a certain number of circulations to fully digest elixirs. Furthermore, 2 hours were necessary for rest. While a practitioner could endure a few days of strain, prolonged hardship would inevitably harm the body. Thus, 9 hours were accounted for, leaving 3 hours for receiving guests and concocting elixirs. Wang Hao planned to spend merely half an hour each day in the front hall, a fixed time to ensure guests could locate him, allowing him to devote the remainder of his time to alchemical pursuits. As for talismans and spells, those would have to wait. After considering the allocation of time, Wang Hao commenced the renovation of the Wang family shop. The shop itself was quite spacious, covering an area of 5 acres, with a row of 8 storefronts at the front. Regrettably, half of them lay abandoned, 2 were rented out, and the remaining 2 served as the family's general goods store. The site was unappealing, and it lacked a sense of sophistication. Wang Hao resolved to open another shop. Separating the general goods from the elixirs, the general store should focus solely on miscellaneous items, devoid of any interference from alchemy. He summoned Wang Wenxin and Wang Wenli, instructing them, I have determined the shop's layout. This has already been reported to the family by Uncle Ba, so you need not worry about that. Your task is to clear out the vacant stores in the coming days, and also to create tables, chairs, shelves, and signs. Fifth brother. May I inquire what this entails? One began, but Wang Hao interjected, showing his management token. The two, possessing poor spiritual roots and low cultivation, had no backing in the family and thus dared not oppose Wang Hao's directives. They accepted their orders and set to work. 10 days later, the family finally responded. Upon seeing Wang Wenmei and Wang Wenin before him, Wang Hao surmised that the family had likely acquiesced. Upon examining the letter, he confirmed his suspicions. It stated that all shops in Qingniu Square were now under Wang Hao's management, allowing him full discretion in their operations. However, the profits by year's end must not fall below previous years. Should they do so, Wang Hao would either have to compensate the difference or focus solely on alchemy, at which point the family would send someone to take over the management. Wang Hao chuckled softly. Have I essentially become a contractor? Fifth brother. What do you mean by contracting? In contrast to the restrained Wang Wenin, Wang Wenmei was quite familiar with Wang Hao and asked with curiosity. Nothing much. You two have worked hard. Head to the back courtyard to rest for a while. Tomorrow, our elixir shop will officially open, and there will be much for you to do. Wang Hao extended his hand, offering 2 boxes. These are new clothes I bought for both of you. Remember to change into them tomorrow. Wow, new clothes? Wang Wenmei eagerly opened her box, revealing a set of light green water-sleeved robes. These garments had been custom-made a few days prior, classified as mid-tier spiritual robes. Wang Hao had specifically requested a simple waist-cinching design to accentuate feminine grace. Mid-tier spiritual robes. How beautiful! Wang Wenmei exclaimed in surprise before hastily expressing her gratitude. Thank you, fifth brother. Wang Wenyang also chirped her thanks, only to be pulled by Wang Wenmei to the backyard to try on clothes, entirely oblivious to any discrepancies in Wang Hao's subtle design. Wang Hao shook his head with a gentle smile, pondering that women, even after attaining immortality, remain enamored by beauty. The next day marked the grand opening of the new shop, conveniently located next to the old one. Wang Hao named the new establishment Miaodong Pavilion, while the sign of the original shop was changed to the straightforward and widely accepted Wang Family General Store. Upon entering Miaodong Pavilion, one was greeted by an expansive hall. Wang Hao had demolished part of the second floor to create a skylight, ensuring ample illumination. In the center stood a waist-high bar that separated customers from the shop staff, with a medicine cabinet behind it displaying an array of elixirs, spiritual medicines, and other related items. To the left, a wooden board bore several wooden plaques inscribed with Spiritual Medicine Commission. Should customers fail to find the desired spiritual medicine at Miaodong Pavilion, they could place a commission with a self-determined price, simply requiring a deposit, with the Wang family taking a portion as a service fee upon the completion of the transaction. The right side featured another board, designated for Dan Medicine Commission, which could only be entrusted to the Wang family. Specific details would need to be discussed directly with them. This blackboard served to announce prices and inform customers of the estimated waiting time. On the day of the new shop's opening, there were no guests to offer congratulations. But Wang Hao remained unconcerned, issuing a brief instruction before sending all 4 assistants out. The quartet rushed to the busiest spots in Qingniu Square, vocally promoting the phrases Wang Hao had taught them. If they felt shy about shouting, they could distribute the small flyers in their hands to other cultivators. Come one, come all. Fellow Taoists, the Wang family's Miaodong Pavilion is now open with great promotions. From today onwards, for every 100 spiritual stones spent, receive 10 as a gift. Spend 200 and receive 25. Spend 300 and get 40. Spend 500 and gain 70. The more you spend, the more you receive. Fellow Taoists, are you still troubled by low purchase prices for spiritual medicines and exorbitant costs for Dan medicines? Take advantage of our grand opening. Starting today, we will accept material commissions for Dan refining, handling all first-tier high-quality Dan medicines. If we fail, we will compensate 80% of the material costs. Don't miss out. Miaodong Pavilion also offers group purchasing for Dan medicines. The regular price for a bottle of Gathering Spirit Dan is 30 spiritual stones, but in a group, it's only 27. Just invite 2 friends to form a group. What are you waiting for? Act now, or your excitement will be in vain. Starting today, any fellow Taoist who spends 50 spiritual stones can enter a lottery at the store. The Wang family guarantees credibility, ensuring no empty prizes. Even the minimum prize is a 1 spiritual stone consumption voucher, while the highest prize could be a bottle of high-quality Huanglong Dan. Wang Hao's talent for Dan refining may not be exceptional, so he relied on quantity to compensate. Presently, the farm's output was insufficient to meet his demands. Overconsumption would delay the subsequent cultivation of farmland, leading to losses. Thus, Wang Hao sought to undertake Dan refining, guaranteeing a 30% success rate without additional fees. Should the rate fall below this, he would cover the difference. If it exceeded, the profit would be his, and in the event of failure, he would compensate the commissioner with a portion of spiritual stones. The pricing is remarkably fair. Taking the Huanglong Dan as an example, a single bottle is priced at a staggering 80 spirit stones, with each individual pill costing 8 spirit stones. The value of the medicinal herbs required to concoct a batch of pills amounts to merely 20 spirit stones. With a guaranteed success rate of 30%, one can expect to produce 3 Huanglong Dan, valued at 24 spirit stones. This presents a lucrative opportunity for independent cultivators, and Wang Hao stands to gain as well. As he continues to refine his alchemical skills, his success rate will inevitably improve. Once it reaches 60%, he will begin to reap substantial profits. Moreover, when he enhances his success rate for first-tier superior pills to 60%, he can then venture into crafting second-tier inferior pills. Regardless of how one calculates it, he is bound to profit. As for the commercial tactics employed, they are hardly novel. They have been heard ad nauseum in his previous life. With the enthusiastic shouts of the four, the crowd of onlookers swelled, and the four made every effort to address the questions posed by the gathering cultivators. Before long, the throng surrounding the four surged towards the Miaodong pavilion. Wang Hao promptly summoned the 4 individuals back. Wang Wenxin and the 2 male cultivators maintained order, while Wang Wenmei and others engaged in the sale of elixirs. Wang Hao attended to the guests seeking alchemical services, creating a bustling atmosphere. On merely the first day, they welcomed over 100 guests, achieving a remarkable turnover of 2,000 spirit stones, depleting 20% of the Wang family's elixir stock accumulated over the years. Largely driven by the allure of a lottery, the independent cultivators exhibited cleverness, pooling resources when they could not afford an elixir alone, and subsequently sharing their purchases, often left with a few spirit stones to spare. Suddenly, Wang Hao realized the enormity of his undertaking. It was only the first day, and he understood that the fervor for competition would only escalate in the coming days. He found himself in a quandary. How had such a simple commercial strategy attracted so many people? At this rate, he would scarcely have time for cultivation. Had he known, he would have opted for a smaller scale or reduced the promotional incentives. Wang Wenyin and Wang Wenmei, inexperienced in this line of work, found themselves more fatigued compared to the 2 seasoned males. At this moment, Wang Wenmei, with little regard for decorum, voraciously devoured a table full of dishes. Once she had satisfied her hunger, she remarked, "Fifth brother, if this continues, I fear I shall be utterly exhausted." Wang Wenyin, exhibiting more grace in her dining, perhaps due to her unfamiliarity with Wang Hao, softly added, "Fifth brother, we came here not only to earn some spirit stones, but also to seek your guidance on cultivation. Yet, at present, when do we have time to practice? A considerate employer is one who takes their employees' welfare into account." And Wang Hao recognized that the chaos stemmed from his initiative. Thus, he felt a sense of responsibility. "I assure you, it will only delay you for a maximum of 10 days. Tomorrow, I will send Wenxin back to our family on my Windrider's steed to report. This lucrative business will surely attract our family's attention, and they will send support our way." The Wang family, rooted in alchemy, boasted 2 second-tier alchemists, while having cultivated numerous first-tier alchemists. Presently, the esteemed first-tier alchemists included Wang Hao and Wang Yanfeng, with nearly 10 apprentices at the intermediate and beginner levels. Mobilizing these individuals should alleviate the pressure. Furthermore, the financial capacity of independent cultivators is limited. Those who have made purchases would require considerable time before returning for more, which unfortunately left Wang Yanfeng at a disadvantage, as he had just returned. Wang Hao's thoughts were not misplaced. Upon receiving news from Wang Wenxin, the Wang family indeed took the matter seriously. Several elders convened a meeting and deemed the situation highly promising. Although the profit margins had diminished, the overall profits had increased more than tenfold, as evidenced by the accounts Wang Hao submitted, and importantly, it would provide valuable training for the family's alchemists. However, the Wang family could not afford to train an excessive number of alchemists. Only those with notable talent, like Wang Yinzhao and Wang Yefeng, were sent to the market for practical experience, allowing them ample opportunity to refine their skills. Conversely, those of lesser aptitude might go an entire year without the chance to concoct even a few batches of elixirs. As Wang Hao's advertisement suggested, action speaks louder than words. The family's leaders understood the importance of swift action and dispatched Wang Yinzhao with a stock of family elixirs to support Wang Hao promptly. Ensuring that the miraculous elixir pavilion would not face closure due to depleted stock, thereby safeguarding their reputation. Foundation establishment cultivators possess remarkable speed when flying on swords, covering nearly 3,000 miles in a single hour. On the very day he received the news, Wang Yinzhao arrived at the market, while the remaining members would be led by Wang Yifeng, who would hasten to join him. Additionally, the Wang family would expedite the collection of necessary spirit herbs, ensuring that the elders would accompany them for safe transport. Driven by interests, one could say the entire Wang family has been stirred into action. However, the instigator, Wang Hao, is currently facing reprimand. Do you think yourself clever? Have you considered the consequences of your actions? Wang Yinzhao slammed the table, causing a resounding echo. While it is true that the sales of our elixirs have risen, look at the other shops. Which one does not harbor a deep-seated animosity towards us? Wang Hao remained unfazed, believing that the business wars of his world were far more intense. In the capital market, it is a realm of the strong devouring the weak. Moreover, I am merely selling low-profit first-tier elixirs. Do the Qingyuan sect and the Sihai Merchant Alliance truly covet such meager profits? As for the smaller shops, can the Wang family not withstand their challenges? On their own, they would naturally hesitate to cause trouble, but what if they unite? Wang Hao chuckled lightly. A rabble? What can they achieve together? I possess the means to navigate the business wars. Their scant resources merely spell their own demise through price cuts. As for other matters, old Wang, you are not merely here to spectate, are you? Wang Hao had indeed considered this dilemma, yet these shops, adept in the art of alchemy, have an essential need that would not lead them to easily relinquish their previous high profits. Many shops engage in the business of alchemy on behalf of others, yet their prices do not undercut that of purchasing finished elixirs. Only a fool would opt for them. By the time they realize the necessity of unity, time will have elapsed, and internal discord will arise. By the time everything is negotiated, the Wang family will have already established a scale of operation. Under identical conditions, scattered cultivators will undoubtedly choose to purchase the Wang family's elixirs. Arrogance. Wang Yinzhao was infuriated. Yet there was a semblance of truth in Wang Hao's assertions. Old Wang, do not feign ignorance. If the Wang family feared these competitors, would they allow you to bring all your stock? In the past, shops barely earned over 1,000 spirit stones a year, yet now, even with the limited market of Qingyo Workshop, profits can still exceed 5,000. Wang Hao too slammed the table. That is a sum of 5,000 spirit stones. In 10 years, the Wang family could accumulate enough to purchase a foundation establishment pill. Upon hearing this, Wang Yinzhao fell silent. Indeed, the temptation was too great, and paying a price for it was warranted. Wang Hao settled back, sipping his tea, and remarked casually, Old Wang, the Wang family now has 3 foundation establishment cultivators. The spiritual vein at Wang Family Ridge is nearing depletion, is it not? With this income, it would be easier to undertake new ventures, for one must know that provisions must precede the troops. How do you know this? That is a secret of the Wang family. Wang Yinzhao's eyes widened. Wang Hao was momentarily taken aback, choking on his tea. Cough, cough, cough. I was merely guessing. Is it true? Wang Yinzhao nodded and sighed. Indeed, the family's spiritual vein is insufficient. If even you can predict an upcoming move, the other families must be. What do you mean by if even you can predict? Wang Hao could not help but scoff. Regardless of whether it be Duanyuan Mountain or the islands at sea, there are numerous spiritual veins, yet they are fraught with danger. The spiritual veins of Duanyuan Mountain are occupied by demonic beasts, and while the islands harbor fewer beasts, the perils of the sea are far greater. How the Wang family intends to traverse the ocean remains a question. I believe they are still contemplating the prospects of Duanyuan Mountain, Wang Hao reasoned. Wang Yinzhao shot a glare at Wang Hao and admonished, these matters should not concern you. Your paramount focus should be on your cultivation. By your age, I had already reached the 8th level of qi refinement. How dare you, with your dual spiritual roots, compare yourself to my quintuple roots? Wang Hao shook his head, recognizing that worrying about such issues was futile. The Wang family would not heed his opinions. He understood that only by attaining the 9th level of qi refinement and becoming an elder of the Wang family would his voice be considered. Very well then. I shall leave this to you for a few days. I have been busy from dawn till dusk and could use some rest, as well as catch up on my cultivation, Wang Hao declared. He began to return to a normal routine, with Wang Yinzhao and Wang Yinfeng overseeing matters. He need not attend the shop, allowing him to dedicate his days to refining alchemical tasks and the remainder to his cultivation. Additionally, it was time to prioritize the ice muscle jade bone technique. Wang Hao meticulously examined the recipe for the necessary medicinal liquids. The ingredients were few, their properties relatively mild. However, for a beginner, potent substances were essential, as cultivators could not endure anything less. The preparation process was intricate, requiring both steaming and boiling, with varying durations and temperatures. A misstep could diminish the efficacy of the concoction or even produce toxins, thus extreme caution was paramount. Fortunately, for Wang Hao, who had years of experience in alchemy, this was not daunting. It was rather straightforward, albeit somewhat time-consuming. Observing a large vat of dark brown liquid, he nodded in satisfaction and tested the temperature, which was exceedingly hot. As prescribed by the technique, it had to be scorching to be effective, allowing the medicinal properties to penetrate the cultivator's body while still warm. Wang Hao removed his ceremonial robe and gradually immersed himself in the bath. "Ah, hot," he exclaimed involuntarily. The medicinal power, aided by the heat, seeped through his skin and pores, turning his skin a vivid crimson. The skin refining had commenced. He began to circulate the ice muscle jade bone technique. And in an instant, the medicinal energy surged into his body, following the predetermined pathways and stimulating his skin. The process of body refinement occurs in stages, beginning with the skin, followed by the bones, internal organs, and finally the mind of the cultivator. Once fully tempered, the cultivator's physique would be greatly enhanced, making it difficult for even ordinary spiritual artifacts to penetrate. After an hour, Wang Hao could no longer endure the intensity and rose from the bath. Observing the significantly clarified medicinal liquid, he estimated that he could soak for 2 more sessions, perhaps achieving some effect on the 4th. However, the extravagantly wealthy Wang Hao could not tolerate such inefficiency in his training. While the medicinal power still coursed through him, Wang Hao continued to circulate his energy until he had absorbed all the medicinal essence, only stopping when the tingling sensation in his skin subsided. He ran his hand over his skin, feeling it smoother and more supple. The resilience and strength had noticeably increased, and he was quite pleased with the results. Thus, in the span of a month, Wang Hao refined his skin and began the process of bone refinement. For ordinary body refinement practitioners, this phase could take 1 to 2 years. However, their circumstances were incomparable to Wang Hao's, who could not afford to soak in more than 3 vats of medicinal liquid within a year. The remainder of their time was spent honing their strength like mundane martial artists or undergoing painful trials to enhance their skin's resilience. The results were subpar and the process excruciating, while Wang Hao had managed to immerse himself in 10 vats of medicinal liquid in just 1 month. Now, Wang Hao's skin has become as resilient as steel. Ordinary blades can no longer pierce it, and only magical artifacts can leave scars. His recovery ability has also significantly improved. The duration of bone refinement is considerably longer than that of skin refinement, and Wang Hao has dedicated over a year to this endeavor. The upgraded medicinal bath possesses a far more potent efficacy than the initial version, and as Wang Hao sits cross-legged within, his brow furrows slightly, indicating considerable discomfort. Nonetheless, he grits his teeth and persists in circulating his cultivation method, absorbing the medicinal power. With his inner consciousness directed inward, he observes that his bones and meridians are gradually refining the medicinal essence. The reason the ice skin and jade bone technique enhances the foundational cultivation probability is that once bone refinement commences, it simultaneously strengthens the practitioner's dantian and meridians. Each additional layer of refinement amplifies the strengthening effect. This process is exceedingly slow, however. After years of cultivation, Wang Hao possesses ample patience. Furthermore, since he has entered the second layer of the ice skin and jade bone technique, his capacity to endure in the dantian and meridians has increased, greatly enhancing his ability to refine medicinal pills, thereby accelerating his cultivation speed. As the medicinal essence penetrates deeper, he discovers that his entire body's meridians and bones are enveloped in this essence, faintly radiating a white light. Beneath the flickering glow, even his dantian begins to tingle with a subtle sensation. Upon scanning with his consciousness, he quickly realizes that the outer wall of his dantian is slowly strengthening under the influence of the luminous energy. Ecstatic, Wang Hao promptly directs more medicinal power toward his dantian, gradually spreading it across the surface of the outer wall. When this transformation is complete, Wang Hao immediately senses a dramatic reduction in pressure within his dantian, and the previous sensation of expansion due to cultivation dissipates. Success! He has completed the first refinement of his dantian, and Wang Hao is filled with immense joy. Yet, He understands the importance of moderation and hastily consolidates the medicinal energy to refine his bones. He observes the bones of his lower legs beginning to turn translucent under the refinement of the medicinal essence. Ice skin and jade bone, as the name suggests. Wang Hao exclaims with admiration. After practicing for a while longer until the medicinal energy is exhausted, he gradually concludes his session, emerges from the bath, casts a cleansing spell, and changes into a fresh robe before stepping out. Upon glancing outside, he notices the moon still hanging high in the sky. It is indeed the dead of night. Shaking his head with a wry smile, he reflects, I lost track of time during my practice, but I am not tired. I shall continue cultivating. He is already close to reaching the 7th layer of qi refinement, and, having enhanced his dantian and meridians, he senses a breakthrough opportunity. Thus, he decides to enter a brief meditative retreat and push forward. Returning to his room, he activates the Red Lotus Illusory Wood Heart Sutra. As he channels the technique, he gradually absorbs the surrounding spiritual energy. After refining his dantian and meridians, Wang Hao realizes that his capacity to withstand pressure has significantly increased. Previously, he would always feel a sense of distension in his dantian after absorbing spiritual energy, but this time, although he seems to be absorbing more spiritual power than before, he does not experience any pressure in his dantian. Wang Hao retrieves a huanglong pill, a medicinal pill intended for the latter stages of qi refinement, which he had previously hesitated to consume. Yet now, he resolves to give it a try. As the pill enters his mouth, a surge of potent medicinal power erupts, and Wang Hao feels his dantian swell once more. Guided by the technique, the energy continuously washes over his dantian and various meridians, with some previously unexploited meridians now allowing spiritual power to flow in, thereby expanding the network of spiritual energy within his body. Boom! Wang Hao's body suddenly quakes, and he opens his eyes, a formidable aura uncontrollably radiating from him. After diligently cultivating for over 7 years, Wang Hao has finally reached the 7th level of qi refinement. A look of joy illuminated his face as he stabilized his newfound powers through 2 days of meditation before rising to check his status. Name: Wang Hao. Age: 26 years. Cultivation: qi refinement level 7, 381,569. Technique: 3rd layer of the Red Lotus Illusory Wood Heart Sutra. Mana: 379,381. Skills: Alchemy: 1st tier superior alchemy. Talisman crafting: 1st tier inferior talisman crafting. Spells: Fireball technique, Binding technique, Wood shield technique, Earth escape technique, Traction technique, Lightness technique, X-ray technique, Body refinement, 2nd layer of the Ice muscle jade bone technique. Divine ability: you have yet to master any divine abilities. Farm development: 20 plots, with 9 being fertile red land, significantly enhancing Wang Hao's financial resources. Unfortunately, there has been no news of the Ningyuan fruit. In the past year, the Wang family's Miaodong Pavilion has thrived, with eager customers waiting outside before opening each day. The main hall has transformed into a gathering place for wandering cultivators, many of whom rely on accepting commissions for spiritual herbs. This realization prompted Wang Hao to consider separating the commission business from the alchemy shop, allowing for a broader range of commissions as long as the price was right. Consequently, he opened a new establishment for wandering cultivators to conduct business or rest. However, as the number of patrons increased, it became essential to provide some services. Some commissions were complex and required teamwork, leading to long waits of several days. What about refreshments? Should there be tea or wine? As the leader of the group, wasn't it necessary to treat everyone to a meal? Thus, the Wang family tavern was born. Wang Hao did not demand extravagant dishes or expensive spiritual materials, as they would be unaffordable for wandering cultivators. The main feature was generous portions at affordable prices. The combined profits from the 3 establishments multiplied by over tenfold, and as a positive reputation began to take shape, revenues were poised to grow even further. This significant success garnered the attention of the higher-ups in the Wang family, who stationed a foundation-building cultivator at the shop and assigned 2 elders to oversee the newly opened establishments. Wang Hao's proposal to hire only young and attractive female cultivators as service staff was accepted, and when the family lacked sufficient personnel, they turned to recruit wandering cultivators. Currently, the 3 shops employ 20 staff members, 8 of whom are wandering cultivators. Of course, external pressures have also intensified, with many envious rivals banding together to suppress the Wang family. Yet, if they unite, so shall Wang Hao. The tavern requires spiritual liquor, and the Zhao family has thrived on such a business. Thus, he sought to bring them on board as investors. The diversification of commission opportunities beyond spiritual herbs also created demand for talisman crafting and refining materials, inviting the Li and Lei families to join the venture. Furthermore, these families could learn from the Miaodong Pavilion strategies. Though they may start late and lack experience, collaboration is possible, with the Wang family imparting knowledge while they establish their commission businesses. After all, the Wang family lacks talents in talisman crafting and refining. It is better to share the market than to let it go to waste. While these families could operate independently, the convenience and rapid returns of joining an established commission business with a growing reputation are undeniable. As long as the 5 major families stand united, no other small chi refinement families or wandering cultivators can hope to compete with their establishments. Ultimately, one is left with no choice but to be assimilated, engaging in the lower and middle reaches of the industry, feasting on the remnants of others. Subsequently, Wang Hao even contemplated consolidating the 5 families into a grand commercial entity, thus perhaps extending their influence beyond Qingniu Square. However, this endeavor proved exceedingly challenging. Family alliances, though seemingly straightforward, seldom coalesce into a united front unless the Wang family possesses capabilities that far exceed those of the other 4 clans. You tend to overthink. If only you could crush your opponents like other protagonists, would there be any need to fret over trivial matters? Shaking his head, Wang Hao tidied up and stepped outside. Today, he had arranged to meet with Manager Cui of the Sihai Merchant Alliance to procure a premium alchemical furnace, as his own was on the verge of collapse after prolonged use. This had been arranged some time ago. Initially, Wang Hao intended to purchase the furnace from Qingyuan's sect, but regrettably, they refused to sell. The Sihai Merchant Alliance, however, prioritized profit and was willing to sell anything for the right amount of spirit stones. This premium furnace was merely a slight improvement over the superior grade, being the result of a second-tier inferior furnace that had failed in its creation, salvaged by the craftsman's expertise. Rarely would anyone utilize such high-value materials to forge a premium furnace. The price, however, was more than double that of a superior one. Alchemical furnaces are inherently more expensive than comparable magical artifacts. A superior furnace often commands a price akin to that of a lower-grade spiritual tool, while a premium furnace can soar to a staggering 1,000 spirit stones. Now a notable figure in Qingniu Square, Wang Hao received numerous greetings from itinerant cultivators along the way, to which he graciously responded. Before long, he arrived at the Sihai Merchant Alliance. Manager Wang, welcome. The proprietor is upstairs, please. Upon entering, a staff member of the Merchant Alliance approached him with enthusiasm. Wang Hao smiled in acknowledgement and ascended to the 2nd floor, where Manager Cui Yuan was attending to other clients. After a brief wait, once the previous customer had departed, Cui Yuan approached him. My dear Wang, I apologize for the delay. Please forgive me. Not at all, Brother Cui. I have only waited a moment. Is the alchemical furnace I requested in stock? It has indeed arrived. Please wait a moment while I fetch it. With that, Cui Yuan turned and disappeared into the back room, returning shortly with a palm-sized, round purple furnace. Cui Yuan placed the furnace before him, saying, Wang, what do you think of this purple light furnace? Wang Hao picked it up and infused it with magical energy, causing it to expand dramatically to the size of a water tank, soaring from his palm and landing with a solid thud on the ground. Upon closer inspection, he observed a vividly depicted purple phoenix coiled around the furnace, while the lid was adorned with swirling flames. Lifting the lid, he meticulously examined the interior, finding the smooth purple walls unmarred, and nodded in satisfaction. Cui Yuan smiled. Wang, this was crafted from 2nd-tier spiritual material, purple cloudstone. Unless the craftsman's skills are lacking, it is at least a 2nd-tier inferior furnace. Indeed, it is a fine item, albeit rather pricey. Thankfully, I can bear the cost. Thank you, Brother Cui. This furnace is excellent, and I am quite pleased. Wang Hao then produced 500 spirit stones to settle the remaining balance. Cui Yuan accepted the spirit stones with a smile. I'm glad you like it. By the way, have you given any thought to my proposal from last time? He gazed appreciatively at Wang Hao. You are wasting your talents by remaining in the modest Qingyo workshop. If you were to join the Sihai Merchants Alliance with my father's endorsement, you could easily become a district manager. Given your abilities, doubling the income of a district shops would be effortless. By then, attracting the attention of the higher-ups would not pose any difficulty, and acquiring foundational elixirs would be within your reach. Wang Hao respectfully declined. I appreciate your kind intentions, but I have no immediate plans to leave Qingyo Workshop. After enduring for so many years, he felt a strong resistance to the unknown. The resources of the Sihai Merchants Alliance would undoubtedly surpass those of the Wang family, and even the nurturing essence fruits would not be considered particularly precious there. However, in the world of cultivation, strength reigns supreme. As a late-stage qi refinement cultivator, he could at most become the manager of a small establishment like Qingyo Workshop. What treasures could such a marketplace possibly offer? As for achieving notable success and garnering attention, without a backing, he had no desire to contend with the myriad factions within the alliance and risk his life. Sighing, Cui Yuan expressed his disappointment. Since you have made your decision, I shall not press further. Yet, I must advise you, with your qualifications, even if you reach the pinnacle of qi refinement, it is unlikely that your family will provide you with foundational elixirs. It might be wiser to venture out and strive for something greater. Wang Hao bowed slightly. I shall remember your concern, elder brother. Very well, Cui Yuan waved his hand, but should you ever reconsider, my door will always remain open for you. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Wang Hao took his leave. Once he departed, a woman in a yellow dress emerged from the inner chamber. Though veiled, her graceful figure and clear eyes stirred anticipation regarding her appearance. The woman in yellow spoke softly. Brother, is a 5-element root cultivator truly worth your efforts to recruit? This is no ordinary 5-element root cultivator. The decline in sales of low-tier elixirs is largely due to his influence. Cui Yuan's eyes reflected admiration rather than anger as he recounted Wang Hao's actions over the past 2 years. If his business acumen could be harnessed for the benefit of the Cui family, it could lead to further prospects for my father. The woman in yellow nodded thoughtfully. His ideas are indeed innovative. Should he achieve foundational cultivation, his future would be boundless. Alas, his resolute demeanor suggests he has no intention of joining the alliance. Not to worry. I will remain in this Qingyo marketplace for a few more years. There will be ample time to win him over. Once he reaches the 9th layer of qi refinement and finds further progress elusive, I trust he won't be able to resist the allure of foundational elixirs. Wang Hao departed from the Sihai Alliance, making his way slowly towards his own shop. However, after a short while, he felt as though someone was trailing him. With a flicker of thought, he swiftly turned into a narrow alley. A young man, approximately 20 years of age, observed Wang Hao's silhouette, hesitated for a moment, and then resolutely pursued him. Wang Hao did not conceal himself. Instead, he awaited at the end of the alley. You followed me all this way. What is your intent? Wang Hao questioned, unperturbed, for he was confident that no one would dare harm him in the bustling heart of the marketplace, where even the slightest commotion would attract attention. The young man displayed a look of trepidation, and in his panic, his cultivation level surged from the 3rd to the 5th layer of qi refining. A method of concealing one's cultivation. Is it for sale? Wang Hao's gaze fixed on the youth. I offer 300 spirit stones. The young man let out a sigh of relief and cupped his hands in gratitude. Indeed, the rumors hold true. Manager Wang is quite generous. Noticing the passers-by in the streets, Wang Hao calmly remarked, you must have other business in following me. If you trust me, we can discuss it further at the Miaodong Pavilion. Trust. I trust you, replied the young man. Then let us proceed. Wang Hao swiftly led the youth to the Miaodong Pavilion, ascending the stairs to find an empty room. Once inside, he activated his soundproof formation. Turning to the young man, he said, please, have a seat. Can we speak now? After sitting down and taking a sip of tea to calm his racing heart, the young man revealed himself to be somewhat inexperienced. Wang Hao discerned that he had likely ventured out alone not long ago. For a seasoned wanderer of the marketplace would not exhibit such timidity. However, it was also possible that he was merely feigning it, in which case his acting skills were remarkably adept. Manager Wang, I possess a recipe for pills. May I inquire if you're interested? Wang Hao, taken aback by the audacity, nearly lost his composure. Did he truly dare to offer a pill recipe for sale? Raising an eyebrow, he mused that an opportunity had presented itself. He nodded slightly. Of course, I am interested, but I must first ascertain the nature of the recipe. After all, my Wang family has quite a collection of recipes. The young man hesitated. How could one sell a recipe after it had been seen by others? Yet, he had heard of the Wang family's reputation, which was indeed commendable, especially that of Wang Hao, known for his generosity and admired by many wanderers. Had he encountered Wang Hao in previous years, his reputation would likely have intimidated him. The young man still wished to negotiate. He spoke slowly. The Wang family likely does not have this one. I visited your shop a few days ago and noted that you only offered a limited selection. Words alone do not suffice. Just because some pills are not for sale does not mean there are no recipes. Wang Hao was not to be easily swayed. Very well. The young man retrieved an ancient tome, biting his lip before presenting it to Wang Hao. This is my family's ancestral pill recipe. It contains over 10 second-tier recipes. I require 1,000 spirit stones, he concluded, gazing at Wang Hao with hopeful anticipation. Wang Hao opened the ancient tome to reveal a series of pill recipes. He quickly verified the authenticity of the known recipes and briefly surveyed the index before closing the tome, all while under the watchful eye of the young man. I offer you 2,000 spirit stones in exchange for this pill recipe, along with your method of concealing one's cultivation level. However, you must swear an oath in your heart of Tao that you will not sell the formulas contained within this recipe to any other individuals associated with the Qingyuan sect. Upon hearing the amount of 2,000 spirit stones, the young man initially expressed delight, but his expression faltered upon hearing the subsequent condition. My terms are not excessively harsh. You are simply prohibited from reselling within the territory of the Qingyuan sect. Should you venture elsewhere, naturally, this restriction would not apply. Wang Hao then let out a cold laugh, saying, if you intend to peddle this to multiple buyers, I am not a fool. I will offer you 200 spirit stones. What say you? 200? That is far too little, retorted the young man. Wang Hao scoffed. If the formulas are ubiquitous, what value do they hold? Furthermore, you should be aware of the adage that possessing precious items can lead to peril. With your current cultivation, selling even one additional formula increases your risk of being targeted for murder and theft. The young man suddenly realized the truth in Wang Hao's words. It was precisely this concern that had previously deterred him from taking action. Now, faced with desperation and recognizing Wang Hao's reputable standing, he decided to take a chance. He nodded in agreement. Very well, I shall sell. However, Manager Wang must also swear that he will not disclose that I was the one who sold the pill recipe. Wang Hao smiled upon hearing this. The young man was quite clever and somewhat cautious. Very well. They both took turns to supervise each other's oath, and afterward, Wang Hao produced 2,000 spirit stones, while the young man handed over the pill recipe and a jade slip to Wang Hao. Upon receiving the jade slip, Wang Hao immediately pressed it to his forehead to examine it. Spirit concealment technique. This can alter one's aura and conceal their cultivation level, and when fully mastered, it can deceive those who are one major realm higher than oneself. Excellent. The transaction is complete. You may take your leave, my friend. The young man, eager to depart, stood and bid farewell. Wang Hao returned to his chamber, and after calming his thoughts, he began to scrutinize the pill recipe. This was undoubtedly his most significant acquisition to date, aside from his cultivation techniques. It was titled the Xing Clan Pill Recipe, encompassing a total of 25 formulas, with 13 first-tier and 12 second-tier recipes. The first-tier formulas were mostly familiar to Wang Hao, yet two caught him by surprise. One was the Spirit Gathering Pill, which he had never encountered before, purported to enhance a cultivator's spiritual sense by 30%, albeit only effective upon first consumption. The other was the renowned Spirit Nurturing Pill, used for cultivating first-tier spirit beasts. Wang Hao currently possessed 2 spirit beasts. The golden-eyed duck was fairly well fed, yet it had taken years to advance to a mid-tier first level and was still unable to accompany him in flight, growing far too slowly. However, with the Spirit Nurturing Pill, its growth rate would significantly accelerate. Among the second-tier formulas, there were 6 lower-tier, 3 mid-tier, and 3 upper-tier. The formula for the Qi Gathering Pill, among others, was also recorded by the Wang family. The Foundation Establishment formula, while widely known, is not considered particularly precious. It must be noted that while it is not rare, larger factions could easily obtain such knowledge. The true value of the Foundation Establishment Pill lies in its primary ingredients. Whether it be the or third-tier demon cores, these are not easily accessible to ordinary factions. Without the primary ingredients, merely possessing the formula is of little consequence. However, the insights into alchemical refinement contained within are indeed of considerable value. It is reasonable to surmise that the esteemed ancestor of the Xing clan was at least a second-tier master alchemist. Setting aside the formulations, the wisdom gleaned from his experiences alone is worth a substantial fortune. Wang Hao's investment of 2,000 spirit stones is certainly justified. If these insights were presented at an auction, their worth would undoubtedly double. Among these, a total of 8 valuable concoctions remain. The 4 second-tier lower-grade elixirs include the Barrier-Breaking Pill, Qi Replenishing Pill, Vein Protecting Pill, and Beast Rearing Pill. The Barrier-Breaking Pill aids foundation-building cultivators in overcoming mid-stage bottlenecks, which are significant hurdles not only in the Qi refinement stage, but also more pronounced in the foundation establishment stage. This elixir can help cultivators refine their true essence and enhance their chances of breaking through. The Qi replenishing pill is a restorative elixir for foundation-building cultivators, capable of replenishing up to 20% of their true essence with just one pill. The vein-protecting pill is particularly precious. It serves not only foundation builders during their breakthroughs but also assists Qi refinement cultivators in transitioning to the foundation establishment stage, increasing the probability of success by 10%. Even in the event of failure, it can safeguard the heart veins, averting death. The beast-rearing pill is utilized for nurturing spirit beasts, aiding second-tier demon beasts in enhancing their cultivation and breaking through their own barriers. 2 second-tier mid-grade elixirs are available, the blood-burning pill and the pure melody pill. The blood-burning pill temporarily amplifies the strength of foundation-building cultivators, with effects varying according to their cultivation level. For instance, a mid-stage foundation cultivator might experience a doubling of their power, momentarily rivaling those at the late foundation stage. However, the cost is the consumption of vital blood, resulting in varying degrees of damage to the meridians and dantian. Consequently, after using this pill, a cultivator must rest for at least several years. If the depletion of vital blood is excessive and not replenished promptly, the repercussions can be dire, potentially costing the cultivator their life. The pure melody pill is an antidote for foundation stage cultivators, requiring no further elaboration. The upper-grade elixirs include the spirit consolidation pill and the essence replenishing pill. The spirit consolidation pill functions similarly to the Qi refinement stage's spirit gathering pill, enhancing the spiritual awareness of foundation-building cultivators, albeit usable only once. A potent spiritual awareness yields numerous benefits in alchemy, artifact crafting, and combat. For instance, during alchemical processes, one must control the subtle fluctuations of magical energy with precision. Even a slight miscalculation could lead to significant errors. An enhanced spiritual awareness simplifies these tasks considerably. During cultivation, a robust spiritual awareness allows better control over the influx of spiritual energy, especially when breaking through bottlenecks, where internal pressure can be immense. A single misstep could result in failure or even damage to one's foundation. Thus, those with formidable spiritual awareness have increased chances of successful foundation establishment. Wang Hao, possessing 5 elemental roots, originally had only a 20% chance of foundation establishment. With the use of the foundation elixir, this chance rises to merely 50%. However, should he enhance his spiritual awareness, he could gain an additional 5 to 10%. Coupled with the ice skin jade bone technique and the vein protecting pill, his probability of success exceeds 80%. Wang Hao feels confident that his foundation establishment is secure. As for the essence replenishing pill, it is even more precious. It is a miraculous remedy capable of mending the dantian and meridians of cultivators. If a cultivator has previously consumed the blood-burning pill, leading to a depletion of vital blood and damage to their meridians, a single essence replenishing pill can rectify these issues, and its value is indeed immeasurable. The youth spoke no falsehood. This compendium of elixirs is exceptionally rare. Not only does the Wang family lack such a treasure, but even the Qingyuan sect possesses several varieties that are absent from their collection. Generally speaking, a Qi refining practitioner can at most attain the rank of a second-tier mid-grade alchemist. The prospect of breaking through to a second-tier high-grade level is nearly impossible, as the complexity of high-tier elixirs necessitates formidable spiritual perception and a more robust magical power, qualities that Qi refining practitioners typically lack. Currently, Wang Hao boasts a success rate exceeding 50% in crafting first-tier mid-grade elixirs and is now poised to attempt the production of second-tier low-grade elixirs. However, achieving success may take him several years, thus, the elixir formulas are of little immediate use to him. Yet, they could prove invaluable to old Wang, who, having been a second-tier low-grade alchemist years ago, has since established his foundation and is likely nearing the rank of a second-tier mid-grade alchemist. With this elixir compendium in hand, Wang Hao could contend for the next foundation-building elixir of the Wang family. Consequently, Wang Hao meticulously replicated the elixir compendium, excluding the spirit-nurturing pill and beast-raising pill. This was not due to any stinginess on his part. Rather, the Wang family possessed very few spirit beasts to nurture, rendering such elixirs unnecessary. Additionally, the family lacked the financial means to lavishly raise spirit beasts with elixirs. Furthermore, if Wang Hao were to relinquish all the formulas, his significance would considerably diminish. It would be more prudent for him to occasionally provide the Wang family with a bottle of finished elixirs. Wang Hao proceeded to Wang Yinzhao's residence, finding him immersed in alchemical pursuits. Without knocking, he entered directly. Wang Yinzhao shot him an irritable glare, but continued his concentration on alchemy. Moments later, A delightful aroma wafted through the air, and after tidying up, Wang Yinzhao inquired, "What brings you here in such a hurry? You nearly caused me to ruin an entire batch of elixirs." "It's just a batch of chi-gathering pills. They're hardly worth much," he retorted, tossing the inscribed elixir compendium over. "Take a look at this. 3,000 spirit stones it cost. Remember to return it." As a middleman, Wang Hao felt no guilt in this arrangement, firmly believing that the Wang family ought to allocate him a few thousand contribution points for his efforts. 3,000 spirit stones. You spendthrift. Wait, what is this elixir formula? After perusing for a moment, Wang Yinzhao's expression transformed with uncontainable excitement, his body swaying slightly. Wang Hao nearly suspected he was suffering a stroke. "Old Wang, are you all right? They're merely a few elixir formulas. Haven't you seen them before?" However, Wang Yinzhao had no time for banter, engrossed in the elixir compendium, muttering to himself, "So that's how it is. So that's how it is. Ha ha ha, this time, I shall undoubtedly break through to the rank of a second-tier mid-grade alchemist." Wang Hao observed, bemused, as the man seemed nearly delirious. After nearly half an hour, Wang Yinzhao regained his composure, seated in a chair, yet still occasionally caressing the elixir compendium. "Old Wang, you ought to put that down. I wouldn't want you to damage it. Since I've given it to you, can I still snatch it back?" Wang Hao remarked, tapping his leg and holding a cup of tea. "Don't forget to prepare me a bottle of protecting veins pills once you've crafted them." Wang Yinzhao regarded Wang Hao with a noticeably softer gaze, even as Wang Hao indulged in the precious spirit tea he had painstakingly obtained. His voice trembled as he spoke. "This elixir compendium represents the hope for the rise of our Wang family. Its value is immeasurable. However, I cannot provide you with the 3,000 spirit stones at this moment. The fewer people who know about this matter, the better. It must not be recorded in the shop's accounts. Once I return to the mountain and report to the family head, we shall make a decision." Wang Hao was unaware that the current family head, Wang Guang'an, was incapacitated due to damage to his dantian and meridians, which had also adversely affected his lifespan. Otherwise, he would have understood Wang Yinzhao's concerns. With the elixir of rejuvenation in hand, even if Wang Guang'an could not fully restore his former prowess in the late foundation establishment stage, he would at least be able to take action, wouldn't he? The Wang family, with over 100 cultivators gathered at Wang Family Ridge, had long yearned to expand their horizons. Once Wang Guang'an recovered, the family's strength would significantly increase, thus greatly enhancing the probability of successful expansion. This was a matter of great consequence for the Wang family's fate. And it was no wonder that Wang Yinzhao was so agitated. "By the way, where did the seller of the elixir formula go?" "How should I know? We settled our transaction, and he is free to go wherever he pleases." Wang Yinzhao immediately became flustered. Foolishness. The formula is of such paramount importance. If the information were to leak, our Wang family might face catastrophic consequences. Wang Hao gestured for him to calm down. "I have already taken this into consideration. We have mutually sworn an oath to never disclose the details of the elixir's formula." Only then did Wang Yinzhao feel reassured and instructed. "I shall return to Wang Family Ridge shortly to report to the family head. You must remain in the market and go nowhere else. Additionally, have the shop begin discreetly gathering the necessary spiritual herbs for the elixir of rejuvenation, but do so quietly. We must not draw attention. As for the elixir of rejuvenation, I shall make a note of it." Wang Hao nodded. In truth, what he desired most at this moment were the gathering spirit pill and the spirit cultivation pill. The latter was more attainable, as he already possessed the seeds for the spiritual herbs. However, the gathering spirit pill required a rare herb, the 3-leaf concentrating grass, which was exceedingly scarce and would need to be sought after gradually. There was no conflict in this matter. It could be listed in batches at the commission shop. In the secret chamber atop Wang Jialing, 3 members of the Wang family were seated in meditation. The elder among them, the family patriarch Wang Guang'an, slowly set down the tome in his hands, stroking his beard with a chuckle. "Ha ha, heaven blesses my Wang family." Wang Guang'an then fixed his gaze upon Wang Yinzhao, saying, "You have indeed sired an exceptional son. It is a pity that due to past events, our family has owed him much." Wang Longyu interjected, "Uncle, I am well aware of Wen Hao. Not only is he diligent in his cultivation, but he also possesses considerable acumen in commerce. Most importantly, he is held in high regard by all, harboring no resentment towards the family." Wang Guang'an nodded in agreement. "A fine young man indeed. Given his significant contributions, I shall take it upon myself to ensure that if he reaches the 9th level of Qi refinement, he shall have priority in exchanging for the foundation establishment pill at our next family gathering." Wang Yinzhao rejoiced, promptly paying his respects, Thank you, ancestor. Rise and speak. Wang Guangin extended his hand to assist him. Rewards should follow merit. This is our family's tradition. There is no need for thanks. Rather, I should express my gratitude to Wang Hao. Were it not for his discovery of this pill formula, I would have been left to languish atop this mountain, reduced to mere dust. Yet, a shadow passed over his countenance as he recalled something. Alas, the primary ingredient for the recovery pill, the 9-herb grass, is notoriously elusive. Oh, such is fate. Wang Long responded, Uncle, there is no need for lamentation. The Duanyuan mountain range is rich in resources. With time, we may yet find it. Even if it is not available in Qingyo Square, there will be a grand auction in Qingyuan Square in a year and a half. I shall personally attend. However, Wang Yinzhao disagreed. That is unwise. Although the ancestor is the family head, he has entrusted affairs to sixth uncle in recent years. A hasty departure may arouse suspicion. The fragile state of our family's spiritual veins is no secret, and the apparent peace among the 5 great families merely serves to unite against the demonic beasts. No one wishes for a single family to dominate. A moment of silence ensued as Wang Guangin pondered. Yinzhao speaks wisely. You must not act impulsively. Let Yinzhao go instead, under the pretext of purchasing a second-tier alchemical furnace. I wish to take Wang Hao along. This lad has never ventured beyond Qingyo Square, and it would be beneficial for him to broaden his horizons and gain some experience. Wang Guangin nodded, chuckling. Very well. Wang Hao is indeed fortunate. If he goes, it is quite possible that we will acquire the 9-herb grass. After Wang Yinzhao departed, Wang Hao commenced his practice of the concealed spirit technique. This method was intricate. Whereas he had previously grasped his cultivation and spells with relative ease, this technique proved exceedingly obscure, resembling a script translated from an unfamiliar language. After a month of contemplation, he could only manage a rudimentary execution, and any misstep would lead to failure. In that moment, he understood why the young man had revealed flaws under duress. Fortunately, having achieved comprehension, with diligent practice in the future, he would certainly not be easily discernible. With a focused mind, he recited a few incantations, drawing in his spiritual energy, which swiftly coalesced at the 5th level of qi refinement. Upon reciting the incantation again, he further reduced it to the 3rd level. Satisfied, he then picked up the alchemical formula to delve into his research. 2 months later, having fully absorbed its contents, he prepared to concoct the spirit-nurturing pill. With a swift clap of his palm, a violet alchemical furnace soared into the air, expanding in the wind before landing gracefully on the ground. He performed a series of intricate gestures to ignite the spiritual charcoal, gradually raising the temperature to a searing heat. Following the prescribed steps, he meticulously added the spiritual herbs. And after half a day, a cauldron of mixed orange elixir was successfully concocted. Although it was his first attempt at refining the spirit-nourishing pill, Wang Hao had long since mastered the process. Seeing the ample amount of elixir, he decided to be bold and divided it into 7 portions, intending to refine 7 spirit-nourishing pills in one go. With a gentle flame simmering, he focused his consciousness on the subtle changes occurring within the mixture. An hour later, as the elixir began to evaporate, a serious expression crossed Wang Hao's face. The essence of the elixir was now at the crucial moment of solidifying into pills. The notes from the ancestral records of the Xing clan surpassed those of old Wang. My alchemical skills have improved significantly, he mused with a faint smile, channeling his alchemical techniques to solidify the pills. As the furnace trembled, one portion of elixir began to quiver violently, and despite Wang Hao's attempts to control it, he had no choice but to separate it from the other 6 portions, guiding it to the furnace wall to evaporate. Paying no heed to the loss, he concentrated on solidifying the remaining elixir into pills. Eventually, as the delightful aroma of the pills wafted through the air, the other 6 portions transformed into perfectly formed pills. Wang Hao raised his hands to open the furnace lid and pointed as 6 crystalline pills soared into the air. A 60% success rate. I might just attempt to break through to the 2nd tier of alchemists. He nodded in satisfaction. As for the portion that was lost, such occurrences were common in alchemy, and there was little to lament. It merely reflected a lack of control over his consciousness. Were his mental acuity to strengthen, such mishaps could be avoided. In fact, producing 8 pills would not have been an insurmountable challenge. This was not mere boasting. Rather, it was a clear acknowledgement of his growing alchemical prowess. I wonder if there's any news regarding the 3-leaf spirit concentrating herb. If I could consume the spirit gathering pill, my breakthrough would be considerably easier. Wang Hao mused softly, tidying up before heading towards the Miao Dan Pavilion. Brother, what brings you here today? After more than a year of experience, Wang Wenyuan had matured into a poised young lady, her beauty blossoming, earning her the moniker of Fairy Yin within the market. Am I not allowed to visit? On the contrary. Fairy Yin, what brings you here today? Wang Hao teased, glancing behind her. Where is that friend of yours, Zhu? Brother, why do you also tease like one may? Wang Wenyuan blushed instantly. She was indeed attractive and possessed a pleasant demeanor, drawing many suitors, among whom a certain Zhu caught Wang Hao's attention. However, to win her heart, one must join the Wang family. Now, let us discuss serious matters. Has anyone taken the commission for the three-leaf spirit concentrating herb? Wang Hao inquired, his expression shifting. Wang Wenyuan pondered for a moment before replying. 3 teams have taken it, but there has been no news yet. Oh, by the way, a Qi refining 6th-layer cultivator brought me a 5-year-old 3-leaf spirit concentrating herb. The age is significantly lacking, so I took the liberty to accept it for 10 spirit stones. 5 years old. That is far too inadequate. It should be at least 50 years. Wang Hao maintained a calm exterior, but inwardly he rejoiced. You should hand over that 5-year-old 3-leaf spirit concentrating herb to me. As for the commission, let us raise the spirit stone fee by 5. Wang Wenyang retrieved a jade box from the counter and presented it to Wang Hao. Upon opening it, Wang Hao was delighted to discover a blue concentration grass, adorned with merely 3 tender leaves. Noticing a small segment of root system, a satisfied smile graced his face. Meanwhile, Fairy Yin continued her tasks, while 5th brother departed. In the farm, a plot of rich black soil had been cultivated, with the passage of time accelerated to 40-fold. Now, with seeds in hand, Wang Hao only needed to wait a little over a year to achieve mass production of the concentration elixir. Regrettably, this elixir could only be consumed once, rendering the cultivation of an entire acre a rather extravagant endeavor. If only he could procure a ready supply. Yet, life seldom unfolds as one desires. Upon returning to his dwelling, Wang Hao realized he had been so preoccupied with thoughts of the concentration elixir that he had forgotten to administer the spirit-nurturing pills he had prepared for Yaya and Xiaobai. Yaya was the golden-eyed duck, while Xiaobai was, of course, the eye-eyed white tiger. Wang Hao clapped his spirit beast pouch, and a duck, whose stature now exceeded his own, materialized before him, quacking excitedly upon seeing him. Don't panic. Let us first release Xiaobai, he declared, controlling another spirit beast pouch to unleash the eye-eyed white tiger. Although Xiaobai was a few years younger than Yaya, it had grown rapidly and was now nearly at Wang Hao's shoulder height. Observing its aura, he noted it was on the verge of reaching the mid-tier of the first stage. Roar! The adorable white tiger roared fiercely upon emergence, only to be met with the disdainful gaze of the golden-eyed duck, as if to say, what a fool. Truly, it was a spirit beast capable of evolving to the 3rd tier. Wang Hao marveled and produced 2 spirit-nurturing pills, feeding 1 to each of them. Yaya was still a step away from the upper tier of the first stage. 1 pill would not suffice for its breakthrough. Conversely, Xiaobai, after consuming the pill, appeared drowsy, a sign of impending advancement. Wang Hao returned it to the spirit beast pouch, allowing Yaya to frolic in the courtyard for a while. Spirit beasts possessed intelligence surpassing that of ordinary animals, and having been raised by Wang Hao since its youth, Yaya was particularly fond of the Wang family and would not cause trouble. Thus, Wang Hao continued his training and body refinement while occasionally practicing alchemy, leading to a rather monotonous passage of over a year. The commission for the 3-leaf concentration grass had yielded no news, and Wang Hao decided to withdraw it. As his farm had matured, despite the complexity of the concentration elixir, he had only managed to produce 4 pills at a time, far below his usual success rate of 60%. Throughout the year, he had attempted to refine the qi-gathering pill numerous times, each ending in failure. However, he remained undeterred. Having reached the stage of pill creation, he believed that after refining the concentration elixir, a few more attempts would surely lead to success. Old Wang had only become a 2nd-tier low-grade alchemist after reaching the 9th layer of qi training. Alas, Old Wang arrived with news that he needed to visit Qingyuan Market, thereby postponing the day of his breakthrough. Are you ready? He inquired. What is there to prepare, Old Wang? You haven't pilfered my 3,000 spirit stones, have you? Wang Yinzhao winced at the remark. Though his son had matured, excelling in cultivation, combat, and commerce, his tongue remained as infuriating as ever. With a casual flick, he tossed a storage pouch, saying, Here you go. This time at Qingyuan Market, buy something nice. Wang Hao chuckled softly as he accepted the storage bag, discovering not only 3,000 spirit stones, but also a plethora of valuable items, including various spells collected by the Wang family and 2 second-tier spirit talismans. Wang Yinzhao explained. You are now a late-stage Qi refinement practitioner. Relying on the fireball technique is no longer sufficient. The essence fire transformation allows you to manipulate flames into various shapes for attack, and it can be utilized even during the foundation establishment stage. Practice diligently. The 2 second-tier talismans are a protective gift from the ancestor. Wang Hao expressed his gratitude, and Wang Yinzhao said no more. He produced a crimson flying sword, and together they soared into the sky. A foundation establishment practitioner can achieve a speed of 3,000 miles per hour while flying on a sword. With Wang Yinzhao's second layer of foundation establishment energy, he could sustain flight for 3 hours. However, the distance from Qingyou Square to Qingyuan Market was an arduous several 100,000 miles. Wang Yinzhao was reluctant to consume medicinal pills to replenish his energy, opting instead to meditate slowly. After traveling for over 10 days, they finally arrived at Qingyuan Market. Qingyuan Market was substantially larger than Qingyou Square, boasting an area at least 10 times greater, with a permanent population exceeding 100,000. This was the resident populace. Qingyou Square only attracted a multitude of practitioners during the auction of foundation establishment pills, reaching a mere 50,000 at its peak. While the usual daily presence was under 10,000, most of whom were temporarily residing while struggling at Duanyuan Mountain. Qingyuan Market housed 2 third-tier spirit veins and several second-tier spirit veins, all relocated by the Qingyuan sect through formations to support such a considerable number of practitioners. The Wang family owned a general store in Qingyuan Market, but the business was dismal, barely earning enough spirit stones to cover the rent. Had it not been for the Wang family's need for a foothold, the store would have long since closed its doors. The store manager was Wang Yinji, the 10th in line, who immediately seized Wang Hao's hand upon their meeting. You must be the prodigy of the Wang family, Wang Hao. You must offer some advice to your 10th uncle. I don't seek too much. Just a way for the store to balance its accounts without relying on the family for funds. Year after year, Wang Yinji had to solicit spirit stones from the family to pay the rent, leaving him too embarrassed to return to Wang's ridge. Seeing Wang Hao was akin to encountering a savior, Wang Yinzhao intervened. 10th brother, we all understand the store's situation. A skilled cook cannot prepare a meal without rice. How can one manage well without ample goods? The family has never blamed you. Sighing, Wang Yinji lamented, I understand that. But witnessing the bustling street and then looking at our desolate store fills me with shame. With such heavy foot traffic, if we managed well, we would not have fallen to this state. After pondering, Wang Hao replied, 10th uncle, we are here now, and with 2 alchemists present, surely we can procure goods. Are there any existing spirit herbs in the store? Bring them forth immediately. Yes, yes. Wang Yinji eagerly responded, recently, a small batch was acquired. Though limited in quantity, we can still refine a few furnaces of pills. Realizing that the auction was 2 months away and having idle time, Wang Yinzhao suggested, 10th brother, spread the word and gather more spirit herbs. I intend to stay here for 2 months. Wang Yinji was overjoyed, thumping his chest confidently, no problem. I will notify the familiar herb gathering teams right away. You both rest. I will fetch the spirit herbs. With the limited supply of spirit herbs, Wang Yinzhao took charge of the procurement, advising Wang Hao to devote his time to practicing spells. Wang Hao was content in his leisure. Yet he did not hasten to practice the 3 transformations of the essence fire. Instead, he took out the spirit gathering pill. Strengthening his consciousness would enhance the efficiency of his spell casting, and the sequence of actions must not be reversed. The spirit gathering pill was dark and unassuming, and Wang Hao placed it directly into his mouth. As the pill dissolved within his abdomen, he did not feel the medicinal energy flowing into his dantian, but rather into his sea of consciousness. Initially, there was a tingling sensation, which gradually evolved into a sharp pain. However, simultaneously, the cloud of mist within his sea of consciousness began to swell under the nurturing power of the pill. This process felt interminable to Wang Hao, although it could merely have been the discomfort in his sea of consciousness distorting his sense of time. Once the pain subsided, he discovered that the mist had expanded by at least 1/3. Previously, his consciousness could only probe to a distance of 30 zhang, but now it extended to over 40 zhang. Taking out the Gale's sword, he found that the control range indeed reached 40 zhang. While he could make the sword fly beyond this distance, retrieving it would be beyond his reach. The same principle applied to spirit talismans. He could now detonate them within a range of 40 zhang, which naturally meant an increase in his attack range, a benefit that required no further elaboration. Having tasted the advantages of his enhanced consciousness, Wang Hao found himself yearning for the distant evolution technique of the old demon Han. The following day, Wang Hao sat in the shop on behalf of Wang Yan. There was little to occupy him, even with shelves lined with pills. Their lack of renown meant that customers remained skeptical, resulting in scant foot traffic. In half a day, only 2 wandering cultivators, evidently impoverished, inquired but left without making a purchase, leaving Wang Hao disinterested in attending to them. After a while, just as he was preparing to close the shop with the setting sun, 2 individuals clad in white robes of the Qingyuan sect entered. They appeared to be quite young, no older than their 20s. Wang Hao mused that given the wealth of resources within the Qingyuan sect, their disciples would likely find better deals internally, leading him to conclude they were not there to purchase pills. Nevertheless, as they had entered, it was only proper to welcome them. "Esteemed friends, how may I assist you?" The young man surveyed the modest shop and the shelves, his expression revealing disappointment, hinting at a desire to leave. The young woman, however, sniffed the air lightly and turned to Wang Hao. "Are you an alchemist?" Wang Hao was taken aback. There was little to conceal, so he readily admitted, "I am Wang Hao, the alchemist of this establishment. I am Chen Qing of the Qingyuan sect. I am Chu He of the Qingyuan sect." Upon learning that Wang Hao was an alchemist, the young man became notably more amiable. "Might I inquire, do you possess any pills that can heal spiritual injuries? I am willing to pay a premium," Chen Qing tentatively asked, though she had little hope. Wang Hao narrowed his eyes. Since the spirit-gathering pill could strengthen one's consciousness, it might indeed assist with spiritual injuries. Yet he was unfamiliar with these two and felt it unwise to disclose such information too readily. Thus, he shook his head in refusal. "I am but a humble alchemist from a small family, able only to concoct common pills. I have not heard of any that can heal spiritual injuries." "Forget it. Junior sister Chen, let us search other shops. If we still find nothing, I shall resort to selling my possessions to obtain a spirit-containing pill at the auction." Chen Qing's expression darkened as she remarked, "The spirit-gathering pill is intended for those in the foundation establishment stage. Its potency is far too overwhelming for someone like me, and the cost is beyond what we Qi refinement practitioners can bear." Wang Hao pondered whether the young woman had suffered damage to her spirit. The spirit-gathering pill could not be sold. Such a powerful elixir capable of enhancing one's consciousness might provoke some to resort to unscrupulous means, and Wang Hao had no desire to witness violence over treasures. However, the 3-leaf concentration herb was available for sale. Although it was rare, it occasionally surfaced in the market. "Thus," he said, "Esteemed Shinshinzi, I happen to have acquired a 3-leaf concentration herb that should be of assistance to you." He then presented a jade box. Chen Qing's eyes brightened at this, and upon receiving the box and opening it, she took a deep breath to savor its essence, her eyes widening in delight. "It is indeed effective. Thank you, Wang Diu. How many spirit stones do you require?" Wang Hao replied with a smile. "It is a fortunate coincidence to make the acquaintance of 2 esteemed friends from Qingyuan sect. I obtained this concentration herb for 40 spirit stones. You may pay me the original price, as a gesture of friendship. How can I let Wang Daoyu work for free? Please, accept 50 spirit stones." Since Wang had mentioned the original price, he insisted on receiving only 40 spirit stones. "Do you two look down upon me, not wishing to acknowledge this friendship?" "Not at all. We were once wandering cultivators ourselves. We would never harbor such sentiments towards Wang Xiong. Since you have offered in good faith, I shall accept it. Should you require assistance in the future, I will certainly help." Chen Qing bowed respectfully. Wang Xiong is a magnanimous person. I, Chu He, also acknowledge this friendship. As the day is growing late, my junior sister needs to recuperate. We shall invite you for drinks another day. "Oh, I have just arrived at Qingyuan Square and wish to familiarize myself with the market. I eagerly await that gathering." "Certainly, Wang Xiong. We will take our leave for now." Chu He clasped his fists in farewell. "Take care." Wang Hao rose to see them off. After closing the shop's door behind them, he reflected that befriending 2 disciples of Qingyuan sect was merely a casual expansion of his network, with no particular intent. Little did he expect this casual encounter would lead to a delightful surprise. Merely 3 days later, the duo sought him out again. Chu He clasped his fists and said, "Wang Xiong, there is a gathering at the ascending immortal tower today. I wish to offer this as a gesture of goodwill. Would you be interested?" "A gathering?" "Naturally. I'm interested. As a newcomer, I seek to forge connections with fellow practitioners," Wang Hao replied, his face brightening with enthusiasm. "I would be grateful for your introduction." "Not at all. We wish to attend as well, and bringing you along is but a minor effort." Chen Qing laughed. "The gathering is about to commence. Let us hurry." The Ascending Immortal Tower is a relatively large tavern in Qingyuan Square, a favored venue for cultivators to network and exchange information. However, the prices here are steep. Wandering cultivators without substantial means often find themselves unable to enter. On the second floor, over 20 cultivators gathered, most adorned in the robes of Qingyuan sect disciples. With over 30,000 disciples in the sect, acquaintances were scarce, making these tavern gatherings a customary practice for building connections within the sect. Wealth and partners are paramount. The latter not only refers to romantic companions but also to friends, kin, and fellow practitioners who can offer guidance. Indeed, there are also members of noble families and some solitary cultivators whose attire and demeanor reveal their formidable nature. When Wang Hao and his companions arrived, they were introduced to the assembly with an exceptionally cordial demeanor, although the warmth was not overwhelming. Observing their cultivation levels, Wang Hao realized he was among the least advanced. All were late-stage Qi refinement cultivators, with several having reached the pinnacle of that stage, yet none were at the mid-stage. Brother Song, were we not informed that there would be inner disciples from the Qingyuan sect attending? Why have they not yet arrived? Inquired a solitary cultivator named Yi Feng. The one clad in the Qingyuan sect's robes, Song Yun, shook his head. Brother Sun and the others might be occupied. I am not entirely certain. However, Brother Sun is the direct descendant of Elder Sun and a key focus of our sect's cultivation efforts, highly regarded for his reputation. Since he has pledged to attend, he will certainly not break his promise. Upon hearing this, the others exhibited expressions of envy, being a key focus of the Qingyuan sect. Coupled with a grandfather of golden core status was a background that could not hope to match collectively. Brother Song, you truly humble me. At that moment, a hearty voice resonated, and shortly after, a youth in white garments ascended the staircase. His attire bore green stripes, distinguishing him as an inner disciple of the Qingyuan sect. Wang Hao glanced over, noting the young man's tall stature and handsome features. He presented an impressive appearance, adorned with a jade pendant that suggested a non-ordinary origin, and he ostentatiously wielded a folding fan. The disciples of the Qingyuan sect, including Song Yun, swiftly rose to greet him. We meet again, Brother Sun. The others also stood to pay their respects. I am Sun Jishuan, pleased to meet all fellow cultivators. Sun Jishuan returned their greetings politely. His tone warm and devoid of the condescension often displayed by those who rely on their status, earning Wang Hao's respect. Once seated, Sun Jishuan was soon surrounded by eager listeners. Among cultivators, the primary discourse revolves around insights into cultivation techniques, and Sun Jishuan, evidently more knowledgeable due to his elevated standing, was naturally the center of attention. Nevertheless, he did not monopolize the conversation. He spoke at a measured pace, ensuring clarity for all, particularly regarding methods for overcoming cultivation bottlenecks. Wang Hao found value in comparing these insights to his own past experiences. Beyond cultivation, the group also engaged in discussions about the myriad arts of cultivation, with alchemy, artifact forging, and talisman crafting being the most frequently addressed topics. A talisman master animatedly demonstrated his craft, and Wang Hao gleaned considerable knowledge from the entire process. After years of effort, he had only just scratched the surface, but with guidance and diligent practice, he felt that advancing to a mid-tier talisman crafter was within reach. Consequently, he openly shared some of his own insights into alchemy, and upon revealing himself to be a first-tier superior alchemist, he garnered significantly more attention from the group. After a while, as the last talisman master concluded, Sun Jishuan proposed, with so many elites gathered here today, especially those skilled in alchemy, talisman crafting, and artifact forging, shall we host a small trading event? What does everyone think? Brother Sun speaks wisely. I concur. So do I. Others nodded in agreement. Satisfied, Sun Jishuan nodded back. And since there was unanimous consent, he declared, let us commence. The rules are simple. Exchanges can be made in goods or spiritual stones, depending on the seller's preference. That is all. As he spoke, he clasped his hands together, stating, permit me to cast a humble stone to elicit a gem. With a casual flourish, he produced 4 items, a second-tier low-grade spirit talisman, a golden sword talisman, a jade box, a long sword, and a substantial piece of black stone. The second-tier low-grade golden sword talisman, a first-tier high-grade artifact known as the cleansing wind sword. The black item was a high-grade refining material called black iron stone. And within the jade box lay an 80-year-old soul-nourishing herb. I seek only to trade for materials suitable for crafting second-tier talismans. Talisman brushes, blood ink, and talisman paper will suffice. Wang Hao's gaze fixated on the bluish-green herb, as he recalled Sun Jishuan's description of its nourishing effects on the spirit. Prolonged exposure to its scent could enhance one's spiritual awareness, yet he lamented his lack of second-tier talisman crafting materials. He had sold the beast hides acquired from his last hunt with Uncle Ba, just as he contemplated inquiring whether he could exchange spirit stones or elixirs for the herb. Sun Jishuan spoke again. My apologies, esteemed guests, but this soul-nourishing herb has already been traded to Sister Chen. There is no need for further communications. Let us turn our attention to other materials. With that, Chen Qing, her face alight with joy, accepted the jade box containing the herb. While the exchanged item was a jade vial exuding a strong metallic scent, presumably containing the blood of a second-tier demonic beast, with the herb now in Chen Qing's possession, Wang Hao felt a sense of relief. Given the favor he owed her for the three-leaf spirit herb, she would surely not refuse him a glance at the soul-nourishing herb. Subsequently, a wandering cultivator exchanged beast hides for the spirit talisman, while a disciple from the Qingyuan sect acquired the flying sword. The black iron stone, however, remained unwanted and was reclaimed by Sun Jishuan. Song Yin stepped forward, stating, I too am a talisman master, though I cannot compare to Brother Sunday. I possess high-grade talismans, Fire Rain Talisman, Water Dragon Talisman, and Great Strength Talisman, which may be exchanged for equivalent items or purchased with spirit stones. Wang Hao approached, spending 200 spirit stones to procure 10 talismans. He wished to acquire more, yet feared attracting unwanted attention. Other cultivators followed suit, some opting to purchase while others chose to barter, and soon, the 50-odd talismans in Song Yun's possession were exchanged away. Then, others emulated the trend, producing items for trade. Wang Hao exchanged 2 vials of yellow sprout elixir for a first-tier mid-grade talisman brush. As preparations for his talisman crafting endeavor must be thoroughly made, 2 first-tier high-grade wolf fangs and a first-tier high-grade black water turtle shell were excellent refining materials, alongside 10 moonlight butterfly eggs. The moonlight butterfly ranked 78th among the celestial spirit insects, and its second-tier growth stage could unleash illusions. He sought only elixirs that could enhance his cultivation, preferably the yellow dragon elixir. Another disciple from the Qingyuan sect approached, presenting a collection of items. Upon hearing the mention of the moonlight butterfly, Wang Hao's interest was piqued. He had already nurtured 2 spirit beasts, having spent thousands of spirit stones with minimal results. Yet he understood that once Yaya and Xiaobai reached the second tier, his rewards would manifest. Thus, he desired to exchange for 2 of the eggs. Moonlight butterflies? Surely, you jest. Such items are not easily found, Sun Jishuan inquired, intrigued. The individual quickly clarified, Brother Sun, I would never deceive you. These items were acquired during my exploration of a cave dwelling. However, due to prolonged storage, they have lost their spirit, making hatching a bit of a challenge. May I take a look? Of course. He opened a jade box, saying, Brother Sun, please. Why is it of this color? Sun Jishuan held a colorful insect egg the size of a chicken egg, exclaiming in astonishment, shouldn't the eggs of the illusory moon butterfly be white? Why do they display a rainbow of stripes? The other individual replied, I too am at a loss. It appeared this way from the moment it came into my possession. It was only upon consulting the records left by the cave that I learned it was the egg of the illusory moon butterfly. Alas, it has less than 20% viability remaining, making it exceedingly difficult for these eggs to hatch. Sun Jishuan gazed at it for a long while. A look of regret etched on his face, for if they were to hatch, he would be reluctant to part with them, knowing they could be sold for 10 times their value once fully developed. The man scratched his head awkwardly, offering no rebuttal. In the end, he produced his goods in exchange for 5 illusory moon butterfly eggs. Wang Hao, fearing he might miss out, stepped forward and presented a vial of Hualong elixir, saying, My friend, would you consider trading the remaining 5 eggs for this vial of elixir? The man hesitated for a moment, then replied, If you could add half a vial more, I would agree to the exchange. Very well, Wang Hao acquiesced, producing half a vial of Hualong elixir. Securing the eggs into his possession, the man even gifted him a jade slip, containing information on the illusory moon butterfly and its breeding methods, all of which he had obtained from the cave. Wang Hao returned to his seat and began to peruse the materials. The document stated that illusory moon butterfly eggs typically only require placement in an area rich in spiritual energy to hatch, however, with only 20% viability remaining. Mere abundance of spiritual energy may no longer suffice. Indeed, its supernatural abilities are formidable. Upon reaching the second tier, it exudes a glow, ensnaring the gaze of chi refinement practitioners into a realm of illusions. The mesmerizing light it emits can ensnare even high-tier cultivators if they do not evade its allure. After half an hour had passed without anyone approaching for further exchanges, Chui suddenly remarked, Brother Wang, have you not yet produced anything for trade? Wang Hao rose, apologetically inclining his head to the gathered crowd, My apologies. I have only recently ascended to a first-tier alchemist and possess few elixirs left, having traded all I had for the items of my esteemed companions. Thus, let us conclude our gathering for today, Sun Jishuan declared, allowing everyone to disperse. As Wang Hao and Chui bid farewell, he suddenly recalled the matter of the soul-nourishing grass. He hastily stopped Chen Qing, saying, "Fairy Chen, please pause for a moment. I have a humble request that I hope you can fulfill. Brother Wang, feel free to speak, if it is within my capacity." "I shall certainly assist," Chen Qing replied kindly. Wang Hao clasped his hands in gratitude and continued, "I hail from a modest family and, though I am an alchemist, my exposure to spiritual herbs has been rather limited. Might I beseech you to allow me a glimpse of the soul-nourishing flower?" Chen Qing chuckled. I wondered what matter made Brother Wang so earnest. "Here, take a look." She presented a jade box to him. Wang Hao expressed his thanks profusely before opening the box. Upon inhaling the fragrance of the soul-nourishing flower, he felt his mind clear and his thoughts sharpen considerably. It indeed had the effect of nurturing the spirit. He took a deep breath before closing the box, but not before discreetly touching the flower with his finger, acquiring a seed in the process. "Brother Wang, would you not care to gaze a bit longer?" Chen Qing asked. "I am quite satisfied. I shall take my leave now," he replied, observing Wang Hao's departing figure. Chui remarked, "This brother is quite infatuated with spiritual herbs, yet there is no hint of greed in his eyes, which speaks volumes of his character." Chen Qing concurred. As an alchemist, it is natural to be curious about rare herbs, yet his curiosity is restrained. Those who can maintain such composure will surely achieve greatness in the future. It is unfortunate that he belongs to a lesser family of cultivators. Otherwise, his accomplishments would undoubtedly be grander. Chen Qing nodded. "Indeed. I too wish to experiment with the efficacy of the soul-nourishing flower. Let us converse more in depth next time. Farewell." Upon returning to his dwelling, Wang Hao took out the eggs of the illusory moon butterfly and examined them closely. He had never encountered such a thing before. They lacked vitality and differed in color from typical eggs. However, since Sun Jishuan was willing to purchase them, they must possess some value. Wang Hao hypothesized that the color of these eggs was not a result of the passage of time, but rather an inherent quality, a mutation. A mutated spiritual insect does not necessarily imply a favorable transformation. Akin to breeding in later generations, some may excel while others may falter. And the task lies in selecting the best from the lot. The 5 eggs were all vibrantly colored and bore nearly identical stripes, suggesting that their progenitor had already undergone mutation, thus sparing Wang Hao the effort of selection later on. He pondered how to rejuvenate the vitality of the eggs. He knew a few methods, such as placing them in areas rich in spiritual energy, nourishing them with spiritual water, or concocting spiritual liquid, essentially using substances imbued with spiritual energy to restore their vitality. Although he lacked recipes for spiritual liquids, he did possess spirit-nurturing pills, which are highly beneficial for spiritual beasts and insects. Wang Hao merely needed to refine the recipe for the pills into a spiritual liquid and then soak the eggs. This should yield results. Even in the event of failure, the loss would only amount to 1.5 bottles of yellow dragon pills. Thus, he set about the process of refining, extracting the essence of the spiritual herbs. In a short while, Wang Hao had successfully concocted the spiritual liquid and immersed the eggs within it. To prevent total failure, he took 1 egg and placed it atop a pile of spirit stones, allowing for comparison over the course of several days to observe any differences. Setting aside the insect eggs, Wang Hao no longer paid them any heed. He took out the enchanted brush he had exchanged for, preparing to draw talismans. The shared experiences from those at the gathering had greatly inspired him, prompting him to seize the moment and enhance his talisman crafting skills. Wang Hao began to center his thoughts, aware that there were numerous rituals preceding the creation of a talisman. Initially, he regarded these rituals as superfluous, akin to the whimsical prayers of a shaman, believing they served merely as psychological reassurances. However, the talisman masters insisted that such rituals were indispensable, speaking of the unseen forces of fate and the profound mysteries of the universe, which led Wang Hao to believe in their significance. After all, if others adhered to these practices, why should he strive to be different? Wang Hao had already grasped the fundamental principles of talisman crafting, having meticulously completed the elaborate rituals. He was ready to begin his work. To his surprise, he found them indeed beneficial. He felt a profound tranquility within, devoid of any turbulence. The initial trepidation of failure dissipated completely. So he decided to proceed. Taking a deep breath, he spread out the talisman paper, uncapped a bottle of spiritual ink, and dipped his brush. Carefully channeling his spiritual energy through the brush's tip, he steadily and smoothly transferred it onto the talisman paper. He was now drawing a fireball talisman, which was among the simplest of first-tier mid-grade symbols, composed of merely 6 runes. He had practiced the relevant runes countless times, capable of drawing them even with his eyes closed. With the assistance of muscle memory, the runes began to appear on the talisman paper, which subtly quivered as it absorbed the spiritual energy. Just as he was about to complete the final rune, a flicker of joy surged within him. However, this slight shift in his mental state caused the talisman paper to tremble unexpectedly. Oh no, Wang Hao thought, and without time for regret, he hastily discarded the talisman paper. Poof! A burst of flames erupted, reducing the paper to ashes in an instant. It seemed that the greatest taboo in talisman crafting was a disturbance of the mind. Those rituals were indeed meant to help the crafter maintain focus, Wang Hao murmured, as if uncovering a crucial secret. Thus, he repeated the rituals and attempted the fireball talisman once more. This time, Wang Hao guarded his inner tranquility, smoothly inscribing the final rune onto the paper. Ah, success! It turned out that I had wandered off the path before. Wang Hao reflected, realizing that the art of cultivation could not be merely explained through scientific reasoning. Those rituals he had deemed useless were, in fact, the key to successful talisman crafting. However, it was not solely due to the rituals. The essence of talisman crafting encompassed many factors. His success on the second attempt was not merely attributable to the rituals, but also to the countless experiences he had accumulated. Had he attempted to draw an unfamiliar first-tier mid-grade talisman at that moment, he would certainly have failed. Wang Hao once again centered himself and proceeded to craft a dozen fireball talismans, achieving a success rate of 50%. At this point, he had reached the late stage of chi refinement, and crafting such low-level talismans did not deplete much of his spiritual energy, nor did it leave him fatigued. Once he exhausted the last piece of talisman paper on the table, Wang Hao, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "In the future, I need not venture out to purchase first-tier mid-grade talismans, which will save me quite a fortune in spirit stones." Overjoyed, Wang Hao spent several days holed up in his room crafting talismans, initially only drawing fireball talismans, but soon he began experimenting with earth wall talismans, water arrow talismans, and sword chi talismans. As he increased his practice, his success rate in crafting talismans improved significantly, stabilizing above 50%. A first-tier talisman master can achieve profitability with merely a 40% success rate. Currently, he engages in the talisman business, yielding a modest profit. However, Wang Hao does not intend to sell them, primarily using them for personal purposes. He certainly lacks the time to create an abundance of talismans. Of course, it is conceivable that in the future, he may master the art of crafting superior talismans, and once the profits increase, he might reconsider his stance. Wang Hao tucked away the talismans on the table and glanced at the eggs of the illusory moon butterfly. Noticing that the 4 immersed in the spiritual liquid exhibited a slightly more vigorous vitality compared to the solitary egg placed upon the spiritual stone. Among them, 2 eggs stood out remarkably, their colorful patterns appearing even more vibrant. Wang Hao nodded with satisfaction and placed another egg into the spirit liquid. Observing the significant reduction in the liquid's concentration, he proceeded to concoct another batch as a substitute. He did not aspire for all 5 eggs to hatch. Even the emergence of 2 moonshadow butterflies, or even just one, would suffice to bring him great contentment. After all, they ranked 78th on the list of celestial spirit insects, a prestige not to be underestimated among the myriad spirit insects in existence. Having settled the eggs, Wang Hao resolved to venture outside. It had been quite some time since he arrived at Qingyuan Fangshi, and he had merely attended an exchange meeting without thoroughly exploring the area. Today, he decided to visit the marketplace where casual cultivators set up their stalls, hoping to unearth some hidden treasures. Qingyuan Fangshi was well organized, with the stalls of casual cultivators located in a small square adjacent to the north gate, easily accessible. As he strolled leisurely, he noted that it resembled Qingyuan Fangshi in many ways. However, this area was not limited to merely chi refinement stage cultivators, as there were also numerous foundation establishment practitioners present, offering a wider variety of goods, including items of the second tier. Ah, what is this wine? It smells delightful. Wang Hao paused at the stall of an elderly man in the mid-chi refinement stage, pointing at a gourd he held. The elderly man's stall was modest, containing only a few animal skins, some blank talismans, and a handful of magical artifacts. Noticing a potential customer, the old man eagerly began his pitch. This is Qi Xuanyang, a spirit wine brewed from Qi Shui ginseng. It has healing properties and can restore spiritual energy. He then produced a new gourd, saying, "Would you care for some?" Wang Hao shook his head, replying, "I am not interested in your wine, but I am quite intrigued by your brewing recipe." With the bounty from his farm, acquiring the recipe would indeed be like adding wings to a tiger. The old man's expression darkened. The recipe is not for sale. It is my means of livelihood. If you do not intend to purchase anything, I kindly ask you to leave and not hinder my business. Another stall owner nearby scoffed. Old Zo, what business do you have with that heap of junk? Your wine is even pricier than those at taverns, and its effects are inferior. Who would buy it? This friend of ours is interested in your recipe. I suggest you sell it before you find yourself unable to afford even spiritual rice and starving on the streets. The old man immediately began hurling insults at the other. Bah! I would rather starve outside than become a spendthrift and sell my ancestral recipe. The old man's claim that the wine's ineffectiveness stemmed from inferior raw materials was a testament to his skill. The implication that he could not sell was merely a matter of price. Wang Hao mused. But I haven't even made an offer yet. Determined to negotiate further, Wang Hao persisted. Dear Taoist Zo, please reconsider. We can discuss the price. Once I say it's not for sale, it means it is not for sale. This is my ancestral craft. Selling it would make me a spendthrift. The old man was resolute. In that moment, an idea struck Wang Hao. If that is the case, would Taoist Zo accept employment to brew wine for me? He recalled the Wang family's store in Qingyuan Fangshi. He and Wang Yanzhao would eventually leave, and the shop would revert to its previous state of stagnation without pills. Hiring this old man to brew wine could provide a steady income. The old man's expression brightened upon hearing the proposal. Currently, he was without a fixed abode, struggling to find his next meal. If someone were to employ him, at least his basic needs would be secured. Thus, he inquired, what remuneration can you offer? Will you provide accommodation and meals? And I must clarify, I shall not leave the Qingyuan market. Wang Hao smiled at his response, confirming the arrangement. I shall provide you with an annual stipend of 30 spirit stones. That is the standard salary within my Wang family. Accommodation and sustenance will naturally be included, and you will work right here in the Qingyuan market. I am a scion of the Wang family from the Qingyo workshop. Should you agree, you may join us as a guest elder. Furthermore, he gestured towards the stall before him. If you vow with your heart that you will not bring harm to my family and commit to at least 10 years of service, I shall take full responsibility for the goods at your stall. Consider it a gift to secure your employment. Among these items is a high-grade magical artifact, the Fan Tian In, along with various other trinkets valued at a total of 240 spirit stones. Are you truly willing to purchase them? The old man regarded Wang Hao with skepticism. Even those from noble families rarely possess such wealth. The stall owner, unable to contain himself, chuckled and remarked to Wang Hao. I advise you, young man, do not be deceived. Old Zo's wares are nothing but junk. Not even 100 spirit stones would be offered for them. As for the Fan Tian In, it is in such disrepair that one could buy a brand new high-grade artifact from the Qingyuan pavilion for a mere fraction of the cost. How can you ask for full price? Guer, do not overstep your bounds. Speak another word, and I shall confront you. What if you do? Am I to fear you? I cannot abide watching you deceive fellow cultivators. Here is someone who graciously offered you shelter, yet you repay their kindness with such disgrace. How shameful at your age to have sunk so low. Wang Hao picked up the Fan Tian In, curiously inspecting it. Its color was a dull yellow, suggesting it was crafted from some kind of earth attribute material. There was a small crack running along its surface, indeed. Spending 100 spirit stones on this would be a loss. However, many predecessors possessed such artifacts, and if Wang Hao did not have one, it would seem uncharacteristic of a protagonist. For the sake of this whimsical notion, purchasing it would not be a misstep. Clearing his throat, he declared, I shall offer you 150 spirit stones. If you agree, come with me. 100 spirit stones is far too little. The old man hesitated to negotiate further, but before he could utter another word, Wang Hao turned to leave, prompting him to quickly amend. Fellow cultivator, I accept. 150 it is. Ah, the price has risen. Guer sighed, shaking his head. Wang Hao smiled and clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you for your counsel, my friend. Not at all. It is merely a matter of mutual agreement. Yet here I stand as the villain. Guer chuckled self-deprecatingly. Wang Hao led the old man back to his shop and said, This shall be your workplace from now on. Oh, I almost forgot to ask your name. I am Wang Hao. The old man, noticing the shop's modest size, felt a twinge of disappointment but realized it was at least a place to rest. He bowed slightly. I am honored to meet you. I am surnamed Zo, named Zorenha, and others refer to me as Old Zo. Then I shall call you Old Zo from now on. Zorenha quickly protested, I cannot accept such a title. You are of a much higher cultivation. Wang Hao waved his hand dismissively. Nonsense. By joining the Wang family as a guest elder, we become akin to family. In our lineage, we regard age over cultivation level. You are older, so this title is entirely appropriate, Zhou Renhe humbly remarked. Then I shall shamelessly accept this task, before cautiously inquiring. Might I ask where the materials for brewing the wine can be found? And regarding the spiritual stones, I swear that I shall provide them immediately. Neither the materials nor the stones will be lacking, Zhou Renhe hastily vowed with a sincere heart. Wang Hao, not one to linger unnecessarily, handed him 150 spiritual stones, along with 100 each of the 50-year and 10-year red blood ginseng. Use these materials for now. The shop will also procure the relevant materials. When can the spirit wine be ready? Zhou Renhe, with a beaming smile, accepted the spiritual stones and replied. Brewing the red blood wine is not particularly difficult. It can be ready for consumption in just 2 months. However, since it is wine, its quality depends not only on the raw materials used but also on its age. The longer it is stored, the better its effects. Wang Hao nodded. This is of no concern. As you can see, the shop's business is moderate. Once the wine is brewed, we can place a few jars on the shelves, and the rest can be aged gradually. Zhou Renhe nodded in agreement and then produced the Fan Tian seal, presenting it to Wang Hao. Master, I assure you, I have not deceived you. This seal was acquired by my grandfather during his exploration of ancient cultivation ruins. It was once a spiritual tool, but after becoming damaged, it inexplicably transformed into a magical artifact. My grandfather mentioned that if one could find earth attribute spiritual materials for repair, it could be restored. Unfortunately, both my father and I possess inadequate talents and have never been able to advance beyond the late stage of qi refinement. Lacking the strength and need to restore this Fan Tian seal, I now present it to you, hoping you will cherish it. Is there indeed such a backstory? It certainly possesses extraordinary qualities, Wang Hao mused, secretly wishing that his macabre interest would not lead him to truly acquire a treasure. He maintained a nonchalant demeanor, stating, regrettably, earth attribute spiritual materials are not inexpensive, and one must also seek a suitable artifact master for the repairs. The cost may well approach that of purchasing a second-tier spiritual tool. Zhou Renhe offered an awkward smile. He had attempted to sell this item for several years. Yet no one had shown interest, harboring such concerns. To be honest, he would have agreed if Wang Hao offered him 100 spiritual stones. He then led Zhou Renhe to meet Wang Yinji, entrusting him with the subsequent matters. Wang Hao returned to his chamber to prepare for alchemy, having just discovered a batch of spiritual herbs in his farm that had matured, allowing him to attempt a breakthrough to a second-tier lower-grade alchemist. Wang Hao retrieved the purple light furnace, casting a spell that made it hum and expand, landing steadily on the ground. Alchemy had become second nature to Wang Hao. Yet the experiences of several failed breakthroughs reminded him to approach this endeavor with utmost seriousness. As he added herb after herb, the medicinal liquid increased in volume. Previously, at this stage, his spiritual awareness would be heavily taxed, often leading to failures when attempting to mix the liquid into a pill solution. Even when he managed to progress to the next step by sheer luck, fatigue would often result in failure. However, in this moment, his spiritual awareness felt enhanced and significantly less burdensome, allowing him to mix the pill liquid without excessive pressure. Yet, as he approached the final step of condensing the pill, he encountered issues with control. After 3 consecutive hours of alchemy, his magical energy and spiritual awareness were greatly depleted, contributing to these challenges. Wang Hao gritted his teeth and persevered, unhesitatingly discarding most of the pill liquid, keeping only a small portion, which allowed him to endure. As the fragrant aroma of the pill wafted through the air, Wang Hao extinguished the flames and opened the furnace, revealing a plump pill, the gathering qi pill. With a delicate sniff, he discerned no impurities, only a rich fragrance. However, to ascertain its efficacy, he must consume one. Yet, he dared not test the elixir himself. Even with his modest cultivation, he could not withstand the potency of a foundational-level pill. Thus, he resolved to seek out old Wang. Hastening to Wang Yinjiao's chamber, he exclaimed, "Old Wang, look what splendid treasure I have brought you." Wang Yinjiao furrowed his brow, poised to reprimand him, when a plump pill soared towards him. He swiftly caught it, lifting his hand to inspect. A qi-gathering pill. His eyes widened in surprise as he regarded Wang Hao. "Did you concoct this?" "Indeed." "Do taste it and let me know how it performs, so I may make adjustments," Wang Hao replied with a smug smile. At that moment, Wang Yinjiao had no mind for scolding. After a thorough examination and finding no flaws, he placed the pill in his mouth and closed his eyes. After a full quarter of an hour, he opened his eyes and remarked, "Quite good, though the timing still requires refinement, which relates to your cultivation. Once you reach the 8th layer of qi refinement, With enhanced consciousness and spiritual power, you will master the timing with greater ease. Wang Yinzhao proceeded to inquire meticulously about Wang Hao's refining process, offering guidance until the late hours, after which Wang Hao returned to his quarters, reflecting on the events before sinking into a deep slumber. The following morning, Wang Hao woke early. Upon stepping outside, he encountered Chu He and Chen Qing. "Chu brother and Fairy Chen, what brings you to seek me at such an early hour? Is there an important matter at hand?" "Indeed. There is something we wish to discuss with you, Wang brother." Chu He gestured. "Please, let us move to that tea house for a detailed conversation." With no pressing matters of his own, Wang Hao nodded in agreement, and the trio swiftly made their way to the Wunxian tea house, requesting a private room. Once the attendant poured tea and closed the door, Chen Qing spoke. "We have a request for you, Wang brother, though it also presents an opportunity." "Pray elaborate," Wang Hao urged. Though he had only recently met the two, he would certainly lend a hand for a trivial matter, yet if the task were perilous, he would refrain from involvement. Thus, Chen Qing began to narrate slowly. The Qingyuan sect would store the fruits from me, and along with the occasional hunting of third-tier demon pills, they could produce a batch of foundational pills for their disciples every 5 years. However, with so many disciples within the sect, deciding who would receive the pills posed a dilemma. Consequently, it was stipulated that, aside from the need for 10,000 contribution points to exchange for a foundational pill, a disciple must also complete a hazardous task, serving both as an assessment and a trial. Assistance could be sought, but limited to chi refinement practitioners, with no more than 4 participants. The time for the quinquennial distribution of foundational pills was rapidly approaching, and Wang Hao, along with Wang Yinzhao, was preparing to attend the auction that followed, one of the Qingyuan sect's methods to attract patrons to the Qingyuan market. As each auction would invariably feature at least one foundational pill. "Is it that you wish to exchange for a foundational pill, Chu brother?" Wang Hao inquired. Gazing at Chu He nodded. "Indeed, I have been at the 9th layer of chi refinement for several years, thus I humbly ask for your assistance." Wang Hao hesitated slightly. Such tasks were no trifling matter, and the dangers were assuredly considerable. He was on the verge of declining. "Wang Xian, do not be hasty in your refusal. This time, we are hunting a poisonous python, a creature of merely second-tier low grade. I have already prepared the 4 symbols formation, which entails minimal danger. I humbly request your assistance, offering you a reward in return." As he spoke, he presented a map. "This leads to an ancient cultivation cave that I stumbled upon by chance. However, at that time, I was alone and lacked the strength to breach its defenses. Now, we can join forces to overcome it. I assure you, the spoil shall be divided equally among us 4, with you choosing first." An ancient cultivation cave? Wang Hao did not take the map, but instead gazed thoughtfully. After several years, who can ascertain if that cave still exists? Even if it does, what treasures might it hold? Are you concerned about the potential rewards? "I cannot guarantee anything," Chui replied, furrowing his brow. "How about this? If there are no rewards, I will compensate you with 2 second-tier low-grade spirit talismans. What do you think?" Wang Hao hesitated, realizing that 2 talismans were worth only a few hundred spirit stones. He inquired, "May I ask why you chose me, Brother Chu? We have only met twice and know little of each other. My strength is quite meager. Why not enlist the help of other senior brothers within the sect?" "There is no need for such modesty," Chu he said, scrutinizing Wang Hao's collar, causing an uncomfortable sensation in Wang Hao, who wondered if he had some peculiar fascination. "Your skin seems to deviate from that of an ordinary person. I have some knowledge. Such skin must arise from a specific body refining technique." Chui smiled and continued. "Yet you also possess the ability to refine pills, which is puzzling. It is widely accepted that body cultivators cannot refine pills, suggesting only one possibility. You are a dual cultivator of body and technique. What, do you think you are a detective?" Wang Hao thought, bemused by the scrutiny on his collar. Chen Qing added a compliment. "Generally, body cultivators are stronger than their peers of the same tier, and as a dual cultivator, Brother Wang, your strength must far exceed that of a 7th layer chi practitioner. The poisonous python resides in the swamps, and as a pill refiner, your identity serves you well in detoxification and evasion of miasma. As for choosing other brothers," she sighed, "few are willing to assist based solely on sect relations. Especially with the competition for foundation-building pills, a careless slip could lead to information leakage. I believe Brother Wang can fathom the consequences." Wang Hao regarded them, stating, "Yet I am ultimately a 7th layer chi practitioner. Even with minor accomplishments in body refinement, I cannot compare to a 9th layer practitioner. Your unwavering faith in me is quite alarming." Did you not mention there were 4 of us? What of the other companion? Chu sighed. Your caution is commendable. In truth, the other companion is one you are acquainted with, and it is she who fervently recommended you. Fairyly, may she reveal herself. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the door swung open, and a figure clad in red emerged. Li Durong, why are you here? Why should it not be me? Li Durong greeted the others before responding coolly, as a member of the Li family. I had 2 associates join the Qing Yuan sect last year, thanks to the care of Brother Chu and Fairy Chen. Hence, I have come to lend my assistance. Is that a problem? She held a rather unfavorable impression of Wang Hao. The information she gathered following their duel was hardly commendable. Nonetheless, she acknowledged Wang Hao's prowess. Recently, Chui approached the Li family, seeking assistance from 2 of their members, promising that upon his foundation establishment, he would accept them as disciples at Qing Yuan's sect. Consequently, she decided to offer a recommendation for Wang Hao upon learning of the interaction between Chu He and him. Her motivations for endorsing Wang Hao were twofold: his superior strength and the Li family's reluctance to part with 2 individuals, thus avoiding potential losses. Chu then stated, Brother Wang, should you assist me in our next endeavor, beyond the promised reward, I shall owe you a personal favor. As of now, I am at the 9th level of Qi training, and such a favor may seem trivial, yet once I establish my foundation, the goodwill of a foundational cultivator, particularly one from Qing Yuan's sect, holds significant value. Wang Hao, unable to resist such temptation, replied, Very well, since both of you hold me in high regard, I shall accept. Chu He expressed his gratitude, reminding him to keep this matter confidential to prevent any leaks. Wang Hao nodded, assuring him, Rest assured, I understand. They then exchanged polite farewells. As Wang Hao walked along the path, he reflected on his past experiences at Qingyo Square, where he had been invited to seek spiritual herbs and explore mysterious caves, all of which he had declined. He believed that honing his cultivation was paramount and that he should devote himself entirely to that pursuit. However, now that he had reached the later stages of Qi training and still had no news of he realized that remaining at home would not yield results. He needed to venture forth, as only through engaging with the unknown could he hope to reap substantial rewards. This was the principle of cultivation, a necessary risk in life. Determined to prepare adequately for his upcoming adventure, Wang Hao exchanged his first-tier talismans for superior spiritual herbs and began crafting talismans in earnest. 5 days later, he surveyed the more than 200 spiritual talismans he had produced, nodding in satisfaction. After stretching his muscles, he summoned Yaya and Xiaobai. Xiaobai had successfully advanced, now standing at a height comparable to an adult, while Yaya still required time for her evolution. After feeding them, he put them away. Next, Wang Hao examined the eggs of the illusory moon butterfly, discovering that one had completely lost its vitality, while the other 2 had diminished as well. In contrast, the last 2 exhibited a notable increase in vitality, surpassing 50%. He pondered whether the life essence from the 3 eggs had been absorbed by the other 2. Regardless, he could do nothing further, so he replaced the solution and sealed them in the cabinet, leaving a communication talisman on the table to inform others of his whereabouts. He stepped outside. Wang Hao convened with the other 3, and they began discussing their plans. Chui surveyed the group and spoke, In fact, there are 3 tasks available. But as I practice earth-based techniques and junior sister Chen specializes in water techniques, we shall opt for the water-based venomous python. Wang Hao pondered to himself that his fire and wood cultivation methods were somewhat constrained. Yet it was evidently impractical to request Chu He to change the mission at this juncture. Each of the 4 possessed distinct techniques, and it was inevitable that some would face limitations. This time, we shall proceed northward. Within the Duanyuan mountain range lies a marsh, where the lair of the venomous python resides. The marsh is rife with miasma, teeming with poisonous insects and serpents, numbering in the tens of thousands. Everyone must exercise utmost caution. Wang Hao inquired, Are you aware of the habits of the venomous python? This particular serpent thrives in marshes, where toxins abound, shunning sunlight, and typically remains in its lair around noon when it is at its most vulnerable. It is advisable for us to strike during the day. If we wait until nightfall, we may become the prey ourselves. Qin Qing elaborated. Li Daong nodded in agreement and asked, Do snakes sometimes gather in groups? Can we confirm that there is only one venomous python this time? Chui hesitated at the question. The sect's mission stated as such. Yet I cannot ascertain the existence of a second one. Nevertheless, as long as we successfully deploy the 4 symbols Misty Array, even if there were additional first-tier venomous pythons, they would be ensnared within. At that point, we need only focus on dealing with the second-tier python. Observing the somewhat despondent expressions of his companions, Chu sought to uplift their spirits, saying, "The ancient cultivation cave is adjacent to the marsh. After we eliminate the venomous python, we shall take a brief respite before breaking the array. I assure you that the rewards promised to Wang Xian and Li Xianzi will be plentiful. Furthermore, in preparation for the successful hunt of the venomous python, I have procured several second-tier spirit talismans. Should the situation turn adverse, our escape will not be challenging." Li Daong raised a hand to halt Chu's words. "Brother Chu, since we have arrived, retreat is not an option. Understanding the situation is merely to better prepare ourselves. Your words seem to imply that we are here solely for personal gain." Wang Hao mused that he was indeed motivated by self-interest. After all, wasn't the Li family also seeking a stronghold for their descendants? However, such sentiments could not be openly expressed, as it would render the atmosphere uncomfortable for all involved. With a face marked by contrition, Chu admitted his fault, offering apologies to the others. Since everyone had reached a consensus, they promptly set off towards the marsh. As Qi practitioners, they lacked the protective aura of solidified energy and could not linger for long in the miasma-laden marsh. Nevertheless, they were equipped with various means to endure. Some resorted to consuming elixirs, while others wielded artifacts that projected shields of light, thus navigating the treacherous terrain with relative safety. Upon arriving at the vicinity of the venomous python's lair, the group exercised even greater caution. For cultivators, the flesh and materials of demonic beasts were invaluable resources for their cultivation. Conversely, to these creatures, the very bodies of cultivators represented a potent source of nourishment, with their essence capable of facilitating the beast's evolution. This dynamic fueled the beast's predatory instincts toward humans. Given the inherently low intelligence of serpentine demonic beasts, they instinctively sought to consume cultivators upon encountering them. Thus, the four decided to first set up formations near the venomous python's nest, with Chu volunteering to act as bait to lure the creature. Chu, adept in earth-based techniques and skilled in evasion, was particularly well-suited to confront the venomous python. Moreover, as the others were undertaking this perilous task on his behalf, it would be unbecoming for him to remain in the background. As the sun climbed towards its zenith, the group prepared to spring into action. Qing distributed 2 array plates to Wang Hao and Li Zhirong, while she herself manipulated the main array plate, coordinating the efforts of the others to position themselves at the 8 designated points. Wang Hao examined the map, but regrettably found only the surrounding area unlocked, revealing little useful information. With all preparations in place, Chu nodded to the others and, deliberately creating a commotion, advanced towards the venomous python. While the other 3 concealed themselves, awaiting the creature's entrance into their trap, Wang Hao suppressed his anxiety. He had previously battled second-tier demonic beasts and had emerged victorious. Now, with enhanced strength and numerous trump cards at his disposal, he held tightly to several spirit talismans, ready to flee at the first sign of danger, for life was precious. Suddenly, a series of thunderous roars echoed through the air. Wang Hao glanced into the distance and beheld a massive black python, over 10 feet long and as thick as a barrel, ascending into the sky. It shook its head, appearing irate as if disturbed from a pleasant dream. Chu, a seasoned practitioner in the later stages of qi cultivation, remained unperturbed in the face of the venomous python. Instead, he unleashed several spells upon the creature, causing it to stumble groggily. The venomous python, now enraged, hissed angrily and spat a stream of ink-like venom towards Chu. Unfazed, Chu conjured several earthen walls before burrowing underground. The walls crumbled under the corrosive venom, yet Chu had already vanished from sight. The python, momentarily taken aback, retaliated with a barrage of attacks aimed at the spot where Chu had disappeared. Meanwhile, Chu had successfully retreated to his safe distance and hurled a few spirit talismans at the enraged beast. Infuriated, the venomous python lashed its tail and charged fiercely at Chu, who then hurried towards the trap they had set, as he created distance ahead of time. Even though the venomous python was swifter, it still fell short of entering the formation first. As Wang Hao and his companions infused spiritual energy into the array disc, a massive earthen-colored formation surged forth from the ground, unleashing a barrage of attacks upon the venomous python. Trapped within, the creature let out several roars, its body enveloped in a layer of dark spiritual light to ward off the assaults of the formation. This 4 symbols formation excelled at ensnaring foes. It could dispatch first-tier demon beasts, but against a second-tier beast, its potency was insufficient. Thus, the 4 of them summoned their magical artifacts and launched a coordinated assault on the venomous python. Chu continuously formed hand seals, unleashing powerful earth-based spells upon the python. Li Daong wielded her long yellow silk, restricting the python's movements while occasionally delivering strikes. This time, Wang Hao chose not to use his sword. Instead, he grasped the newly acquired Fan Tian seal. As he infused it with his spiritual energy, the 12 embedded spiritual pearls radiated brilliance. And the Fan Tian seal expanded to the size of a room, crashing forcefully toward the python. Meanwhile, Chen Qing manipulated the formation to prevent the venomous python from breaking free. Under the onslaught, the spiritual light shield surrounding the venomous python faltered, dimming before dissipating entirely. However, success was still distant. Second-tier demon beasts possessed formidable physical strength, and even without their protective light, it would not be an easy feat for the four to slay it. Seizing the opportunity, Li Daong swung her long silk, firmly binding the python at its most vulnerable point. Chen Qing produced a seed-shaped magical artifact and hurled it at the python. Upon hitting the ground, it took root and transformed into numerous vines that ensnared the python's tail. Chuhi and Wang Hao did not remain idle. Taking advantage of the python's confinement, they unleashed a series of strikes that landed solidly, drawing forth blood despite the python's resilience. Enraged, the venomous python roared, opening its maw to expel a torrent of ink-like venom towards the four. This venom was highly toxic and corrosive, and if it touched them, it could incapacitate them, if not kill them outright. Fortunately, the formation was in effect. Chen Qing cast a spell upon the arrayed disc, causing the skies to darken and a torrential rain to pour, diluting the venom and rendering it harmless. As the clouds shielded them from its threat, Wang Hao breathed a sigh of relief, channeling more spiritual energy into the Fan Tian seal, which pressed down heavier upon the python. Unable to withstand the pressure, the python's body shrank down slightly. Chuhi immediately took action, relentlessly striking the python's wounds. The venomous python emitted a painful wail, fear flashing in its eyes, as it released waves of spiritual light, suddenly breaking free from the control of the two magical artifacts, snapping the vines binding it. Li Daong, sensing danger, hastily withdrew her long silk to avoid the fate of the severed vines. Yet, as the venomous python freed itself, it was struck multiple times by the group, stumbling further under the weight of the Fan Tian seal. Withdrawing her long silk, Li Daong retrieved a flying sword, guiding it toward the python's weak underbelly, carving a deep gash. "Brother, please retract your magical artifact. Otherwise, if the python is reduced to pulp, it will lose all value." In the Qingyuan sect, the task is deemed complete once the demonic beast is slain, with no requirement for the beast's carcass, which cultivators can still exchange for spirit stones. Wang Hao retracted the Fan Tian seal, forming hand seals to conjure a fire dragon, a manifestation of his recent practice of the essence fire transformation. Yet, due to the brevity of his training, he could only produce a singular form and was eager to test its might. The fire dragon encircled the venomous python, launching an assault that caused the beast's exterior to evaporate, releasing wisps of white mist under the searing heat. With a mournful cry, the python was struck again by Li Daong's flying sword, which inflicted a grievous wound, tearing through its belly and spilling its viscera, an indication of its impending demise. After a brief flurry of attacks, the python issued a few feeble hisses before collapsing heavily into the mire, silenced. The group exhaled in relief, their faces alight with joy. Chuhi drew forth his flying sword, severing the venomous python's body into several pieces, declaring, "The carcass must be presented to the sect for inspection. Later, I shall exchange it for spirit stones to distribute among you all." This had been prearranged, and Wang Hao had no objections. Chuhi continued, "The lair of the venomous python lies just below. There may be treasures within. Shall we investigate? One does not leave empty-handed, and since we have come this far, we must scour the place." The others nodded in agreement, and after retracting their formations, Chuhi led the way, cautiously delving into the python's lair. Serpents typically dwell in clusters, and within the lair, the group encountered several first-tier venomous pythons and some juvenile snakes. However, bereft of their leader, these creatures fought individually, unable to impede the four's advance. After a brief skirmish, they each gathered some first-tier materials. Venturing deeper into the lair, they found themselves in a vast, cold, and damp cavern, towering 100 feet high and stretching 200 to 300 feet in length and width. Chuhi surveyed the blood-red walls of the cave and remarked slowly, "If I am not mistaken, these are likely blood serpent stones, formed from the blood of third-tier serpent dragons. Consuming these stones can enhance the bloodline of serpentine beasts." Chen Qing chuckled. "No wonder there are so many venomous snakes here. It must be due to the blood serpent stones. These stones can refine the essence blood of serpent dragons, being third-tier spiritual materials, albeit difficult to extract. Yet, they also serve as rare second-tier materials for crafting. We should collect some to take with us. Chuhi nodded, turning to Wang Hao. I noticed that your precious seal seems somewhat damaged. It would be ideal to repair it with blood serpent stones. I know an artisan within our sect who could assist in this matter. Wang Hao inquired, are these blood serpent stones of the earth attribute? It is difficult to ascertain. It depends on the attribute of the serpent dragon. If you find them unsuitable, you may sell them to acquire earth attribute materials. Such materials are still relatively easy to find in the marketplace, Chuhi explained. Just as the group was contemplating the blood serpent stones before them, a sudden, furious hiss echoed from the depths of the cave. Moments later, a massive red python emerged before the four. How can there be another second-tier giant python? Qin Qing exclaimed in surprise. However, the four had anticipated such a possibility and remained composed, swiftly gathering together and standing vigilant against the looming red serpent. The crimson giant python surpassed even the vile python in size, stretching an impressive 4 to 5 zhang in length. Chuhi swallowed hard, pondering whether this creature might be a second-tier mid-grade demon beast. Something feels off. Look at its skin, Li Durong cautioned. Upon closer inspection, Wang Hao indeed discerned that the python's skin appeared peculiar, still bearing remnants of its molted skin. Serpentine demon beast undergoes shedding with each advancement. And it was evident that this colossal python had just completed that process. Considering that both Bai and Ye required prolonged slumber to ascend, it was likely that this python had only recently awakened when the group entered the cave, having just advanced to a second-tier mid-grade. It is still in a state of weakness. There is no need for panic. Chuhi proclaimed loudly, simultaneously unleashing spells against the giant python. The creature seemed truly to be in a weakened state, moving sluggishly as it was struck by Chuhi's spells, yet it remained unscathed. After all, it was a second-tier mid-grade demon beast, and with a flick of its tail, it sent Chuhi flying. A yellowish shield of light materialized around him, but he still spat blood upon hitting the ground. The four found themselves trapped in this subterranean cavern. It was clear that they could not escape without vanquishing the great python. After successfully landing a blow, the python hissed contemptuously at the four before launching another attack. The group hastily wielded their magical artifacts to defend themselves while Wang Hao continuously hurled spiritual talismans, casting fireballs, though regrettably, these efforts inflicted minimal damage. Li Durong employed her previous tactic, drawing forth her flying sword to strike the great python repeatedly, inflicting several deep gashes upon its flesh. The python's skin, having recently shed, lacked sufficient resilience. Had it been a more seasoned second-tier mid-grade demon beast, even Li Durong's flying sword would have been ineffective. Upon witnessing the damage her artifact could inflict, the others joined in, employing their abilities to buy time for Li Durong to land further hits. However, the crimson python was not inclined to allow them such liberties. It swiftly pivoted, angrily lunging at the injured Li Durong. The four, not far apart, initially believed the creature intended to attack them and hastily took flight. Only upon closer inspection did they realize the python had fixated on Li Durong. With Chuhi wounded and his combat prowess significantly diminished, the thought of their most formidable fighter, Li Durong, facing peril was alarming. Thus, Wang Hao retrieved a second-tier low-grade golden sword talisman, activating it and casting it towards the python while redirecting himself to aid Li Durong. Chuhi and Qin Qing, recognizing the urgency, halted as well, unleashing their most powerful talismans against the python. Though second-tier low-grade talismans typically would not pose a significant threat to a second-tier mid-grade demon beast, fortune favored them. The creature, having just advanced, suffered several deep wounds amidst a cacophony of explosions, causing it to hesitate momentarily, though it remained fundamentally unharmed. Provoked, the python's bloodlust surged. Its gaze fixated furiously on Li Durong. With a powerful twist, it accelerated rapidly, covering several zhang in an instant, arriving before Li Durong and Wang Hao. Its gaping maw poised to strike. Faced with such a perilous situation, Li Durong's expression shifted drastically. Escape was no longer an option. With a sorrowful smile, she raised her flying sword, resolutely prepared to ensure that the demon beast would not emerge unscathed, even at the cost of her own life. Even the second-tier spirit talismans failed to subdue the great python, which deepened Wang Hao's realization of Li Durong's significance. The sole ADC capable of breaching its defenses must be preserved. Otherwise, their endeavor would surely lead to demise. Resolutely, he brandished the FNTNYN and the Li effing GN, charging fiercely toward the formidable creature. In the face of life and death, a profound terror loomed, yet once a choice was made, hesitation was not an option. An innate courage surged within Wang Hao, and he struck the FNTNYN forcefully into the python's mouth, shattering two of its fangs, while the talisman's exterior shattered with a resounding crack. With no time for regret, he pushed Li Daong away to safety and plunged his sword into one of the python's eyes. The creature emitted a wretched cry, violently tossing its head, and Wang Hao was flung away, crashing deeply into a nearby wall, his vision darkening as he lost consciousness. Wang brother! Wang Xiandi! Chu He and Chen Qing cried out in despair, their eyes ablaze with fury. Beast, I shall fight you to the death. They hurled talismans and artifacts at the great python without restraint. Regaining her composure, Li Daong cast a complex glance in Wang Hao's direction, her eyes reddening with emotion. She commanded her flying sword to pierce the python's other eye with fierce intent. The trio no longer held back, exchanging injuries for injuries. And with both of the python's eyes blinded, its attacks became increasingly erratic, significantly diminishing its power and granting them an opportunity. After a quarter of an hour, the ground trembled as the enormous, crimson python collapsed heavily to the earth, its life extinguished. The three did not pause to assess the creature's condition but hurried to Wang Hao's side, using their artifacts and hands to excavate him from the wall. Wang Xiandi, please wake up, Shui implored, vigorously slapping Wang Hao's face. Meanwhile, Li Daong and Chen Qing examined his injuries, bandaging his wounds and applying ointment. Though he bore numerous injuries, his strong heartbeat reassured them that his life was not in peril, allowing them to breathe a sigh of relief. Wang Hao felt excruciating pain throughout his body. Had it not been for his cultivation of the ice muscle jade bone technique, he might have perished. With great difficulty, he opened his eyes and asked, "Is the beast vanquished? That wretched creature is dead. Wang Xiandi, it is truly a relief that you are unharmed." Noticing the tears in Chui's eyes, Wang Hao recalled the day he had gazed at him intently. A shiver coursed through him, and he broke free from Chui's embrace, stating, "I am merely a bit sore. A period of recuperation will suffice. You all should venture deeper into the cave to ensure no further dangers lurk." "Indeed, what you say is wise. Chen Shimi and I shall investigate the surroundings, while Li Xianzi remains here to tend to you." With that, they picked up their artifacts and cautiously delved deeper into the cave. Li Daong produced a vial of medicinal pills, her tone warmer than usual. "I am grateful for your rescue. I owe you a debt of gratitude. This healing elixir is highly effective for physical injuries. Please take it." Wang Hao, not wishing to appear overly modest, accepted the pills and, with a wry smile, replied, "Li Xianzi, there is no need for such formality. To save you is to save myself, had you fallen. The three of us would eventually succumb to that beast as well." Li Daong shook her head. "Without your timely push, Daong would have met her end at the jaws of that monster. You should speak less and focus on refining the medicinal pills." Wang Hao nodded, refraining from further words as he began to cultivate and mend his injuries. Li Daong, also considerably wounded, consumed 2 medicinal pills and sat beside Wang Hao to guard him. After approximately half an hour, Chu He and Chen Qing returned. Upon seeing that Wang Hao was not gravely harmed, they smiled, with Chu He saying, "Brother Wang, although this venture was perilous, we have garnered substantial rewards. In the depths of the cave, we discovered a clutch of second-tier python eggs, along with numerous medicinal herbs. Coupled with the carcasses of these 2 magical beasts, we can easily fetch 6,000 spirit stones." He then produced a block of ochre stone, stating, "Brother, were you not in search of earth attribute spiritual materials? This is a Wutu essence stone, a second-tier inferior spiritual material. Since your treasure seal is broken, this material is perfect for crafting a new one." The stone was as large as 2 watermelons, and if utilized skillfully, it could serve as the primary material for crafting 2 magical artifacts, worth at least 500 spirit stones at the price of second-tier materials. Wang Hao accepted the Wutu essence stone, noting that his Fan Tian seal was merely shattered on the surface, with a smaller seal still intact within. He had been too hurried to examine it thoroughly at the time, and could only study it in detail later. Thus, he remarked, "This essence stone is indeed useful. I shall gratefully accept it. When we divide the spirit stones, please deduct 500 for me." "How could that be?" Chu He replied, looking at the other 2. "Sister Chen and Fairy Li, do you have any objections?" Chen Qing shook her head, saying, "Naturally not. If it weren't for Brother Wang's selfless strike, we would not have so easily acquired these treasures." Li Daong also shook her head, stating, "You must not refuse it. If you do, we would have even less face to take any other treasures." Seeing their sincere expressions, Wang Hao accepted the gift, as he was acutely aware that disputes over treasure could lead to violence. Given his injuries, he felt compelled to test their intentions. This area was rife with swamp monsters. Although they had dealt with 2 high-level pythons, they feared other high-level magical beasts might be drawn to the commotion. Thus, the 4 of them took a brief respite before hastily departing the swamp. After resting for 2 days, they prepared to venture into the ruins. Shuhi recounted that he had encountered them when he was at the 7th level of Qi cultivation, but was thwarted by a formation that prevented entry. However, he believed the formation was not particularly strong, and that the 4 of them could undoubtedly break through it. They arrived at a small hillock, situated at the edge of the Duanyuan mountain range, where the spiritual energy was abundant, indicating the presence of at least one second-tier spiritual vein nearby. Right below us, we can use Earth Escape technique to delve down and discover it. Shuhi pointed to a patch of earth. The 4 of them first surveyed their surroundings, detecting no signs of people or beasts before commencing their descent. After descending for several dozen feet, a faint green light curtain appeared before them. "This is it. Everyone, let us begin," Shuhi exclaimed excitedly, brandishing a magical artifact and striking the light curtain fiercely. Wang Hao and Li Daong exchanged glances and joined in the assault. Shuhi had not exaggerated. The formation was indeed weak and entirely passive against their onslaught. After a sustained assault lasting half a day, the light curtain ultimately succumbed and shattered. Without any support, Wang Hao felt his feet give way, and his body plummeted downwards with a thud against the ground. Before he could react, another person landed atop him. Instinctively, he reached out to push them away, only to withdraw his hand in a rush upon sensing something was amiss. Li Daong's face flushed as he hastily got up, while Shuhi and Chen Qing were observing the scene before them, oblivious to the two. Before them lay a cavern, the traces on the surrounding stone walls clearly indicating that it had been hewn by human hands. Wang Hao thought to himself that there seemed to be no immediate danger, though he surmised that significant rewards might also be lacking. Indeed, the 4 soon discovered a skeleton, its garments long since decayed, suggesting that the individual had perished several centuries prior. A storage bag was suspended from the skeleton's waist. Shuhi cautiously picked up the storage bag, giving it a gentle shake. Noticing no immediate threat, he opened it and poured out its contents, which burst forth in a blaze of light, revealing an array of items scattered on the ground. There were approximately 4,000 spirit stones, 3 second-tier magical artifacts, one of which was a red alchemical furnace, along with several jade vials, jade slips, and an array plate. Wang Hao picked up one of the jade vials, discerning that it contained a type of elixir. However, due to the passage of time, the elixir crumbled to dust the moment he poured it out, scattering away with a gentle breeze. What a pity. This was a second-tier elixir, worth over 300 spirit stones. Wang Hao lamented. This esteemed predecessor must have been a foundational cultivator, Li Daong analyzed. It seems he was gravely injured and sought refuge here to heal, yet tragically met his demise. Shuhi nodded, pointing to the uneven traces on the stone walls. These marks suggest a hasty excavation. Let us first examine those jade slips. Perhaps there are messages left by the predecessor. In response, the 4 each took a few jade slips to investigate their contents. Wang Hao discovered a slip documenting a cultivation technique called the Thick Earth True Formula, a method capable of advancing to the Golden Core stage within the Earth attribute. Another slip detailed a mental assault spell known as the Mind Shatter Spike, which forms a spike of mental energy to attack the opponent's consciousness. It wielded immense power. Once a cultivator's consciousness was breached, they would be akin to a living corpse, utterly vulnerable. However, this spell had a prerequisite. One's mental strength must surpass that of the opponent. Otherwise, not only would the attack fail, but it could also rebound with dire consequences. Nonetheless, the technique could enhance and amplify the cultivator's mental prowess, as long as one was of the same cultivation tier. Victory was nearly assured. Wang Hao had consumed spirit-gathering pills and, with the aid of soul-nurturing flowers, had gradually nourished his consciousness. With his mental strength surpassing that of his peers, he could practice this technique as a trump card. I have found alchemical techniques. This person was a mid-tier second-grade alchemist and left behind several formulas, Li Daong remarked. Shuhi continued, I have some miscellaneous notes detailing the beastly creatures of Duanyuan Mountain. Though it's uncertain how many years have passed, they are now of little use. This predecessor is truly remarkable. I have discovered talisman-making techniques from the records. It appears the predecessor was at least a low-tier second-grade talisman master, Chen Qing reflected. Wang Hao then shared his own findings regarding the cultivation techniques and spells he had uncovered. The 4 individuals wore expressions of joy, initially. They believed their harvest would be modest, only to discover that this elder was indeed wealthy. Of course, when compared to the foundational cultivators from the prominent sects, he was hardly affluent. A foundational cultivator possessed merely 3 spirit artifacts and several thousand spirit stones, not destitute, yet not truly wealthy either. However, the splitting god spike, a remarkable asset, was invaluable and not something even many mid-tier sects could boast of possessing. Chui remarked, "Let us each make a copy of these cultivation insights and divide the spirit stones evenly. As for the remaining items, as agreed, Brother Wang shall choose first." Wang Hao glanced at the alchemical furnace and replied nonchalantly, "There is nothing of particular interest. You all know I am an alchemist." "Very well, the alchemical furnace shall belong to Brother Wang." Chui then turned to Li Daong. "Fairly, what would you like?" "I desire that flying sword spirit artifact." Chui handed the flying sword to Li Daong, while he allocated the remaining defensive spirit artifact to Chen Qing, claiming the formation plate for himself. Having divided their spoils, they hastily buried the remains of the foundational elder and swiftly made their way back to Qingyuan Market. After more than 10 days, the group returned safely and parted at the city gate. Chui proposed they reconvene once they had sold their acquired goods. For Wang Hao, the mere 1,000 spirit stones were not of great concern. His most significant gain was the splitting god spike, which not only enhanced his formidable consciousness but also allowed for unexpected assaults on adversaries. Wang Hao had 2 spells to learn. He had only scratched the surface of the 3 transformations of essence fire, and by his own standards, he had yet to achieve proficiency, let alone mastery. He also needed to delve into the newly acquired second-tier talisman crafting technique, which would keep him occupied for quite some time. Upon returning to the Wang family shop, Wang Hao sought out Wang Yanzhao. "I've obtained the recipe for another type of foundational pill during this venture. If you can master it, we shall never lack for foundational pills again." Wang Yanzhao, with a stern expression, replied, "Where have you been? This Qingyuan market is rife with dangers. Even I must tread carefully, yet you vanish for days on end." "Indeed, I have lived nearly 30 years on my own. Had I merely sat at home, would I have reached my current level of cultivation?" Wang Hao held up the jade slip. "Would you like it? If not, I shall keep it for myself. Of course, I want it. As your father, I have provided you with many fine things. It is time to recoup some costs." Wang Yanzhao took the jade slip and began to examine it. After a moment, he set it down and remarked, "So there are so many restrictions when using demon pills to refine foundational pills. The 3rd-tier demon pill, compared to the condensing essence fruit, contained a more complex composition, necessitating the alchemist to meticulously separate and eliminate the unwanted elements. If unable to do so, corresponding auxiliary medicines must be used to counteract and suppress the adverse effects, which consumed considerable effort from the alchemist and significantly lowered the success rate of pill formation. Achieving 3 or 4 pills from a single batch was already considered a high yield. Even so, foundational pills refined from demon pills could not compare to those made from condensing essence fruits, with the success rate for foundation establishment diminished by half. Even with the recipe in hand, acquiring 3rd-tier demon pills was no simple task. If it were that easy, foundational cultivators would be everywhere. Wang Hao countered. 3rd-tier demon pills should be somewhat easier to obtain than condensing essence fruits, and who knows, there may be some at this auction. Wang Yanzhao shook his head with a sigh, lamenting that a low-grade 3rd-tier demon pill required at least 50,000 spirit stones. This time, his father intended to purchase the 9 herbs, and he simply did not possess enough spirit stones for the demon pill. "There's no need to buy it right now." Wang Hao chuckled lightly. "Even if you had all the materials, you wouldn't be able to refine a foundation establishment pill. You require at least a top-tier 2nd-grade alchemist for that." "What kind of look is that? Are you looking down on your father?" Wang Yanzhao, incensed by Wang Hao's teasing gaze, shouted, "Get out. I still need to concoct pills." He promptly pushed Wang Hao outside, instructing him not to wander about as the auction was approaching. Unbeknownst to Wang Hao, the Wang family had a top-tier 2nd-grade alchemist, the current family head, who, regrettably, had ceased refining pills due to an injury. Nevertheless, a lineage spanning hundreds of years still held some merit. Even without Wang Yanzhao's admonition, Wang Hao would not have ventured out. His time was exceedingly precious, and his recent gains had been substantial. Upon returning to his chamber, he did not hasten to practice secret techniques but instead retrieved the Fan Tian seal. After shattering its shell, the Fan Tian seal diminished in size, maintaining its 2-tiered structure. The lower layer remained square, each face adorned with white cloud patterns and embedded with 3 precious orbs. The upper layer tapered inward, forming a handle that could be grasped in one's palm, with only 1 precious orb set into each side. However, Wang Hao noticed that the seal was still covered with various materials, obscuring some runes and rendering them illegible. Wang Hao attempted to refine it with flames and assault it with his magical tools, but to no avail. Even infusing it with a modicum of spiritual energy yielded no results. Must it be re-acknowledged by its owner? A cultivator must recognize their magical tool to wield it effectively. For first and second-tier tools, this process was relatively simple, requiring merely a basic soul imprint. Wang Hao had previously acknowledged the Fantian seal, and upon reflection, he realized that the residual soul imprint had merely been on its outer shell, vanishing when the shell shattered. He endeavored to leave a new imprint but failed repeatedly. This was indeed peculiar. Wang Hao's soul was robust enough to recognize even superior spirit tools. Could it be that this item was a treasure? He recalled an alternative method for acknowledging high-tier magical tools, which involved the infusion of the cultivator's blood, provided the tool was unclaimed. The Fantian seal had been sealed within its shell for countless years, and its original owner was likely long deceased. Understanding this, Wang Hao resolutely sliced his finger, allowing a drop of his essence blood to escape. As the blood fell, it seemed to initiate a ritual. His wound appeared uncontrollable, with blood flowing like silk, drawn towards the Fantian seal and absorbed into it. Heavens, could this be a sinister artifact crafted by evil cultivators? Wang Hao's expression shifted dramatically as he attempted to sever the connection with the Fantian seal, but the wound on his hand could not be staunched. As more blood was absorbed, the Fantian seal emitted a gentle golden glow. The 16 precious orbs immediately radiated brilliantly, and the seal expanded significantly. Its power surpassing its previous state, there was no sign of damage. Goodness, this might already qualify as a low-grade spirit tool. It was originally an intricate seal within a seal. Wang Hao examined it closely, sensing a faint connection with the Fantian seal. However, the feedback indicated that this was not the Fantian seal at all, but rather a relic known as the Tu-Hun seal, although it possessed a high rank. The specifics remained unclear. It seemed that Wang Hao would need to remove the remnants of its exterior to fully comprehend it. This unexpected discovery left Wang Hao somewhat speechless. Nevertheless, it could not be deemed extraordinary. The current power of the Tu-Hun seal was merely equivalent to a low-grade spiritual artifact. Yet, according to its simple description, infusing it with earth attribute materials could restore its original potency. Fortunately, Wang Hao had a piece of Wu-Tu essence stone on hand. He carefully cut a fist-sized chunk, ignited his spiritual carbon, and cautiously began the refining process. Given his extensive experience in alchemy, this step was not particularly challenging for him. As the essence stone melted into a pool of Wu-Tu essence, Wang Hao gradually brought the Tu-Hun seal closer. A miraculous event unfolded. The Tu-Hun seal seemed to sense the Wu-Tu essence, emanating a radiant glow as it absorbed the essence, visibly enhancing its power. Where it had previously just barely qualified as a low-grade spiritual artifact, it now firmly belonged to that category. Wang Hao continued to refine the remaining Wu-Tu essence stones. And once they were entirely absorbed, the seal reached the pinnacle of low-grade spiritual artifacts, significantly surpassing the average in strength. Wang Hao speculated that the issue was not the quantity of the Wu-Tu essence stones, but rather their quality, being inherently a second-tier low-grade spiritual material. It was the reason the Tu-Hun seal could not advance to a mid-grade spiritual artifact. He felt a sense of regret for having spent 500 spiritual stones for a low-grade spiritual artifact, contemplating that he should have invested a bit less. Moving forward, he would have to keep an eye out for earth attribute spiritual materials, as his expenses had just increased. Wang Hao calculated his expenditures, with 2 spirit beasts consuming nearly 100 spiritual stones each month, and his own cultivation requiring a similar amount. It summed up to 200. Additionally, with the hatching of the illusory moon butterfly and now the Tu-Hun seal, he found himself in a bittersweet predicament. Afterward, Wang Hao took out the second-tier mid-grade alchemy furnace he had received. It appeared unremarkable, a simple alchemy furnace. Yet a good furnace could save alchemists a significant amount of mana while also slightly increasing their success rate. Compared to his previous purple light furnace, this one was a substantial improvement, adequately meeting his alchemical needs for the foreseeable future. As time passed, the day of the auction soon arrived. But Wang Hao was informed that it would be divided into 2 venues, one for Foundation Establishment cultivators and the other for Qi refinement practitioners. Realizing he had no interest in the items relevant to the Qi refinement stage, he returned the 3,000 spiritual stones given to him by Wang Yanzhao, intending to use them to seek out second-tier mid-grade earth attribute materials. Unfortunately, it seemed Wang Hao's luck had run dry. According to Wang Yanzhao, there were materials for gold, wood, water, and fire attributes, but none for earth. However, even if the Tu-Hun seal had now been upgraded, It would still be difficult for him to wield it with his late Qi refinement stage strength. Still, it could prove somewhat useful at present. One must eat bite by bite. Wang Hao understood this principle well. He could endure a few more years. At the Jiuxian Tower, 3 individuals were gathered together. Chui raised his wine cup high. Brother Wang, this time, my ability to acquire the Foundation Establishment Pill is entirely due to your assistance. Come. Let's drink this toast to the fullest. Brother Chu, you are too humble. I merely lent a small hand. The demon beasts were all vanquished by you, while I, as your junior, have reaped quite a bounty from this endeavor. Wang Hao raised his cup and drained it, lamenting that he must depart on the morrow. It shall be quite challenging for him to return to Qingyuan Market before reaching the Foundation Establishment stage, thus he would miss your ceremony. Then I shall borrow your auspicious words, dear brother. With your talents, I trust you will eventually achieve Foundation Establishment. We shall celebrate together when that day arrives. A promise was made. Wang Hao felt melancholic for missing the auction, while Wang Yinzhao was in high spirits. He had successfully acquired the 9 spirit grass essential for their family, enabling them to proceed confidently once the family had recovered. Upon returning to Qingyuan Market, Wang Yinzhao hurried back to Wang Family Ridge, while Wang Hao meticulously wrapped up his shop affairs and announced his retreat for seclusion. He intended to practice the split divine spike and the 3 transformations of fire to mastery. Time swiftly passed, and 2 years of spring and autumn had elapsed. Wang Hao opened his eyes from meditation, feeling accomplished over the past 2 years. He accessed his status panel. Name, Wang Hao, age, 28. Cultivation, Qi refining 8th layer 854. Technique, Red Lotus Illusory, Wood Heart Sutra 3rd layer. Body refinement. Ice Skin Jade Bone Technique 3rd layer, refining organs. Spiritual energy, 599. Skills, Alchemy, 2nd tier lower grade alchemy. Talisman making, 1st tier upper grade talisman crafting. Spells, Fireball, Binding, Wood Shield, Earth Escape, Traction, Lightness. And X-ray vision, 3 transformations of fire, divine ability, split divine spike. Now all 30 plots of his farm had been fully developed, with 14 red plots and 3 black plots. Under full production, he earned 3,000 to 4,000 spirit stones each month. Even setting aside a mere tenth of his earnings sufficed to sustain himself and his 4 spirit beasts. Remembering his spirit beasts, it was time to feed them. Wang Hao released them one by one from the spirit beast pouch. Yaya remained a 1st tier middle grade, while Xiaobai had advanced to 1st tier upper grade, now measuring over 3 zhang in length. The other 2 were the illusory moon butterflies he had hatched, or rather, illusory moonworms. As they currently resembled 2 plump caterpillars adorned with rainbow stripes, each the size of a pillow and adorably chubby, albeit utterly useless, spending their days eating and sleeping. To nourish them, Wang Hao had specially cultivated an acre of spiritual fruits. After feeding them, he allowed them some playtime before returning them to the spirit beast pouch. This time, Wang Hao chose to seclude himself not within the shop, but in his own little courtyard. Thus, upon exiting, his first task was to check on the shop. Yet, before he could reach it, he noticed Wang Wanmei rushing towards him. 5th brother, you have emerged from seclusion. That's splendid. I was just looking for you. You seem to be in a hurry. Is there something urgent? Wang Hao inquired. Wang Wanmei shook her head. I'm uncertain. I merely received a family order. All cultivators above the 5th layer of Qi refining must return to Wang Family Ridge at once. All cultivators above the 5th layer? Wang Hao pondered to himself that the Wang family was likely preparing for a significant endeavor. In recent years, the family's spiritual vein had proven insufficient, hampering their development. Thus, he resolved to return to Wang Family Ridge to ascertain the situation. Upon his arrival, he sought out Wang Yinzhao immediately. However, Wang Yinzhao was still in seclusion refining pills. Wang Hao dared not disturb him, for if it were a common elixir, Wang Yinzhao would not be so solemn. The necessity of seclusion suggested he was concocting at least a 2nd-tier pill, something that could not be interrupted by outsiders. Thus, Wang Hao waited for more than 10 days. And finally, Wang Yinzhao emerged from his retreat. Upon seeing Wang Hao, he promptly invited him inside. How long have you been here? Wang Yinzhao inquired. Only about 10 days. Wang Hao replied. Wang Yinzhao scrutinized Wang Hao, noting his further advancement in strength, and a flicker of excitement crossed his face. Excellent. You have reached the 8th layer of Qi cultivation. When did you achieve this breakthrough? Wang Hao nodded, responding, I began my closed-door training after returning from Qingyuan Square. And the breakthrough occurred not long ago. He then asked, what kind of elixir have you been refining to take so long? It is of no consequence to share. Wang Yinzhao said with a hint of gravity, I have been concocting the bloodburn pill. Wang Hao was taken aback. The bloodburn pill? What on earth are you concocting that for? As an alchemist, surely you understand the dangers of this substance? Consuming one requires at least 2 years of recovery. Why are you raising your voice? Wang Yinzhao sighed. There is no alternative. The Wang family must expand its territory, but competing with beasts for land is no simple feat. The creation of a batch of bloodburn pills is a precautionary measure. The Wang family's roots lie in alchemy. Their combat prowess is not particularly formidable. After all, with everyone focused on refining pills, there is little time to practice spells, and thus, they have naturally become somewhat weaker. You need not worry, he continued. The old patriarch has refined a batch of vitality pills, and there are still 3 left, which can be effectively paired with the bloodburn pills. Wang Hao furrowed his brow, choosing not to dwell further on the matter. The decisions made by the Wang family regarding foundational matters were beyond his influence. Were it not for his desire to acquire the subsequent techniques of the Red Lotus Illusionary Wood Sutra, he would not trouble himself with such affairs. What is our target this time? The beasts of Duan Yuan Mountain are all interconnected. Attacking any section would be challenging, wouldn't it? Not only would it be difficult to conquer, but the defenses would also pose a significant problem, as they would be directly confronting the 5 great families and facing constant harassment from the beasts. Wang Yinzhao pondered briefly before responding. Our chosen target is Ruojuan Mountain, a prominent section of Duan Yuan Mountain. Securing it would facilitate the establishment of a defensive line. Ruojuan Mountain was originally the territory of the Shao family, but they succumbed to a beast tide over 200 years ago and lost it to the beasts. Ruojuan Mountain, you say? Wang Hao opened a map to examine the terrain. Indeed, it was a commendable choice. Capturing it would connect it with the Wang family's previous lands and provide mutual defense against the beasts alongside the Li family. However, the mountain was shrouded in a white mist, and its details were still locked away, causing Wang Hao to frown. Have you conducted an investigation into the beasts of Ruojuan Mountain? They may prove challenging to deal with. Yes, Wang Yinzhao nodded. They are a group of long-armed monkeys. Compared to other beasts, they exist in organized groups, numbering over 2,000, with more than 300 at the entry level and 3 second-tier long-armed monkeys among them. The leader is a second-tier superior long-armed monkey. Wang Hao contemplated the situation in his heart. The Wang family boasts 3 foundation establishment cultivators and several hundred qi refining clan members, all possessing comparable strength. If they leverage array formations and devise a strategic plan, they stand a significant chance of success. Wang Yinzhao, noticing Wang Hao's earnest concern for the family's affairs, felt a sense of comfort. With a hearty laugh, he reassured. You need not worry. We are thoroughly prepared for this endeavor. The old patriarch is a late foundation establishment cultivator, making it manageable to deal with the long-armed monkey leader. My uncle and I will confront the other 2 second-tier demon monkeys, while you handle the first-tier monkeys. The long-armed monkey's territory is isolated beyond Duan Yuan Mountain. Any disturbances would not alert other beasts. Moreover, the long-armed apes frequently bully nearby demon beasts due to their numerical superiority, resulting in a scarcity of other beasts around their territory. Even if attacked, they would not attract formidable reinforcements. Furthermore, the old patriarch has invited the Li family for assistance. At the very least, they will provide 1 foundation establishment cultivator and 10 qi refining cultivators. With such support, the odds of victory are already quite favorable. The Wang family has thrived for hundreds of years, and if they do not seize opportunities to expand and innovate, remaining confined to Wang family ridge, they will never achieve growth. Hearing this, Wang Hao's expression shifted, a hint of melancholy in his gaze. Ultimately, in the realm of cultivation, it is the resources that are contested, resources that often come at the cost of one's life. Should Jun Mountain be successfully captured, the Wang family's developmental prospects for the next century would be secured. Conversely, if they fail or barely succeed at a great cost, the Wang family would inevitably descend to the bottom of the 5 great families of Qingyo Workshop, potentially requiring centuries of recuperation to recover. A month later, all qi refining cultivators at the 5th level from various Wang family branches were summoned back to Wang family ridge, and the day of departure for battle was imminent. Thus, the patriarch, Wang Guangyan, announced their departure. The group traveled tirelessly for nearly a month before finally arriving near Jun Mountain. At the foot of Jun Mountain, Wang Guangyan set up a concealment array to avoid detection by demon beasts, awaiting the arrival of the Li family's cultivators. Within a few days, the foundation establishment cultivator Li Yaozu arrived with 10 clan members, including Li Zhurong. Observing the weary Li family cultivators, Wang Longyu smiled wryly, expressing, I truly feel guilty for troubling you all to journey such a great distance for the Wang family's affairs. There's no need for such sentiments. Li Yuzu replied with a shake of his head. Our two families are intrinsically linked. Since the Wang family intends to expand, the Li family is naturally obliged to assist. In the future, as the Wang family's influence grows, it will also alleviate some pressure from the Li family. Indeed, Wang Longyu responded with a smile. And the two engage in amiable conversation, almost as if they were family. However, the price the Wang family must pay is considerable. For instance, all second-tier demon beasts slain will be entirely gifted to the Li family, along with over 100 first-tier beasts. That amounts to 3 second-tier demon beasts and several hundred first-tier ones, valued at no less than 15,000 spirit stones. Additionally, there will be various medicinal pills. And should the Li family seek to expand their territory, the Wang family must assist. Furthermore, if any Li family cultivators sustain injuries, the Wang family is obliged to provide compensation, with each chi refining cultivator costing 1,000 spirit stones in reparations. This can only be described as a steep price indeed. Regardless of the circumstances, the assistance from the Li family, which could mitigate the losses of the Wang family, is indeed commendable. Meanwhile, Wang Hao found himself hosting the Qi practitioners from the Li family alongside several young members of the Wang clan. Though he was reluctant to undertake this task, his current cultivation level had reached the 8th layer of Qi refinement, making him the foremost among the literary lineage, rendering any attempts to conceal his status futile. He had been conscripted by old Wang early on. Have you fully recovered from the injuries sustained over the years? Li Durong inquired coolly, her tone measured. Wang Hao smiled in response. Thank you for your concern, Miss Li. The last incident was merely a superficial injury, and I have nearly healed since my time in Qingyuan Square Market. Very well, Li Durong said succinctly, offering no further words before rejoining her family. Wang Hao had little to add, after ensuring the Li family members were well taken care of. He urged them to enjoy a few cups of wine before taking his leave. After 3 days of recuperation, the Wang and Li families resolved to take action. Their strategy was straightforward. To avoid being overwhelmed by a multitude of first-tier demonic beasts, they decided to first eliminate some low-tier long-armed monkeys. For efficiency's sake, they opted for divided teams to stealthily hunt down isolated long-armed monkeys. Wang Hao led a group consisting of familiar faces such as Wang Wenji and Wang Wemei. The long-armed monkeys had occupied Ruojiuan Mountain for over 2 centuries, exhibiting a notable level of intelligence, making them formidable adversaries. Fortunately, Wang Hao had a mental map to assist him. Even though it only displayed a 5-mile radius ahead, it sufficed for dealing with lower-tier demonic beasts. He sketched a terrain map in the dirt with a branch, addressing his companions. The long-armed monkeys are numerous and possess considerable strength. Engaging them directly would be unwise, as any misstep could attract more of their kind. However, their intelligence is ultimately limited, far inferior to that of humans. We can attempt to eliminate them one by one. As he spoke, he circled a valley on the map with a branch, then continued, we shall set a trap here, luring them over, and once we block their escape, we can eradicate them in stages. Wang Wenji and the others were elated. Post-battle, the Wang family would reward contributions, and the more low-tier long-armed monkeys they dispatched, the greater their accolades. Then let us prepare separately, Wang Hao commanded, and the group dispersed to modify the terrain and set up formations. After completing their preparations, they refrained from immediate action. Wang Hao instructed them to rest for the night to restore their magical energies, commencing their mission the following day. Leading his companions into the territory of the long-armed monkeys, Wang Hao began to slay some solitary foragers. The perimeter was populated by low-tier and inferior first-tier demonic monkeys, which the group dispatched with ease. These first-tier monkeys were slain before they could even utter a sound. However, as they ventured deeper, they encountered mid-tier long-armed monkeys. One might be manageable, but these creatures were social and typically foraged in groups of 3 to 5. Let us adhere to the plan, Wang Hao instructed. The group nodded in agreement and began to strike down the long-armed monkeys, unperturbed by the noise they created. Once they had eliminated all in the vicinity, they swiftly retreated, leaving only Wang Hao behind. Upon hearing the commotion, the remaining long-armed monkeys grew furious at the sight of Wang Hao brandishing his sword over the fallen monkeys, and they began to summon their kin with agitated cries. Soon, a group comprising a superior-grade long-armed monkey, several mid-grade long-armed monkeys, and over 20 inferior-grade long-armed monkeys was summoned. The superior long-armed monkey roared at Wang Hao and led the charge. Wang Hao unleashed several talismans, eliminating a few inferior long-armed monkeys. Observing their numbers were few, he boldly decided to confront them alone, summoning the earthly seal. The earthly seal expanded in the wind, transforming into a size akin to a house, and crashed down upon the monkey horde, obliterating the superior long-armed monkey before it could even retaliate. Wang Hao formed incantations with his hands. From his left hand emerged a fire dragon, and from his right, a fire crow, while a phantom of a fire phoenix coalesced around him. The fire dragon and fire crow harvested the lives of the low-grade monkeys mercilessly. Any long-armed monkey that came into contact with them ignited in flames, swiftly turning into charred remains. The fire phoenix's fiery feathers shot forth, targeting those long-armed monkeys attempting to flee. In mere moments, only one long-armed monkey remained, which Wang Hao spared for the purpose of summoning other demons. Indeed, the remaining long-armed monkey emitted a frantic screech. Shortly thereafter, several superior-grade long-armed monkeys, accompanied by 30 or 40 others, charged towards him. Wang Hao, wary of underestimating them, swiftly cast several spiritual talismans and retreated. He was only 20 miles from his ambush point, a distance he could cover in a mere quarter of an hour. However, the long-armed monkeys were also swift. After running 15 miles, he was overtaken by a superior long-armed monkey. As the monkey extended its claw, eager to capture him, Wang Hao abruptly turned and cleaved it in two with a single stroke of his sword. Although the beast possessed considerable physical strength, it paled in comparison to Wang Hao, who had cultivated the ice body and jade bone technique. He cast a challenging glance at the other demons and continued his flight into the valley. The limited intelligence of the long-armed monkeys succumbed to their primal rage, and they howled in pursuit of Wang Hao. Fifth brother, hurry inside. Wang Wenmei beckoned to Wang Hao. He nodded and swiftly entered the grand formation. Once all the long-armed monkeys were within the array's range, Wang Hao halted and shouted to those ambushed in the canyon, "Now, attack!" The group exchanged glances and promptly activated the burning fire grand array. The array flags fell into their hands, and instantly, raging flames engulfed the entire valley, transforming it into a hellish inferno. The canyon's terrain had already been altered, with gaps sealed off, and both ends were guarded by Wang family cultivators, leaving the long-armed monkeys with no avenue for escape. Even the superior long-armed monkeys were howling in agony from the flames. Haha, we've struck gold. Each of us will at least receive a vial of yellow dragon elixir. The Wang family cultivators exclaimed excitedly. Wang Hao shouted, "Stay focused, intensify your efforts, and incinerate them." The group quickly composed themselves, concentrating on the long-armed monkeys trapped within the canyon. In an instant, numerous long-armed monkeys were obliterated by their spells. Suddenly, the superior long-armed monkey in the canyon let out a piercing howl, prompting the other demons to disregard the flames and recklessly charge towards the side of the canyon. Those in the front fell to the ground, while the monkeys behind trampled over their fallen comrades. These demon monkeys. Upon reaching this juncture, Wang Hao could not help but feel a twinge of emotion. Indeed, the demon beasts were formidable, their collective strength surpassing Wang Hao's expectations. The fire array was merely an offensive formation, not a containment one, and the openings at both ends required the Wang clan's practitioners to guard them. Should the demon monkeys charge, they might very well breach the defenses. The battle had already raged for some time, and the need to channel spiritual energy into the formation had taken a considerable toll. Only Wang Hao, with his profound cultivation and ample spiritual energy, remained composed, while the others had long since turned pale. Observing the precarious situation, Wang Hao swiftly retrieved a vial of spirit recovery pills and tossed it to the group, urging them to consume it without delay. The mention of spirit recovery pills elicited joy from Wang Wenmei, who quickly ingested one. Instantly, her internal spiritual energy surged back to 50%, restoring her complexion to a healthy hue. She hastily distributed the remaining pills among her companions. Wang Hao then positioned himself in front of the group, channeling half of his spiritual energy to conjure a colossal illusion of a fire phoenix adorned with nearly 100 fiery feathers. With a thunderous command, the fire feathers soared forth, striking down the charging long-armed monkeys and halting their momentum. Once the others regained their spiritual energy, they joined the fray. And after a grueling half-hour, they succeeded in exterminating the long-armed monkeys within the gorge. With a sigh of relief, Wang Hao declared, "You all go and gather the remains of the long-armed monkeys. I shall stand guard over there." The group nodded vigorously, for Wang Hao's prowess had earned their unwavering trust. Previously, they may have followed his orders out of respect for his rank as captain, but now they willingly accepted his leadership. Examining the map, Wang Hao noted that the long-armed monkeys had begun to converge at the summit of Ruojuan Mountain, indicating that their leader had sensed something amiss. If they ventured further to hunt, they would likely fall into an ambush. Thus, he instructed the group to tidy up before returning to the base camp at the foot of the mountain. Upon his return, Wang Hao found several teams starting to regroup. After gathering information, he confirmed that the long-armed monkeys had grown wary, with the Monkey King summoning the tribe to the mountaintop, leaving them no choice but to launch a direct assault. The Qi refinement practitioners, having fought fiercely throughout the day, needed time to restore their magical energy and recover from physical exhaustion. Consequently, it was not until the following day that Wang Guangyan issued the order to attack. However, as both sides prepared for battle, Wang Guangyan's expression darkened upon discovering a significant error in their intelligence. Within the long-armed monkey horde were 5 second-tier beasts, including 1 superior second-tier, 2 mid-tier, and 2 inferior second-tier monkeys. Senior Wang, I can assist in holding off one of the mid-tier long-armed monkeys, but the others will be your responsibility, Li Yuzu stated calmly. His cultivation level was sufficient to contend with a mid-tier long-armed monkey. While he may not be able to slay it, he could at least stall it. However, the Qi refinement practitioners of the Li family would never dare to confront second-tier demon beast recklessly. The Wang clan had only 3 foundation-building members. Wang Guangyan, a decisive leader, quickly conferred with several elder clan members, who, with pallid expressions, gathered together. They understood the necessity of sacrificing for the family, possessing rich combat experience and lacking any aspirations for the Tao, making them the most suitable candidates for such perilous missions. Meanwhile, Wang Hao and his companions braced themselves to face the overwhelming numbers of the long-armed monkey tribe. Indeed, with Wang Hao's formidable strength, he could unite several peak Qi refinement cultivators to undertake the task of detaining the second-tier demon monkey. However, at this moment, the confrontation was not merely 1 against 1, but rather a multitude against a multitude. While he had allies, the long-armed monkey did as well, rendering the situation far more perilous than the previous encounter with Chuhi. Boom, boom, boom. As the battle commenced, it rapidly escalated into a fierce clash. The Wang family sought to conclude the conflict swiftly to minimize casualties, while the long-armed monkeys retaliated desperately. The landscape of Rujuan Mountain was left in utter disarray, pockmarked by the impacts of spells, with blood staining the earth. Individuals of Wang Hao's caliber, capable of swiftly slaying a demon monkey, were indeed a rarity. Most of the clan members found themselves in a stalemate, or even at a disadvantage against the long-armed apes. The situation among the foundation-building cultivators was equally grim. The elderly patriarch Wang Guangyan had only just recovered, his combat prowess being rather lacking, and could only delay the inevitable against the leader of the long-armed monkeys. Li Yuzu, unwilling to sacrifice himself for the Wang family, was similarly stalling. The only ones with a distinct advantage were Wang Yanzhao and Wang Longyu, yet even they required a significant amount of time to eliminate their foes. At this rate, the Wang family might emerge victorious, but it would be a Pyrrhic victory, incurring substantial losses among their ranks. Ah, grandfather! Wang Wenmei exclaimed in alarm. Following her gaze, Wang Hao observed that one of the clan elders confronting the second-tier long-armed monkey had already collapsed to the ground, his pallid face suggesting a grave fate. With tears welling in her eyes, Wang Wenmei attempted to rush forward, but Wang Hao swiftly intervened, asserting, "I will assist. You must not act recklessly." Given that Wang Wenmei was only at the 6th layer of Qi refinement, her advancing would only spell disaster. After all, she had been affectionately calling him brother daily, and he could not bear to see her take such a risk. With a sudden surge of power, Wang Hao unleashed his sword, dispatching 2 first-tier long-armed monkeys before rushing to aid the elders. Observing their white hair and aged faces, still valiantly fighting for the clan, Wang Hao was once again struck by the harsh realities of cultivation. He summoned a fiery dragon, directing it toward the second-tier long-armed ape. With the addition of Wang Hao as a fresh force, the elders found themselves somewhat relieved. However, their vitality had already waned, and in such an intense battle, their days were likely numbered. The 3 transformations of fire performed excellently against the first-tier long-armed monkeys, yet against the physically robust second-tier counterparts, it seemed inadequate, merely grazing their skin. Seizing the opportunity, several clan elders summoned their magical artifacts, but even several first-tier superior artifacts merely pierced the demon monkey's hide, failing to rip through its flesh. In fact, the strike from one elder's artifact against the long-armed ape produced a resounding clang, sending sparks flying. Witnessing this scene, many clan members could not suppress their expressions of terror. This beast, with its body of iron and steel, was impervious even to superior artifacts. Noticing the stunned expressions of the onlookers, Wang Hao shouted, "Be careful." At a critical moment, One elder summoned a low-grade spiritual artifact, proclaiming loudly, "I will hold it back. All of you, take cover behind me." As soon as he finished speaking, a massive phantom shield materialized before the group. The second-tier long-armed monkey lunged forward, crashing violently against the shield. A resounding crash reverberated through the air, an instant collision that shattered the illusion of the shield. The elder of the clan was sent flying, landing with a spatter of blood, clearly devoid of the strength to continue the battle. The second-tier long-armed monkey also suffered greatly, propelled by the tremendous force. Despite its robust physique, it was no match for a magical artifact forged through countless refinements. Its grimacing visage revealed the internal injuries it sustained. "Now is the moment," Wang Hao shouted, unleashing the Earth Seal, aiming to strike the second-tier long-armed monkey. Simultaneously, he tensed his entire body, exerting his strength, wielding the Gale Sword to target its throat. The suppressive force of the Earth Seal made it exceedingly difficult for the beast to resist, leaving it unable to counter Wang Hao's advancing assault. However, being a second-tier beast, it instinctively extended its long arm in a desperate attempt to neutralize the impending attack. Yet, Wang Hao, having honed his physique for years, was undeterred by its weakened state. He swiftly sidestepped and forcefully struck aside its arm, positioning himself to deliver a precise thrust towards the monkey's throat. The Gale Sword sliced through the skin of the second-tier beast, but alas, being merely a first-tier high-grade flying sword, it failed to penetrate deeply. In the wake of such a grievous blow, the long-armed monkey let out a shriek, a glimmer of fear flashing across its features as it turned to flee into the distance. "We cannot let it escape." Witnessing this, the onlooker's pupils dilated, unable to restrain the urge to pursue. "I will chase it. You all block the other first-tier long-armed monkeys," Wang Hao called out, confident in his ability to handle a severely injured second-tier long-armed monkey. "I shall assist you." Wang Yanfeng emerged from the crowd, having ascended to the 8th level of Qi refinement, making him one of the more formidable warriors within the Wang family. Though the second-tier long-armed monkey was swift, its severe injuries and prolonged battle had begun to diminish its speed. Wang Hao and Wang Yanfeng pursued for a quarter of an hour, activating the Earth Seal, Gale Sword, and other magical artifacts to harass the beast. Yet the second-tier creature, with its tough hide and resilient flesh, withstood their attempts, though it continued to bleed profusely, growing weaker with each passing moment. After traversing 200 miles, the long-armed monkey bore several more wounds, but it had escaped the confines of Ruojian Mountain. Now within the Danyuan Mountains, its instinct for survival was strong. It recognized that Wang Hao and his companions would not dare venture deeper into the treacherous terrain. Thus it persisted in its desperate flight. After several more hours of pursuit, they had ventured deep into the Danyuan Mountains, covering over 1,000 miles. And Wang Hao was on the verge of surrendering. Wang Yifeng remarked, "If we do not eliminate this threat, it will surely become a scourge upon the Wang family. This second-tier beast has gained a degree of intelligence and harbors a deep-seated grudge. The Wang family has encroached upon its territory and slaughtered its kin. Once it recovers from its injuries, it will undoubtedly seek revenge against us. If we do not seize this opportunity to end it now, we may face repercussions that multiply 100-fold or even more in the future." At this moment, the long-armed monkey, nearly at the end of its strength, let out a mournful cry, halting its flight as if resolved to fight to the death. However, Wang Hao and Wang Yifeng had no intention of engaging in a reckless confrontation. They understood that this was merely the desperate struggle of a cornered beast. The two adopted a strategy of evasion, ensuring that they neither allowed it to escape nor permitted it to close the distance. For the time being, the long-armed monkey found itself in a position of passive suffering. After a fierce struggle lasting a full quarter of an hour, Wang Hao observed that the long-armed monkey's movements were becoming increasingly sluggish. He sensed that the opportune moment was approaching and signaled Wang Yifeng to tighten the encirclement. As the long-armed monkey noticed Wang Hao's advance, its eyes were filled with animosity. It extended its elongated arm to grasp a branch and launched itself towards Wang Hao with great speed. This was precisely the moment Wang Hao had anticipated. A glint of determination flashed in his eyes. He had long prepared for such an attack and was eager to test his physical resilience. Without evading, he activated 2 defensive spirit talismans and collided forcefully with the long-armed monkey. Wang Hao staggered back 2 steps to regain his balance, while the long-armed monkey was sent flying, collapsing to the ground, struggling to rise but failing repeatedly. At this juncture, Wang Hao commanded the Gale Sword to strike directly at the long-armed monkey's face. Yet the creature was still attempting to rise. The Gale Sword unexpectedly plunged into its chest. Just then, a sudden cacophony of monkey calls echoed from a distance. The long-armed monkey on the ground, invigorated by the sound, responded loudly despite its injuries, even as Wang Hao and Wang Yifeng swiftly attempted to eliminate it. They were nonetheless detected by the approaching long-armed monkeys. This is bad. How could there be reinforcements? Wang Yifeng inquired. Wang Hao shook his head. How would I know? Could it be that there is trouble over at Ruojuan Mountain? That shouldn't be the case. There are 4 foundation-building cultivators stationed there. Indeed, he was correct. The pursuing monkey was the leader of the long-armed monkeys. It turned out that after Wang Hao's departure, the loss of a second-tier long-armed monkey had tilted the scales of victory toward the Wang family. Wang Longyu had slain his counterpart, a second-tier mid-grade long-armed monkey, and subsequently assisted Wang Yinzhao and Li Yuzu in vanquishing their foes. Witnessing the unfavorable turn of events, the long-armed monkey leader had abandoned its kin and fled. Its escape route led directly towards Wang Hao and Wang Yinfeng, not for their sake, but because this path was a necessary passage into Duanyuan Mountain. The long-armed monkey leader would not choose any other direction. Wang Yinfeng said, "We are no match for a second-tier superior monster. We should hide for now and await family reinforcements." Wang Hao nodded. They had pursued for quite a distance, expending a significant portion of their spiritual energy, and feared that a mere encounter would result in being torn apart by the long-armed monkey leader. However, the deceased long-armed monkey had seemingly left some message, compelling the leader to relentlessly pursue them, much to Wang Hao's frustration. Fortunately, the long-armed monkey leader appeared to have sustained injuries, its speed not significantly exceeding theirs, allowing for their continued escape. The chase persisted for an entire day, with Wang Yifeng feeling as though his legs were burdened by lead. Although they lacked no elixirs and could maintain their spiritual energy, the fatigue of their bodies was inescapable. Wang Hao, in better condition, led the way, constantly monitoring the map for the locations of the beasts to avoid stumbling into a den. However, the map had limited visibility, and his choices were not always prudent. As the path ahead became increasingly treacherous, after fleeing for over 10 miles, Wang Hao despondently discovered that there was no route remaining. "Uncle 8, you truly are unfortunate," he lamented, genuinely considering breaking away from Wang Yinfeng to act independently. Their previous expedition had encountered murderous rogue cultivators, followed by a second-tier beast. Such ill fortune was unbearable. Wang Yinfeng, equally disheartened, replied, "Can you blame me for this? Fortunately, the beasts did not follow us. Otherwise, we would have had no choice but to leap off a cliff." The distant cries of the demonic beasts echoed once more, causing Wang Yinfeng's expression to turn uneasy. Cough. Cough. This cannot be blamed on me. The question now is, what do we do? What do you mean? What do we do? Didn't you have it all figured out? Wang Hao pointed towards the precipice before them. Jump. I was merely suggesting it. How could I possibly jump? Wang Yinfeng replied awkwardly. It's an abyss down there. If we jump, we'll be turned to pulp. Yet, in Wang Hao's mind lingered the notion of a potential law of survival when leaping from heights, coupled with his intrigue sparked by an icon of a house that had suddenly appeared on the map just as he took a step forward. Perhaps there lay some fortuitous opportunity awaiting him at the valley's bottom. The demonic beast was drawing nearer, its form now visible. It was the long-armed monkey leader. Bloodied and battered, though it was unclear who had inflicted such wounds. Regardless, it was charging directly towards the two, evidently harboring a grudge against them. Given their current predicament, victory seemed unattainable. Better to leap to my demise than to be devoured by the beast, Wang Hao declared, turning to plunge off the cliff. Wang Yifeng, after a moment's hesitation, followed suit. As they descended, Wang Hao attempted to employ his lightness technique and the pulling spell to grasp the cliff's face, but alas, the surface was too smooth. There was not a single tree or blade of grass to hold onto, plunging him into despair. Having spent 6 years in this realm, with all his skills and resources prepared, was he truly to perish now? In that moment of hopelessness, the spirit beast pouch quivered abruptly. It was the golden-eyed duck awakening. Sensing Wang Hao's distress, a flicker of joy crossed Wang Hao's face. His efforts in nurturing this creature were not in vain. Although he could not fly, the golden-eyed duck possessed wings. While it might not be able to carry him for long, a safe descent was within reach. As he summoned the golden-eyed duck, it quacked twice, its size swelling to several feet tall. With a powerful flap of its wings, it soared beneath Wang Hao, catching him. "Help me." Wang Yinfeng's panicked voice rang out before Wang Hao could stabilize himself. "Ah, I truly owe you one." Nevertheless, Wang Hao felt compelled to aid him. Despite his lack of skill and unfortunate circumstances, Wang Yifeng had previously purchased many of his medicinal pills at a premium and had shown him considerable kindness. He was a worthy uncle. Wang Hao commanded the golden-eyed duck to rescue Wang Yifeng, who, though reluctant, complied with Wang Hao's request. It was only after Wang Yifeng had settled onto the duck's back that Wang Hao realized he had misjudged the creature. It was not unwilling to help, but rather lacked the capacity to do so effectively. Carrying one person was already a strain, let alone two, though it flapped its wings with all its might. The trio continued their descent. At this rate, both Wang Hao and Wang Yifeng might escape with serious injuries, but the golden-eyed duck would suffer dire consequences. Wang Hao was determined not to witness its demise for the sake of his own survival. Turning to Wang Yifeng, he said, "Uncle, you are a late-stage chi practitioner. Do you not have any trump cards? I have been stationed in the alchemy market, and the next beast tide is not imminent. What use would a trump card be? If not a waste of spirit stones?" Wang Yifeng replied, his tone resolute, inciting Wang Hao's frustration to the point of wanting to let him fall. Wang Hao recalled the scene of an emergency landing in his previous life. With a flicker of thought, he commanded the golden-eyed duck to spread its wings and glide forward along the canyon. The descent indeed slowed considerably, converting into forward momentum. What a demonstration of the conservation of momentum. Wang Hao could not help but curse aloud at the thought that should they collide with something, both he and the beast would meet their demise. Fortunately, although the golden-eyed duck could not carry both of them, it could still adeptly control its direction, steadily avoiding the cliff walls and skimming close to the canyon floor. "Uncle Ba, when we are 100 zhang from the ground, you must jump," Wang Hao instructed. The canyon was 1,000 zhang deep, and they possessed tremendous potential energy, rendering them unable to halt their descent. If they continued sliding down, the uneven ground would surely grind them to a pulp, and thus they had to lighten their load in order for the golden-eyed duck to take flight. For a late-stage chi practitioner, a height of 100 zhang remained perilous, yet not fatal. Wang Yifeng understood the gravity of the situation. The golden-eyed duck had saved his life, and he could not bear the thought of being the cause of its demise. "Understood. I see some trees at the canyon bottom. I shall leap onto one." In no time, they approached the 100 zhang mark. With a signal from Wang Hao, Wang Yifeng comprehended immediately, spotting a towering tree. He exerted himself and leaped towards it, while the golden-eyed duck stumbled momentarily before regaining its balance. However, the speed was still too great for it to take flight. Yet it ensured that they would not meet a fatal end. Wang Hao, unwilling to witness the golden-eyed duck suffer, also leaped at 30 zhang, activating his protective shield as he crashed into a thicket. With a resounding crash, a tree trunk the width of a bowl was broken by Wang Hao's impact, causing his protective shield to collapse. Fortunately, the ground below was soft, and although he landed in a somewhat disheveled manner, he was not gravely injured. Freed from their burden, the golden-eyed duck flapped its wings vigorously and landed safely, quickly moving to nuzzle Wang Hao's arm affectionately. "I owe you one this time." Wang Hao patted the golden-eyed duck, producing a golden silk spirit apricot and saying, "Here, have this. You must advance quickly, otherwise I cannot escape this deep canyon." "Quack, quack," replied the golden-eyed duck as it swallowed the spirit apricot. "By the way, go find Uncle Ba. I hope he is unharmed." Wang Hao commanded the golden-eyed duck to search for Wang Yifeng while he settled down to tend to his injuries. The previous two battles, compounded by the fall into the canyon, had left him in dire need of healing. If he did not recuperate promptly, lingering ailments would take considerable time to mend, even if they eventually healed. In a short while, the golden-eyed duck returned with Wang Yifeng, who appeared in poor condition, having broken a leg and likely sustaining internal injuries as well. However, in such circumstances, returning with one's life was already a stroke of fortune. Upon seeing Wang Hao meditating, Wang Yifeng chose not to speak further and sat down beside him to begin his own recovery. As cultivators possessed remarkable self-healing abilities and were not lacking in medicinal pills, with timely treatment, they would likely avoid any lasting disabilities. Wang Hao did not store the golden-eyed duck in his spirit beast pouch, but instead allowed it to stand guard from a higher vantage point. Thus, the two of them sat in meditation for 5 consecutive days, during which Wang Hao's injuries healed considerably, leaving only a few minor ailments that would require time for his body to fully recover. Wang Yifeng, having only suffered injuries after hitting rock bottom, found his wounds no more severe than those of Wang Hao. Upon seeing Wang Hao rise, he too stood up and remarked, "This chasm is exceedingly deep. It will be quite challenging for your spirit beast to carry us upwards. What shall we do next? As the saying goes, where there is a will, there is a way. We have an ample supply of medicinal pills, and my storage bag contains a substantial amount of spirit rice, sufficient to sustain us for a year or two. We can take our time to devise a plan." Wang Hao, possessing a farm, remained unperturbed. Even if they were to linger here for several years, once the golden-eyed duck advanced to a first-tier premium level, it would assuredly be able to carry them aloft. That is indeed our only option, Wang Yifeng sighed. I shall scout the surroundings. There may be other exits. Not so fast. When I descended, I noticed what appeared to be a structure ahead. It could possibly be a remnant left by a predecessor. We should investigate, Wang Hao observed, realizing that the building marked on the map was not far from their location. However, the golden-eyed duck had glided away from it, and they had not seen the ground during their descent. The map had not unlocked their route, only displaying the building and their current position as two distinct points. Is that so? Wang Yifeng chuckled. I told you our misfortunes would not last indefinitely. Perhaps this time, fortune will arise from adversity, granting us some fortuitous opportunity. The abundance of relics in the realm of cultivation often leads to discoveries that allow individuals to alter their fates and achieve greatness. A thought that naturally crossed Wang Yifeng's mind. Wang Hao summoned the golden-eyed duck and proceeded along the chasm towards the marked location. As they journeyed, they gleaned a general understanding of their surroundings. The chasm's widest point spanned approximately 4 to 5 miles, while its narrowest was merely a dozen yards across. With neither end in sight, a stream flowed from north to south at the bottom of the valley. This was promising news. The presence of flowing water indicated that this was not a desolate place. If they followed the current downstream, they might discover a way out. However, that would be a last resort, as the uncertainty of the unknown was daunting. The downstream path could lead to a great river or a perilous cliff waterfall. The dangers along the way prompting hesitation. Wang Hao and Wang Yifeng traversed the chasm, ever vigilant of their surroundings, each gripping their defensive artifacts tightly. They were prepared to activate their protections at the slightest hint of danger. This was not an overreaction, but rather a necessary precaution for survival amidst the unknown perils. The threats they faced primarily stemmed from various venomous insects, high-tier demonic beasts inhabiting the chasm, and tree spirits that, appearing no different from ordinary trees, would suddenly launch attacks on any cultivator encroaching upon their territory. Both were novice cultivators, their methods limited, so they exercised utmost caution. Just before their departure, Wang Yifeng had been bitten by a centipede measuring a foot in length. Within moments, the area around the wound began to swell. Had they not prepared healing pills in advance, Wang Hao would have been compelled to seek the relic alone. This minor incident jolted both of them from their earlier excitement, instilling a deeper sense of vigilance regarding the path ahead. As for Tier 1 demonic beasts, the map indicated none were present in their vicinity, but the situation ahead remained uncertain. He still had not located the core node to unlock the surrounding map and could only investigate the conditions within a 5-mile radius. At this distance, a second-tier demonic beast could reach them in a mere instant. As for the rare and mystical flora and fauna, their scarcity makes it unsurprising that they remain elusive. This canyon, long untouched by human presence, harbors a plethora of extraordinary medicinal herbs, seldom seen in the outside world. Without a doubt, the first-tier herbs abound, and within a short span, the two have discovered several second-tier varieties. Should this place be developed, it could serve splendidly as a family medicinal garden. However, even if development proves unfeasible, Wang Hao possesses a farm, and acquiring seeds still yields a profit. Aside from the primary condensing essence fruit, he has managed to gather all the necessary herbs for the Foundation Establishment pill, along with several varieties suitable for the Qi gathering pill for the early stages of Foundation Establishment. In addition to these herbs, they encountered second-tier spiritual wood. Regrettably, the wood proved exceedingly resilient. Wang Hao's sword could only inflict a shallow wound. To fell a single tree would require no less than 3 days, a delay he could not afford. Yet, should they be trapped here, they would have ample time to harvest these spiritual woods. Presenting these items to their family could yield thousands in contributions, a crucial factor in determining the allocation of the Foundation Establishment pill. This explains Wang Hao's desire to extract the second-tier spiritual wood, as acquiring additional pathways to the Foundation Establishment pill is always advantageous. Should he fail to find the condensing essence fruit, the family would become his last hope for Foundation Establishment. Alas, the jade boxes for storing the herbs are running low. He regretted not bringing more. After turning a bend, Wang Yin Zhao gazed at the abundant blood qi grass carpeting the ground, lamenting its fortune. The blood qi grass is an essential herb for crafting healing elixirs and bears significant value. In this area alone, there are over 100 mature plants, worth more than 2,000 spirit stones. It would be prudent to gather a few mature specimens for immediate harvesting. Although they have jade boxes, their storage bags are insufficiently spacious. Regardless, the herbs lie here, and they can return for more opportunities in the future. Wang Hao possesses a farm, yet its yields primarily serve to develop and upgrade the cultivated land, leaving little for personal use. After all, who would ever complain about an excess of spirit stones? If they could transport all the spiritual herbs and woods from this canyon, they could easily acquire a foundation establishment pill at the next auction, eliminating the need to search for the elusive condensing essence fruit. Having traversed the canyon for over a day, Wang Hao and his companion filled their storage bags to capacity. Consequently, upon encountering rare or valuable spiritual items, they were compelled to discard lesser valuables, even the golden-eyed duck burdening their backs. Wang Hao glanced at the map. The ruins were now within sight, prompting him to urge Wang Yinfeng to abandon the lesser herbs on the ground and hasten their advance. With hope comes disappointment. And as they stood before a wooden cabin, they exchanged glances of uncertainty. Wang Yinfeng, having previously been teased by Wang Hao, relished the opportunity to retort. Questioning with a smile, "Is this the structure you envisioned? How could I know it would appear thus? I only caught a fleeting glimpse from the sky." Wang Hao hastily surveyed the cabin, concluding, "It seems it was left by a cultivator who, like us, inadvertently fell to the canyon's depths." Upon hearing this, Wang Yinfeng's expression turned grave. "If that is the case, our chances of escape may be slim," he said, pointing towards the cabin. "This individual has managed to construct a dwelling, suggesting they have resided here for quite some time. Uncle, do not be so pessimistic. The preservation of this house indicates the absence of demonic beasts. Is that not a positive sign?" Wang Hao advised. "Moreover, this individual may have already departed. If we search for traces, we shall undoubtedly find a way out." "Indeed, you speak the truth. Let us first ascertain whether he has left any information behind." Wang Yifeng began to rummage through the modest abode. The dwelling was small, comprising merely 2 rooms, and the duo swiftly uncovered a significant clue inscribed upon a black stone beside the bed in the bedroom. The inscription revealed that the owner of the wooden cabin was a solitary cultivator named Lan Mu, who encountered a second-tier high-grade demon beast while hunting with a demon-slaying team on Duan Yuan Mountain. In the ensuing chaos, he was forced to scatter and, in a desperate bid for survival, leapt into this valley. The inscription further recounted that his spiritual beast perished while attempting to save him, and he took a moment to reminisce. The text continued, detailing the valley's abundance of spiritual flora and the absence of high-tier demon beasts. It warned only of venomous insects, declaring the place relatively safe. He had resided here for 10 years, cultivating to the 9th level of Qi refinement, yet still had not discovered an exit. However, fortune had not entirely abandoned him. On one occasion, he endeavored to reach the valley's end, journeying nearly 10,000 miles, where he stumbled upon a pond spanning several miles. In the pond's center lay a small island, upon which grew a condensing element fruit tree. This discovery filled him with exhilaration, although consuming the condensing element fruit was perilous. It could enhance his foundational cultivation probability by 20%. If Lan Mu could solidify his foundation, he would be able to escape the valley. Yet, upon investigation, he found that beneath the pond lurked a second-tier mid-grade fish demon guarding the condensing element fruit, a foe he could not contend with. After 2 attempts that left him gravely injured, he realized the fruit was showing signs of ripening. Recognizing it as his final opportunity, he resolved to risk everything. Should he fail, he would remain trapped in the valley for eternity. Thus, he recorded his life story upon the stone, determining that if he succeeded, he would destroy it. But if the stone remained, he hoped future travelers would collect his remains. It appeared that Lan Mu had ultimately met with failure. Wang Hao sighed softly. The information regarding the condensing element fruit igniting excitement within him, yet the formidable guardian demon beast filled both men with despair. Wang Yinfeng's expression mirrored his despondency. After a lengthy silence, he proposed, "Let us first investigate the situation and seek an escape route. If all else fails, we shall emulate Lan Mu's approach. Cultivate to the 9th level of Qi refinement, and then together attempt to steal the condensing element fruit. Perhaps we might succeed." He chuckled self-deprecatingly, recalling that their spiritual roots were not particularly remarkable. Given the abundance of resources here, perhaps the golden-eyed duck will advance a tier before us. And then we too might find our way out. We could invite our family to assist with foundational cultivation. This may not be the most ideal plan, but it appears to be our only course of action for now. Fortunately, Wang Hao carried with him an alchemy furnace, and both men were alchemists. With the plethora of spiritual herbs at the valley's bottom, coupled with Wang Hao's farm, they would not lack for cultivation resources. In just a few years, they could attain the 9th level of Qi refinement. Though the old house left by Mulan had yet to collapse, it was uninhabitable. The two constructed 2 new wooden cabins nearby and erected a larger shed for storing supplies. The proximity to a stream ensured a steady water supply, and the mountains were rich with wild fruits. If Mulan could survive for over a decade, Wang Hao, with his farm, had no cause for concern regarding sustenance. Wang Hao and his companions settled into their new life, dedicating their time to cultivation and practicing spells. Whenever their stock of elixirs dwindled, they ventured out to gather spiritual herbs for refining. In cases where certain herbs proved elusive, Wang Hao would discreetly retrieve some from his farm to replenish their supplies. Time passed swiftly, and 2 years slipped by in the blink of an eye. Wang Hao remained at the 8th level of qi refinement. Yet his magical prowess had significantly increased, enhancing his strength. Wang Yefeng was on the verge of breaking through to the 9th level of qi refinement, free from worldly entanglements. His cultivation speed had accelerated considerably. He had often uttered phrases reminiscent of the joys of this place, forgetting the outside world. Come, try the hualong dan that my uncle has recently concocted. The spiritual herbs here are of excellent vintage, and the elixirs produced surpass those available in the market. Wang Yinfeng called out to Wang Hao, holding 2 jade vials aloft. I believe that within a year, my uncle will advance to the 9th level of qi refinement. With a few more years, he will achieve complete mastery of qi refinement. Uncle, I still have plenty of elixirs left here. Keep them for yourself. With my farm fully developed, I am not lacking in resources. Wang Hao had already acquired 6 plots of fertile land. Family and sect disciples enjoyed various advantages and benefits, but they were also required to dedicate at least half of their time to serving their families and sections. Thus, their cultivation speed may not necessarily surpass that of free cultivators who lack resources. Yet, one must wonder which free cultivator truly lacks resources. I almost forgot you are now a first-tier top-grade alchemist. Very well, then, my uncle shall accept them. If you find yourself in need, do not hesitate to ask me. Wang Yefeng was in good spirits that day. He gestured towards the food and wine on the stone table and said, Come, let us share a few drinks. The elixirs are already prepared, and I intend to enter seclusion for a while. When we meet again, it may not be for several years. On the table lay a roasted fish, caught from a nearby stream, alongside some spiritual fruits. The wine was crafted by the two, fermented in bamboo containers. While the quality was hardly remarkable, it was deemed a waste by professional brewers of spiritual wines. Nevertheless, they indulged in it purely for leisure. After several rounds of drinks, the two men, without deliberately suppressing their intoxication, began to feel slightly tipsy and engaged in more conversation. Wang Yefeng, holding a bamboo cup and squinting his eyes, remarked, We, as uncle and nephew, are both cherishing our lives, yet when circumstances demand it, we must take our chances. In truth, they had long since investigated the location of the Ningyuan fruit based on Lan Mu's description. It was a serene jade pond, which they named the Bayou Pond. Upon careful exploration, they discovered the fish demon, peacefully slumbering at the bottom of the pond. In addition to the second-tier fish demon, there were several smaller creatures in the water, seemingly raised by the fish demon as a source of sustenance. The fish demon was even stronger than Lan Mu had described, having reached the pinnacle of the second-tier intermediate stage. However, like all beasts, its growth was slow, and it required an opportunity to ascend to the second-tier advanced stage. This opportunity was the Ningyuan fruit, and at the center of the Bayou Pond, they found a Ningyuan fruit tree, approximately a zhang tall, resembling a tomato plant, adorned with 3 plump, red Ningyuan fruits that appeared ripe within 3 years. At that moment, Wang Hao and his companion realized that the fish demon was undoubtedly waiting for the Ningyuan fruits to mature, hoping to consume them to elevate itself into a second-tier advanced beast. Should the fish demon ascend, they would have no chance of acquiring the Ningyuan fruit tree. The fruits bore only once every 50 years. If consumed by the fish demon, all their efforts would be in vain. Wang Hao had a farm, but Wang Yinfeng did not. Thus, it was only natural for Wang Hao to feel urgency. Moreover, Wang Hao could not divulge the secrets of his farm to Wang Yinfeng. Should the latter lose his compelling reason to assist, Wang Hao would also be deprived of the seeds, a situation he found utterly unacceptable. There is still time. We can afford to wait a little longer before taking action. Moreover, there is the golden-eyed duck. Wang Hao offered a comforting remark. The golden-eyed duck serves as an escape route for the two of them. However, at present, there are no signs of its advancement. If we could act before the condensing fruit ripens, that would indeed be ideal. This way, they could venture out to seek assistance and effortlessly acquire the condensing fruit tree. With such an achievement, it is possible that each could exchange it for a foundation establishment pill. And Wang Hao might even seize the opportunity to obtain seeds of the condensing fruit. Nonetheless, it is prudent not to harbor excessive hopes, lest disappointment deepen. As for sending the golden-eyed duck alone to deliver a message, the risks are far too great. The myriad of beasts in Duanyuan Mountain poses a significant threat. The moment the golden-eyed duck leaves the valley, it risks exposure, leaving the two with no retreat. Keeping the golden-eyed duck is wiser. It will only take a few years before they can safely exit the valley. After a hearty meal, Wang Yanfeng bid farewell to Wang Hao and retreated to his chamber for cultivation. Wang Hao, on the other hand, found himself by the stream. Having just concluded his seclusion, he intended to rest for a while, as there was little to do in the canyon. And fishing by the stream seemed a pleasant way to pass the time. The canyon extended in a north-south direction, with sunlight gracing it only for a brief period around noon. That day, as Wang Hao lay by the stream, feigning sleep with his fishing rod beside him, he was suddenly startled by a shout echoing from afar. Awakened abruptly, he scanned his surroundings but discerned no movement. His uncle was in seclusion, and the voice did not belong to him, which only heightened Wang Hao's curiosity. Could it be that someone was approaching? Upon glancing upwards, he noticed a dark figure moving along the canyon's edge. Indeed, there was someone. Wang Hao murmured, weighing the potential consequences in his mind. Should this person discover him? It was uncertain whether it would bode well or ill. Such a desolate locale was a natural setting for treachery and treasure-seeking, and given the individual's speed of movement, they did not appear to be a mere fallen traveler. They might very well be a Foundation establishment cultivator. As fate would have it, the individual seemed to have spotted Wang Hao and glided directly towards him. As the figure drew nearer, he discerned that it was a woman clad in red, her feet gracing a length of silk. No, this did not resemble a Foundation establishment cultivator. Observing her swaying form, Wang Hao widened his eyes. Even if injured, a Foundation establishment practitioner would not falter in such a manner. As anticipated, when the woman soared to a height of about 100 feet above Wang Hao, she could no longer maintain her flight and plummeted downward. To save or not to save, this posed a dilemma. Even more pressing was that before Wang Hao could contemplate his decision, the woman acted swiftly. With a forceful clap of her hands, she unleashed a series of spells. What a predicament! Without any prior grievance, she launched an attack upon their first encounter. Wang Hao evaded just in time, realizing that the woman was not targeting him, but rather attempting to counteract her fall with the rebound force of her spells. However, the efficacy of this was evidently limited. In the blink of an eye, she crashed into the stream with a resounding splash. Wang Hao winced at the sight. The stream was less than 2 meters deep, and the woman's velocity ensured she would hit the bottom. As foreseen, crimson water surged forth, and shortly thereafter, the woman floated to the surface, utterly motionless, clearly unconscious. After waiting a while longer without any sign of movement, Wang Hao stepped forward and called out, "Miss, I am here to rescue you. If you awaken, I kindly ask that you do not resist." After a brief pause, he employed his magic to drag the woman ashore. A woman lay on the riverbank, her head tilted to one side. As Wang Hao approached, he was astonished to recognize her as Li Daong. For a moment, he was rendered speechless by the sheer coincidence. It was indeed quite remarkable. Although both families resided near Qingyofang and often ventured into the Duanyuan mountain range, the likelihood of their kin encountering one another was not negligible. However, the chance of both falling into the same ravine was exceedingly slim. Was this fate at play? Gazing at Li Daong's pale yet charming visage, Wang Hao couldn't help but ponder. Given their acquaintance in the numerous battles they had fought side by side, Wang Hao refused to simply stand by. After failing to wake her, he gently lifted her and carried her back to his wooden hut, laying her upon the bed and using his magical powers to dry her clothes. It was then he noticed the wounds on her arm and abdomen. For a cultivator, staunching the bleeding while conscious was not difficult, but in her current state, without proper bandaging, she risked losing too much blood, possibly leading to fatal consequences. "I shall be forthright," Wang Hao mused, shaking his head in self-deprecation. A cultivator should not be bound by worldly conventions. He retrieved clean garments, tore them into strips, and carefully dressed her wounds with medicine. After administering a few healing pills, he said, "Miss Li, this is all I can do for you. Please rest well. Farewell." Wang Hao dared not linger in the hut. He feared that when Li Daong awoke, a misunderstanding might ensue. Li Daong regained consciousness 2 days later, at noon, discovering herself in an unfamiliar room. A mix of surprise and joy washed over her. She was grateful to be alive, but bewildered by her surroundings and the identity of her rescuer. During her fall, she had caught a glimpse of someone below, but in her desperation for survival, she had paid little attention to her savior. After checking her clothing and finding no signs of violation, she felt somewhat reassured. Concluding that her rescuer must be a good person, she resolved to express her gratitude. However, as she rose from the bed, the movement tugged at her wounds, causing her to frown. Only then did she realize that her injuries had been bandaged by someone. She faintly remembered that the individual had seemed male, and her expression darkened. With commendable aptitude and diligence, Li Daong had become the foremost practitioner of qi among the Li family by the age of 20, and by 27. She had reached the 9th level of qi cultivation. In her daily life, even her peers treated her with utmost respect, seldom daring to approach her. Today, however, she had been touched by a man. Her injuries were serious, but the situation was unclear, so she could not rush into healing. Struggling, she made her way outside and spotted someone by the stream. Approaching, she saw a figure sitting on a rock by the water's edge, bare feet soaking in the stream, leisurely holding a fishing rod and basking in the sun. Though she was incensed that he had touched her, she understood that he had been trying to help. Suppressing her annoyance, she spoke, "Thank you for your timely assistance, fellow cultivator. I am Li Daong. May I inquire your name?" Wang Hao had already noticed her arrival but had chosen to wait for her to speak first. He set down his fishing rod, stood, and turned to face her. "Fairy Li, you have awakened. What a surprise to see you here. Is it truly you?" she inquired, incredulous. "Indeed, it is I," he replied. "Ah, it is no wonder. You are indeed to blame." Li Daong gritted her teeth, forcing out a few words. After their previous encounters, she had hoped that he had changed for the better, only to realize that his nature remained unaltered. The memory of her niece being scorched and left in disarray during their duel at Wangjiling, coupled with the unfavorable reputation he had garnered in the marketplace, led Li Daong to suspect that he might have taken advantage of her vulnerability while healing her wounds. Upon noticing the shift in her tone, Wang Hao furrowed his brow and hastily explained, "Fairy Li, have you misunderstood something? At that time, I merely attended to your injuries." And did not. However, Li Daong dismissed his attempts at clarification, retorting angrily, "You know well what kind of person you are. I am not one to repay kindness with malice. For now, I shall let you off the hook, but when we meet again, I shall seek to spar with you." Wang Hao was at a loss for words, pondering how he hadn't perceived Li Daong as such an unreasonable individual before. Unbeknownst to him, he had inadvertently struck a nerve. Had he not been so foolish as to assist another, his demeanor would surely have undergone a complete transformation. "You have been missing for 2 years. Have you been here all along?" Li Daong, reluctant to engage in further conversation with Wang Hao, sought to clarify the situation nonetheless. Wang Hao nodded, responding, "Yes, I have been trapped here since 2 years ago. But what of you, friendly? How did you find yourself in this predicament?" "There are reasons of my own, which you need not concern yourself with." Thus, their discussion reached an impasse. Initially, he had intended to inform her about the nurturing essence fruit and to recruit her, a formidable practitioner at the 9th layer of qi cultivation. Together, the three of them would have had a substantial chance of defeating the beasts of the Bu pond, or at the very least, securing the nurturing essence fruit. Unfortunately, given her current fury, revealing such information would not only hinder their collaboration but could also lead to further complications. Wang Hao realized he must obtain the seeds of the nurturing essence fruit without taking such risks. "Let us speak no further. It appears, dear friendly, that your injuries are quite severe. You should prioritize your healing," Wang Hao remarked indifferently. Given her cold demeanor, he was not inclined to pursue her any longer. Each would go their separate ways, and he thought it would be far better to discuss matters with her when Wang Yifeng emerged from his seclusion. Li Daong had initially intended to ascertain the situation before retreating to heal, but the thought of her body having been touched revolted her. Coupled with Wang Hao's attitude, she was disinclined to converse further. With a bitter remark that she did not require his concern, she returned to the wooden hut, slamming the door shut as if to vent her frustrations. "That was my room," Wang Hao murmured to himself. "What is this nonsense? Do cultivators also delight in causing trouble? Never mind, I shall construct another dwelling later." Wang Hao shook his head in resignation. He rebuilt a wooden hut and resumed his seclusion. With the nurturing essence fruit not maturing for several more years and the canyon map already recorded, he felt no trepidation about Li Daong's potential departure. He could afford to let her cool off for a while, though he claimed to be in seclusion. The lack of soundproofing in the wooden hut meant that he could easily perceive the disturbances caused by Li Daong. Over the coming months, he noticed that she would occasionally venture out, sometimes returning after a few days, other times not returning for half a month. It seemed that she was unwilling to accept her confinement and was seeking a way out. On her last excursion, she had been gone for a month without returning. This was troubling. Surely she had not gone to the Bu pond. Wang Hao suddenly rose to his feet. The two on the opposite side of the canyon had also ventured there, only to find the path blocked after traveling several thousand miles. Li Durong had been missing for a month, and the only plausible direction she could have taken was towards the jade pool. What a troublesome situation. Wang Hao sighed in resignation. "I must search for her, If she is in danger, it would be exceedingly difficult for my uncle and me to confront the fish demon. Wang Hao stepped outside and noticed Wang Yifeng was still in seclusion, likely aiming to break through to the 9th level of qi cultivation before emerging. Thus, he refrained from disturbing him. He summoned the golden-eyed duck, and together they set forth towards the jade pool. Though the golden-eyed duck could not soar over the towering canyon, it could manage a short-distance leap, which sufficed for their journey. Wang Hao rode the duck for a time, then stowed it in his spirit beast bag, alternating between walking and riding, which significantly quickened their pace compared to relying solely on foot. Li Durong, unfamiliar with the terrain, was not as swift in her travels. Wang Hao calculated that given half a month, he should be able to catch up with her. Upon nearing the jade pool, just 500 miles away, his hurried steps suddenly halted as he summoned the golden-eyed duck again, having detected unusual activity from the boss at the jade pool through his map. It was evident that someone was responsible. Li Durong, you must not overestimate your abilities, he thought. Wang Hao was aware that some formidable qi practitioners could slay demons beyond their rank, and while Li Durong was indeed exceptional, the fish demon was 2 ranks higher than her. How could a minor clan practitioner possibly defeat such an adversary? It was preposterous. Meanwhile, Li Durong found herself entangled in battle with the fish demon. Her attire was disheveled, revealing numerous traces of blood, and a trickle of blood escaped from her lips, indicating she had sustained considerable injuries. After recuperating from her previous wounds, she had set out only to discover Wang Hao in seclusion, prompting her to explore the way out on her own. Although her initial attempts yielded no results, she learned that the canyon was relatively safe, and upon preparing adequately, she ventured toward this side. After more than a month of relentless travel with no end in sight, she was on the verge of giving up. However, the thought of returning to ask Wang Hao and witnessing his expression spurred her resolve. Today, she finally reached the water pool and was elated to discover the. Without a second thought, she waded through the water, unaware that her actions had long since alerted the second-tier fish demon. The demon's ambush left her gravely injured. Had it not been for the second-tier talisman bestowed by her family, that strike could have cost her life. Now, not only was the prospect of harvesting the distant dream, but even fleeing from the water pool had become an extravagant wish. Wang Hao, riding the golden-eyed duck at full speed, could faintly hear the sounds of battle. It seems she is still alive. Indeed, she possesses remarkable strength, he mused. Recognizing the merit in her pride, he envisioned a heroic descent to save her, yet his hurried appearance rendered him rather disheveled, and the duck could not fly too high. He even contemplated how it would be to witness Li Durong beseeching him for assistance. However, upon seeing her crimson robe stained with blood, he set aside personal grievances and exclaimed, "Bold demon, you dare to harm others in my presence? Prepare to face my wrath." He displayed an impressive demeanor, casting a multitude of talismans without any cost, successfully capturing the attention of the fish demon. However, the first-tier talismans were merely a tickle to a second-tier mid-grade demon beast, unable to even puncture its skin, rendering any need for evasion unnecessary. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion erupted, sending waves of water mist into the air. Li Daong, not one to be foolish, recognized Wang Hao's success in distracting the fish demon and quickly summoned all his strength to flee. As the mist dissipated, the fish demon realized it had been deceived. Wang Hao was merely standing at a distance, having not approached at all, while another prey attempted to escape. Enraged, it let out a furious roar and unleashed a massive water ball towards Li Daong. Should he be struck, it would surely spell his doom. Cursing under his breath, Wang Hao activated his wooden shield technique, casting a flurry of talismans before leaping to embrace Li Daong, shielding her with his body. The immense force nearly knocked him unconscious, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Not daring to look back, he hastily burrowed underground with Li Daong in tow. As a water demon, it could not remain away from water for long until it reached the transformation stage, and witnessing the two burrowing underground left it in a state of fury, its awakened abilities being solely water-based, leaving it powerless against Wang Hao's subterranean escape. Wang Hao utilized his earth evasion technique, traveling 100 miles before daring to resurface. Once above ground, he glanced at Li Daong, finding her unconscious yet still breathing, a clear indication of her survival. How fragile, indeed, is this woman? Aware of the dangers surrounding them, Wang Hao dared not linger. He fed Li Daong several medicinal pills, partook of a few himself, and hoisted her onto his back, hastening their flight. On the following day, Li Daong regained consciousness, only to find herself being carried by Wang Hao, their bodies closely entwined, causing her to feel a mix of embarrassment and anger, prompting an instinctive desire to struggle free. "Put me down," she exclaimed. Do not test my patience, woman. If you wish for death, I can oblige. Wang Hao retorted, his frustration mounting after saving her twice. He jostled her slightly, adjusting her securely on his back. Li Daong, gravely injured, possessed no strength to resist Wang Hao, and being a woman of reason, she reflected on the moment he had selflessly shielded her from harm. Recalling their fierce battle against the second-tier giant python in the underground cavern, she felt a stirring in her heart, realizing her previous resentment was unwarranted. She resolved to find a way to apologize to Wang Hao, only to find herself saved once more by him. The two traveled in silence, covering over 1,000 miles before pausing. Wang Hao found a relatively spacious area to gently set Li Daong down, but upon standing, he felt a sudden darkness envelop him and collapsed to the ground. Damn it, a cultivator succumbing to low blood sugar, he lamented, finally recalling that he had not eaten for 3 consecutive days. Are you all right? Li Daong inquired with genuine concern upon witnessing Wang Hao faint. I am not dead yet. What of you? He replied, secretly thinking. This woman is finally speaking somewhat normally. It seems that rescuing her again had some positive effect. It is merely a depletion of mana and some superficial injuries, nothing of consequence, Li Daong remarked, shaking her head dismissively. Oh, spare me the pretense. I sustained internal injuries from a single blow from a fish demon. After battling it for so long, you dare to call it mere superficial wounds? Wang Hao responded, shaking his head in disbelief at her arrogance. Li Daong shot him a fierce glare. She was not one to lack discernment, yet she found Wang Hao's playful demeanor intolerable. However, given their shared predicament, she could not conceal the truth. She indeed suffered some internal injuries, and recovery might take a year or 2. She then inquired, having been trapped here for 2 years, have you discovered any other means of escape? Would I still be here for over 2 years if there were an exit? Wang Hao retorted irritably, but upon seeing the anger rising on Li Daong's face, he added, once you heal, there may yet be a chance. With Li Daong, a formidable practitioner at the 9th level of Qi cultivation, joining their ranks, the 3 of them stood a significant chance of defeating the beast of the Emerald Pool. Even if they could not vanquish them, they could certainly seize the essence fruits. You must have noticed that place is home to essence fruits. If we pool our strengths, acquiring a few should not be impossible. Once one of us establishes a foundation, we can leave this place. Isn't that going to take several years? Li Daong's expression changed slightly as she realized the essence fruits were not yet ripe. What else can we do? Picking them now would be futile. Wang Hao shrugged in exasperation. Once you have healed, my 8th uncle should also reach the 9th level of Qi. You two can hold off the fish demon for a moment while I procure the essence fruits. By the way, you never told me how you ended up here. Perhaps you could enlighten me this time? Wang Hao chuckled self-deprecatingly. I may have held a poor reputation in the past. But is it not permissible for one to amend their ways? I ask you, Miss Li, during your 2 fainting spells, did I ever take advantage of your vulnerability? Instead, I have saved you in your times of peril. We now share this ordeal and must trust one another. Li Daong felt her cheeks flush. Wang Hao had indeed behaved rather appropriately. As for their physical contact, it was an unavoidable circumstance. She then recounted her own experiences to Wang Hao, nothing particularly novel. Merely her quest for spiritual herbs and her separation from her kin, coupled with an unfortunate fall from a cliff while battling a beast. She also shared updates regarding Wang Hao, revealing that the Wang family had deployed many to search for him and his uncle over the past 2 years. Wang Yanzhao had even ventured deep into the Duanyuan mountain range multiple times, once returning severely injured, truly a commendable father. In fact, I possess an item to deal with the 2nd-tier fish demon. My purpose in entering the mountains was to confront the beasts, so I prepared a 3 talents demon binding array, which should be capable of restraining that creature for a time. As she spoke, her expression dimmed. Regrettably, I was so focused on the essence fruits that I fell prey to its ambush and sustained grave injuries. A 2nd-tier low-grade formation, combined with the strength of the 3 of us, should not pose a significant challenge. Sensing a glimmer of hope for their escape, Wang Hao said earnestly, you should focus on healing. My 8th uncle is in closed-door cultivation as well. Let us wait for him a while. The abundant energy here will not hinder our training. 3 days later, Wang Hao had mostly recovered, though some internal injuries would require slow healing. He lifted his gaze to find Li Daong seated serenely by the stream, still clad in her tattered robes. It seemed she had no new garments, but she had mended some of the tears. However, the hem was shorter than before, revealing a slender calf reminiscent of a lotus stem. The shimmering surface of the water made it difficult to discern clearly. Yet her skin appeared even more radiant than the water itself. Witnessing her gentle and tranquil demeanor, he hesitated, fearful of disturbing her. shaking off his thoughts. He cleared his throat awkwardly and suggested, "We should return and rendezvous with Uncle Ba. The alchemy furnace is over there, and it would be inconvenient to linger here for too long." Li Daong hesitated slightly, replying softly, "Why don't you head back first? I still need time to recover. Without medicinal assistance, how long would it take for you to heal?" Wang Hao suddenly regained his composure, glancing at her calf again with a teasing expression. "But what if you cannot walk? I will carry you." Li Daong felt uneasy under his intense gaze, stammering, You should go ahead. I don't want that." As she spoke, she tugged at her shortened dress to cover her leg. "What is there to fear? It's not like I have never carried anyone before. In fact, I have even embraced." Li Daong's expression turned frosty. "If you continue to speak so indiscreetly, I will fight you with all my might." All right. It's my fault. But I mean no harm. Although there are no demonic beasts here, there are plenty of toxins. Given your current state, how can I trust to leave you alone?" Wang Hao composed his expression and said solemnly, "As cultivators, we must prioritize the greater path and not be overly concerned with trifles. As long as our hearts are clear, it matters not if anyone sees us. Moreover, if we were to discuss lineage, we are not even from the same family. I would have to call you aunt." Though he said this, the strictness of lineage was not as rigid since Li and Wang families considered those of the same generation. Marriages between their clans did not adhere to strict lineage, especially since cultivators often lived lengthy lives, and it was common for those in the foundation establishment stage to have children at over 100 years of age, leading to a natural dilution of generational distinctions. Thus, between the two families, only direct elders warranted formal respect. Enough of this. Li Daong frowned, feeling that Wang Hao's explanations only muddled their relationship further. Her attempt to maintain decorum only made her appear self-conscious and pretentious. As they set off again, their conversation flowed more easily, fostering a more amicable rapport. "Fairly, if you were to directly consume the essence fruit, what would be the probability of reaching the foundation establishment stage?" Wang Hao felt that his experience with the essence fruit had been unsatisfactory, especially since old Wang had yet to provide him with the protective pills, which could prove perilous. Perhaps a 70% chance? Li Daong fell silent, contemplating the gravity of the foundation establishment endeavor. In truth, there was no need to rush into consuming it. "I possess a golden-eyed duck spirit beast, which will advance in due time. Then, I shall soar over the valley," Wang Hao asserted with a serious demeanor. Li Daong furrowed her brows. Advancing a spirit beast is not so simple. The black-feathered eagle I raised in the Li family took 200 years to reach the second tier of excellence. Wang Hao mused to himself, "It is your reluctance to nurture. With a mere monthly provision of several hundred spirit stones, even stones could take form. These considerations lie ahead. Fairy must first recuperate." The two spent over 10 days returning to the wooden cottage, where Wang Hao diligently forged several healing elixirs and fasting pills, presenting them to Li Daong, saying, "Fairy, these potions should suffice for your needs for an entire year." Li Daong accepted the jade vial, responding mildly, "Thank you. Once we are outside, I will settle the account with spirit stones." Wang Hao smiled and declined, "You are too courteous. These herbs were gathered in the valley and hold little value. Moreover, we must join forces to obtain the condensing yuan fruit. Such calculations are unnecessary." Li Daong said no more, taking the elixirs and beginning her secluded healing. Wang Hao likewise seized the opportunity to enhance his cultivation. Approximately 6 months later, a surge of spiritual energy rippled through the air, followed by Wang Yinfeng's hearty laughter. 9th layer of qi refinement. Ahaha. At just 42 years of age, he still had 18 years until 60. The prospect of foundation establishment was well within reach. Wang Hao refrained from stepping outside to offer congratulations, for he was nearing the same attainment and needed to concentrate on his cultivation. He had already sent a message talisman to Wang Yifeng. Thus there was no need for him to go out and speak. Another 6 months passed, and Li Daong completed her healing and emerged from her seclusion, while Wang Hao remained in closed retreat. Li Daong calculated the ripening period of the condensing yuan fruit and chose not to disturb him. 3 months later, upon finishing his cultivation session, a glimmer of brilliance shone in Wang Hao's eyes. "I have also reached the 9th layer of qi refinement. Wang Du is truly discreet. Attaining the 9th layer at such a young age with 5 spirit roots is remarkable." Li Daong's praise echoed, prompting Wang Hao to hastily open his door. "Fairy Li, you jest. My progress is merely a product of elixirs that pales in comparison to your refined magical power." At merely 31 years old, Wang Hao had advanced far quicker than he had anticipated. This was not solely due to the dual attribute technique, but also the combined effects of the spirit gathering array. Spirit elixirs, spirit fruits, and the ice muscle jade bone art. Our strength has significantly increased, and the condensing yuan fruit is nearing maturity. It is time to make our move. Wang Yanfeng, beaming with joy, inquired, "How fares your spirit beast?" The golden-eyed duck began its slumber a month ago and has commenced its evolution, having been nurtured by Wang Hao for over a decade, receiving the finest care. Its progress had been rather slow, likely due to its bloodline. It might only be capable of reaching the second tier of spirit beasts. In contrast, the ice crystal white tiger, which was born a few years later, had already attained the upper tier of the first level, while the phantom moon butterfly progressed even more swiftly. As long as Wang Hao continued to provide spirit fruits, they operated like a fecundity machine. In just 3 to 4 years, they had entered their second slumber, surpassing the golden-eyed duck in cultivation. Wang Yefeng pondered, "Shall we not wait for the golden-eyed duck's evolution?" Li Durong was indeed opposed, stating, "Wang Deyu, there are only 3 condensing yuan fruits. The next harvest will not occur for another 50 years. Are you certain you wish to forego this opportunity?" Though she was the pride of the Li family, destined to receive the next foundation establishment pill, she too would have to wait over a decade. The earlier one establishes a foundation, the greater the hope for forming a golden core. Any aspiring cultivator would not let such an opportunity slip by. With a faint chuckle, Wang Yefeng smirked, "Indeed, how could one let such an opportunity slip away? I, Wang, am also attuned to the path of the Great Way. Since there are no objections, let us set forth." The trio tidied themselves and made their way towards the jade pool. In the tranquil and secluded valley, Wang Hao and his companions stood beneath a towering ancient tree, their eyes fixated on a mist-enshrouded pool of water 1,000 meters ahead. More precisely, their gaze was directed at the yuan fruit tree that stood at the center of the pool, unwavering and intent. Wang Yefeng swallowed hard, his eyes gleaming with avarice. "Fairy Li, how shall we proceed?" After a moment of contemplation, Wang Hao replied, "While we possess a formation, direct confrontation is clearly ill-advised. My suggestion is that you two hold off the fish demon while I stealthily infiltrate and procure 3 fruits. As for the tree, we can have our family's foundation establishment cultivators come to transplant it. Regarding the distribution, each of us shall take 1 fruit, and as for the tree, it was certainly the Wang families before, but now Li Durong is the main contributor and has provided the formation. The Li family will undoubtedly resist letting it go. As for any disputes, that will be a matter for the current family head, and it will not concern the 3 of us. Logically speaking, before one possesses sufficient strength, the yuan fruit tree is a hot potato in anyone's hands. If the news were to leak, it could lead to the annihilation of a clan. Thus, the 3 agreed to keep the matter strictly confidential, disclosing it only to their respective family heads. Li Durong nodded, "Very well, I will set up the formation." In turn to Wang Yefeng, "I shall trouble you to lure out the fish demon." "Me?" Wang Yefeng pointed at himself, bewildered. "This. Uncle Ba, you must go. I need to conceal myself first. If you are unwilling, we can switch roles, and you can steal the spirit fruit." Wang Yefeng shook his head vigorously. "In that case, it is better for you to take the spirit fruit. Compared to luring the demon, infiltrating the center of the pool is undoubtedly more perilous, and I do not possess the strength for such a task." After preparing, the 3 of them set the eye of the 5 elements reversal formation, replenished their spiritual energy, and commenced their operation. Before they set off, Li Durong produced an incense stick, informing Wang how that lighting it would mask his magical fluctuations. As long as the fish demon could not see him, it would be unable to detect him through spiritual senses. Wang Hao, having also practiced the concealing spirit technique, found that with both methods combined, not only were his magical fluctuations concealed, but even his physical presence was hidden from the level of spiritual perception. Quietly, having prepared everything, Wang Hao gradually approached the jade pool. 5 miles, 2 miles, 500 meters. Upon entering the 500-meter range, Wang Hao intentionally paused for a moment. Given the second-tier peak proficiency of the fish demon's spiritual awareness, under normal circumstances, it would have been able to sense him. However, as he gazed out, the water surface remained undisturbed, without any signs of anomaly. Wang Hao felt a sense of relief. Utilizing the thicket by the pool's edge, he continued to advance cautiously. Until he reached the back of the pool, less than 20 meters from the waterline, he remained motionless, concealed from view. Upon witnessing Wang Hao's arrival, Wang Yanzhao promptly enacted their prearranged strategy, directing his spell towards the water pool. A resounding explosion echoed as the surface of the water momentarily calmed, only to erupt violently like boiling water. From its depths emerged a formidable fish demon, the size of a shark. spotting merely a chi-refining stage human before it. The creature opened its enormous maw, capable of swallowing a human whole, and let out a roar filled with fury. The fish demon launched a series of attacks, but fortunately, Wang Yifeng had already fled, evading its strikes. The demon, cautious by nature, lingered for a moment, and upon sensing no further disturbances, pursued Wang Yifeng along the creek. Wang Yifeng occasionally cast spirit talismans to intentionally provoke the demon. Seeing the fish demon depart, Wang Hao quietly submerged himself, striving to minimize any disturbances as he gradually approached the small island at the center of the pool. He halted at a distance of 10 meters from the condensing origin fruit tree, a proximity ample enough for him to reach out and pluck the fruit. Wang Hao summoned the Gale Sword, swiftly severing 3 condensing origin fruits, then utilized a summoning technique to draw them into his storage pouch. Observing the seeds in the farm illuminate, he then swam back to the shore without a backward glance. Several first-tier demon beasts in the lake noticed Wang Hao, but his speed was remarkable. They could not catch him before he reached the bank. Once on dry land, Wang Hao harbored no fear of the few first-tier fish demons, dispatching them with a single strike of his sword. Not one to linger in battle, he swiftly eliminated the pursuing beasts and signaled for the two to retreat, leaving the demon corpses behind as he vanished into the earth. Meanwhile, Wang Yifeng led the fish demon into the formation, and both of them fervently replenished the array's spiritual energy, striving to confine the demon for a moment longer to buy Wang Hao time. The situation on Wang Hao's end unfolded smoothly, and the two, unwilling to entangle themselves with the demon any further, abandoned the formation, retrieving only the array plate before hastily withdrawing. Without their manipulation, the formation was quickly breached by the fish demon. However, the three had already escaped hundreds of miles away. The demon, bound to the water, glanced regretfully at the secretly acquired condensing origin fruits at the edge of the pool, let out a frustrated cry, and ultimately sank back into the depths to slumber. As a second-tier demon beast, it possessed a long lifespan, merely 50 years. It could afford to wait. Phew. That was quite perilous. Fortunately, the effect of Sister Li's spirit-hiding incense was remarkable. Otherwise, I would not have approached the condensing origin fruits so easily. Wang Hao wiped his brow in relief and shared the fruits with them. Wang Yifeng carefully cradled the condensing origin fruits. Given his qualifications, he lacked priority access to his family's foundation establishment pills. Now presented with the opportunity to establish his foundation, he yearned to consume and refine them immediately. Li Durong, however, remained composed and glanced at Wang Hao, inquiring, "Do you intend to establish your foundation in this valley?" Wang Hao chuckled wryly. "As for me, I shall refrain. With my 5 spiritual roots, I cannot compare with you. Recklessly consuming the condensing origin fruit might overwhelm me. It would be wiser to return and refine it into foundation establishment pills." "You can refine foundation establishment pills?" Li Durong asked, astonished. Wang Hao shook his head. "Of course. I cannot. However, old Wang is now a second-tier, mid-grade alchemist. Give him a few years, and perhaps he could." At this moment, Wang Yifeng also came to a realization. The probability of him, possessing 3 spiritual roots, successfully consuming the Ningyuan fruit to establish his foundation was rather slim. He remarked, "As far as I know, the old patriarch is a second-tier high-grade alchemist. Perhaps we could invite him to refine some elixirs for us. However, this matter must remain strictly confidential. As for you, Fairy Li, I understand the gravity of the situation. Apart from the patriarch, I shall not utter a word to anyone else." Saying this, he returned the Ningyuan fruit to Wang Hao. "The Li family will provide other auxiliary herbs, but we only request 2 foundation establishment pills. Is that acceptable?" Wang Hao hesitated for a moment before gently pushing the Ningyuan fruit back, stating, "I will do my utmost to facilitate this, but the final decision rests with the patriarch. Fairy Li, perhaps you could return and invite your family to discuss this matter." Li Durong replied, "There is no need for that. This place is closest to your Wang family's Ruojuan mountain. Once we exit, I shall accompany you to inquire about the elder Wang's intentions." She then asked, "But how do we get out? Are we waiting for the golden-eyed duck?" Wang Hao chuckled upon hearing this, and with a swift motion, he released his spirit beast, Yaya, from its pouch. "I noticed some unusual activity from the golden-eyed duck by the water pool earlier, and upon investigation, it has indeed completed its evolution." The two were overjoyed at this news. After spending several years in this valley, they could finally leave. In truth, the golden-eyed duck had awakened long ago. But Wang Hao had withheld this information, hoping to obtain seeds from the Ningyuan fruit tree. Having advanced to a first-tier high-grade spirit beast, Yaya had significantly increased in size, now capable of carrying both of them aloft. Wang Hao transported Wang Yanxiao and Li Durong in turns, eagerly contemplating a swift return to Ruojuan Mountain, when suddenly, two figures appeared before them, blocking their path. Initially, Wang Hao intended to mock them for their audacity, but upon sensing their aura, he realized something was amiss. These two were actually Foundation establishment cultivators. A cultivator clad in black spat out the weeds in his mouth and laughed. "Oh, brother, today luck is on our side. A plump sheep has delivered itself right to our door." Judging by their attire, they were members of the Qingyo workshop, hailing from the Li and Wang families. Family disciples were generally quite affluent. Indeed, they were fortunate. The other cultivator in gray also gazed intently at the trio. "You dare to touch a member of the Wang family, emboldened by the hearts of bears and the gall of leopards?" Wang Yanfeng could not help but reprimand them. Ha! The two Foundation establishment cultivators exchanged glances. A mere Foundation establishment family, how imposing. "Youngster, even if your ancestor were here, we would still scrape off some of his flesh." While Wang Yanfeng was engaged in a verbal exchange, Wang Hao hurriedly transmitted a message to Li Durong. "Fairy Li, if you can distract one of these Foundation establishment cultivators, do you have confidence in escaping?" As a promising seed of the Li family, Li Durong undoubtedly possessed her own trump cards. She replied, "If it's just one, it would be no problem." "Very well, we shall split up to flee. You confront the gray-clad Foundation establishment cultivator, and I shall deal with the black-clad one. My eighth uncle is not strong in combat. Leaving him here would only hinder us. Let him ride my spirit beast to Ruojuan Mountain to send word." "Understood. We will meet at Ruojuan Mountain." With that, Li Durong directly commanded her yellow silk ribbon to attack the gray-clad Foundation establishment cultivator, leaving Wang Hao astonished. "What are you rushing for?" he exclaimed, quickly sending a message to Wang Yifeng to ride Yaya and leave swiftly. While he produced the earth-hungry seal to confront the black-clad Foundation establishment cultivator, the gray-robed Foundation cultivator swiftly defended himself, exclaiming, "Ah, these two young ones are quite eager. If that is the case, allow me to send you both to your demise." The black-robed Foundation cultivator's eyes sparkled upon seeing Wang Hao produce the earth-harmonizing seal, a second-tier magical artifact, realizing he had stumbled upon a prime target. "Boss, be careful with that girl. My brother hasn't had a proper meal in months," he remarked. The gray-robed cultivator replied, "Understood," and glanced to the side, noticing Wang Yanfeng releasing a golden-eyed duck in an attempt to escape. He immediately intervened, blocking the path. "Where do you think you're going?" This moment of distraction allowed Li Durong's fierce attack to land squarely on the burly man's back, leaving a glaring wound. The gray-robed cultivator staggered, causing his spell to go awry, and Wang Yifeng seized the opportunity to distance himself and flee. Furious, the gray-robed cultivator shouted, "You seek death, young one." Meanwhile, Wang Hao retreated while fighting, strategizing that by dispersing in three directions, the enemy could only pursue two, leaving the unencumbered Wang Yanfeng relatively safe. "Brother, let us first deal with these two before pursuing that one. It's merely a first-tier spirit beast and cannot fly too swiftly." "Agreed. Let's resolve this quickly." As Wang Hao fought and fled, his spirits were dampened. He had just obtained the and had barely enjoyed a moment of joy before encountering these highwaymen. Who could he complain to? He had traversed this path without offending anyone, and even the unfriendly demeanor of certain Wang family members had been brushed aside with a smile. Why was it that fate seemed intent on denying him peace? Ultimately, the Qi refining stage could not compare to Foundation establishment. Relying on his knowledge of the terrain from the map, Wang Hao fled swiftly, but the Foundation cultivators relentlessly pursued him, and his internal spiritual energy was nearly depleted. Spotting a fissure in the rock ahead, he quickly slipped inside, realizing he needed to consume some elixirs to regain his magical power. The fissure proved spacious enough, approximately 100 square feet in size, with a minuscule entrance that might just allow him to outsmart the Foundation cultivator. Wang Hao produced a recovery elixir and hastily consumed several pills. Instantly, he felt revitalized, his dantian replenished significantly, and his body much lighter, truly. The elixirs he concocted were remarkably effective. However, in that brief moment, the black-robed Foundation cultivator cornered him at that very spot, sniffing the air and seething. "I smell the aroma of spirit elixirs. Boy, did you just waste my precious elixirs?" Wang Hao could not help but chuckle. These robbers were utterly unreasonable. "You, boy, come out quickly. With your meager abilities, do you think you can escape? Hand over your storage bag obediently, and if I'm in a good mood, perhaps I might spare your life." Wang Hao had no intention of falling for his deceit, retorting, "The storage bag is in my possession. Why don't you come in and take it?" It seemed that he needed to teach the black-robed cultivator a lesson, as he forcefully struck the rock wall, causing the cave to tremble violently. Wang Hao realized he had made a grave error. At this rate, he would be buried alive. He attempted to use earth escape but collided headfirst into the stone wall. Dazed, he heard the mocking laughter from above. "I told you there was no escape. You insisted on making things difficult for yourself. Come up obediently, or do you dare me to incinerate you?" Wang Hao found himself with no choice but to retreat. "Predecessor, we have no grievances from the past nor enmities in the present. Your actions are merely driven by the desire for wealth. I shall present you with a storage bag, and I implore you to show mercy." However, despite these words, Wang Hao harbored no belief that the adversary would spare him. He tightly gripped the earthly seal in his hand, simultaneously preparing to unleash Xiaobai for a desperate fight. Fortunately, the cloaked Foundation establishment cultivator exhibited overconfidence, refraining from attacking when Wang Hao revealed himself. With a disdainful snort, he commanded, "Boy, hurry and hand over the storage bag. I warn you, do not harbor secrets, or you shall learn the meaning of being unable to live or die." Upon hearing this, Wang Hao mused that this individual seemed experienced in highway robbery, for there was no rationale in granting an opponent any respite. As he hastily fled, he discerned that the tactics of the cloaked cultivator were rather mediocre, resembling those of a novice who had just established their foundation and was yet to acclimate to their own magical prowess. "What are you pondering? Hurry and present the storage bag. Do you wish to compel me to act?" The cloaked Foundation establishment cultivator had no intention of sparing Wang Hao, but the latter was indeed a difficult opponent. The earthly seal in Wang Hao's possession surpassed any artifact the cultivator wielded. Were it not for his status as a Foundation establishment practitioner, with a greater reservoir of magical energy than Wang Hao, he might have already met his downfall. Thus, he resolved to feign a trusting demeanor in order to deceive Wang Hao into relinquishing the earthly seal before striking. Wang Hao produced a low-grade storage bag, containing merely a handful of spiritual herbs, and trembling, he extended it towards the hulking man, pleading, "Junior gathered these spiritual herbs from Duanyuan Mountain. I beseech you, Senior, spare my life. I shall never forget your great kindness." The cloaked cultivator, eager to inspect the contents of the storage bag, accepted it and hastily began to rummage through its contents. Wang Hao thought to himself that the moment had arrived. As the cultivator opened the bag, Wang Hao's consciousness stirred, and he triggered the explosive runes contained within. The outcome was entirely contrary to Wang Hao's expectations. The cloaked cultivator effortlessly evaded several of the rune attacks, and those that struck him were easily deflected by his protective aura. With a mocking expression, he taunted, "Boy, I knew you were insincere. How dare a mere chi refining and attempt to ambush a Foundation establishment cultivator? It seems you are determined to resist to the end. Do not presume you are the only one stalling for time to recover your energy. I have been recovering as well." With that, the hulking man drew forth a green longsword and swung it at Wang Hao. Eager to test the man's capabilities, Wang Hao affixed 10 defensive runes upon himself, only to have 3 of them shattered by the strike. "How weak, or perhaps I am merely too strong. Why did I even run?" Wang Hao scoffed, realizing that even should he engage, he could easily sever 4 of the defensive runes. Consequently, he brandished the Gale's sword and engaged in direct combat with his opponent. With an abundance of runes at his disposal, he had no need to worry about defense, while his adversary could only rely on his protective aura. After exchanging blows for several hundred strikes, Wang Hao had expended merely over 200 runes, leaving the cloaked Foundation establishment cultivator panting heavily. The cultivator gasped, "How many more runes do you possess? This seems never-ending." Wang Hao chuckled, "If you allow me to leave, I could gift you a few. You insolent wretch. I shall not allow you to escape alive." With those words, he resumed his assault, swinging his sword towards Wang Hao. Wang Hao dodged left and right, his mind racing with anxiety. While his opponent could not easily kill him, he found himself equally powerless against the other. In the chi refinement stage, he was nearly invincible, having mastered several techniques to their fullest extent. Yet, his adversary was a Foundation establishment cultivator, possessing extraordinary speed and agility, effortlessly evading his attacks. Even when faced with unavoidable strikes, the protective spiritual light surrounding him rendered such attempts relatively inconsequential. Could he exhaust his opponent? It was not entirely impossible, but the other's reserves of spiritual energy far surpassed his own. As of now, the adversary had not consumed any pills to replenish their mana, and Wang Hao was unwilling to take that gamble. A chi refinement cultivator's body fatigued much more quickly than that of a Foundation establishment cultivator, and even as a body refining practitioner, he could not withstand prolonged confrontation. Should he attempt that technique? A sudden thought crossed Wang Hao's mind. recalling the shattering spirit cone he had practiced. However, the use of the shattering spirit cone required a prerequisite. The opponent's spiritual consciousness must be weaker than his own. Given that his adversary was a foundation establishment cultivator, failure would spell doom for him. Thus, Wang Hao resolved to probe the situation a bit longer. He unleashed a flurry of spiritual talismans while summoning his spirit beast, Little White, to deplete his opponent's spiritual energy and simultaneously observe their capabilities. The black-clad foundation establishment cultivator wielded merely a first-tier upper-grade flying sword, indicating a lack of resources. He had not consumed any elixirs, nor had he deployed a single talisman. Further corroborating this notion, the majority of his spells were also first-tier, suggesting he had not yet mastered any second-tier techniques. This left two possibilities. Either he lacked the means to acquire them, or he had only recently established his foundation and had not had time to cultivate further. From his aura, Wang Hao assessed that his opponent was inferior to him, thus making it likely that he was indeed a newly established foundation cultivator. This implied that aside from his deeper reservoir of spiritual energy, the other's capabilities were on par with, if not inferior to, his own. At this juncture, Wang Hao regretted allowing Wang Yanfeng to depart first. Had he stayed, along with Yiya, they could have easily dispatched this foe. Even a single first-tier upper-grade spirit beast could significantly hinder the opponent, making Wang Hao's task considerably easier, let alone the prospect of having two allies. He pondered who had instilled such confidence in this black-clad cultivator to dare ambush others. The black-clad foundation establishment cultivator, named Zhao Kuang, felt utterly disheartened. It was frustrating to find himself, a mere Qi refinement junior, possessing a second-tier spiritual artifact. While he was not overly concerned about the Qi refinement cultivator's limited spiritual energy, the seemingly endless supply of talismans, albeit all first-tier, was still a source of concern. Moreover, the presence of a spirit beast complicated matters significantly. He typically found it challenging to deal with a first-tier upper-grade spirit beast, let alone in a 1-against-2 scenario. At this point, Zhao Kuang began to regret his decision to engage in robbery. Originally a wandering cultivator, he had fortuitously acquired a fragment of inheritance and managed to establish his foundation. However, after achieving this, he found himself devoid of techniques or resources. What to do? He could only concoct some dubious schemes. Thus, he and several other wandering foundation cultivators conspired to ambush Qi refinement juniors at the fringes of Duan Yuan Mountain, hoping to seize some resources in the process. They had devised a plan, agreeing not to engage those just entering Duan Yuan Mountain, but rather to target those departing. As they often carried harvested spiritual herbs and materials from slain beasts, which could be sold for a good sum. Just days prior, they had easily dispatched a few individuals and secured numerous valuable items. Today, they anticipated a similarly effortless endeavor, yet unexpectedly encountered Wang Hao. As the battle progressed, Zhao Kuang's spiritual energy began to dwindle, prompting thoughts of retreat. To think that a foundation establishment cultivator would find himself fleeing from a Qi refinement cultivator was a deeply humiliating prospect. Zhao Kuang panted like a dog on a summer's day, nearly sticking out his tongue in exhaustion, when he caught sight of Wang Hao gazing at him with a smile. His fury ignited, momentarily suppressing his urge to flee. Resolutely, he swallowed a recovery elixir, specifically a spirit recovery pill, as he lacked foundational-grade concoctions, which could only restore a meager 10% of his spiritual energy. However, he deemed it sufficient to confront Wang Hao, at least to facilitate his escape later. He summoned his spiritual power, feigning nonchalance, attempting to maintain the facade of having the upper hand. Wang Hao, amused, thought to himself, the senior is truly a master of performance. If he were to act, he would undoubtedly win an award. Kid, don't think that just because you possess a first-tier superior spiritual beast, you can intimidate me. Zhao Kuang growled ominously. You know nothing of the abilities of a foundational cultivator. Hand over your storage bag, and I will grant you a swift end. Wang Hao pretended to be frightened. Glancing at the arrayed eye-eyed white tiger beside him, Xiaobai, what should we do? A foundational cultivator, so terrifying. His acting was so poor that Xiaobai rolled its eyes, opening its mouth to roar as if to say, this rookie foundational cultivator is no match for me. How dare you provoke me, brat? Prepare yourself. Zhao Kuang, enraged, launched a fierce assault, while Wang Hao deftly sidestepped to observe Xiaobai engaging Zhao Kuang in combat. With Zhao Kuang's remaining spiritual energy dwindling, he could only manage a stalemate against Xiaobai. Wang Hao, seizing the opportunity, decided to unleash his shattering spirit spike. Even if he could not overpower Zhao Kuang, Xiaobai ensured his safety. First, he cast a spiritual talisman to divert attention, then concentrated his consciousness into a long spike, piercing toward Zhao Kuang's sea of consciousness. The proximity and the element of surprise left Zhao Kuang unprepared before he could react. The shattering spirit spike breached his sea of consciousness. A sharp pain shot through his mind, as if it were about to split open. He stared at Wang Hao. Disbelief etched on his face. You. In an instant, Xiao Bai pounced, delivering a fatal blow that reduced Zhao Kuang's head to mere pulp, rendering him irrevocably dead. Such frail consciousness. It seems my 9th level of Qi cultivation has elevated my spiritual strength beyond that of an average foundational cultivator, Wang Hao murmured, observing Zhao Kuang's plight. The killer is invariably hunted by others. Alas, why must it be so? Foundational cultivators can find their place in the world. Why resort to such a fruitless endeavor? Wang Hao's words bore a hint of hypocrisy, as someone of his affluence was far from common for a foundational cultivator lacking skills. Serving as a guest elder in a family or sect would yield barely 200 spirit stones a year, while a single Qi gathering pill cost at least 300 spirit stones, hardly sufficient. Moreover, was serving as a guest elder truly safe? Accepting benefits meant one had to serve, which was far less advantageous than robbing travelers, where the rewards were higher and one retained freedom. After waiting a while and seeing Zhao Kuang remain motionless, Wang Hao, with caution, used his fierce wind sword to deliver a final blow, ensuring he could safely approach the corpse. After all, caution ensures longevity. One could never be too careful with a foundational cultivator's final strike, which was not something a Qi cultivator could withstand. Valuing one's opponent is essential for survival. Holding Zhao Kuang's storage bag, Wang Hao smiled contentedly. But soon his expression froze. This is exceedingly poor. Even the Qi cultivators of the Wang family surpass you. The entire storage bag was filled with worthless trinkets. There were only a few dozen spirit stones, 2 magical artifacts, both of which were merely of the first tier. And the most valuable items were a collection of first-tier spiritual herbs. It appeared that those 2 artifacts might not even belong to him, but were likely obtained from ambushing a certain herbalist cultivator to encounter me right after his debut. What a stroke of luck! Wang Hao cast a fireball spell, incinerating Zhao Kuang's corpse and the surrounding traces. He was unconcerned about retaliation. From the information gleaned from the storage bag, it was clear that Zhao Kuang was just a somewhat lucky loose cultivator without any significant background. Although he had a few companions, Wang Hao did not believe they possessed the strength to attack the market or the Wang family's residence. After meditating to recover some mana, Wang Hao affixed a speed talisman and traveled several hundred miles until he encountered a mountain stream. He then summoned a water escape talisman, slipping into the water and flowing downstream towards the southeast. Among the various escape techniques, earth escape was the most practical, as the ground was ubiquitous. Fire escape was the fastest, but also the most conspicuous, as anyone could see a large fireball soaring through the air. Wind escape was the most agile, yet required a cultivator with a wind spiritual route to execute, while water escape was the hardest to trace, as water continuously flows and the traces left by the water escape technique would soon vanish downstream, utilizing the current to escape for a brief moment. Wang Hao soon reached the shore, knowing that there were also demonic beasts in the water, so he could not linger. Glancing at his direction, he calculated that he could reach Ruojuan Mountain in about 3 to 4 days if he hurried along. Near the edge of the Duanyuan mountain range, Wang Hao encountered Li Durong, who appeared even more relaxed than he was. A smile almost escaped him. It seemed that these 2 robbers had met with some extraordinary misfortune, clearly not having checked the almanac before leaving. Have you been waiting specifically for me? Wang Hao inquired. Li Durong nodded. That foundation establishment cultivator was rather mediocre. After a while of being unable to subdue me, he retreated. I suspected that the other one would not be your match either, so I chose to wait for you here. Wang Hao replied, Good, let us head to Ruojuan Mountain. I will certainly do my utmost to facilitate the matter regarding the foundation establishment elixir. Ruojuan Mountain had changed significantly since his last visit, with numerous new structures erected and a simple cultivation field cultivated, where members of the Wang family were bustling about, creating a scene of thriving prosperity. Before they even reached the mountain gate, they spotted Wang Yinzhao hastily flying towards them, indicating that Wang Yifeng had returned even earlier. You have reached the 9th level of Qi refinement? Wang Yinzhao had initially intended to reprimand Wang Hao, but upon seeing both of them return intact and having made progress in their cultivation, and with Li Durong, an outsider, present, he tempered his anger. Senior, Durong has a request this time. Li Durong bowed respectfully. This is not a place for discussion. Follow me, he instructed, leading the 2 of them to the mountaintop and into the main hall, where Wang Yanfeng awaited. Upon seeing Wang Hao and Li Zhirong, he smiled. I suspected that with both of your abilities, you would undoubtedly be fine. His thick skin was evident, although he had permitted them to leave first. Wang Hao had indeed departed without a backward glance, yet Wang Hao had grown accustomed to it. Aside from being a bit timid, Wang Yifeng had no major flaws. Enough with the trivialities, let us discuss the circumstances of the past 3 years. After Wang Yinzhao took his seat, he activated the array to prevent eavesdropping. He had only heard a few snippets from Wang Yinfeng and was concerned about Wang Hao's situation, unsure of the full extent of the matter. Wang Hao then succinctly recounted the events of the past 3 years, including the situation regarding the Ningyuan fruit. Li Daong earnestly implored Wang Yinzhao to refine the Ningyuan fruit into a foundation establishment pill. Esteemed senior, might the Wang family acquiesce to my humble request? Wang Yinzhao pondered for a moment. With the Li family providing the auxiliary herbs, they would not be at a loss. 3 furnaces of auxiliary herbs were worth nearly 20,000 spirit stones. The Wang and Li families were closely intertwined. Had it not been for the assistance of the Li family, the Jun Mountain would not have been conquered. Thus, the old man could naturally agree. But the specifics would require the head of the Li family to visit Wang Jialing and confer with the ancestor. Thank you, esteemed senior. I shall return to the mountain and inform the family head at once. With the agreement secured, Li Daong was eager to depart. Wang Yinzhao intended to privately discuss some matters with Wang Hao, so he escorted her out and subsequently sent Wang Yifeng away before turning to Wang Hao. You dare to share the Ningyuan fruit tree with the Li family? Can you blame me? They discovered it themselves, and without their assistance. How could Uncle Ba and I have acquired the Ningyuan fruit so easily? Wang Hao retorted, rolling his eyes. I say, old Wang, isn't Li Daong your sister-in-law? Are you truly unwilling to part with a single Ningyuan fruit? Humph. Wang Yinzhao's expression hardened. The Ningyuan fruit tree is an extraordinary treasure. The Qingyuan sect possesses but one. There is no rationale for distributing it to others. Even if she is Deki's cousin, it is unacceptable. Enough. The matter is settled. Old Wang, cease your grumbling. In comparison to the Ningyuan fruit tree, Wang Hao is more concerned about the issue of refining the foundation establishment pill. Can the ancestor truly refine the foundation establishment pill? Wang Yinzhao shot him a glare and replied, of course, there is no doubt. The ancestor is exceptionally gifted. He established his foundation at 30 and reached the pinnacle at 100. His alchemical skills are unparalleled. Had it not been for the injuries sustained during the recent beast calamity, breaking through to the golden core would not have been impossible. Is he really that formidable? Wang Hao was taken aback, yet a question brewed in his mind. How could a cultivator on the verge of achieving the golden core sustain such grave injuries? It is known that Wang Guang'an alone is far more significant than all the other Wang family members combined, and even if the Wang family suffered losses, it would not warrant Wang Guang'an risking his life unless there was a danger of extermination. Thus, he speculated and inquired. Could the ancestors' injuries be the result of a conspiracy by the Qingyuan sect? With only 3 golden core cultivators, they would certainly not wish for another golden core cultivator to emerge under their command, as it would not only sever their control but also diminish their share of benefits. Wang Yinzhao regarded Wang Hao with appreciation. It is commendable that you have deduced this. However, the matter is rather intricate, and you are not yet qualified to know. You will understand once you establish your foundation. In the future, be vigilant and do not place undue trust in outsiders. As expected, Wang Hao sighed, realizing that the cultivation realm was indeed fraught with peril. It seemed he must continue to bide his time after establishing his foundation, to conceal himself whenever possible and avoid drawing the attention of the Qingyuan sect. At present, the most pressing matter was the foundation establishment pill. His alchemical skills were only at the 2nd-tier low grade, and he could not fathom how many years it would take to reach the upper grade. Thus, he inquired, Old Wang, could you spare me 2 foundation establishment pills? Do you think foundation establishment pills grow on trees? How could I possibly give you 2? Wang Yinzhao retorted, somewhat irked, but rest assured, I will concoct a batch of pulse protection pills for you, coupled with the family's insights on foundation establishment. Your chances of successfully establishing your foundation will be quite favorable. But I possess 5 spiritual roots. Wang Hao lamented with a wry smile. Yet you cultivate the Red Lotus Illusory Wood Sutra, which purifies your magical energy far beyond that of an ordinary 5-rooted cultivator. Your probability of success in foundation establishment is not inferior to that of a 3-rooted practitioner. Wang Yinzhao seemed to see through his little ruse and offered reassurance. Moreover, considering your contributions, including the earlier submission of the pill formula, should you encounter a setback this time, it would not be difficult for your father to procure another pill for you. He added, I noticed that your breakthrough to the 9th layer of Qi training has not been long, and you still have a ways to go before reaching perfection. During this period, make sure to deeply comprehend the insights on foundation establishment so as to be well prepared. After all, you are far luckier than I. I wasted a full decade waiting for a foundation establishment pill. Thankfully, those 10 years have greatly refined my magical energy, allowing me to break through to the foundation establishment stage in one go. That cannot be compared, Wang Hao replied. For I exchanged a nurturing fruit for my foundation establishment pill. If you had such fortune, wouldn't you have established your foundation long ago? Sigh, one pill will suffice. At least I have cultivated the ice skin jade bone technique, so my success rate is not negligible. Wang Hao had no intention of returning to the market. All his wealth was on him, making no difference where he was. Old Wang treated him well and had allocated a cave residence near the mountain's peak for him. While both the spiritual veins of the mountain and the market were of the second-tier upper grade, Wang Hao could cultivate in the most concentrated aura at the mountain summit, which was more effective than in the market. Given his contributions to the family, no one would blame him for years of inactivity. Of course, some younger individuals might mutter under their breath, but such remarks did not concern Wang Hao. It was not a matter of being indifferent. Rather, he believed himself to be on a different level than them. Quibbling over such trivialities was a waste of time. While it might feel gratifying to show off and put others down, it was essential to choose one's audience wisely. Boasting in front of mere ants brought little satisfaction. Upon arriving at his cave residence, which was quite spacious, he found a small courtyard in front that served as his living space, while the back led to the cave he had carved out within the mountain. This cave connected to the spiritual vein below, with wisps of spiritual energy drawn from the spirit channel, forming a thin mist. Wang Hao was quite pleased with this location. The courtyard was exceptionally secluded. Once the formation was activated, outsiders could not intrude, ensuring he would not be disturbed. Thus, he released Yaya and Xiaobai to frolic in the yard. He also let out 2 illusory moonworms, which had grown quite plump, though regrettably lacking in intelligence, unlike Xiaobai and Yaya, who could communicate. They were nearly 3 feet long and typically kept in the spirit beast pouch. However, their voracious appetites led to frequent messes, turning Wang Hao into a professional caretaker. Cleaning the spirit beast pouch was quite the chore, so he sought out a large vat and placed them inside, as it would suffice to rinse it out regularly. Once again, I retrieved some spiritual fruits from the farm and placed them in a vat. The 2 illusory moonworms, catching a whiff of the fragrant fruits, hastily crawled atop them, munching away with a satisfying crunch. Before long, a corner of the mountain-like pile of fruits had vanished. Observing this, Wang Hao could only shake his head with a bitter smile. Aside from myself, there are likely few who could afford to keep you. Although the consumption rate of the 2 illusory moonworms was several times that of Yaya and Xiaobai, Wang Hao was nonetheless pleased with their growth rate. They had now reached the first tier of superior quality, and he could hardly match their advancement to the second tier even with his foundational cultivation. Once he possessed 2 second-tier illusory moon butterflies, all his years of investment would finally yield fruit. Thus, Wang Hao would occasionally emerge to feed the spiritual beasts, while spending the rest of his time in cultivation. Occasionally, he would venture to the open areas of Ruojuan Mountain to practice his spells. Time flew by, and a year passed swiftly. One day, Wang Yanzhao approached Wang Hao, presenting him with a jade vial, saying, "This is a foundation establishment pill. Keep it safe." He then produced another vial and several jade slips. This contains the 4th level of the Red Lotus Illusory Wood Heart Sutra, insights from our family's foundation establishment cultivators, along with a vial of pulse protection pills prepared by your father. Initially, I hoped you could refine your mana further before establishing your foundation. But the once-in-a-century beast tide is approaching in 2 years. It would be prudent for you to establish your foundation beforehand. This way, our Wang family would have a stronger chance of resisting the beast tide. Wang Yanzhao sighed deeply. Wang Hao furrowed his brow. The beast tide was perilous, presenting not only a multitude of first and second-tier beasts, but also the occasional appearance of third-tier beasts, although the Qingyuan sect would bolster their ranks. Given the incident involving Wang Guang'an's injury, the Qingyuan sect could not be trusted. They might very well attempt to suppress the Wang family's expansion into Ruojuan Mountain. Understood, Wang Hao replied, accepting the jade vial and slips and carefully placing them in his storage pouch. He inquired, "By the way, old Wang, how many foundation establishment pills did the ancestor manage to refine this time?" 6 in total, Wang Yanzhao responded. "Didn't we have 3 condensing yuan fruits? How is it only 6? It was known that the success rate for foundation establishment pills, utilizing the condensing yuan fruit as the primary ingredient, was relatively high. unlike the third-tier beast pills which contained excessive impurities, wasting the alchemist's efforts. Wang Yinzhao's expression turned regretful. After the ancestor's injury, he seldom refined pills, and his skills have somewhat languished over the years. Although the Foundation Establishment pill is a second-tier superior pill, its complexity rivals that of an ordinary third-tier inferior pill. Thus, one batch failed, and the other two only achieved a 30% success rate. Wang Hao nodded. Aware of the challenges inherent in the Foundation Establishment pill formula he had discovered, he knew well that prominent sects employed alchemists of at least third grade to maximize their success rates. For Wang Guang'an to successfully refine 2 batches was already a testament to his talent. He further asked, "What news from the Li family?" Wang Yinzhao recounted. The Li family received 2 pills this time, and both families have decided to keep the secret of the condensing yuan fruit. Henceforth, every 50 years, the Li family will provide the auxiliary herbs while our family will be responsible for pill refining, with the resulting Foundation Establishment pills split evenly. Are we not considering relocating the condensing yuan fruit tree? While the location is hidden, over time, it is inevitable that it will be discovered. That canyon poses no challenge for Foundation Establishment cultivators, and with the abundance of spiritual herbs within, once discovered, it will certainly lead to the exposure of the fruit trees. The Li family, having reaped benefits, would naturally have to contribute some effort. Wang Yinzhao asserted with certainty that the Li family was responsible for arranging the formation and guarding the condensation fruit trees. However, it wouldn't take long. After the next beastly turmoil, the 2 families would commence the transplantation. Wang Hao quickly realized that the Wang and Li families had indeed formed a complete alliance. In the past, it took 20 or even 40 years to obtain a foundation-building pill from the Qingyuan sect, but now they could secure at least 2 within 50 years. And at a significantly reduced price. This temptation was not easily resisted. Currently, with the distribution of 6 foundation-building pills, if all went well, both families could produce 6 foundation-building cultivators, thus becoming the dominant force in the Qingyou workshop region. The forthcoming choices: whether to encroach upon the interest of other families or to venture into the Duanyuan mountain range, would be strongly assured by their enhanced power. Wang Yinzhao further instructed him to decide on his foundation establishment at the mountaintop cave, which was Wang Yinzhao's usual practice location, rich in spiritual energy, and would also enable him to protect Wang Hao. Wang Hao naturally agreed, and after bidding farewell to Wang Yinzhao, he began to diligently contemplate the insights of foundation establishment. Each individual possesses unique spiritual roots and varying levels of magical power, leading to diverse circumstances. Thus, the experiences of predecessors serve merely as references and cannot be blindly replicated. According to the wisdom of practitioners from previous generations, there are 3 formidable hurdles in foundation establishment: the consciousness barrier, the magical power barrier, and the physical barrier. The consciousness barrier, also known as the heart of enlightenment, involves the subtle development of consciousness, which is minimal during the qi refinement stage but begins to flourish during the foundation establishment phase, yielding boundless benefits. As long as one's consciousness is potent and one's resolve is unwavering, overcoming this barrier is not arduous. However, should a cultivator's heart be impure, their mind may become ensnared by myriad illusions, ultimately leading to their demise through the exhaustion of consciousness in an endless void of hallucinations. This form of death is devoid of pain, but is a fate that every cultivator fears. Surmounting the consciousness barrier relies solely on the cultivator's own efforts. Foundation-building pills are ineffective in this regard. Yet, experience suggests that as long as one is not inherently weak-willed or burdened by past misdeeds, they can easily traverse this hurdle. After all, the consciousness in the foundation establishment phase is merely beginning to develop, and its benefits and risks are proportionate. Wang Hao's consciousness was considerably stronger than that of an average cultivator, and he believed he had not acted contrary to his principles. Thus he felt no trepidation regarding this barrier. Once the consciousness barrier is crossed, the next challenge is the magical power barrier. The strength of foundation-building cultivators lies in their magical power, which is several times greater than that of qi refinement practitioners. The magical power within a qi refinement practitioner's dantian remains gaseous. Even at the 9th level of qi refinement, it is only slightly denser than at the 1st level, still confined to a gaseous state. In contrast, a foundation-building cultivator's true essence is liquid. Those with even a rudimentary knowledge of physics can comprehend the difference. Even without such knowledge, one should recognize that a bottle of water is heavier than a bottle of air. Hence, for a qi refinement practitioner to establish their foundation, they must condense their gaseous true qi into liquid true essence. The purer and more profound the magical power, the easier this process becomes. which explains why those with heavenly spiritual roots can establish their foundations without the need for foundation-building pills. This process is perilous and represents the most formidable obstacle in a cultivator's journey to foundation establishment. In simpler terms, the transition from gas to liquid signifies an increase in pressure, posing a significant test to the strength of the cultivator's meridians and dantian. If any segment lacks sufficient intensity, the dantian and meridians may be at risk of rupture. The foundational elixir is consumed at such moments, serving two primary purposes. Firstly, to enhance the strength of the practitioner's dantian and meridians, and secondly, to replenish a substantial amount of spiritual energy, thereby increasing the internal pressure and transforming gaseous true qi into liquid true essence. During this process, the use of divine consciousness is imperative, after all. The chaotic surge of such immense spiritual power within the body poses significant dangers and necessitates guidance and compression through conscious control. In this regard, alchemists, artifact forgers, and talisman makers, who frequently harness divine consciousness, possess a distinct advantage. Upon successfully condensing a droplet of liquid true essence within the body and allowing it to circulate around the meridians to strengthen them in the dantian, one passes this stage. The final hurdle, the corporeal trial, is less a mere checkpoint and more a foundational requirement. Only with a certain level of physical strength can one effectively surmount the trial of magical power. As the gaseous spiritual energy condenses, it can leave the dantian and meridians depleted, thereby attracting an influx of external spiritual energy, which can lead to the phenomenon of spiritual energy infusion. If the dantian, meridians, and corporeal strength are inadequate, the risk of being overwhelmed by spiritual energy looms large. Most practitioners possess adequate physical strength, yet after the age of 60, the body begins to age, or disabilities and hidden injuries may diminish the chances of foundation establishment. Once one reaches a certain age, such as 80, the prospect of establishing a foundation becomes nearly impossible. However, in the realm of cultivation, there exist wondrous spiritual herbs capable of restoring the body of a practitioner, even enabling the regeneration of severed limbs. Yet, such miraculous entities are rare and difficult to obtain. In summary, the earlier one establishes a foundation, the better. A stronger body can accommodate greater spiritual energy, allowing for enhanced absorption during the infusion process, refining true essence and fortifying both body and meridians, which can yield results comparable to several years of cultivation in a short span of time. Furthermore, the body, having undergone such vigorous refinement by spiritual power, will experience a marked increase in strength. The longer the duration, the more benefits accrue. Should the corporeal strength be insufficient? Even if the process of spiritual energy infusion is halted just before being overwhelmed, and one successfully establishes a foundation, the resulting power will still fall notably short compared to other practitioners. This was evident in the case of the foundational practitioner who attempted to ambush Wang Hao. Their evident inexperience led them to prematurely cease the infusion, resulting in a significant deficiency in both physical and spiritual prowess. No wonder the gathering spirit pill and the ice muscle jade bone technique can enhance the likelihood of foundation establishment. Now the reason is clear. Wang Hao opened his eyes and smiled with satisfaction. His corporeal strength and the strength of his dantian and meridians far exceeded those of practitioners at the same level. Coupled with the enhancement of his divine consciousness through the gathering spirit pill and the shattering spirit spike, the possibility of failure was almost non-existent, and he could absorb greater benefits during the infusion of spiritual energy. The primary danger he faced was the impurity of the spiritual power within. If he lacked sufficient purity during the breakthrough, he would naturally be unable to transcend the bottleneck. This particular issue required the foundational elixir to resolve. Fortunately, he possessed one. Wang Hao's confidence swelled to its zenith, prompting him to set aside his foundational insights and commence his cultivation. He sought to maximize the capacity of his qi field during the qi refinement stage. The larger the field, the greater its capacity for both gaseous and liquid forms. Some cultivators, believing their magical prowess sufficient for a breakthrough, forego the tedious process of expanding their qi field, unaware that even the slightest discrepancy would magnify as their realm ascended. This is particularly true for those with superior spiritual roots, as their refined magic puts greater pressure on their qi field compared to those with multiple roots, making it easier for them to reach the threshold of a breakthrough, and, succumbing to temptation, they often find themselves outmatched in power later on compared to those who transition gradually. In the early stages of cultivation, emphasis is placed on spiritual roots and innate talent, but post-golden core, even the most exceptional spiritual roots lose their advantage. Whether one can ascend to the nascent soul stage hinges on the individual cultivator's luck and patience. After a year, Wang Hao finally expanded his chi field to its limit of 1281. With this capacity, he could unleash 256 fireballs, and thus, he began to prepare for foundation establishment. Upon receiving the news, Wang Yinzhao's demeanor turned solemn. He remarked, "Since you are prepared, I shall refrain from saying much more. However, you must heed 2 points. First, maintain a resolute heart. Second, avoid excess." Wang Hao understood the gravity of his words and nodded earnestly. Wang Yinzhao then firmly patted his shoulder, formed a hand seal. And with a resounding boom, the stone door to the finest retreat chamber within Mount Rujiwen swung open. He entrusted Wang Hao with the control array of the retreat, advising him to activate the silence array to prevent external disturbances, while suggesting that other formations should remain dormant. Before he finished speaking, Wang Hao understood that Wang Yinzhao would remain vigilantly nearby, ready to provide timely assistance should any unforeseen events arise. Wang Hao smiled reassuringly, "Fear not. I have always been fortunate." Wang Yinzhao opened his mouth to speak but ultimately remained silent, gazing at the retreat chamber's entrance for an extended moment. Inside the retreat, Wang Hao sat cross-legged on a mat, his eyes shimmering with determination and an unwavering belief in his success. He did not immediately begin his foundation establishment, but instead revisited the foundational insights he had studied, meticulously reviewing the key points to ensure nothing was overlooked before he commenced meditative cultivation to nurture his spirit. After 3 days, Wang Hao's physical condition reached its peak, and he initiated the foundation establishment process. At the outset, as he broke through, his mind indeed began to conjure various illusions, as foretold by his ancestors. These illusions were primarily drawn from his past experiences, manifesting temptations, threats, and distractions, all designed to instill doubt about the reality of cultivation and his potential for success. Yet, Wang Hao continually reassured himself that these were mere fabrications. He would undoubtedly succeed, steadfastly maintaining his focus and enduring through the trials. Just as Wang Hao believed he had surpassed the mental barriers and could consume the foundation establishment pill to enhance his magical power, an even more vivid illusion emerged this time. It was not of his current life, but of his past life. Figures from his previous existence, leaders, colleagues, parents, classmates, friends, and even those he had secretly adored, began to materialize, along with modern scenes of buildings, cars, and electronic devices, evoking a profound sense of nostalgia. Every morning, he boards a crowded bus to work, greeted by the vigilant security guard at the company entrance, the amiable receptionist at the front desk, familiar colleagues within the office, and a stern leader whose gaze is anything but kind. The cafeteria serves insipid meals, yet everything feels profoundly real, as if he has been transported back in time. In the evenings, he indulges in street food, savoring skewers with friends late into the night, and dreams of his unattainable goddess, which momentarily ensnares Wang Hao in a web of nostalgia. Throughout this experience, he hears the voices of those around him urging him to awaken from this reverie. "Wang Hao, wake up. Focus on your work. There are no deities, merely characters from novels, all illusions." Yet, Wang Hao is acutely aware that the goddess he once adored would never spare him a glance, nor would she speak to him in such tender tones. Realizing the fabric of these illusions, he swiftly extricates himself from their grasp. With each shattered fantasy, his consciousness grows stronger. The correlation between effort and reward is undeniable. In his 2 lifetimes, he has encountered more illusions than the average cultivator, fortifying his consciousness through repeated trials. Consequently, his mental acuity surpasses that of ordinary practitioners. Upon pushing through the frail bodies of his aging parents from his previous life, he transcends the final layer of illusion, achieving a breakthrough in his consciousness. At that moment, Wang Hao senses his mental power has increased to more than 5 times its previous strength, while according to Wang Yinzhao's foundational insights, his mental prowess has only increased by a little over 2-fold. This is partly due to Wang Yinzhao being an alchemist. For ordinary cultivators, such growth would be limited to just over a single fold. The foundation building phase marks the commencement of heightened consciousness, with late-stage cultivators boasting mental strength that far exceeds that of their early counterparts. Wang Hao's consciousness has already been reinforced by spirit-gathering pills, spirit-nurturing herbs, and the spirit-splitting spike, allowing him to reach the 9th layer of chi refinement, which is double that of others. Now, with an additional 5-fold increase, his mental prowess surpasses that of common cultivators by more than 5 times. Even mid-stage foundation builders would find themselves inferior, should the rate of mental growth remain consistent. His spirit-splitting spike would render him invincible among foundation stage practitioners. Tentatively, Wang Hao probes his surroundings with his consciousness, discovering he can extend his reach over 500 zhang, a remarkable feat, considering he could only cover just over 100 zhang during his qi refinement at the 9th layer. Outside, Wang Yinzhao senses Wang Hao's mental exploration and, with a furrowed brow, mutters, has it truly taken him 10 days to breach the consciousness barrier? This is more than double the time it takes for ordinary cultivators. Concern begins to creep in, yet he refrains from disturbing Wang Hao, knowing that the path forward lies solely in Wang Hao's hands. Within the stone chamber, after slightly acclimating to his newfound mental strength, Wang Hao prepares to refine his magical energy. He retrieves 2 jade vials, one containing a foundation pill and the other a meridian protection pill. He first consumes the meridian protection pill, which dissolves in his abdomen, unleashing its medicinal essence that courses through his meridians like countless tadpoles, enveloping his primary channels. Next, he takes the vial containing the foundation pill, revealing a pill the size of a longan that emanates a potent herbal fragrance. Wang Hao pinches the foundation pill between 2 fingers and places it in his mouth. As it dissolves instantly, a warm current surges through his body. Unlike other pills, the foundation pill has a sustained release effect, akin to slow-release analgesics from his previous life. Establishing a solid foundation is not an endeavor that can be accomplished in a single day. It necessitates a prolonged infusion of medicinal potency. The nurturing essence fruit contains an immense quantity of true essence, capable of restoring half of a nascent soul's essence in an instant. Even for cultivators at the initial stage of Dan formation, the consequences of such overwhelming medicinal power detonating within a foundational cultivator are, as one can easily surmise, dire. Indeed, the failure of Lan Mu in the canyon was predestined. Even the formidable Li Durong refrained from recklessly consuming the nurturing essence fruit. Despite the gradual release of its potency, Wang Hao still sensed the burgeoning ferocity of the medicinal energy. After a quarter of an hour, he felt a blazing inferno erupting in his dantian. While his limbs succumbed to an icy chill, not due to any actual coldness, but rather as a result of the seething heat in his dantian distorting his sensory perception. This sensation was fleeting. Soon, he perceived the flames coursing through his meridians, scorching them, twisting his visage in agony. Drawing a deep breath, he valiantly endured the pain and promptly directed his energy to guide the medicinal force's flow. He understood that this was the medicinal potency of the foundational pill fortifying his dantian and meridians in preparation for the subsequent refinement of true essence. However, he had clearly underestimated the agony that was to follow. After his meridians underwent reinforcement, a sudden and more intense pain radiated from his dantian, akin to being pricked by countless needles. Even with his formidable willpower, surpassing that of the average person, he could not help but emit a muffled groan. His complexion paling rapidly, beads of perspiration cascading down his temples. Was the reinforcement of the dantian and meridians truly this excruciating? Wang Hao gritted his teeth, lamenting that if the dantian was so painful, the subsequent reinforcement of the meridians would surely be worse. As anticipated, when the sharp pain in his dantian subsided, his meridians began to endure pressure, not a sensation of pain, but rather an indescribable itchiness and numbness, as if he were afflicted by a toxin that paralyzed his nerves. While countless ants feasted upon his meridians, the discomfort was not intense, yet it incessantly tormented him. As the medicinal power penetrated deeper, this sensation spread beyond his meridians to his muscles and skin. Wang Hao stifled the urge to scratch, gritting his teeth as he persevered through the ordeal. After an hour, the pervasive itchiness and numbness finally dissipated, leaving a warm and comfortable sensation throughout his body that made him want to exclaim in relief. As Wang Hao wiped the sweat from his brow, he noticed his hand was smeared with a dark, viscous substance, eliciting a wave of nausea. Upon inspecting his body, he discovered that his skin was coated in this foul matter, exuding an exceedingly rancid odor. Cleansing the essence and marrow, Wang Hao grimaced slightly and swiftly employed a purification technique to rid himself of the noxious stench. After a moment, he settled into a meditative posture, becoming solemn once more. For the next phase was critical to establishing his foundation, the refinement of magical power. Wang Hao endeavored to utilize his spiritual awareness to compress the pure spiritual energy released by the foundational pill alongside the magical power within him, aiming to transform the gaseous state into a liquid one. Such a transformation required an extraordinary amount of pressure. At this moment, the advantages of his formidable spiritual awareness became evident. While ordinary cultivators would require hundreds of attempts and nearly half a month to achieve this feat, Wang Hao succeeded in condensing a droplet of liquid true essence in his dantian after only 5 days, having failed over 50 times before achieving success. When this droplet fell into his dantian, he could even hear the crisp sound of water droplets. having condensed the true essence. The next step involves guiding this essence to circulate throughout the body, allowing the meridians to adapt to its intensity, thus serving as secondary refinement of the channels. Although Wang Hao had prepared in advance, when the highly compressed and refined magical essence surged from his dantian into his meridians, the excruciating pain akin to being pierced by needles and scorched by fire made him grimace, drenched in cold sweat. However, the protective effects of the pulse-protecting pill he had taken beforehand, along with the inherent strengthening properties of the foundation-building pill, prevented any unforeseen complications despite the unbearable agony. The most critical and arduous step of foundation building had been accomplished, and Wang Hao's previously taut nerves finally had a moment to relax. After a brief interval, as he resumed his cultivation technique, he discovered an unprecedented sense of ease. With the guidance of his technique, the dantian and meridians, which were in a state of thirst, began to fervently absorb the surrounding spiritual energy. The dense spiritual essence, forming a mist, seemed to respond to an unseen call, rushing toward Wang Hao at an extraordinary speed. From a distance on Rujuan Mountain, one could observe the clouds and mist swirling back toward the peak with remarkable velocity. Spiritual energy flooding into the body. Hao has succeeded. Outside the stone door, Wang Yefeng, sensing the unusual flow of spiritual energy, sprang to his feet, his face alight with excitement and joy as he gazed into the stone chamber. Meanwhile, the clansmen diligently tending to the spiritual fields in the distance halted their tasks. Astonished as they stared at the mountaintop, most of them bewildered and at a loss. What is happening? Why is the spiritual energy rushing toward the mountaintop? I have no idea. Could it be that the ancestral elder of the family is practicing some secret technique? Simultaneously, Wang Yefeng, who was also in seclusion, opened his eyes and swiftly exited to investigate the situation. Is someone building their foundation? A flicker of disappointment crossed his face. He had long been capable of foundation building and had also received a foundation building pill, yet he had hesitated, fearful of taking it, and had instead focused on refining his magical essence in solitude. It seems it is Wen Hao. If he can succeed with a 5-element root, why should I hesitate? With his mind racing, Wang Yefeng clenched his fists, his confidence beginning to solidify. He resolved to borrow the cave dwelling at the mountaintop from Wang Yinzhao for his own breakthrough once Wang Hao emerged from his seclusion. While hastening his steps toward the peak to offer his congratulations and inquire about the challenges Wang Hao faced and his solutions, as insights into foundation building are always invaluable. Upon reaching the mountaintop, Wang Yinfeng observed Wang Yinzhao standing at the entrance and slowed his pace, softly offering his congratulations. Congratulations, second brother. Now that both father and son have built their foundations, it will surely become a cherished family tale, revered for generations to come. Haha, eighth brother speaks in jest. I see your magical essence is already perfected. Do you have any plans? Wang Yinzhao laughed heartily, not denying it, while also expressing concern for Wang Yinfen's state. Thank you for your concern, second brother. I initially had my reservations, thinking of honing my magical essence for a few more years while young. But seeing Wen Hao charging forward with a 5-element root, what reason do I have to remain stagnant? Wang Yefeng replied earnestly, I hope second brother can lend me the cave dwelling for a time. Wang Yinzhao nodded with satisfaction. He and Wang Yefeng had studied alchemy together since childhood and shared a close bond, naturally wishing for his success in foundation building. Indeed, with pure magical essence, the foundation building process becomes more favorable, but the true essence lies in the heart of the path. With a steadfast heart, your success rate in foundation building is already half assured. As for the remaining half, one can navigate it with caution, neither fearing nor being greedy, and thus can successfully pass through. As for the matters concerning the cave, they can certainly be entrusted to you once Wen Hao emerges from his seclusion. Moreover, Ergu will also protect you. Wang Yefeng expressed his gratitude and then quietly stood aside, for this moment was crucial for Wang Hao. It would be best to wait until he emerged before speaking again. Wang Hao spent approximately 5 days refining all the spiritual energy that surged into his body into true essence of magical power. At this moment, the quantity of magical essence in his dantian had transformed from an initial drop into a small puddle and then into a small pond, firmly establishing his foundational level of cultivation. Although the Qi refinement stage is the first realm for cultivators, it only grants a lifespan of 120 years. Ordinary mortals can also reach such an age. It is only upon reaching the foundation establishment stage that one's lifespan significantly increases, thereby distinguishing the cultivator from ordinary beings. Wang Hao felt an inkling that his current magical power was somewhat greater than that of an average cultivator. likely due to the insights he had gleaned from the Foundation establishment experiences he had studied, which suggested a substantial difference in the quantity and duration of spiritual energy absorption. After stretching his body, he felt rejuvenated and subsequently conjured a water mirror to observe himself. Indeed, his appearance had reverted to that of a 20-year-old. Coupled with the benefits of cultivating the ice-skin jade bone technique, one could aptly describe him as a gentleman of extraordinary grace, akin to jade among the common folk. Wang Hao was not overly concerned with his appearance, yet who would ever disdain their own handsomeness? Typically, during the Foundation establishment phase, cultivators generate Foundation establishment true fire, the attributes and potency of which vary according to one's cultivation method and spiritual root. The fire Wang Hao produced was known as the Red Lotus True Fire, characterized by its extreme heat and fierce intensity, making it one of the most suitable fires for alchemy and artifact forging. This Red Lotus True Fire possesses a yang attribute, effectively countering the yin attribute. For instance, most demonic cultivators, once adept, can transform it into a red lotus to unleash an attack that can incinerate anything in its path, surpassing the strength of the Foundation establishment true fire wielded by ordinary cultivators by several folds. Furthermore, Wang Hao could absorb some of the celestial fires to enhance the Red Lotus True Fire. According to the descriptions in his cultivation method, the matured Red Lotus True Fire could easily scorch mountains and boil seas. Such formidable power left him pondering whether it could fully unlock the Earth Seal. Ever since he uncovered the secret of the Earth Seal, it had been on his mind, yet the residual substances on the seal were of a higher tier, making it challenging for him to cleanse them completely. Now, with the Red Lotus True Fire, he was eager to put it to the test. Wang Hao extended his finger, and a surge of magical energy coursed through his body, conjuring a flickering flame. Though diminutive, the temperature it radiated was alarmingly intense, several times higher than that of second-tier spirit carbon. He retrieved the Earth Hunyuan seal from his storage pouch and enveloped it in the Crimson Lotus True Fire for refinement. Gradually, remnants of the outer shell adhering to the seal began to dissolve. Was it effective? A look of delight spread across Wang Hao's face as he intensified the True Fire's power. Most of the residues melted into a viscous black liquid, yet some remained stubbornly attached to the Earth Hunyuan seal. Wang Hao endeavored to elevate the Crimson Lotus True Fire to its maximum potential, but it still proved insufficient. Reluctantly, he conceded defeat. However, the visible portions of the seal were enough to astonish him, adorned with a myriad of intricate golden inscriptions that he could not decipher. Yet Wang Hao understood that the more peculiar an object, the greater its worth. Had it been inscribed with commonplace characters, it would suggest that the seal's potential was merely that of a magical artifact. The fact that he could not comprehend a single character, and the dizziness that ensued from prolonged observation, indicated that this seal might very well be a treasure of 4th tier or higher. It could even be an ancient relic of the 4th tier. Regardless of the scenario, Wang Hao clearly stood to gain immensely. Although the Crimson Lotus True Fire could not unveil the true form of the Earth Hunyuan seal at present, he was confident that as his cultivation progressed, he would one day behold the seal in its entirety. It had been a month since he entered the secret chamber, and recalling that Wang Yinzhao was still waiting outside, he prepared to emerge. Upon seeing Wang Hao exit, Wang Yinzhao hurried over to inquire about his situation. Wang Hao briefly recounted his experience, noting that it bore little distinction from that of the family ancestors, save for the enhanced clarity of his spiritual perceptions. Wang Yinzhao, relieved to see him unharmed, dismissed these details, attributing them to the myriad experiences Wang Hao had accumulated over the years in the market. After exchanging a knowing glance, he turned to Wang Yinfeng and remarked, "Eighth brother, look, establishing a foundation is not an insurmountable challenge. You possess foundation building pills and are blessed with 3 spirit roots, far surpassing Wen Hao. Why not venture inside? I shall guard you." Receiving the hint, Wang Hao interjected, "Eighth uncle, old Wang speaks truthfully. As long as you are resolute in your path, success in foundation establishment is assured. The beast turmoil is imminent, and facing it with your qi refining cultivation would be exceedingly perilous." Wang Yifeng nodded, stating, "I understand. I shall succeed." Seeing his nephew advance so far ahead, Wang Yifeng felt a stirring in his heart. It was undeniable that, in the hierarchy of cultivation, he might soon have to address Wang Hao as a senior. Indeed, confidence was paramount. The two exchanged words of encouragement before ushering Wang Yinfeng into the cave. Wang Hao turned back and asked, "Old Wang, we haven't exhausted all 4 foundation building pills in the family, have we?" "Not at all. The other 2 are safely stored in the clan treasury," Wang Yinzhao replied, shaking his head. "Without rules, there can be no order. The foundation-building pills from our father were earned through over a decade of alchemical contributions. There are a few suitable candidates for foundation establishment in the family, but their contributions fall short. In Wang Hao's view, such an approach might be acceptable for a prominent family or sect. However, given the current state of the Wang family, it would be far more beneficial to allocate resources to those with exceptional talents. The more individuals who can establish their foundation, the greater the collective strength. Presently, the Wang family's foundational practitioners are required to remain stationed at Ling Mountain, rendering them unable to hunt or gain experience, which in turn limits their ability to acquire additional benefits. Without a steady influx of resources, how can the family hope to thrive? Thus, Wang Hao shared his thoughts. Wang Yanzhao replied, "You are not mistaken, yet we possess only 2 foundation-building pills, while several individuals are suitable for foundation establishment. Whom shall we give them to? Mishandling this could jeopardize family unity. Furthermore, if the family produces too many foundation builders, the Qingyuan sect will inevitably catch wind of it, and the secret of them may be compromised." Wang Hao pondered for a moment and suggested, "Let us use the current turmoil of the beast horde as an assessment. We can spread the word that the family's next purchase of foundation-building pills from the Qingyuan sect will be prioritized for those who perform best. As for the Qingyuan sect, I propose that once we deal with the beast tide, the family should discreetly select certain members to relocate and develop externally. Simultaneously, those suitable for foundation establishment should also be sent out to build their foundation away from the sect, if done carefully. The Qingyuan sect will not discover this for the time being." Wang Yanzhao considered this for a while before responding, "Indeed, that is a viable strategy. Now that you have become a foundation-building practitioner, you are entitled to participate in family decisions. We shall discuss this further with our ancestors and Uncle Lu. For now, the commotion you caused has alarmed many family members. I have already disseminated the news of your foundation establishment. Go and meet the clan members to reassure them." The disturbance Wang Hao had caused was too significant to conceal. Wang Yanzhao's handling of the situation was prudent, as not all successful foundation builders among the thousands of practitioners in the Qingyuan sect obtained their foundation-building pills exclusively from the sect. Thus, he would not attract undue attention from them for the time being. The two arrived at the Great Hall on Ruojuan Mountain, where the Wang family awaited news. Wang Yanzhao announced the good tidings of Wang Hao's successful foundation establishment. Predictably, many had already speculated about this outcome, but with Wang Yanzhao's official confirmation, joy erupted among the family members, with some of the elder members even moved to tears. While familial discord is inevitable, the members still yearned for the family's strength to grow, believing it would lead to better prospects for all. Although their own paths may seem bleak, they still have descendants to consider, and thus the family's cohesion surpasses that of any sect. To keep the news of the confidential and to prevent the disclosure of the foundation-building pills, Wang Yanzhao announced that Wang Hao had established his foundation independently, without the aid of any pills. This revelation sent ripples of excitement through the family. The prospect of self-established foundation practitioners is exceedingly rare. Perhaps only 1 or 2 among hundreds of foundation practitioners have achieved this feat. Many in the Wang family had attempted self-establishment in the past, all to no avail. The unexpected success of Wang Hao stirred those at the 9th level of qi refinement, who had lost hope of obtaining foundation-building pills, to surround him and inquire about the details, eager to take a chance themselves. The situation left Wang Hao feeling exceedingly awkward. Even with his thick skin, he couldn't help but flush with embarrassment. Clearing his throat, he made a simple sound that instantly silenced the crowd, who appeared ready to listen intently. What could I possibly do? I must fabricate a narrative, a more challenging one at that. If I present it too easily, these clansmen might all attempt to establish their foundations independently, and I would become the pariah of the Wang family. Thus, I wove together my own experiences with insights gleaned from the foundational establishment techniques I had encountered, articulating the complexities involved. In conclusion, I stated, although I established my foundation independently, I did consume the pulse-protecting pill. Otherwise, I might have perished during the true essence condensation phase due to my meridians being unable to bear the strain. Even so, I suffered some damage and will require time to recuperate, so I urge you all to proceed with caution. The crowd nodded in agreement, and someone inquired, "May I ask, Elder, can the pulse-protecting pill be exchanged from the clan treasury, and does it require significant contributions?" Wang Yanzhao replied, "The pulse-protecting pill is a second-tier elixir. Yet the spiritual herbs required are quite precious, making each pill worth no less than 200 spirit stones or 200 contributions." He too felt that Wang Hao had exaggerated a bit, with the impending beast tide. Losing even a few key members of the family due to reckless foundational establishment would be a tremendous loss. He hastily added, "Our clan has recently expanded into Ruojuan Mountain, leading to increased income. By the time Xingyuan Gate sells foundational pills next time, we will have accumulated the necessary spirit stones. Moreover, this beast tide presents an excellent opportunity to earn contributions." The implication was clear. Within 10 years, new foundational pills would be available. So it would be wise to focus on making contributions to the clan. Many clansmen reflected thoughtfully. Some shook their heads in wry amusement, while others were indifferent, as their cultivation was too low to invest thought in such matters. After encouraging everyone a few more times, Wang Yinzhao dismissed them, then produced a blue short sword and handed it to Wang Hao, saying, "Hao, having just established your foundation, you should enter seclusion for a while to comprehend the foundational techniques of the Red Lotus illusory with scripture and solidify your realm. The fluctuations of spiritual energy around you are rather intense, which is not a good sign. Additionally, you are now capable of wielding second-tier magical artifacts. This is a low-grade spiritual weapon, the Catastrophe Ash Sword. Refine it and make use of it." Wang Hao accepted the blue short sword. Observing its length of over 3 feet, with its blade emanating a soft blue glow, deeming it a commendable low-grade spiritual artifact for foundational cultivators wishing to fly with swords. An appropriate magical artifact is essential as an aid. While a first-tier artifact is feasible, its speed pales in comparison to that of a second-tier artifact. Is there only one divine ability associated with the foundational phase of the Red Lotus illusory with scripture? Old Wang's realm surpasses mine, and he has already comprehended the techniques. Wang Hao resolved to seek his guidance. Wang Yinzhao explained, "There are 2 divine abilities in the foundational phase. In the initial stage, one can only refine the Red Lotus True Fire. Upon reaching the mid-foundational phase, another divine ability can be learned, which requires reaching the 5th layer of the technique. It is called the Illusory with Shadow Technique, a versatile ability that allows you to create 2 identical illusory figures of yourself. Upon reaching the 6th layer, the number of these illusory figures can increase to 6, primarily used for self-preservation, confusing enemies during a retreat. Of course, it can also be used offensively, making it difficult for foes to discern reality from illusion." Wang Yinzhao spoke earnestly. "At this juncture, your most pressing task is to solidify your foundation and enhance your cultivation. The battle against the demon beasts is imminent, and you must refine your magical tools. Our family is not affluent. We can only provide the newly established cultivators with a second-tier magical artifact. You will have to devise your own means for a defensive artifact." Wang Hao nodded, acutely aware of the time constraints. With less than a year to accomplish so much, he would have to defer the cultivation of divine abilities for now. Nevertheless, he felt it imperative to become proficient with the Crimson Lotus True Fire, as it would be essential for alchemy. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Yinzhao presented the subsequent techniques of the Crimson Lotus Illusory with Sutra, stating, "But this is somewhat against protocol. Your contributions to the Wang family have been significant, warranting an early exchange for these techniques. Take the time to comprehend them. They will greatly benefit your current cultivation." "Very well. I must now attend to your 8th uncle's protective duties. You should enter seclusion." Departing the Grand Hall, Wang Hao returned to his cave dwelling. Prior to his retreat to break through to the foundation establishment stage, he had placed all his spiritual beasts at home, providing them with ample food and instructing them to remain within the cave. Yaya and Xiaobai, having spent considerable time with Wang Hao, were obedient and excitedly rushed to him upon witnessing his breakthrough. Wang Hao affectionately patted their heads, played with them for a while, and offered them fresh fruits. Later, when he approached the large water tank containing the illusory moon butterfly, he was unsurprised to find that the spiritual fruits he had previously piled there had been devoured, leaving the tank filled with their waste. This left him perplexed. How could these first-tier superior spiritual insects be so untidy, unable to even manage their own sustenance? How had they survived in the wild? Resigned, he gathered them up, rinsed them clean with fresh water, and tidied the tank before placing new fruits inside. As he returned the illusory moon butterfly to the tank, he noticed a layer of short, colorful fur had developed on their bodies, which had initially evaded his notice. However, after some contemplation, he found no discernible purpose for this phenomenon. Once the spiritual beasts and insects were settled, Wang Hao entered his secret chamber, pressing the jade slip to his forehead to explore its contents. The Crimson Lotus Illusory with Sutra was indeed a dual attribute technique. After 5 days of study, he could only grasp its essence, and that was with the aid of old Wang's notes. In truth, even old Wang himself was not fully versed in it. having only reached the third layer of foundation establishment, just like Wang Hao, who had still only learned up to the fourth layer of the technique. Thus, the notes served merely as a reference, not to be wholly trusted or accepted. Setting aside the Crimson Lotus Illusory with Sutra, Wang Hao began to delve into another technique. His body-refining art, the Ice-Skin Jade Bone technique. Indeed, even at the foundation establishment stage, he would not abandon his physical cultivation. The Ice-Skin Jade Bone technique could enhance the chances of establishing a solid foundation while equally improving the chances of forming a dan. The reasoning was similar. As the meridians and body grew stronger, one's control over true essence would increase, thus elevating their capacity and reducing the risk of bodily explosion. Unlike the first stage that requires medicinal baths, the second stage of cultivation necessitates the assistance of spiritual water or elixirs. During the qi refinement period, Wang Hao has refined his skin, flesh, bones, internal organs, meridians, and dantian. In this second stage, there is no distinction in distribution. Everything is elevated in unison, requiring spiritual water to nourish the entire body. The fourth level of the technique demands a type of spiritual water known as Xianin true water, which is a naturally occurring, in-attribute spiritual water of the second tier. It can also serve as a material for alchemy and artifact refinement, appearing only in places of extreme yin and cold, making it exceedingly rare. If this particular spiritual water cannot be found, other yin attribute waters may assist in cultivation. Alchemists can also concoct it using spiritual herbs. However, they require a primary ingredient known as Xianin fruit, a second-tier spiritual fruit, which Wang Hao currently lacks. The Xianin fruit tree takes 300 years to mature, and thereafter, it bears fruit only every 100 years. Even with Wang Hao's black soil achieving an 80-fold time flow rate, he would still need 5 years to cultivate the first batch of spiritual fruits. Yet, he lacks even the seeds, making cultivation a distant prospect. With a sigh, Wang Hao lamented that he initially believed that establishing his foundation and completing the development of his farm would herald a significant advancement, but the journey remains fraught with challenges. The Red Lotus True Fire requires the advancement of earthly spiritual fire, and body refinement similarly necessitates rare earthly spiritual water or spiritual materials to concoct spiritual liquids for elixirs. Aiming for a longevity of 1,000 years and direct ascension proves unrealistic. Resources must ultimately be earned, and the farm serves merely as an auxiliary rather than an omnipotent source of creation. Initially, Wang Hao intended to exchange cultivation techniques within the Wang family without the intention of binding himself, as he did not consider himself noble enough to drag a family into the cultivation realm. However, it has become apparent that the family is indeed valuable. His foundation establishment relied entirely on the foundational elixirs crafted by the family's ancestors, along with a wealth of foundational insights, and even a formidable robbery ash sword. Of course, he has also made significant contributions to the Wang family, such as the previous elixir recipes in the Ning Yuan fruit tree, which, if converted into contribution points, few in the family could surpass him, not even the old Wang who has been refining elixirs for decades. This arrangement could be deemed a fair transaction. But transactions require a fundamental condition: trust. Wang Hao could trade the information about the Ning Yuan fruit tree for foundational elixirs from the Qing Yuan sect. But could he trust them? Moreover, once he acquires the foundational elixirs, he must guard against information leaks that could lead to being hunted for treasures. The Qing Yuan sect would not safeguard his secrets. In contrast, within the Wang family, at least he can now cultivate in peace. This has led Wang Hao to contemplate integrating himself into the Wang family. Mutual support seems a commendable choice. He possesses wealth, while the family can provide companionship, techniques, and a foundation. Gathering his thoughts, Wang Hao began to circulate his cultivation technique. A month swiftly passed, and his cultivation level stabilized. He has now adapted to the foundational stage of cultivation, previously feeling that everything moved at a slower pace due to the significant increase in his spiritual awareness, making all affairs appear as though viewed in slow motion. Wang Hao decided to seek out Wang Yanzhao primarily to inquire about the Xianin fruit, as body refinement cannot be delayed due to its crucial role in his path and the necessity of enhancing his strength. Spiritual liquids and other auxiliary herbs can be found in various markets, not particularly rare, and Wang Hao's farm already harbors several types that are in the process of being cultivated. Secondly, let us consider what tasks may require Wang Jia's attention. The Xianin fruit. Perhaps? Wang Yanzhao furrowed his brow and remarked, the Xianin fruit is a second-tier spiritual fruit, indeed available at Qingyuan sect, but the price is exorbitant, with each costing around 500 to 600 spirit stones. Without internal connections, acquiring it is nearly impossible. A glimmer of joy surfaced on Wang Hao's face. As long as it was available, matters could be arranged. Reflecting on Chu He and Qin Qing, he noted that Chu He was already a foundational cultivator, so exchanging for a xianin fruit should pose no great challenge. Thus, he declared, I require the xianin fruit to concoct spiritual liquid, and I intend to visit Qingyuan's sect. Yet, with the beast turmoil only a year in, why the urgency? Wang Hao elucidated. The body refining technique I discovered in my youth has long been submitted to the family. Old Wang, you might give it a try. Understanding dawned on Wang Yanzhao, who sighed that body refining technique is indeed remarkable, but the costs are prohibitive. As a father responsible for a large family, I cannot afford such expenses. Wang Hao scoffed disdainfully. His younger brothers, though his true kin, possessed inferior spiritual roots and lacked dedication to their cultivation. In their earlier years, their expenses were manageable. But now, as they approached their teenage years, it was a crucial period for foundational training, thus significantly increasing the demand for cultivation resources. In that case, you should hasten your journey, Wang Yanzhao advised. Last time, your eighth uncle returned with a substantial amount of spiritual herbs. I trust you have gathered a fair share as well. You could sell some at Qingyuan market to exchange for a few second-tier magical artifacts, he added. Spirit stones are of no use when stored in a pouch. Only by converting them into resources can one enhance their strength. Wang Hao nodded and replied, Indeed. I have noted that down. I should be able to return within 2 months. Old Wang, do you have any items you require? I can procure them for you. Presently, he possessed only a robbery ash sword and an earthly seal, both offensive artifacts, and was in dire need of a batch of defensive ones. After pondering for a moment, Wang Yanzhao, anticipating the impending beast turmoil, produced 2 vials of elixirs. These are several pulse-guarding pills. They should fetch over 2,000 spirit stones. Please help me select a second-tier defensive artifact, and also procure a first-tier mid-quality artifact for each of your younger siblings. Wang Hao accepted the elixirs, bid farewell to Wang Yanzhao, and drew forth his robbery ash sword, taking to the skies. With his foundational cultivation at the first level, Wang Hao, leveraging his formidable divine sense and mana, managed to sustain his flight for 4 consecutive hours before his mana was exhausted, surpassing even Wang Yanzhao, who was at the second level of foundational cultivation. A smile of satisfaction graced his face. Wang Yanzhao, being no weaker than other foundational cultivators, instilled considerable confidence in Wang Hao. 10 days later, a tall figure clad in white appeared at the city gates of Qingyuan market. It was none other than Wang Hao. After paying the entry fee, he concealed his presence, controlling his cultivation level to the 8th layer of qi refinement, and made his way directly to the Wang family's shop. Compared to its previous dismal state, the shop was now thriving with the assistance of Zhou Renhe, the brewer, and Wang Yanzhao's business acumen. Previously, it was indeed challenging to make do without resources, but now the shop's fortunes were improving. Standing at the entrance for a brief moment, Wang Hao observed several cultivators arriving to purchase spiritual wine. As he stepped inside, he saw Wang Yanzhao busily attending to the counter. Isn't this Wang Hao's nephew? What brings you here? Wang Yanzhao greeted warmly. Wang Hao exchanged a few pleasantries, merely stating that his family had sent him to procure some magical artifacts. He then made his way to the backyard, where he found Zhou Renhe lazily basking in the sun, pouring wine from a gourd into his mouth. Wang Hao couldn't help but feel a surge of indignation. Zhou, my friend, while you appear so leisurely, I see the front is bustling. Have you procured the spiritual herbs? How can I brew wine without them? Why lie about? Upon finishing his words, he cast a glance at Wang Hao, and suddenly, most of his intoxication dissipated. He sprang up abruptly, causing the gourd to tumble to the ground. Ah, it's the young master. I didn't realize. Wang Hao, uninterested in his rambling, raised a hand to halt his performance and inquired, how could you be lacking in spiritual herbs for brewing? I observe that the shop's business is thriving. Surely there are spirit stones to purchase? Other spiritual herbs are manageable, but as for the blood ginseng, it requires at least 50 years of growth, making it difficult to acquire in bulk. Enough. I believe I understand the situation, Wang Hao said, producing a stash of blood ginseng. These spiritual herbs should keep you occupied for quite some time. Many families cultivate blood ginseng, yet their market channels are often fixed, typically growing according to demand. The Wang family shop's sudden need for large quantities would indeed pose a challenge. Zhou Renhe's eyes sparkled when he saw the heap of blood ginseng. With these spiritual herbs, I could brew at least 300 jars of spiritual wine, enough for the shop to sell for 5 or 6 years. Despite his laziness, Wang proved to have no significant flaws, and since Wang Hao relied on him for brewing, he refrained from further remarks. After resting for a day in the market, Wang Hao inquired about Chu at the Qingyuan sect shop and learned that Chu was within the sect. Without delay, he promptly headed toward Qingyuan Mountain. Qingyuan Mountain stretches over 10,000 miles, characterized by its steep terrain and an abundance of exotic flora. It houses a 4th-tier inferior spiritual vein and several 2nd-tier veins, with the Qingyuan sect nestled among them. Atop a towering peak, several hundred zhang high, stands a magnificent red palace, adorned with a gilded plaque inscribed with the elegant characters Guest Reception Hall. As the dominant force in the area, Qingyuan sect attracts countless cultivators eager to forge connections. Many come to seek friends and family, and the Guest Reception Hall is tasked with accommodating visitors from allied families and those seeking acquaintances. Wang Hao stepped into the grand hall, noting its spaciousness and the circle of seats surrounding it. In the center stood a table covered with account books, where 2 low-ranking disciples clad in Qingyuan sect robes were idly chatting. Wang Hao clasped his hands in greeting and asked, "Esteemed friends, could you enlighten me on the procedure for seeking someone at Qingyuan sect?" To avoid any undue disdain from the gatekeepers, he did not conceal his cultivation level. The 2 disciples, upon recognizing him as a Foundation establishment cultivator, hastily returned the greeting and pointed to the ledger on the table. "Esteemed senior, you must first register here. Please provide the name of the person you seek, your relationship to them, and your background." Wang Hao answered each query, but noticing their lack of warmth in the registration process, he understood the difficulties of dealing with stubborn individuals. He handed over 30 spirit stones and stated, "I have urgent matters that require an audience with your esteemed sex Chu. I hope you can convey this message promptly." Upon receiving the spirit stones, the 2 individuals immediately beamed with delight and hurriedly said, "Senior, please wait a moment. Our Qingyuan sect covers a vast area, and some mountains are quite distant. As a mere qi refining disciple, it will take me a few days to notify everyone. You may wait in the guest room nearby. Please follow me." Wang Hao followed him to the back of the grand hall, where he opened one of the rooms in a row, approximately 50 square meters in size. The furnishings were simple and unrefined, yet reasonably clean. After bidding farewell to the welcoming disciple, Wang Hao began to meditate with closed eyes, awaiting Chu He's arrival. Perhaps due to the ample spirit stones provided by Wang Hao, he encountered Chu He in just 2 days. Chu He, who was already 40 years old at the time of his foundation establishment, had not changed much in appearance since then. He looked at Wang Hao with astonishment. "Brother Stian, you have indeed established your foundation," he exclaimed. "Back then, you were so full of confidence. Now your aspirations have come to fruition. A great path lies ahead." "Not at all. I merely had the fortune to establish my foundation. I cannot compare to my elder brother." Wang Hao replied humbly, "Brother Xian, you are here for a purpose, aren't you? Speak freely. Whatever I can assist with, I shall certainly help." Chu He said warmly, "Indeed. There is one matter that requires your assistance." Wang Hao nodded and explained his need for the xianin fruit. Upon hearing this, Chu He's expression relaxed. "The xianin fruit is easily obtained. It can be exchanged for contributions at the sect. I will go and procure one for you right away, as a congratulatory gift for your foundation establishment." Wang Hao promptly replied, "Since I am indeed seeking your help, how can I ask you to advance the spirit stones? I still possess some wealth." He produced 500 spirit stones and handed them over. Chu He frowned and feigned anger, saying, "Is this how you look down upon your elder brother?" Reluctantly, Wang Hao retracted the spirit stones but then presented 2 jars of qi shui brew, saying, "Elder brother, you needn't take the spirit stones. Is the wine acceptable? This is a spirit wine produced by my Wang family that can restore magical energy. For your assistance, I invite you to a drink." After a brief hesitation, Chu He accepted the spirit wine, but it seemed he recalled something and inquired, "Does Brother Skin have the capability to refine 2nd-tier pills?" "Previously, I knew you could refine 1st-tier pills, and now that you've established your foundation, perhaps you can manage 2nd-tier ones as well. Are you in need of spiritual pills for your cultivation? I happen to have a bottle of gathering qi pills, which I shall gift to you." Wang Hao generously offered. Chu He did not accept the gathering qi pills that Wang Hao extended. "It is not for me. It is for junior sister Chen Qing. Due to her soul being damaged in earlier years, she faces considerable risk in attempting to establish her foundation, and remains at the 9th level of qi refining to this day." "Is that so?" Wang Hao contemplated for a moment. Having shared life and death experiences with Chu He and establishing a certain level of trust, He knew how crucial the Xianyin fruit was for himself. So he took out a bottle of gathering spirit pills and a protecting veins pill. Elder brother, these 2 pills should be beneficial for Sister Chun. Please deliver them to her. Shui opened the pill bottle, took a glance, then quickly closed it again, rejoicing. Brother Xian, you are truly a timely ray. With these 2 pills, junior Sister Chen will have a solid chance to establish her foundation. Rest assured. I will procure the Xianyin fruit for you in a few days. Is there anything else you require? Wang Hao chuckled and said, as long as it is useful. I have no other needs. However, some of my younger siblings in the family are in need of magical artifacts. I wonder if my elder brother could assist in procuring them. This is quite simple, replied the other. I am acquainted with several artifact smiths who possess numerous magical items and are eager to engage in trade. The artifact smiths of our sect are required to meet certain production quotas each year, yet they are reluctant to sell their surplus to the sect. As the prices offered are far too low, it is more profitable for them to conduct transactions independently. Wang Hao then produced the remaining pulse-consolidating pills and 2,000 spirit stones. I would be grateful if you could procure 3 first-tier medium-grade artifacts and 2 second-tier low-grade defensive artifacts. If you could also find a second-tier medium-grade artifact, that would be even better. Within the territory controlled by the Qingyuan sect, most magical artifacts are crafted by its disciples. Wang Hao's internal purchasing would certainly be at a lower cost than external shops, allowing the smiths to earn more. After all, intermediaries are seldom beneficial. Upon seeing a whole vial of pulse-consolidating pills, Chui was overjoyed, for these were considered hard currency. And even selling them at a high price would be seen as a favor. He repeatedly assured Wang Hao that everything would be taken care of. Wang Hao expressed his gratitude profusely and escorted him out of the guest hall. In just 6 days, Chui returned to the guest hall, this time accompanied by Chen Qing and another female cultivator. The 2 disciples responsible for welcoming guests were startled upon seeing Du Xiandai. Realizing that they had underestimated Wang Hao's stature, fortunately, they had not offended him and had only taken a small benefit, which now needed to be repaid. Daring not to be negligent, the 2 quickly led them to find Wang Hao. Upon arriving at his chamber, they tactfully withdrew. Upon meeting Wang Hao, He promptly introduced. Brother Wang, this is Du Xiandai, an artifact smith within the sect. She is a second-tier upper-grade craftsman and possesses all the magical artifacts you desire. After Chui left last time, he had been selling pulse-consolidating pills within the sect and inquired about which smiths had available artifacts. Du Xiandai was a relative of a golden core elder, holding a high status that Chui could seldom curry favor with. However, he fortuitously learned that Du Xiandai was in need of pulse-consolidating pills. Unfortunately, he had sold most of his stock, leaving only one, which was insufficient for her needs. Thus, he introduced Wang Hao to her. Although Du Xiandai was related to a golden core elder and should theoretically lack resources, she had a family to support and thus had a significant demand for such life-preserving pills. Wang Hao was certainly eager to befriend an upper-grade smith and promptly paid his respects. I am Wang Hao, honored to meet you, Miss Du. Du Xiandai scrutinized Wang Hao briefly and got straight to the point. Friend Wang, I have heard you possess pulse-consolidating pills? Wang Hao replied. All the pulse-consolidating pills have been given to Brother Chu, but I do have materials at hand and will be able to refine a batch in due time. He had long gathered the necessary spiritual herbs from old Wang, and there were a number of mature materials in his farm, although he had never refined them before. He had been a second-tier low-grade alchemist for many years, and now that he had successfully established his foundation, he was confident that after a few attempts, he would surely succeed. And how long will that take? About a month. Wang Hao asserted confidently in his alchemical skills. Upon hearing this, Du Xiandai felt a surge of joy. Very well, I require 3 bottles of pulse protection pills to be collected in a month's time. What magical artifacts do you need? Should I not have any readily available, I shall craft them for you immediately. Not a problem. The first-tier mid-grade artifacts are intended for my family's qi cultivating members, so I am not particular. A few random items will suffice. I require 2 second-tier low-grade defensive artifacts, preferably of the fire and wood attributes, with one being somewhat petite. Additionally, I desire a second-tier mid-grade artifact with a speed attribute. Furthermore, does Miss Du possess any flying vessels capable of accommodating several individuals? Wang Hao articulated his needs and inquired. He had previously advised old Wang to conceal a portion of their clan members for external development. He himself intended to leave Qingniu Square for further training, thus the possession of a flying vessel would greatly facilitate his journey. Du Xiandai regarded Wang Hao with a hint of surprise. Flying vessels are rather costly. Are you prepared with sufficient spirit stones? Upon hearing her query, Wang Hao sensed an opportunity and replied, I am an alchemist, so I do possess a modicum of wealth. May I inquire about the price of the vessel? I have a second-tier upper-grade flying vessel which can accommodate up to 20 individuals, capable of reaching speeds of 4,000 miles per hour. It requires mid-grade spirit stones or energy from cultivators, and is equipped with a basic protective formation to defend against attacks from second-tier low-grade beasts. As for the price? She glanced at Wang Hao. You are aware that such vessels typically command a price significantly higher than ordinary second-tier upper-grade artifacts. How does 8,000 spirit stones sound? 8,000 spirit stones is indeed a generous offer, as the price for second-tier low-grade artifacts generally ranges from 300 to 1,000. While mid-grade ones fall between 1,000 and 2,000, and upper-grade artifacts exceed 3,000. Given their quality, selling for 10,000 spirit stones is not uncommon. Though the speed of this vessel is unremarkable, comparable to that of a mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivator flying on a sword, its capacity of 20 individuals perfectly aligns with Wang Hao's requirements. Wang Hao nodded with a smile. I shall take this vessel. I hope Miss Du can bring it next time. Then it is settled. I shall return in a month for the transaction. Farewell, Wang Daoyu. Farewell. Du Xiandai clasped her hands in a salute and nodded to Chu He and Chen Qing before departing. Once Du Xiandai had left, Chen Qing chuckled. Who would have thought? Brother Wang, that you are so affluent? Wang Hao laughed lightly. Not at all. I am merely purchasing on behalf of my family. Chen Qing and his companion exhibited no skepticism, as they produced a storage bag containing 4,500 spirit stones and a xianyin fruit, presenting them to Wang Hao. Brother Wang, this is the payment for the pulse protection pills and the spirit stones you provided last time. Since Du Xiandai had personally come to trade with Wang Hao, the spirit stones naturally bypassed their hands. Wang Hao glanced at the two in astonishment. Realizing that the spirit stones had been in Chen Qing's possession, could it be that they had already? Senior Sister Chen, you have given too much. A bottle of pulse protection pills costs merely 2,000 spirit stones. Wang Hao returned 500 spirit stones, accepting only 4,000. But you also provided me with the soul-gathering pills, which have been immensely helpful. Wang Hao teased, I did not have the chance to partake in your celebratory feast. So let the soul-gathering pill serve as my congratulatory gift. The two did not refute his words, clearly indicating that they had indeed become a couple. Chui chuckled. I told you that Wang Xian would not accept it. Look at you. We are all friends. How can one be so distant? Wang Hao nodded repeatedly. What Brother Chu says makes sense. We are indeed life and death friends. What is a single gathering spirit pill in comparison? Besides, I did pay for the profound yin fruit you gave me, did I not? Chen Qing then relented. Then I must thank you, Brother Wang. Saying this, he produced 2 first-tier magical artifacts from his storage bag. Since Brother Wang is presenting us with a congratulatory gift, I shall also offer some gifts to your younger siblings. These 3 first-tier mid-grade magical artifacts are from our early years. I hope you will not decline. Chu He also urged, Brother Wang. We did not attend your Foundation establishment ceremony, so please do not refuse a few gifts for your younger siblings. With no choice but to accept, Wang Hao said. Then I shall express my gratitude on behalf of my brother and sister. The two then conversed with Wang Hao about their experiences over the past few years, shared a simple lunch, and took their leave. Just as they departed, the 2 disciples responsible for welcoming guests approached with ingratiating expressions. Senior Wang, we apologize for our previous oversight. We hope you can forgive us. One of them added, Indeed, we had no idea you were acquainted with Senior Du had we known. We wouldn't have dared to accept your spirit stones. They then presented Wang Hao with 30 spirit stones. Despite his repeated refusals and assurances that he bore no ill will, the 2 remained resolute, and Wang Hao, unable to decline, accepted them. Senior Wang, there are better caves behind. Please allow us to escort you. They guided Wang Hao to a secluded courtyard, where the arrangement of several rooms surpassed that of his previous small dwelling. The spiritual energy was also far more abundant, allowing even Foundation establishment cultivators to practice there. Wang Hao was naturally pleased. With the enriched spiritual energy, his recovery would be swifter, enabling him to concoct pills more rapidly. After bidding farewell to the 2, he focused intently on alchemy. After only 3 attempts, Wang Hao succeeded in refining a batch, producing 4 pills. The process required just over 2 days, and upon reflection, he realized he had ample time. Indeed, the subsequent batches had a success rate of around 50%. In less than 20 days, he had concocted 3 bottles of pulse-guarding pills for Du Xiandai, and even had 3 additional pills. He did not summon Du Xiandai, as she also needed to craft magical artifacts, and a few days' wait was inconsequential. Thus, he began to study the method of refining profound, spiritual liquid. In about 5 days, he successfully produced a batch of the liquid. The profound, spiritual liquid was colorless and transparent, exuding a chilling aura. Wang Hao extended his right hand, pouring some of the liquid into his palm. The colorless, profound, spiritual liquid emitted an unusual fragrance. Upon tasting it, a wave of coldness surged through him, causing him to shiver involuntarily, followed by a sensation of the medicinal power flowing throughout his body, imparting a refreshing chill. Indeed, this aligns perfectly with the effects described in the techniques. Wang Hao nodded in satisfaction, storing the profound, spiritual liquid in a gourd. This supply would suffice for his cultivation for a few months. He would need to wait for 5 years until the profound, fruits on the farm matured for the next refining. 5 days later, destined arrived as promised, immediately presenting a multitude of items upon meeting him. Pointing to a 1-foot-long azure elongated small boat, he introduced, "This azure flying vessel is known as the Feiyan boat. It can effortlessly carry 30,000 pounds of goods and accommodate 20 cultivators. It is crafted from a piece of bark from the Kongming tree, along with feathers from the black-winged eagle and other materials. Additionally, it is equipped with a canley array for basic protection. The price remains as previously discussed, 8,000 spirit stones." He then picked up a small azure mirror, stating, "This is a low-grade spiritual tool, the true fire mirror. Intricately carved from lihua wood, adorned with flame patterns. It can form a fire shield and launch fireballs for attack. It is valued at 700 spirit stones." Next, he presented a piece of azure chainmail, saying, "This is the mid-grade defensive spiritual tool, the Qinghan armor. Forged from Qinghan ore and infused with a trace of secret silver, effectively resisting magical attacks. Its worth is 1,300 spirit stones." He displayed a pair of azure boots, declaring, "These are the second-tier mid-grade spiritual tool, the Qingyuan boots, replicas of the spiritual treasure once owned by the true monarch Qingyuan. Under the enhancement of magical power, they can double the evasion speed of foundational cultivators, valued at 1,800 spirit stones." Pointing to an azure hat, he remarked, "This is the low-grade defensive spiritual tool, the Qiming crown, crafted from Qiming silk. It possesses commendable defensive capabilities and enhances one's perception of yin energy. It is priced at 600 spirit stones." Finally, he presented an azure jade pendant, saying, "This is the Dingsol pendant. A mid-grade spiritual tool infused with a small fragment of Dingsol jade, capable of preventing spiritual attacks and, with prolonged wear, nurturing one's consciousness slightly. Its value is 2,000 spirit stones." As for several first-tier magical tools, destined was too indifferent to mention. Fellow cultivator, you may select a few items. First-tier magical tools are of little value. These 4 items are remnants of my early practice, so I shall gift them to you. Wang Hao gazed at the array of azure magical tools, almost compelled to jest about Duxian's evident fondness for the color azure, which rendered all the magical tools uniform in hue. The total came to 14,400 spirit stones. And with 3 vials of pulse protection pills offsetting 6,000 spirit stones, Wang Hao still needed to pay Duxian over 8,000. Even though Wang Hao's wealth was considerable, he felt a twinge of discomfort. Nevertheless, the items were indeed of high quality. Purchasing them in the market would cost at least 20% more. Missing this opportunity would mean losing access to such a unique vendor. Other blacksmiths could not compete with Duxian, who had the backing of a golden core ancestor. First and foremost, some rare materials were unattainable, such as the Dingsol pendant, which contained Dingsol jade, a 3rd-tier spiritual material, exceedingly rare, even rarer than some 4th-tier materials. This was an item Wang Hao was determined to acquire, as it would complement his shattering soul spike, and could also be worn daily to nurture his consciousness further. Wang Hao presented 3 vials of pulse protection pills. Producing 3 additional ones, "Miss Du, I have 3 extra pulse protection pills. Would you like them?" Destined smiled calmly. "Naturally, I shall take them. Let us calculate the total." "Very well, the total is 6,600 spirit stones. I shall provide you with 8,000 spirit stones. I will take all these items." Wang Hao reluctantly handed over the 8,000 spirit stones. Offering first-tier magical tools to a fellow cultivator should not warrant an excess charge. "I have 3 mid-grade spirit stones on hand, which are just enough to power the Feiyan boat, so I shall include them for you." Duxian handed over a collection of magical tools and produced 3 mid-grade spirit stones, rich in spiritual energy. Mid-grade spirit stones are categorized by attributes. There are also colorless, attribute-free stones, as well as colorful, multi-attribute ones. Just as Wang Hao found himself lacking, he accepted the offer with grace, saying, then I shall not be ungracious in accepting. Should you wish to sell your protective essence pills at Qingyuan Gate in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. Customizing magical tools is also an option. Du Xiandai smiled and returned the courtesy, replying, "Certainly, certainly." After bidding farewell to Du Xiandai, Wang Hao hastily departed from Qingyuan Gate. Having already procured the magical tool, he avoided the inconvenience of returning to Qingyuan Market and instead soared directly towards Ruojuan Mountain on his sword. Wang Hao's pace was neither hurried nor slow. After traveling several thousand miles, he felt his magical energy deplete. Suddenly, a dark figure darted across his path, a masked man in black blocking his way. Wang Hao regarded him with an impassive expression and calmly inquired, "What is your intention, fellow cultivator, to obstruct my journey?" The man blocking his path revealed a sinister grin. Coldly chuckling, "Heh, my purpose is quite simple. You come from Qingyuan Gate, and I suspect you possess quite a few valuable items. Surrender your storage back, and perhaps I shall grant you the mercy of a safe passage." In his estimation, Wang Hao was undoubtedly a disciple of a certain family within Qingyuan Gate, who had likely obtained some fine treasures through trade. After trailing him for a time and discovering he was alone, the man's eyes gleamed with avarice at the prospect of a lucrative haul. Wang Hao's face betrayed a hint of alarm. "Fellow cultivator, you are merely at the 4th level of Foundation establishment. You will find it futile to attempt to subdue me in a short span. It would be wise for you to depart." As he spoke, he feigned a retreat. "Heh, I advise against futile struggles. Otherwise, you shall endure further torment." The man in black was brimming with confidence, believing Wang Hao to be nothing more than a newly advanced Foundation cultivator, untrained in various divine abilities, thus easy prey. "Die!" The black-clad man unleashed a white flying sword, a weapon cultivated with his own life force, hurtling directly toward Wang Hao. The attack was a full-force strike intended to obliterate the adversary in an instant, demonstrating the utmost caution on the part of the assailant. Had it been anyone else, they would have surely met their demise. "Ha, let us see where you escape." The black-clad man assumed that Wang Hao would be incapable of withstanding such a fierce assault, and his vigilance relaxed to the utmost. However, a flicker of hatred crossed Wang Hao's eyes, coldly fixating on the black-clad cultivator. The assailant was suddenly startled, his pupils dilating in shock, but before he could act, he felt as if his consciousness was violently pierced by an iron spike. In an instant, his awareness faded, and blood mist erupted from his mouth as his body swayed, plummeting to the ground. The flying sword, now bereft of its master, lost its potency, wobbling before crashing down at Wang Hao's feet. "Damn it! Are you playing tricks with me?" Wang Hao chuckled softly. This man acted swiftly, unlike the typical verbose villains, which compelled Wang Hao to resort to the shattering spirit spike in haste. Fortunately, the outcome proved favorable. He collected the man's storage bag and flying sword, then hurled a fireball at the body, turning it to ashes before hastily burying the remnants. Only then did he activate his escape light and depart. This was not a place for treasure hunting. Lingering could attract other highwaymen. Wang Hao could only lament his ill fortune, having encountered 3 waves of robbers in just a few outings. Upon returning to Ruojuan Mountain, Wang Hao discreetly made his way back to his cave abode without disturbing anyone. He retrieved a storage bag, the possessions of the individual who had sought his demise, and waved his hand to break the seals that bound it, spilling its contents onto the ground. After a cursory examination, Wang Hao noted that the individual was not particularly affluent, possessing only 2,000 low-grade spirit stones and a handful of mid-grade spirit stones. The most remarkable item among them was his life-bound spiritual sword. Regrettably, it could only unleash its full potential in the hands of its original wielder, while others could only harness a mere 30% of its power, rendering it inferior to some superior first-grade magical artifacts. There was also a mid-grade spiritual weapon, a set of inner armor, whose material was indiscernible, yet it could still fetch over 1,000 spirit stones. As for the elixirs, they were rather mundane. As an alchemist, Wang Hao regarded them with disdain, their combined value scarcely amounting to 500 spirit stones. Ultimately, he was left with a collection of talismans in 2 jade boxes, which surprisingly contained 3 low-grade second-tier explosive talismans and 2 mid-grade second-tier water needle talismans. This was indeed a fortuitous discovery, as Wang Hao did not possess any mid-grade second-tier talismans. The water needle talisman, being an area attack, unleashed tens of thousands of water needles upon activation, forming an impenetrable barrage that, while ineffective against cultivators, proved exceedingly useful against beast tides. One talisman could decimate a swath of low-tier demon beasts. Wang Hao held high hopes for the jade boxes, for items carefully stored within them were typically deemed exceedingly precious by cultivators. He cautiously opened one of the boxes, revealing a most peculiar talisman. Unlike the intricate runes and spiritual energy fluctuations found on other talismans, this one bore only a singular, lifelike golden sword, appearing strikingly simple. Could this be the fabled talisman treasure? Wang Hao held it in his hand, sensing it thoroughly but discerning no extraordinary qualities. Initially tempted to infuse it with spiritual energy for experimentation, he hesitated, fearing unforeseen consequences, and resolved to set it aside for further study. The second jade box contained merely 2 jade slips. Wang Hao surmised these were likely techniques for cultivation, and upon inspection, discovered one to be a method known as the Xian Yuan sword art. The individual had indeed wielded a flying sword as their life-bound spiritual weapon, revealing themselves to be a sword cultivator. The technique was commendable, yet Wang Hao had no intention of altering his path. Sword cultivators were known for their relentless advance, striking with a single sword, which was incongruent with Wang Hao's philosophy of survival. Upon lifting the other jade slip and placing it against his forehead, 2 prominent characters appeared before him. Formation path. This explained the intricacies of arranging formations, crafting formation flags, and formation devices, progressing from the elementary to the advanced, culminating in mid-grade second-tier formations. This knowledge was likely worth more than all the other items combined. Among the 4 disciplines of alchemy, talisman crafting, formation, and weapon forging, formation masters were the rarest and most challenging to cultivate. They demanded exceptionally high comprehension, a complete lineage for study, and crucially, did not yield immediate profits. Only after reaching the second tier could they sell simplified formations to earn spirit stones. However, those who attained the third tier and beyond were highly sought after, as the grand formations of various sects and families that protected their mountains, critical strongholds, and cities were immensely valuable, with the profits from a single formation potentially equating to a year's worth of concocted elixirs by an alchemist. Having already mastered alchemy and talisman crafting, was it truly necessary for him to delve into the art of formation as well? Wang Hao gazed bitterly at the jade slip in his hand. The 4 disciplines were indeed interconnected. Both alchemy and artifact forging required mastery over fire, while rune crafting and formation setting necessitated the written symbols. High-tier elixirs also incorporated these runes. Having already acquired knowledge in 2 of the disciplines, Wang Hao was now endeavoring to learn the remaining 2, which provided him with a modicum of foundation. However, he found himself pressed for time. His cultivation could not falter, as he also needed to refine his body. For over a decade, he had been so occupied that he scarcely had time to pursue romantic interests. Was he to continue this way while studying formations? Perhaps he should set this aside for now, hoping that in the future, he might find the time or the right person to inherit his knowledge. As Wang Hao carefully placed the jade slip aside, an unsettling thought lingered in his mind. The recent ambush on the road seemed unusual. Shortly after departing from Qingyuan Gate, he encountered this attack. Could it possibly be connected to Qingyuan Gate? What about Chu He and Qin Qing? Although their interactions had been limited, they had shared life and death experiences, and their characters seemed unlikely to lead them to such treachery. Could it have been Du Xiandai? After all, the moment he intervened, he had over 10,000 spirit stones on him, along with numerous spiritual artifacts, which could easily incite greed. Yet, Du Xiandai was no ordinary cultivator. She was also quite affluent. Then there were the 2 Qi refinement cultivators who had received Wang Hao. They were unaware of his considerable wealth. All these individuals appeared suspicious. Yet there was little he could do but remain vigilant and find ways to investigate further. Rising to his feet, Wang Hao prepared to meet Wang Yanzhao to present him with some of the magical artifacts he had procured. He intended to keep the Qingyuan boots and the soul-stabilizing pendant, as well as the inner armor obtained from the dark-clad cultivator for his own use, while passing the remainder, valued at nearly 3,000 spirit stones, to old Wang. For now, he decided to keep the dark-clad cultivator's items concealed. He would deal with them later if no further developments occurred. Old Wang had treated him well over the years, and it was time to offer some measure of gratitude. Upon reaching the summit, Wang Hao produced 3 spiritual artifacts and 7 first-tier magical items before Wang Yanzhao, who was initially taken aback but quickly furrowed his brow. "These items are of decent quality. Their value must be considerable," he exclaimed. "Yet they amount to less than 3,000 spirit stones. As I traded directly with the artifact smiths within Qingyuan Gate, securing them at a 20% discount compared to market prices," Wang Hao explained. "This isn't frivolous spending. How could one pass up such an opportunity to acquire magical artifacts at such a bargain? They even included a few mid-tier first-tier artifacts. Wang Yanzhao nodded in agreement. Stroking the mid-tier spiritual armor, Qinghan armor. As a renowned alchemist, he was expected to be far wealthier than other Foundation establishment cultivators. Yet he found himself without even a single mid-tier artifact to his name. The struggle of a family provider was indeed daunting. Your timing is impeccable. Your eighth uncle has also solidified his cultivation recently. We ought to return to Wang Family Ridge together. With 2 additional Foundation establishment members in our family, it would surely bring joy to our ancestor. However, while it was a pretext to please their ancestor, the true aim was to discuss strategies. The sudden increase in 2 Foundation establishment members within the Wang family was conspicuous. Thankfully, Wang Yanfeng had not attracted much attention, and the clan members were still unaware of his advancement. But with time, this secrecy would be untenable, necessitating preemptive measures. Following Wang Yanzhao and Wang Yanfeng, as they returned to Wang Family Ridge, the clan leader, Wang Guangyan, summoned all the elders remaining at the ridge to the council hall. Upon seeing that everyone had gathered, Wang Guangyan spoke. Now that all are present, let us commence our discussions. This meeting concerns the future trajectory of the Wang family, its prosperity and decline, as well as the strategies we must adopt in the face of the impending beast tide. We must approach these matters with utmost caution. Furthermore, this is the first time I'm convening you all in my capacity as the clan leader. The assembly grew anxious. They were aware of the chief's injuries. Yet he appeared to have recovered. During the last expedition to Ruojuan Mountain, his condition had seemed unremarkable. What could be the matter? They began to voice their concerns. Wang Guangyan reassured them, there is no need for alarm. My previous injuries have indeed healed. However, at the age of 210, I have but a few years left to live. It is time for the younger generation of our family to step forward. Turning to Wang Hao and the others, he continued with a smile, my stepping down as clan leader is not an unfavorable occurrence. Although I suffered grave injuries in my youth and my cultivation has stagnated for nearly a century, my heart remains steadfast in the pursuit of the Tao. I intend to focus on my cultivation in the years I have left, striving to attain the Golden Core stage. Achieving the Golden Core is no simple feat. Yet, given Wang Guangyan's extraordinary talent, it is not beyond the realm of possibility. Wang Hao could only extend his blessings. If it were to come to fruition, that would be splendid. If not, given his age, he would not be able to protect the Wang family for long. Hearing these words, the assembly felt a sense of relief and quieted down. In truth, for the past several years, Wang Longyu had been managing affairs, and it was highly probable that he would succeed Wang Guangyan as the clan leader. Wang Guangyan continued, since we are discussing the clan leader, let us proceed to elect one, after which the new leader can outline the forthcoming plans. 3 candidates were deemed suitable for the position, Wang Longyu, Wang Yanzhao, and Wang Wenhao. Longyu had managed the family affairs for hundreds of years during my convalescence, and his capabilities are well known to you all. Yanzhao has also made steady progress, possessing remarkable talent for cultivation. He has honed his skills in the marketplace and now effectively oversees operations at Ruojuan Mountain, ensuring everything runs smoothly. As for Wenhao, you may not be as familiar with him, but he is commendable in character, capability, and cultivation. Having spent over 30 years independent, he successfully established his foundation and is a second-tier low-grade alchemist, ranking as the foremost among the Wang family in nearly a century. His contributions are equally impressive. Under his leadership, the profits from Qingyo Marketplace have multiplied tenfold, making our family one of the most profitable establishments, second only to Qingyu Pavilion and the Four Seas Merchants Alliance. The Qingyuan Marketplace has also turned a profit under his management, no longer requiring the family's support, and has contributed thousands of spirit stones to the clan treasury over the past 2 years. His contributions to the clan's techniques are noteworthy, and he was responsible for capturing our family spirit beast, the Eye-Side White Tiger. Additionally, during the development of Ruojuan Mountain, he rescued several clan elders and subdued a second-tier long-arm monkey, ensuring our victory. Other contributions must remain confidential for now, known only to a few who have established their foundations. However, I must emphasize that the collective contributions of all present do not surpass his. The improvement in my condition is also thanks to Wenhao's efforts. This statement left Wang Hao, seated below, somewhat bewildered. What was Wang Guangyan attempting to achieve? He had only visited Wang Family Ridge twice in recent years. How had he suddenly found himself in the running for clan leader? He had never aspired to such a position. Yet, Wang Guangyin continued to extol him with fervent praise. It can be said that the support the family has provided him pales in comparison to his contributions. Were he to exchange his contribution points for resources, he could easily empty half of the clan's treasury. I express these thoughts in hopes that none shall harbor bias against him due to his youth and his prolonged absence from Wangjiling. Having concluded my remarks, I invite any opinions from the assembly. The crowd exchanged glances, genuinely unaware of Wang Hao's remarkable capabilities. However, upon reflecting on the patriarch's words, it became evident that all these accomplishments were indeed attributed to Wang Hao. The prosperity they now enjoy, the timely disbursement of their stipends, and the annual addition of several spirit pills as rewards are all due to his efforts. What objections could there possibly be, even if there were any? He is currently a foundation-building cultivator and possesses a foundation-building father. One could argue that his voice would not be diminished even if he were unable to assume the position of patriarch. To speak ill of him at this juncture would be akin to lighting a lantern in a toilet, a fool's errand. Wang Hao, sensing the precariousness of the situation, realized that if this continued, the patriarch might indeed cast the burden upon him. He had no desire to be ensnared by mundane affairs which could hinder his cultivation. Thus, he hastily declared, "Patriarch, esteemed elders, I am truly unfit for this role. I believe it would be better for Uncle Lu to take on this responsibility. Though I possess a modicum of cleverness and can provide some guidance in commerce, my abilities are far from sufficient to lead a family. Just consider those present. Many of them I do not even know by name. How could I possibly ensure that each individual is utilized to their fullest potential? If I were to make an erroneous decision, the entire family would suffer the consequences." Upon witnessing Wang Hao's humble refusal, a few among the crowd could not help but chuckle. A junior assuming the role of patriarch was not something they were particularly keen on. Yet they dared not voice their discontent. Now that he himself was unwilling, it was indeed a cause for collective relief. "Fifth brother, your statement is misplaced. Initially, at Miaodong Pavilion, you were just as unfamiliar with us, yet you still managed to establish it successfully. Surely, knowing a few individuals cannot be an insurmountable obstacle for you. Speaking of utilizing talents, I believe I hold the most authority to comment on this. The initial members sent to Miaodong Pavilion were all of modest aptitude. Yet look around, who among them is not in an appropriate position? Have their contributions to the family been any less than those of the clansmen residing in Wangjiling?" Suddenly, Wang Wenmei, seated in the back row, interjected. Over the past few years, under Wang Hao's guidance, she had earned thousands of spirit stones and commissions, and, due to her sweet disposition, Wang Hao occasionally gifted her a few Huanglong pills, facilitating her rapid advancement in cultivation. She had now reached the 9th layer of qi refinement and had become an elder of the family, wholeheartedly supporting Wang Hao's ascension to patriarch. "Oh dear, this young lady. Why are you assisting him at such a moment?" Wang Hao thought with a wry smile, hastily reiterating, "I truly am unfit for the role of patriarch. Everyone knows I possess 5 spirit roots. My foundation was established solely through diligent study and practice. Even during my time at Miaodong Pavilion, I delegated all responsibilities to Wenmei and Wenyin, retreating to my cave for cultivation. Could anyone accept a patriarch who does not engage in the family's affairs? Moreover, I previously proposed to the family the idea of dispatching a portion of our clansmen to develop outside, and after the beast tide subsides, I intend to lead the expedition myself. How could I possibly take on the role of patriarch?" Disregarding the chatter surrounding him, he presented the Feiyan boat, stating, "Behold, I have even prepared the flying vessel." After contemplating for a considerable time, Wang Guangyin remarked, "I once believed you could lead our family toward prosperity, but it seems your aspirations lie elsewhere. The confines of Qingyo Workshop are ultimately insufficient to contain your ambitions, so let it be. In accordance with the clan regulations, it would be unjust for the family to benefit from your contributions without due acknowledgement. Henceforth, the clan's treasury shall be entirely accessible to you, allowing you to take whatever you desire without requiring anyone's consent." He then turned to Wang Longyu and the others, inquiring if they had any objections. The mere presence of the condensing yuan fruit tree alone could outweigh the entire clan treasury. What possible dissent could they voice? Furthermore, Wang Hao had refrained from making demands on the clan treasury for many years. Could he truly deplete it now? Indeed, there were only a few items within the treasury that might be of use during the foundation establishment stage, and they all shook their heads in agreement. Wang Guangyin nodded in satisfaction and remarked, "Then let us select one from Wang Longyu and Wang Yanzhao to serve as the clan leader." Wang Longyu remarked, "Uncle, I have also managed the family for several decades and wish to retreat for the sake of refining my cultivation. The clan leader should appoint Yin Zhao. He is now over 140 years old and has only reached the 6th layer of foundation establishment. If he becomes entangled with worldly matters, his hopes of achieving the golden core will dissipate. Who among those who cultivate the way does not aspire to attain the golden core? Wang Yin Zhao, still under 60, is at the prime of his life, making him the most suitable candidate. Thus, Wang Guang'an declared, "Let Yin Zhao succeed as clan leader, while Lan Yu shall oversee the affairs at Ruojuan Mountain." He then turned to Wang Hao. "Although you do not wish to become clan leader, you must still take charge of certain matters. Choose a position within the family." Wang Hao was disinclined to assume any role, yet with Wang Guang'an's insistence, it would be unseemly to refuse, as though he were severing ties with the Wang family. Thus, he replied, "I am not fit for any administrative role. I lack the time and aptitude. I can only offer suggestions to guide reforms." "Such as?" Wang Guang'an inquired. "For instance, the selection of management positions within the family or sect should prioritize cultivation level as a measure of merit. Those lacking sufficient cultivation cannot become elders and manage affairs, which I find unsatisfactory. Many possess high cultivation, yet are ill-suited for management and unwilling to take on such responsibilities, while others excel in management, yet lack the requisite cultivation. I believe we should amend this, allowing the right individuals to undertake appropriate tasks. This way, the family's enterprises can flourish. Additionally, we could establish a corresponding assessment system. For example, the management of Miaodong Pavilion. If the shop's revenue matches that of the previous year, it is deemed satisfactory and the manager can retain their position. If it exceeds a certain threshold, it is considered excellent, warranting promotion. If it falls below the prior year's figures, an investigation is required. If external factors, such as beast disturbances, are to blame, a second chance may be granted. If it is due to personal incompetence, dismissal is necessary. Having begun, Wang Hao intended to articulate his thoughts fully, as he wished to prevent Wang Yin Zhao from becoming bogged down by worldly concerns. The responsibilities of family management predominantly rested upon the clan leader, which was detrimental, as the leader, being a foundation cultivator, should prioritize cultivation rather than squander time on mundane matters. I propose we separate various family affairs into distinct halls, with elders serving as hall masters. The hall masters can decide on minor issues, while only significant matters should require the clan leader's intervention or a council of elders. Not every issue necessitates collective discussion. Take Miaodong Pavilion as an example. In matters of business and alchemy, other elders lack the requisite knowledge. What purpose would their involvement serve? It would merely waste time. The assembly nodded in agreement, recognizing that at times they lacked understanding of the matters discussed, rendering their participation futile and often leading to erroneous suggestions. And how should we categorize these matters? Please elaborate. Wang Guang'an urged. Wang Hao explained, "We can begin by dividing into several major halls, such as the transmission hall, responsible for teaching the younger generation techniques and the fundamental arts of cultivation, the administrative hall, tasked with handling daily family affairs, distributing salaries, managing arrivals and departures, assigning tasks, and overseeing contributions, the financial hall, which manages family assets and audits the accounts of each hall, and the law enforcement hall, which adjudicates the misdeeds of family members. Further divided into internal and external branches to address matters within and outside the family. Furthermore, various specialized halls may be established according to the arts of cultivation, such as alchemy, artifact forging, talisman crafting, beast mastery, and spirit plant cultivation, alongside mining, commerce, and transportation. This ensures that each elder has specific responsibilities, rather than wasting time in endless meetings. Each hall leader should appoint several managers who, in turn, oversee the specific tasks of clan members, with daily affairs decided by the hall leader and executed by the managers. Major matters should be deliberated and decided upon by the clan leader and the elders. In cases of significant disagreement, the clan leader retains the ultimate decision-making authority. This method allows for the swift handling of numerous matters, significantly enhancing operational efficiency. Simultaneously, a corresponding assessment system should be established, with 5-year terms for elders and managers. Those who fail to meet standards must be replaced. The various halls should also be compared, ranked from 1st to 5th, with the highest scoring hall receiving collective rewards, while the lowest may face public reprimand or even the reduction of certain benefits. Internal comparisons within each hall are also necessary. For instance, in the spirit plant hall, the one managing the most productive spirit fields would be ranked highest, receiving the greatest rewards, while the last-ranked individual would only receive a basic stipend. Each clan member should be assigned points from birth. earning scores based on the completion of specific tasks, which can be exchanged for rare resources. For instance, to acquire foundation-building pills, one must not only use contribution points but also maintain a higher personal score than others. The precise regulations can be deliberated and refined over time. After all, how can one develop without putting in effort? This system has been successfully employed in companies of my past life, and Wang Hao can implement it seamlessly. However, some may question whether this will lead to discontent among the clan members. Wang Hao smiled, asserting that with these changes, he believes every individual in the clan will have tasks to engage in, fostering a spirit of competition that will significantly increase the family's income, thereby augmenting the resources distributed to each member. How could there be dissent? Those who excel will reap greater rewards, while those who receive less can only blame their own lack of effort. Should any member find the system flawed in the future, adjustments can certainly be made. Another elder voiced a differing opinion. I am not entirely convinced. If the clan members are all eager to work, will it not affect their cultivation? After all, cultivation is fundamental. This can be easily addressed by encouraging clan members to enhance their cultivation levels, rewarding them with a certain number of spirit stones and elixirs for each level gained, of course, within a time limit, say, one level every 3 to 5 years, with varying standards based on spiritual roots and cultivation stages. As long as the rewards for improving cultivation are comparable to those for completing tasks, how could anyone neglect their training? Wang Hao inquired, is my current cultivation not commendable? In addition to that, I engage in alchemy, talisman crafting, and have managed the Qingniu market for several years. With effort, anything is achievable. If you cannot succeed, it merely reflects your lack of diligence. Wang Hao's remarks filled the elders with a sense of shame. Their spiritual roots surpassed his, granting them greater resources, yet their cultivation and achievements paled in comparison. Little did they know, Wang Hao's journey was heavily reliant on elixirs. Without his farm, could he have established his foundation? He might struggle even in the late stages of qi refinement. Moreover, the number of cultivators in the Wang family remains insufficient. It would be prudent to encourage those of our kin who have lost hope on the path of cultivation to marry and take concubines, thereby producing offspring blessed with spiritual roots. To incentivize this, we could reward them with spiritual stones, and the family would also cover the cost of raising these children. In less than a century, the Wang family shall undoubtedly evolve into a prominent clan boasting thousands of cultivators. Population constitutes the very foundation of a clan. Without a sufficient populace to support it, many endeavors remain unattainable. Only through the expansion of our numbers can we hope to nurture prodigious talents and achieve stability, rather than relying on the whims of chance that yield but one or two with dual spiritual roots every few decades. Wang Yanfeng rose and inquired, will this not significantly increase the family's expenditures? Wang Hao asked, what is the current status of our family's income and expenditures? Wang Lonyu replied, since you took charge of the Qingniu shop, our family's income has seen a substantial increase. A few years ago, we secured Ruojuan Mountain, establishing numerous spiritual fields which have similarly boosted our revenue. Presently, our total annual income hovers around 20,000 spiritual stones, while expenditures, including family salaries and welfare, amount to approximately 10,000 spiritual stones. The expenses for hospitality require 2,000 spiritual stones, and procuring magical tools and talismans for our kin demands an additional 3,000 spiritual stones. Miscellaneous expenses account for over 1,000 spiritual stones, leaving us with nearly 4,000 spiritual stones as surplus each year. The Wang family's current earnings are quite satisfactory. Wang Hao nodded in approval, smiling as he remarked, with this surplus of 4,000 spiritual stones, we can easily incentivize cultivation or encourage procreation in the short term. An increase in our population will naturally strengthen our capabilities, allowing for the expansion of our territory and the acquisition of greater benefits. Surely, this is more advantageous than merely allowing spiritual stones to languish in the clan's treasury. Indeed, Wang Guang'an reflected that with the establishment of the Ningyuan fruit tree, the Wang family's foundation-building elixirs now have a stable source, eliminating the need to hoard spiritual stones for external purchases. He nodded in agreement, stating, then it is settled. Now, do any of you have opinions regarding the establishment of the halls? Yin Zhao, as the clan leader, do you have anything to add? Wang Yinzhao shook his head, saying, Elder, I have no objections. Wang Guang'an turned to the others, who also expressed their agreement. Wang Hao's actions effectively distributed the authority of the clan leader, granting the elders of each hall a measure of power. Why would they object when they stand to benefit? Very well, this matter is settled. Now, who shall assume the role of managing elder for each hall? We must delineate the powers and specify the rewards for each position, resolving each point one by one. He then looked at Wang Yinzhao as the clan leader. You are familiar with our members. You shall appoint the first elder to preside over the hall. Long Yu. As you are well versed in family finances, you shall determine the reward amounts and specific resources. And Wang Hao, since you proposed this, you will outline the structure and delineate the powers. Once the three of you have reached a consensus, we shall reconvene to discuss and amend any inappropriate aspects collectively. Cultivators possess sharper minds than ordinary folk. Within less than an hour, the three had efficiently organized these matters into a comprehensive document. Wang Guangyan, upon reviewing the matter, expressed his satisfaction with a smile, saying, "The family is entrusted to your care. I am entirely at ease. Henceforth, I shall not concern myself with any affairs. And unless there are urgent matters of great significance, do not feel compelled to disturb me. You, the several foundational elders, may deliberate amongst yourselves." As he spoke, he retrieved several tomes, a few jade slips, and a white flying sword from his storage bag, presenting them to Wang Yinzhao. "Yinzhao, this is the family genealogy. The secrets of our lineage, essential cultivation techniques, and the Luyun sword, which only the clan leader may wield. From this moment onward, you are the clan leader." Having spoken, he chuckled heartily and exited the council chamber. The assembly promptly rose to their feet, bowing respectfully. "We bid farewell to the esteemed elder." Wang Yinzhao rose to assume the esteemed position of clan leader, and the crowd once again bowed in respect, exclaiming, "Greetings, esteemed leader." Wang Yinzhao has always been groomed as the heir of the family, and thus, he carries out these tasks with remarkable ease. He stated, "I have already drafted the candidates. Let us deliberate on this matter together. Currently, there exists an abundance of monks, but a scarcity of elders, with many halls unable to secure the guidance of a senior. Everyone occupies their seats, and thus, no one voices dissent. This is merely the beginning. In a few years, once the true operations commence, the establishment will find its rhythm, and adjustments to any discrepancies will gradually ensue." After an hour had passed, Wang Yinzhao made the necessary arrangements and allowed the elders in the qi refinement stage to depart. He then remarked, "At the onset of our family's reform, it is likely that numerous disturbances will arise. I would greatly appreciate your assistance, sixth uncle." Wang Lonyu nodded, saying, "This is only natural. We are about to confront the demon beasts, and I cannot afford to retreat into seclusion at such a critical moment." He turned his gaze towards Wang Hao and asked, "Hao, do you truly believe that the plan for external development should be put into action?" Wang Hao declared solemnly, "It is imperative that we take action. In Qing Niufeng, we are encircled by restrictions and oppressed by the Qing Yuan sect, rendering any possibility of development utterly impossible. Venturing outside is our only avenue for progress. I intend to take 10 of our clansmen who have reached the later stages of qi refinement overseas to establish a branch for our family. Simultaneously hunting the monstrous creatures of the sea can also augment one's income to a certain extent." Wang Lonyu remarked. "As a foundational cultivator venturing overseas while also attending to the needs of the qi refinement clan, it is indeed a formidable challenge. Allow Yinfeng to accompany you on this journey." After some contemplation, he remarked, "I believe the Li family could also serve as a potential ally. They too fear being targeted by the Qingyuan sect. It would be prudent to invite them to collaborate. Uniting our strengths would significantly enhance our power." Wang Hao pondered and remarked, "However, my heirship can only accommodate 20 individuals. In that case, each family would be limited to 10 members." Wang Lonyu remarked, 10 individuals is quite sufficient. Although the outer seas are abundant, it is said that numerous deserted islands are rife with spiritual herbs. However, the perils are equally greater. Our Wang family cannot afford to lose so many people. Let the Li family also contribute 2 foundation establishment cultivators. Thus, the 4 of you will be no less formidable than an ordinary demon hunting team." Wang Yinzhao concurred, stating, "What my sixth uncle has said is indeed correct. Our Wang family's cultivators number but 100, and the risk involved in producing even 10 exceptional elites is already quite substantial. Since the Wang and Li families are bound together due to the matter of the Ningyuan fruit trees, it is entirely reasonable for them to be involved in this affair as well." Wang Hao pondered for a moment, realizing that only the later stage practitioners of his clan would be able to accompany him on the voyage. How many members did the Wang family actually have? At this moment, it is likely that a significant portion of the later stages of qi cultivation has been taken away by Wang Hao. Should misfortune befall them, the Wang family may face a critical rupture. The group deliberated further on how to confront the demonic beasts, reaching a consensus before commencing the allocation of tasks and making preparations for one another. Time flows swiftly like water, and in the blink of an eye, half a year has passed. The beast tide of Duanyuan Mountain has arrived later than anticipated. With news emanating from Qingyuan Gate that the Golden Lion Demon King has rallied nearly 400,000 demon beasts, advancing directly towards Qingyuan Mountain. However, the choice of the demon army to attack Qingyuan Mountain does not imply that the Qingyo Workshop region is safe, as the beasts will also divide their forces, placing significant pressure on the 5 prominent families. Another piece of news has deepened the 5 families' sense of malice from Qingyuan Gate. They have, under the pretext of overwhelming pressure, refused to dispatch cultivators to support Qingyo Workshop, offering only a token supply of low-tier spiritual pills and talismans. It seems that Qingyuan Gate intends to use this opportunity to weaken us. Wang Guang'an emerged from his secluded chamber, unable to suppress a soft sigh. Each tumult of demon beasts is destined to be a calamity. Without support this time, one wonders how many cultivators the family will lose. Geographically, Wang Family Ridge appears relatively secure, with only Qingyo Workshop, the Li family, and Ruojuan Mountain at the forefront. Qingyo Workshop, being the most significant target with the longest defensive line, will see the Qing, Lei, and Zhao families aid in its defense alongside scattered cultivators from the marketplace, while the Wang and Li families can only remain on guard. Fortunately, the 3 locations are not too distant from each other. Foundational cultivators can reach the scene within a day or 2. Should Ruojuan Mountain come under attack, other families will not remain idle. For without the Wang family at the forefront, the demon beasts would surge forth, threatening their ancestral lands. Wang Guang'an resolved to lead 70% of the clan members to fortify Ruojuan Mountain, leaving only 30% at Wang Family Ridge, with the newly established foundational cultivator Wang Yanfeng remaining behind. Before departing, he summoned Wang Yanfeng and earnestly instructed, "The most crucial aspect for our family is Wang Family Ridge. You are responsible for guarding this place. Under no circumstances are you to leave. Do you understand?" Wang Yanfeng hesitated momentarily but could not resist asking, "What if Ruojuan Mountain and Qingyo Workshop call for aid?" "No," Wang Guang'an replied, shaking his head gravely. "If we cannot hold Ruojuan Mountain, your presence here would merely be a death sentence. Rather, by remaining here and relying on the formation to fortify our position, we can at least preserve a semblance of our bloodline." Moreover, Wang Guang'an's gaze flickered as he lowered his voice. "You must guard against any diversionary tactics." Wang Yanfeng, no fool, understood the implications and nodded earnestly. "Elder, I comprehend. I will remain at Wang Family Ridge." Wang Family Ridge is fortified by a second-tier superior fire array as the protective formation, and with the coordination of Wang Yanfeng and the family's Qi refinement cultivators, it can withstand the attacks of 2 late-stage foundational experts, proving formidable against mindless demon beasts. Upon reaching Ruojuan Mountain, Wang Guang'an began to establish defenses, while he, along with Wang Longyu and Wang Yanzhao, would guard Ruojuan Mountain, and Wang Hao was tasked with leading several Qi refinement cultivators to protect the mortal city. The mortals are of great significance to the clan. Although the probability of a cultivator emerging from among them is exceedingly low, less than 1 in 1,000, the larger the mortal population, the more substantial the number of potential cultivators. The Wang family boasts over 300,000 mortals, with 90% residing near Wang Family Ridge, while Ruojuan Mountain has developed later and has only seen the migration of fewer than 30,000, currently concentrated in a small town called Linghu. Linghu is situated 500 miles south of Ruojuan Mountain, a distance that is not particularly far. For practitioners of Qi cultivation, it takes merely 2 or 3 hours to reach, while for foundation establishment cultivators, it requires less than a quarter of an hour. Along the shores of Linghu lies a first-tier spiritual vein, where mortals residing in areas infused with spiritual energy have an increased likelihood of producing offspring with spiritual roots. Should pregnant women consume spiritual items such as spirit rice, this probability is further enhanced. However, the Wang family has yet to indulge in such extravagance. Wang Hao, accompanied by Wang Wenmei and Wang Wenyang, traversed the landscape, which predominantly consisted of plains with the occasional modest hills. They exercised utmost caution while passing through areas imbued with spiritual power, as the local beasts had been systematically dealt with. Yet, as they approached the Duanyuan mountain range, the occasional emergence of new beasts vying for territory was not uncommon, and some first-tier beasts had been deliberately retained by the family. This strategy serves a dual purpose. Firstly, when the beasts in that territory grow formidable, family members can be dispatched to hunt them, refining their skills and gathering resources. Secondly, as these beasts possess territorial instincts, the lower-tier creatures can act as a barrier for the Wang family, posing a minor inconvenience to any intruders, whether human or beast, thereby providing a warning system. Consequently, lower-tier spiritual veins devoid of spiritual produce are typically neglected by the family, allowing the low-tier beasts to occupy them freely. Why does Wang Hao choose not to embark on the Feiyan boat? The distance is trivial, rendering such travel unnecessary. Moreover, these lower-tier demon beasts provide an excellent opportunity for Wang Wenmei and her companions to hone their skills. With experience gained, they will be less flustered when confronting the impending beast tide. Indeed, along the way, Wang Wenmei and her companions have already vanquished 4 first-tier demon beasts, each reaping a bountiful harvest of materials. While these spoils may not hold value for Wang Hao, they remain exceedingly precious resources for them. As Wang Hao and his group proceed, the inhabitants of Linghu town are also in a state of urgent preparation. A middle-aged cultivator, possessing merely the second layer of Qi training, rushes into a lavish residence and greets an elder with great haste. Lord City Master, the family has notified us that a foundation establishment elder and 6 Qi practitioners will be dispatched to address the forthcoming beast tide. Seated in the hall, the elder, Wang Longling, unable to restrain his applause, exclaims in approval. Like Wang Hao, he is a practitioner of the 5 spiritual roots, yet at nearly 80 years of age, he has only reached the 6th layer of Qi training, casting doubt on whether he will ever attain the later stages of Qi training. The path of cultivation has proven fruitless for him, lacking the innate talent for the myriad arts of immortality. Consequently, the family can only assign him to guard their mortal stronghold, encouraging him to take multiple wives and bear offspring, thus contributing to the family lineage. Survival for mortals in this world is fraught with difficulties. They must contend not only with natural disasters such as flash floods and inundations, but also with human calamities. A single conflict among cultivators can obliterate an entire village. Particularly, malevolent practitioners and spectral entities wreak havoc, mercilessly slaughtering mortals to refine their powers with human flesh and blood. Additionally, there are mountain spirits and wild beasts deemed worthless by cultivators, yet they pose a catastrophic threat to mortals. Thus, mortals can only thrive under the protection of various cultivation factions. The distance between Linghu City and Ruojuan Mountain has been carefully considered. It must not be too far, lest aid arrives too late, yet not too close to disturb the tranquility of the practitioners. Typically, a small mortal town will be guarded by 3 cultivators, 1 in the mid-Qi training stage and 2 in the early stage, often those with poor spiritual roots and little hope for advancement. They regularly patrol the outskirts of the mortal town, driving away wild beasts and promptly reporting any insurmountable issues to their family. Furthermore, protective formations are in place, providing some defense even against second-tier demon beasts, allowing time for the foundation establishment cultivators to provide support. Wang Longling inquires, "What is the status of the demon beasts? Have you gathered sufficient intelligence?" The foundation establishment elder will undoubtedly wish to know. The messenger responds, "I am uncertain about the situation regarding the beast tide, as the elders likely possess more timely information than we do. However, it appears that first-tier demon beasts have begun to congregate in Linghu, numbering in the hundreds. I am unaware of any second-tier beasts among them. Additionally, the water level in Linghu has begun to rise, seemingly connected to the beast tide." Wang Longling ponders for a moment. "Let us make preparations. Block all the waterways connecting the city to Linghu. Furthermore, notify the city guards to gather mortals to fortify the defenses, raising the city walls, particularly ensuring that catapults and crossbows capable of injuring first-tier demon beasts are fully prepared." Having served as city master for over 50 years, Wang Longling is seasoned and astute, which is why the Wang family entrusted him with the new settlement at Ruojuan Mountain. The plight of these mortals is evident. Having recently migrated, they are occupied with constructing homes, establishing cities, and reclaiming land, leaving them no moment of respite. Now, they must also contend with the menace of demonic beasts. After a relentless hunt, Wang Hao and his companions arrived at Linghu City by evening. Nestled against the backdrop of Linghu, the lake spans thousands of miles, interconnected by rivers that link to the sea in the depths of Duanyuan Mountain. The presence of demonic beasts within the lake makes it a focal point for Wang Hao's defensive strategies. The Wang family intends to develop this area, envisioning the cultivation of spiritual fish, which would yield substantial benefits whether for internal consumption or external sale. As Wang Hao gazed upon the shimmering surface of the lake at sunset, he marveled at the sight of several large fish leaping from the water and birds soaring against the waning light in search of prey. He reflected on the poetic imagery that encapsulated the scene. The setting sun and solitary wild geese fly together. The autumn waters blend seamlessly with the vast sky. Upon entering the city, he noted the bustling activity. Many citizens were laboriously transporting stones to the city walls, while various large machines cluttered the streets. Although mortals possess limited strength individually, they can inflict some damage on lower-tier demonic beasts with the assistance of machinery. Among them are martial practitioners, categorized as innate or acquired. It is said that innate martial artists can generate true energy within, allowing them to match skilled practitioners of the fifth stage in close combat. However, in the realm of cultivation, those at the chi refining stage are considered the lowest tier, while the innate realm represents the pinnacle among mortal warriors. Wang Wenyuan expressed her admiration, observing how much the family values this location. Earlier, while passing Linghu, she noticed spiritual energy emanating from the lake. It is possible that there are second-tier or higher spiritual veins at the bottom, making it ideal for cultivating spiritual fish or aquatic spiritual herbs. The family likely places great importance on this potential. The speaker, Zhu Shan, who has pursued Wang Wenyuan for nearly a decade, has finally won her heart and has now joined the Wang family. Wang Hao glanced at the couple and remarked, "Brother-in-law possesses experience in cultivating spiritual fish. It would be prudent to conduct an assessment. Once the beast tide has passed, you two may operate a fishery here." Zhu Shan's entry into the Wang family is not solely due to winning Wang Wenyuan's affection. His expertise in fish farming also played a significant role. Zhu Shan eagerly nodded, declaring, "At the elder's command, I shall diligently investigate." He is always meticulous about propriety, having been cautioned by Wang Wenyuan on several occasions, yet he never oversteps his bounds. Wang Hao appreciates such clarity of understanding and nodded in approval as he led the group into the city. In the distance, Wang Longling hurriedly approached with two other station cultivators. Upon seeing Wang Hao, he performed a bow and respectfully announced, "I am Wang Longling, the Lord of Linghu City, here to pay my respects to the elder and esteemed seniors." Wang Hao gestured for him to rise, saying, "We are all family. There is no need for formalities." "Thank you, Elder," Wang Longling replied as he stood. "Esteemed seniors, after a long journey, please allow me to escort you to the Lord's manor for rest." Despite being the ruler of Linghu City, Wang Longling adopted a servile demeanor before Wang Hao and the others. Although he may have lost hope on his path, as a cultivator, he still harbors the possibility of bearing descendants with spiritual roots, especially given that his wives are mortals. If any of his offspring were to exhibit promising spiritual roots, they would need to be sent back to the family for cultivation, thus necessitating a favorable relationship with them. The Lord's residence of Linghu City is situated upon a first-tier superior spiritual vein, which provides a sufficient amount of spiritual energy for several chi practitioners. However, it is not suitable for Wang Hao. In times of crisis, he can absorb some energy to restore his true essence. But doing so regularly would soon deplete the spiritual vein, causing it to degrade due to his excessive extraction. Wang Longling led the group to the opulent lord's residence. Traversing through the grand hall to the rear courtyard, he gestured toward a row of guest rooms and said, "Elder, these are the chambers with the most concentrated spiritual energy in Linghu City, and the core of the city's protective formation is also located here." "The Lord has been considerate," Wang Hao replied with a satisfied nod, subsequently allowing Wang Wenmei and the others to allocate their rooms independently. Once they departed, Wang Longling added, "Elder, I have prepared a welcome banquet. Would you like to proceed to the main hall?" Wang Hao, eager to indulge in the flavors of the mortal realm, nodded and said, "Then I must trouble the Lord." "Absolutely, it is my duty," Wang Longling replied with a smile, standing aside as he awaited the return of Wang Wenmei and her companions. The corridor twisted and turned, leading through exquisitely adorned buildings. Along the way, several elegantly attired young women greeted them with respectful bows. They were all servants of the Lord's residence. Wang Hao mused to himself that Wang Longling truly knew how to indulge, as these maids must have undergone a rigorous selection process to be chosen. After a brief moment, they arrived at a grand hall, where a young man in his 30s stood at the entrance. Wang Hao recognized him as someone who had welcomed him at the city gate. Wang Longling introduced him, saying, "Elder, this is one of my sons. His spiritual roots are not particularly strong, so he assists me with city affairs." Wang Yanjing, I have met the esteemed elders, he said, addressing them with respect. Logically, they should hold a higher status than Wang Hao, yet their positions rendered them hesitant to presume any authority. The two greeted Wang Hao and the others with broad smiles as they entered the hall, which featured intricately carved beams and painted pillars. Behind the main seat, there was a screen adorned with floral and avian artwork, exuding elegance. Several dining tables crafted from sandalwood, of considerable value in the mortal realm, were present. Wang Hao was captivated, yet he knew that such non-spiritual would held no value to cultivators. Esteemed elder, please take your seat. Wang Hao did not hesitate and settled into the main chair. Wang Longling and Wang Yinjing invited the others to sit as well, positioning themselves at Wang Hao's right side. They raised their cups and expressed, "We are grateful to the elder and the esteemed seniors for coming to fend off the beasts." Wang Hao drank heartily, refilling his cup and stating, "No need for formality, we are all working for the family. You two have put in great effort running this mortal city. So allow me to toast you both." After a round of pleasantries, Wang Longling summoned the maidservants to serve the dishes, primarily consisting of lake delicacies, with aquatic products dominating the spread. Esteemed seniors, Linghu has only been developed for a short while, and I am still unfamiliar with the specific yields of the lake. I have only managed to gather these few items from the lakeside, yet they are quite delectable. Please enjoy, Wang Longling conveyed with an apologetic tone. As Wang Hao surveyed the array of dishes before him, he reflected that in his past life, such a feast would have been unattainable without a significant sum. The spiritual energy present was still quite rich, likely stemming from a first-tier spiritual entity. Wang Longling proceeded with the introductions. This is the swordfish, slender and elongated, with tender and translucent flesh, offering an exquisite taste. Consuming it is beneficial for practitioners in the qi refining stage. The Lingshu crab, known for its slow growth yet abundant spiritual essence, possesses shells that can serve as materials for low-grade magical artifacts. I recommend that the family consider farming some in the future. I believe the returns will be substantial. Additionally, there are the spiritual clams, whose flesh is palatable. But even more precious is their ability to produce spiritual plants, which contain spiritual power several times greater than the flesh itself. My subordinate has conducted some preliminary research and has discovered that these plants can delay aging and maintain perpetual youth. Wang Hao chuckled softly, realizing that this could be marketed to those beauty-obsessed female cultivators, akin to the lucrative cosmetics of the past. The city lord is indeed insightful. Please indulge in this cup. After a brief exchange of toasts, Wang Hao continued, "Esteemed colleagues, let us deliberate on the matter of the demon beasts. The main force will be handled by the Qingyuan sect during the impending beast tide at Duanyuan Mountain. However, the initial assaults that have drifted towards us will primarily be from the Lingshu Lake and the aquatic demon beasts coming down the river from Duanyuan Mountain. Has the city lord made preparations?" Wang Longling promptly replied, "My subordinates and I have ordered the fortification of the city walls and the obstruction of the riverways leading into the city. We are also preparing weapons to combat low-grade demon beasts. However, our human strength is limited and can only contend with lower-tier beasts. The second-tier demon beasts will require the assistance of the esteemed seniors. That is only natural. It is commendable that mortals can handle some of the lower-tier demon beasts." Wang Hao remarked, "We have brought numerous spiritual talismans. I will distribute some to you shortly. It should not be a problem to fend off some low-grade second-tier demon beasts. If we encounter higher-tier second-tier beasts, we can also manage with the support of our formation. As long as third-tier demon beasts do not appear, we should remain safe. If a third-tier demon beast does emerge, there is no need for alarm. Simply activate this communication talisman, and reinforcements from June Mountain will arrive in no time." Wang Hao aimed to reassure them, but the truth remains that even the combined strength of the Wang family's foundation-building elders may not suffice to defeat a third-tier beast. Should one appear, retreat is the only option. After further discussion, the gathering eventually disbanded. Wang Hao concluded, "The city lord may instruct the mortals to continue reinforcing the walls, while the others should rest adequately to maintain peak condition, ready to respond to the demon beast assault." "Yes, we shall heed the elder's command." 2 days later, Wang Hao, confined to his quarters, utilized the Xian-Yin spiritual liquid to refine his physique. Although he could not cultivate, physical training requires little reliance on spiritual energy and was thus feasible. Meanwhile, in a lavish chamber, Wang Longling sat in a high position, listening to Wang Yinjing's report. "Father, I have gathered all the information. This foundation-building elder is named Wang Wenhao, ranked 5th, and is the first foundation-building cultivator of the One lineage. Moreover, he is an alchemist and has contributed significantly to the family. It is said that during the last transition of leadership, he nearly became the new family head. What? He almost became the family head. Wang Longling exclaimed in shock, rising swiftly and taking a few steps forward. Such a young person achieving so much. The Wang family is destined to be led by him. Wang Yinjing replied, there is no need to wait for the future. The new family head is this man's father. It can be said that the Wang family is currently in the hands of the two of them. His tone carried a hint of envy as father and son. How is it that they can only dominate among mortals, while others lead a family of cultivators? Wang Longling remained silent for a considerable time before stating, this individual must be courted. Only then can Wen Xian's path be traversed more smoothly. However, what ordinary offerings could possibly sway a foundation establishment cultivator? Perhaps we should seek to ally with several elder chi practitioners instead. But how can we ascertain without attempting? Go retrieve the righteous lotus from the secret treasury. I shall personally pay a visit, he continued. That righteous lotus is a second-tier spiritual herb, worth hundreds of spirit stones. Selling it could procure numerous elixirs for Wen Xian. Wang Yinjing's face contorted in distress. With their meager salaries, they could scarcely afford a few elixirs in a year. After much effort in finding a second-tier spiritual herb in Linghu, how could he bear to part with it? Foolish and short-sighted. Even if we could exchange it for a few bottles of gathering spirit elixirs, how long would that sustain Wen Xian's cultivation? Would it allow her to advance to the later stages of chi refinement? Could it enable her to establish a foundation? Wen Xian possesses 3 spiritual roots, granting her the potential for foundation establishment, yet no one from the family cares for her. How could she ever have the opportunity? Do you think our family is a harmonious entity? Wang Longling chastised before his expression softened. We may have no hopes left in our lives, but Wen Xian does. There may yet be other descendants with spiritual roots. She must first secure her own footing to care for others. It is merely a righteous lotus. I fear it may not even meet their expectations, yet you hesitate to part with it. Understood, father, Wang Yinjing replied, his demeanor downtrodden. I shall fetch it at once. After a moment, he returned with a jade box, which Wang Longling took and hurriedly made his way to Wang Hao's chamber. At that moment, Wang Hao had just concluded his meditation and saw a figure appear at the door. Elder, do you have a moment? I have matters to discuss. Upon opening the door, Wang Longling stood respectfully, hastily apologizing. I apologize for interrupting your cultivation. It is my fault. Wang Hao replied nonchalantly. No matter. The spiritual energy here is scant, making it hardly suitable for cultivation, just idle sitting. What brings the city lord here? Wang Longling hesitated, casting a glance inside. Ah, city lord, please enter, Wang Hao thought, perceiving the man's hesitance as indicative of a request. At this critical juncture of the beast tide, he hoped not to encounter any troublesome matters. Once inside, the two took their seats, and Wang Hao directly inquired, City Lord, feel free to speak your mind. This is simply my nature, and I hope you take no offense. How could I dare? The elder is still young yet has achieved foundation establishment. Surely you have devoted your time to cultivation, Wang Longling stammered, clearing his throat. Forgive me. I seem to be rambling. You are aware of your own verbosity yet remain unchanged? Wang Hao's displeasure was evident, and Wang Longling appeared sheepish as he confessed. I have a granddaughter named Wen Xian, who is now just 10 years old and has already been sent to the clan academy. She possesses the talent of 3 spiritual roots. I hope the elder might look after her. He then opened the jade box and pushed it towards Wang Hao. Wang Hao reached out to receive it, and the room suddenly brightened. New seeds? What a pleasant surprise. Upon opening the box, he found a segment of a jade lotus root inside. The righteous lotus? Wang Longling quickly lavished praise. The elder truly possesses great knowledge. This item was discovered by me in Linghu. Knowing you are an alchemist, I have specially presented it to you. The flattery was indeed well placed. Wang Hao genuinely required the Jinchi lotus. When his ice skin jade bone technique reached the 5th tier, he would need an elixir known as the white lotus pill to assist his cultivation, the primary ingredient of which is the lotus root produced from the 600-year-old Jinchi lotus. He had originally planned to search overseas, yet he unexpectedly obtained it today. Thus, it was only fitting to extend some care towards Wang Longling's granddaughter, who is also of the literary lineage and could be regarded as his younger sister. Wang Hao remarked, Indeed, this item holds some value for me, so I shall accept it, though I do not often reside within the family. I can certainly offer her a few words of guidance and arrange for someone to look after her. However, the family has its regulations, and whether she becomes accomplished ultimately depends on her own efforts. Wang Longling was overjoyed upon hearing this. His subordinates were well aware of the rules, and having an elder occasionally provide her with guidance was already a great fortune for her. Very well, if there is nothing else, you may take your leave, Wang Hao stated, signaling the end of the meeting. The subordinate took his leave. Wang Longling did not take offense at Wang Hao's demeanor. It was a privilege for a foundation-building cultivator to meet him, and he was more than willing to accept even a little disdain in exchange for the care of his granddaughter. A few tranquil days passed, during which news of the demon beasts trickled in from Rajuan Mountain. This time, the Qingyuan sect truly shot itself in the foot by failing to support its subordinate families. It sought to weaken their power through the demon beasts, thereby facilitating better control over them. Alas, human calculations fell short of divine will, as the demon beasts did not divide their forces this time. The Golden Lion Demon King led an army of 400,000 demon beasts to fiercely contest Qingyuan Mountain, comprising 5 third-tier demon beasts, with the Golden Lion Demon King himself being a high-grade third tier, just a step away from 4th-tier transformation, showcasing formidable strength. The numbers of first- and second-tier demon beasts were countless. The Qingyuan sect faced significant losses. Reports indicated that within just 3 days of battle, over 10% of the cultivators within the sect had perished. The beast tide was expected to last at least a month. It was nearly impossible for the 400,000 demon beasts to withdraw without losing at least half of their ranks. Cultivators require territory, and so do demon beasts. The territory of Duanyuan Mountain is limited. An excess of demon beasts leads to overcrowding and competition for resources, which is why high-tier demon beasts initiate beast tides to control the population of lower-tier demon beasts while also selecting the best among them to increase their own ranks. However, even though the main force of the demon beasts did not divide, scattered demon beasts still surged into the Qingyo workshop area, with nearly 10,000 demon beasts attacking, including several hundred second-tier beasts. The Wang and Li families faced the assault of 2,000 to 3,000 demon beasts, but according to the reports, the pressure was manageable. Just yesterday, there were also scattered first-tier aquatic demon beasts that arrived near Linghu, seemingly targeting Linghu City. Will the monsters come? We have been guarding the city walls for half a month. When will this end? A frail youth complained to the captain beside him. I advise you not to wish for the demon beasts to arrive. Even with immortal masters guarding us, we mortals are not exempt from casualties. According to my grandfather, during the last beast tide, a city was breached by demon beasts, and mortals suffered greatly. The middle-aged captain lamented. Even immortal masters cannot do anything when faced with a massive horde. Sometimes, they too suffer losses. No way. I see those immortal masters soaring through the clouds. How could they possibly perish? The youth replied, his disbelief evident. You are still quite youthful. If the celestial master were indeed so formidable, why would they not venture forth to hunt the vile beasts, leaving us mere mortals to guard the city walls? Suddenly, a loud crash interrupted their conversation, prompting both to hasten their gaze downward towards the city walls. To their astonishment, the ground was entirely submerged by the waters of Ling Lake. What is happening? How has the lake's water overflowed? The middle-aged captain wore an expression of intense anxiety. After all, Ling Lake City was constructed several miles above the lake's elevation, and logically, the water should not reach them. Could it be that the vile beasts have come? Some of the common folk trembled in fear. Remain calm. Stand your positions as instructed by the celestial master, the captain commanded, and then dashed towards a tower within the city. Within this tower resided Zhu Shan, the husband of Wang Wenyun. Upon receiving the news, he was taken aback. What did you say? The waters of Ling Lake have overflowed. Quickly, take me to see. He had initially thought that guarding this small town would spare him from facing the onslaught of vile beasts, but he hoped nothing would go awry. Make way. The celestial master approaches. As Zhu Shan reached the edge of the city wall and peered down, he indeed found the ground obscured. Ling Lake City appeared as an isolated island. Were it not for the protective formation, the lake's waters would have surely flooded the city. Zhu Shan, a practitioner at the 7th level of Qi cultivation, possessed a divine sense powerful enough to perceive entities 20 to 30 yards away. He sensed a considerable number of vile beasts lurking outside, and just as he prepared to inspect further, a fish demon over a yard long erupted from the water, violently crashing into the city wall. The mortals atop the wall recoiled in terror, yet before the fish demon could make contact, it was halted by a luminous barrier, resulting in a gruesome explosion of flesh and blood. This is dire. The vile beasts are attacking. Everyone prepare for battle, Zhu Shan shouted. Channeling his energy, all shall remain calm and heed the captain's commands. Any who retreat and cause disorder shall be dealt with mercilessly. Simultaneously, he activated a communication talisman to report the situation to Wang Hao. At that moment, Wang Hao, unable to cultivate due to insufficient spiritual energy, was in slumber when a sudden warmth at his waist roused him. Have the vile beasts arrived? Upon opening the map, he was shocked to see a multitude of skulls clustered near Ling Lake. Goodness, I nearly slept through this. There must be thousands of low-tier vile beasts. With a dozen or so at the second tier, Wang Hao unleashed a stream of spiritual light from his fingertips, causing the city to resonate with the sound of bells, followed by his voice echoing forth. All cultivators to the northern city wall. Common soldiers, proceed to your designated posts, and residents of the city, do not venture outside. As Wang Hao's orders were issued, the blaring of horns filled the air, and the common folk began to mobilize under the captain's organization towards the city walls. Wang Hao swiftly ascended on his sword to the northern city gate, where Zhu Shan promptly bowed in respect. Elder, the vile beasts have begun to assault the formation. I am aware, Wang Hao replied. Do not panic. These are merely low-tier vile beasts. The formation can withstand them. We shall wait for the others to arrive. In a moment, all the cultivators gathered at the northern city gate, totaling 11 individuals. Among them, only Wang Wenyun, Wang Wenmei, and Zhu Shan were in the late stage of qi cultivation, while the rest were in the mid and early stages. Wang Hao surveyed the city, Lord Wang Longling, and the others, commanding, you three are well acquainted with the city's circumstances. Take charge of directing the mortals in their hunt for low-tier beasts. Wenyin, you shall guard the formation's core. With that, he produced several medium-grade spirit stones, placing them into the formation's center to augment its power. The remaining individuals were divided into 2 teams, led by Wen Mei and Zhu Shan, positioned on either side of the city gate. Should they encounter second-tier beasts and find themselves overwhelmed, they may call for assistance. I shall be there to support you. In truth, such proclamations were unnecessary, for he possessed a map detailing the beast's movements, and the city wall stretched merely 3 miles, every inch under his keen awareness. Yes, Elder. Should we not guard the other 3 sides of the wall? Wang Longling inquired. Wang Hao glanced at the map, smiling. When the need arises, I shall instruct you accordingly. Simply follow orders. Understood. Wang Hao detected 2 second-tier superior beasts, the most formidable of foes. He harbored no fear towards the others. Currently, the beasts were merely probing with their attacks, and those 2 remained in the rear. Wang Hao, however, was not idle. He considered seizing the opportunity to eliminate some second-tier beasts, thereby alleviating some of the pressure. Boom, boom, boom. Low-tier beasts incessantly battered against the formation, while the mortals launched counterattacks with catapults and giant crossbows. The sheer number of beasts yielded a commendable hit rate, and soon the area before the city gate was awash in crimson. All cultivators, delay the second-tier beasts and afford the mortals the chance to eradicate the first-tier ones. Wang Hao proclaimed loudly, subsequently wielding the Grey Calamity Sword to unexpectedly cleave a second-tier inferior beast in 2. The mortals were astonished by his prowess, momentarily stunned before erupting into cheers. Master Immortal, magnificent. Silence. Focus on operating the machinery. Wang Hao quickly reprimanded. He had no inclination towards the whims of the ancient star being. Suddenly, a cacophony of calls echoed from the sky. Flying beasts, damn it. Wang Hao muttered to himself. Among the beasts, the flying variety proved most troublesome. Fortunately, there were only 2 second-tier ones. The piercing shrieks of avian beasts resounded through the heavens, and as they approached Lingshu City, they began to dive like dumplings into the fray. Utilize the spirit talismans. Do not hesitate. Hasten. Wang Hao called out, simultaneously unleashing a rain of fire talismans that obliterated numerous first-tier flying beasts, followed by a series of fire dragons and phoenixes that engulfed the area. With a shriek, a second-tier flying beast set its sights on Wang Hao, charging towards him. Come forth. Wang Hao activated the earth imprint, causing the beast's wings to falter and plummet. Seizing the opportunity to strike, he drew the Grey Calamity Sword, swiftly severing the beast's long neck and decapitating it, as he prepared to harvest the first-tier flying beasts. A cry for help suddenly reached his ears. Fifth brother, come to my aid. Following the sound, Wang Hao spotted Wang Wenmei, besieged by another second-tier flying beast, a black-feathered eagle, while cracks marred the formation's protective barrier from its relentless assault. Despite her efforts, the agile beast evaded her attacks with ease. Wang Hao promptly turned, throwing the earth imprint over the formation's fissures to thwart any potential breaches by the beasts. The black-feathered eagle is truly remarkable, having awakened a fire-based spell, capable of launching immense fireballs towards the grand formation. A master of fire, how fortuitous, for I am one as well. Wang Hao chuckled lightly. Unleashing a barrage of fire dragon attacks upon the black-feathered eagle, while simultaneously producing a firebomb talisman and hurling it at the creature. The black-feathered eagle, ensnared by Wang Hao's fire dragons, began to falter. Upon sighting the firebomb talisman, it trembled involuntarily, its eyes betraying an overwhelming fear. With a piercing cry, it flapped its wings, attempting to flee the city walls and ascend into the sky. However, at that moment, Wang Hao stomped his foot forcefully. The shimmering light of the Qingyuan boots surged forth, propelling him to the pinnacle of speed, as he rapidly closed the distance to the black-feathered eagle. In a swift motion, the brilliance of his sword flickered, and a razor-sharp sword qi, 3 zhang in length, cleaved into the side of the eagle's wing just as it attempted to take flight. The black-feathered eagle was encased in impenetrable iron feathers, rendering it nearly invulnerable to ordinary attacks. Yet, at the juncture where its wing met its body, there lay a gap not shielded by the formidable iron feathers, merely covered by a layer of downy undercoating, sufficient to withstand first-tier artifacts, but utterly defenseless against the might of a second-tier weapon. The sword qi penetrated at the base of the eagle's wing, nearly severing it entirely. Deprived of half its wing for power and balance, the massive creature stumbled and plummeted downwards. Wang Hao unleashed a succession of sword lights, yet the black-feathered eagle did not descend into the grand formation, thus evading complete annihilation. Nonetheless, even if it fell outside, its survival was highly improbable. First-tier beasts lack intelligence, and despite the restraint of second-tier creatures, they would inevitably succumb to the primal instinct of consuming fallen kin. Without the protection of other second-tier beasts, the black-feathered eagle would soon find itself within the bellies of its fellow predators. Wang Hao returned to the city walls to replenish his spiritual energy while surveying the battlefield. Outside, the assault was led predominantly by aquatic beasts, comprising various fish demons, shrimp, crabs, and toads, with only a handful of aerial beasts participating. These lowly first-tier beasts possessed no formidable spells, merely exhibiting thick skin and muscle, somewhat stronger than ordinary wildlife, yet incapable of breaching the defensive grand formation. However, the formation required a continuous expenditure of spiritual energy to maintain, should these creatures persist in their relentless onslaught. The depletion of the ley line's power would inevitably lead to its collapse. Upon the walls, numerous mortals formed orderly lines, operating catapults laden with massive stones weighing hundreds of pounds. Under the captain's command, they shouted in unison, forcefully pulling the lever to hurl the stones into the fray. As the arm of the catapult returned to the ground, others would promptly replenish it with more stones. Crossbows were equipped with iron arrows as thick as a man's arm, drawn taut by sturdy beast sinews. With the trigger pulled, the iron arrows soared forth. Arcing through the air, the iron arrows and boulders rained down from the Tianzhong High City walls like a torrential downpour, accompanied by a deafening rush of wind, crashing into the throng of first-tier beasts below. With a resounding thud, a toad-like beast was struck by a boulder, its skull shattered, blood gushing forth. Before it could evade, another iron arrow pierced through its body, leaving it lifeless and adrift upon the water's surface. The surrounding demonic beast surged forward, ravenously devouring its carcass. The flesh infused with spiritual energy was beneficial not only for cultivators, but also for the beasts themselves, and driven by their instincts, they would not let this opportunity slip away. Among the horde, there were also second-tier demonic beasts directing the assault, yet their numbers were limited. And after Wang Hao had slain 3 of them, they felt a twinge of fear and retreated to a distance, launching spell attacks on the defensive formation. Wang Wenmei and her companions likewise deployed spiritual talismans for protection. Suddenly, Wang Hao sensed a tremor in the formation and the city walls. Glancing down, he saw nothing amiss. But upon consulting the map, he discovered a neatly arranged row of small skeletons emerging at the base of the city wall. Hastily, he extended his consciousness into the water for inspection and found a group of bivalve demonic beasts stealthily approaching, attacking the walls from beneath. They pounded their shells against the wall, each strike causing a slight tremor. At this rate, the wall would inevitably collapse. Wang Hao swiftly summoned his sword to strike, injuring a cluster of water clams, but their numbers were overwhelming. All cultivators focused their efforts on the beasts assaulting the base of the wall, employing their magical artifacts to smash the water clams. Observing this, the commanding demonic beasts let out a deafening roar, initiating a full-scale assault as they recklessly charged toward the walls. Wang Longling promptly commanded the mortals, release the rolling stones. At the wall's edge, thousands of mortals collaborated to push down large stones and timber from the towering heights of the wall. One by one, the demonic beasts surged forward with the water's current, crashing against the walls without hesitation. A barrage of iron arrows and massive stones rained down from above, accompanied by the dreadful cries of the wounded bodies falling. Yet the sheer number of demonic beasts was staggering. The mortals were weak, requiring 2 or 3 of them to lift a single stone, and their aim was often poor. The armored, turtle-like beasts and crabs brushed off the attacks with ease, leading to a significant dimming of the formation. Wang Hao quickly unleashed a series of spells for defense, condensing thousands of fire feathers with half of his true essence, and with a mighty shout, he released them like arrows. The armored demonic beasts, helpless against the onslaught, were easily pierced by his fire feathers. Those struck 2 or 3 times were left severely wounded if not slain. The waters of the northern city wall of Linghu transformed into a slaughterhouse, stained red with blood. The sounds of the water mingled with the roars of the demonic beasts, echoing throughout the entire city. The young and strong mortals had already been dispatched to the walls, leaving only the elderly and the frail behind. Even those hiding in cellars could still hear the anguished cries of the beasts. Some infants could not contain their tears, causing a cacophony of wails within the city, intertwining with the lamentations from outside. Some elderly women knelt before the ancestral tablets of the Wang family, comforting the infants in their arms while silently praying. This fierce battle raged from dusk until deep into the night, continuing until dawn. As the sun rose, clarity returned to the battlefield. The higher-tier demonic beasts, realizing they could not breach the walls in the short term, let out a series of roars, and one by one, the beasts began to retreat. Aquatic demonic beasts were particularly averse to sunlight, especially as they were compelled to surface to assault the walls. Prolonged exposure to the sun would not only injure them, but also sap their spirits, a trait inherent to their nature that lower-tier beasts could not withstand. The waters of the lake have receded. Look, the waters have receded. A mortal exclaimed with uncontainable excitement. We have triumphed. We have survived. The others joined in jubilant cheers. Wang Hao did not intervene to silence them. After a night of fierce combat, they deserved a moment of joy. Having once been a mortal himself, he understood their struggles. Battling with mortal frailty throughout the night had left many weak souls exhausted to the point of coughing up blood. Wang Long approached, suggesting, Elder, should we organize a group to recover the arrows and the corpses of the beasts outside? The meat of these low-tier beasts cannot be stored in the meat warehouse, but it can be distributed among the mortals as provisions, enhancing their physical constitution and preparing them for the battles ahead. Wang Hao had not initially considered this, but nodded in agreement. You are well versed in this matter. Please take charge. However, be sure to prioritize safety. When may, take a few cultivators to stand guard at a distance to prevent any remaining beasts from harming the mortals. Yes, Elder. Although the waters had receded, the ground was pockmarked from the battle, muddy and difficult to navigate. Yet, these challenges were not insurmountable for the mortals. They quickly constructed makeshift paths using planks and filled in the uneven ground, completing the task in less than an hour. When Mei and her companions first scoured the battlefield, ensuring that any remaining beasts still clinging to life were dispatched before taking up their positions on the periphery. Only then could the mortals venture out in large numbers to begin the cleanup. Beastly upheavals occurred only once every century. Many mortals might never witness such an event in their lifetimes. The mortals of Linghu City were both fortunate and unfortunate. Fortunate in that they would receive a substantial share of beast meat, which would not only prolong their lives and enhance their physiques, but also increase the likelihood of their offspring developing spiritual roots. Those mortals who trained in martial arts could further refine their bodies using the medicinal properties of the beast meat, achieving significant advancements. However, the misfortune was that many would emerge from this beast wave physically drained, their lifespan significantly shortened, unable to recover even with the beast meat. Some may not survive this calamity at all. Although they would not personally enjoy the benefits, their descendants would inherit a legacy. Even those without spiritual roots would be far sturdier than ordinary mortals due to the nourishment from the beast meat. Ah, Master Immortal, save me. A mortal cried out in anguish, clutching his arm, which bore a glimmering beast tooth. When Mei rushed over to assess the situation, only to find the man's body bruised and gasping for breath. In such a case, a detoxifying pill could remedy the situation. But such a pill was worth 5 low-grade spirit stones. How could one justify using it on a mortal? With a resigned shake of her head, she lamented, this man cannot be saved. Did I not warn you all not to touch the teeth of the beasts, especially those of the water serpents? They are highly poisonous. With this cautionary example in mind, the mortals adhered to strict protocols while cleaning the battlefield, employing tools to handle the beasts and refraining from direct contact. The cultivators also assisted by using magical artifacts to cut up the larger beasts, facilitating transportation for the mortals. Wang Hao also collected several beast corpses to reserve for Xiao, Bai, and Yiya. In this battle, They had suffered a loss of 30% of the low-tier beasts and 3 second-tier beasts. It was evident that they would need time to recover. And Wang Hao and his companions were determined to use the time wisely for their own restoration. In the blink of an eye, half a month has passed, and news has once again emerged from the Qingyuan sect. The Golden Lion Demon King has faced setbacks in its attacks, suffering losses of hundreds of thousands of demon beasts, still thwarted at the outer perimeter of the Grand Formation. Naturally, Qingyuan sect is not faring any better. The spiritual veins supplying the formation have nearly reached their limit multiple times, with only the accumulated spirit stones barely sustaining them. To alleviate the pressure on the formation, Qingyuan sect dispatched teams to engage in skirmishes with the demon beasts, resulting in mutual losses. It is said that a golden elixir elder sustained injuries, while numerous foundation establishment and Qi refinement disciples were grievously wounded. Nevertheless, they managed to hold the line. The Golden Lion Demon King could not afford a fruitless endeavor, as it would undermine its future dominion over the beast horde. Thus, it continued to besiege Qingyuan sect with its main forces while commanding several low-ranking third-tier demon beasts to lead 10,000 demon beasts into the heart of Qingyuan sect's territory for a sweeping assault. Qingyuan sect welcomed this development, engaging in a stalemate with the Golden Lion Demon King and choosing to disregard the other 2 demon beast contingents. However, they did alert the subordinate factions, for failure to do so might lead to disunity among the affiliated families. The 10,000 demon beasts were divided into 2 teams, advancing east and west, with one contingent heading straight for Qingyo Market. Initially, the pressure from the beast tide in the Qingyo Market region was manageable. The battlefields were stable, if not victorious. Yet, once targeted by a team led by a third-tier demon beast, the situation could quickly become dire, prompting thoughts of escape among many cultivators. Fortunately, the lofty terrain of Qingyuan Mountain made it challenging for the demon beasts to traverse, and without the constraints of the Golden Lion Demon King, many became lost in the vast mountains. By the time they re-emerged, their numbers had dwindled to just over 30,000. Recently, another piece of good news arrived. This army of demon beasts had further divided, with only a low-ranking third-tier wolf king leading less than 20,000 low-tier demon beasts towards the Qingyo Market region. Due to the journey, their numbers had diminished to fewer than 15,000 by the time they approached Qingyo Market, instilling hope among the 5 great families for the defense of Qingyo Market. They convened once more, rallying cultivators to strengthen their defenses. The original intent behind the establishment of Qingyo Market was to serve as a bulwark against demon beasts. Its position fortuitously shielded most of the 5 families' territories behind it. If the demon beasts did not traverse Qingyo Market, they would have to scale several mountain ranges, resulting in a depletion of their strength. A third-tier demon beast, endowed with intelligence equal to that of a human, would naturally avoid such a course of action. Within Qingyo Market, Lei Li, the head of the Lei family, displayed a grave expression, unable to suppress his gaze towards the 2 other family heads before him. With a serious countenance, he spoke, "Esteemed friends, the demon beasts are now less than 5 days' journey from Qingyo Market. What course of action shall we take?" Zhao Gaofeng pondered for a moment before responding. "We must defend Qingyo Market at all costs. This is a vital source of income for our 5 families. Once lost, it would take decades to re-establish. We cannot hold back any longer, my friends. Immediately summon the remaining cultivators of our families to bolster our defenses." Each family had, to varying degrees, left at least one foundation establishment cultivator at their respective strongholds, a tacit understanding among them all. Qing Jihua concurred, stating, "Indeed, that is correct. Yet the formidable strength of the third-tier demon beasts is beyond our ability to withstand with merely the 3 of us. The Wang family of Qingyo Workshop stands to gain the most. It would be unreasonable for them to remain idle. I suggest we notify them to dispatch at least 2 foundational practitioners. I am in agreement. There are over 100 second-tier demon beasts present. The Li family must also send 1 foundational practitioner over. The burden cannot rest solely upon our 3 families." Lei Li interjected, "Since everyone is in accord, let us hasten to inform them." The trio swiftly inscribed communication talismans to relay their message to the heads of the Wang and Li families. The Li family's contribution of 1 foundational practitioner, coupled with manageable defensive pressure, was feasible. However, the Wang family's requirement for 2 practitioners, alongside assaults on 2 of their ancestral lands, posed a significant dilemma for Wang Yanzhao. Yet, abandoning Qingyo Workshop was not an option if they failed to provide support. Even if they managed to defend, the Wang family would face exclusion from the other 3 families. Thus, Wang Yinzhao instructed Wang Hao to return to Ruojun Mountain for further deliberation. Given Wang Hao's speed of escape and the choice of daylight, there was little concern of aquatic demon beasts launching a surprise attack. What are your thoughts? Wang Guang'an inquired, gazing at the assembly. Wang Hao responded, in truth, the pressure at Linghu is not substantial, yet it is imperative to have foundational practitioners stationed there. Wang Yinzhao nodded in agreement. The situation at Ruojun Mountain mirrors this. There are approximately 1,000 beasts, with 20 being second tier. If we were to depart, I fear we would not be able to hold them back. Then we must strike decisively along one path. Otherwise, we will be compelled to relinquish an ancestral land. Wang Longyu suggested. At Linghu, there are fewer than 10 second-tier demon beasts. If we prepare accordingly and launch a surprise attack, we may very well obliterate them entirely. Wang Guang'an turned to Wang Hao. Please share the information regarding the demon beasts there. Wang Hao nodded and replied, originally, there were 13 second-tier demon beasts. Over the past few days, I have slain 5, leaving 8 remaining. 2 superior second-tier beasts, the Xianshui turtle and the Qingyan python, and 2 intermediate second-tier beasts, the black-shelled shrimp and the 6-legged crab. The rest are all inferior second-tier, posing little threat. Wang Guang'an calculated the strengths of both sides and stated, I can temporarily hold 2 superior second-tier demon beasts without issue, while Longyu can manage 2 intermediate ones. Can you and your father swiftly eliminate the 4 inferior second-tier beasts? Wang Hao contemplated briefly. He could easily dispatch them one-on-one. But with 4 in total, it was a different matter. However, with Wang Yinzhao's assistance, the odds were not insubstantial, so he nodded. That should be feasible. I also possess the Feiyan boat, which can transport several fully realized Qi practitioners to aid us, using formations to temporarily obstruct lower-tier demon beasts from interfering. Excellent. Let us prepare separately and act swiftly. Yinzhao, you shall select suitable Qi practitioners. Wang Guang'an exclaimed joyfully. The journey from Ruojun Mountain to Qingyo Workshop would require a day and a half of flight for foundational practitioners. They must resolve the Linghu demon beast issue as quickly as possible. Once again, Wang Yinzhao summoned the seasoned late-stage Qi practitioners who would operate the Sanyuan Water Division formation. When fully activated, this formation would nearly match the combat prowess of 2 late-stage foundational practitioners, making it feasible to temporarily repel the first-tier beast horde. Aided by Linghu's abundant water vapor, Wang Hao, accompanied by his companions, arrived at Linghu City aboard the flying cloud boat. Upon observing the situation with the demonic beasts, he was delighted to discover that the azure flame python was not congregating with the other beasts but was instead isolated on a small island in the lake. He promptly conveyed this information to Wang Guang'an, who, being decisive, immediately overturned their previous plan. He instructed Wang Yinzhao and Wang Longyu to lead the Qi practitioners in thwarting the advance of the other demonic beasts, while he and Wang Hao would swiftly eliminate the azure flame python. With preparations in place, they were ready to strike. Following Wang Guang'an's command, Wang Hao directed the flying cloud boat to swiftly approach the island where the azure flame python resided. At noon, under the blazing sun, the aquatic demonic beasts hid deep within the lake to escape the heat, while the group concealed themselves among the clouds, quietly drawing closer. Although the azure flame python belonged to the aquatic family, it was unbothered by sunlight, which is why it had chosen the island as a temporary lair. Inevitably, they were detected by the beasts. With a commanding shout from Wang Guang'an, the Wang family members activated their formation flags and charged toward the island. Outside the city's protective formation, the azure flame python showed no fear of battle. With a roar, it signaled the other demonic beasts and led 100 lower-tier beasts to engage the Wang family. Before the other beasts could arrive, Wang Yinzhao and the others hastily began to eliminate the azure flame python's kin, while Wang Hao and Wang Guang'an took the lead to assault the azure flame python. Wang Guang'an, a 9th-level foundation establishment cultivator, was on the brink of reaching perfection, channeling his abundant true essence into an ice sword. He unleashed a blade of light extending over 10 feet, capable of threatening even golden-core demonic beasts. Although the azure flame python was an aquatic creature, it was of the fire element, thus it was countered by Wang Guang'an's attack. It dared not confront this strike with its physical body. Instead, a glimmer of coldness flashed in its eyes as it opened its mouth and unleashed a searing fireball directly toward them. The collision of ice and fire erupted violently, the resulting shockwave instantly shredding several nearby lower-tier demonic beasts. The prowess of a second-tier high-grade beast was indeed extraordinary, and Wang Hao felt that facing it alone would yield scant chances of victory. Wang Guang'an's pupils contracted slightly, and without hesitation, he summoned a black flag artifact, which enveloped the air and unleashed a torrent of frigid energy, effectively extinguishing the fireball. In that critical moment, Wang Hao did not remain idle. He raised his hand and summoned the Calamity Ash Sword, striking forward. The Azure Flame Python's gaze turned cold as it unleashed another fire blast to counter Wang Guang'an's artifact, clearly perceiving the greater threat posed by him, dismissing Wang Hao, a mere first-level Foundation establishment cultivator, as insignificant. The Calamity Ash Sword emitted a blade of light extending 7 to 8 feet, swiftly cleaving into the Azure Flame Python, leaving a wound deep enough to expose bone. Letting out a fierce roar of pain, the Azure Flame Python stirred the beasts at the lake's bottom, who began to converge. Fortunately, as they had not yet fully assembled, the Wang family still had the capacity to contend. Quickly activate the 3 Yuan Water Division formation, Wang Yanjia shouted, leading the Wang family members to intercept. The Azure Flame Python cast a venomous glare at Wang Hao, its eyes emitting a faint ripple of energy. Not good. This beast has awakened its soul attack. Quickly evade. Wang Guang'an urgently warned Wang Hao, simultaneously wielding his ice sword to fiercely slash at the Azure Flame Python. However, the speed of the spiritual attack was astonishingly swift. Almost at the moment Wang Guang'an issued his warning, it had already reached Wang Hao's side. Yet, unexpectedly, the jade pendant at his waist unfurled a radiant barrier, successfully thwarting the assault. The soul-settling pendant, worth 2,000 spirit stones, proved invaluable. Wang Hao silently expressed his gratitude for his fortune, had he taken the blow directly. While his formidable spiritual consciousness would likely have endured, the significance of the soul meant that even a slight injury could lead to considerable trouble, necessitating decades of recuperation at the very least. With the spiritual attack rendered ineffective and unable to overpower Wang Guang'an, the fate of the Qingyan Python was already sealed. Wang Hao's task was to assist the old patriarch in subduing it before other beasts arrived. He promptly summoned the Calamity Ash Sword, launching a direct strike against the Qingyan Python, forcing it to continuously spew fireballs in a desperate struggle. Meanwhile, the old patriarch wielded the black flag and the ice sword, inflicting numerous deep gashes upon the Qingyan Python. The python's gaze sharpened. In a moment of desperation, it resorted to unleashing its inner core. A thunderous explosion reverberated as the demon core collided with the blade's icy radiance, generating a shockwave that split the lake in two. However, following that powerful strike, the demon core dimmed considerably, clearly suffering damage yet still failing to hinder Wang Guang'an. Realizing that its 3 primary tactics were insufficient against these formidable foes, the Qingyan Python understood that it was outmatched and bellowed for reinforcements from other beasts. Yet, Wang Yanzhao and Wang Long were not to be trifled with. They led the Wang clan members, employing formations to confine the other beasts to one side. Seizing this opportunity, Wang Hao and the old patriarch attacked without reservation, relentlessly assaulting the Qingyan Python with their magical artifacts. Wang Guang'an unleashed 7 consecutive sword strikes, their combined brilliance yielding immense power, instantly extinguishing the protective spiritual light encasing the python and piercing a gaping wound into its flesh. Suddenly struck by such a grievous blow, the Qingyan Python emitted a pained cry and dared not linger, turning to flee. Wang Guang'an, however, would not permit its escape. He hurled a talisman, which, with a thunderous roar, locked onto the python's fleeing trajectory with uncanny precision, striking it squarely at its vital point. The Qingyan Python, already nearing exhaustion, found its movements momentarily paralyzed by the blow to its critical area. In that fleeting instant, Wang Hao seized the opportunity, wielding the Calamity Ash Sword to sever the creature's head from its body. With one decisive strike, both Wang Guang'an and Wang Hao exhaled in relief. While the battle was described lightly, it had drained nearly half of their true essence. The most challenging of the second-tier beasts had been vanquished, yet they dared not rest. For Wang Yanzhao and his companions were barely holding their ground against 7 second-tier beasts. Wang Guang'an accelerated to his utmost, transforming into a piercing arrow as he darted through the throng of beasts, leaving a trail of dismembered lower-tier creatures in his wake. A second-tier low-grade blue crab attempted to obstruct him, but with a mere flick of the black flag, it was frozen into an ice sculpture, followed by a sword strike that shattered it into icy shards. In a single exchange, he obliterated a low-grade second-tier beast, proving himself to be the most exceptional descendant of the Wang family in centuries. The Xianshui turtle, enraged, expelled a powerful jet of water towards Wang Guang'an. However, as a turtle-type demon beast, its longevity and defensive capabilities were its strengths, while its weakness lay in its offensive power. This water jet posed no threat to Wang Guang'an. Even Wang Longyu, who was in the mid-stage of foundation establishment, could easily manage it. Wang Guang'an quickly discerned this and commanded, Longyu, Yinzhao. You two hold off that Xianshui turtle while Hao and I deal with those 3 second-tier low-class demon beasts first. Just as a carp's spirit emerged from the depths of the water, still bewildered by the situation, it found itself confronted by the menacing figures of Wang Hao and Wang Guang'an. The instant the two charged at it, the carp spirit exhibited a trace of fear. In its panic, it unleashed a barrage of bubbles towards the two, then turned to flee. Yet, Wang Guang'an would not allow it to escape easily. He summoned the black flag, instantly freezing the entire expanse of the lake. The carp spirit, trapped within, was met with a crushing blow from Wang Hao's earthbound technique, shattering the surface of the lake. They repeated this method, swiftly eliminating the other 2 second-tier low-class demon beasts. All of this was witnessed by the Xianshui turtle, the 6-legged crab, and the black-shelled shrimp, yet they could offer no assistance, hindered by the 2 foundation establishment cultivators and the formation that effectively blocked their path. At this moment, only the 3 second-tier demon beasts remained, while the humans had 4 foundation establishment practitioners, one of whom was at the 9th level. The prospect of victory was fading fast for them. With a roar, the Xianshui turtle sank beneath the water, its shell emanating a light reminiscent of the bagua, temporarily obscuring the vision of its pursuers before it continued its flight for survival. Oh, you think you can escape? Wang Guang'an scoffed, his flying sword striking out repeatedly towards the distance, splitting the lake's surface and revealing the muddy bottom where the Xianshui turtle lay in a daze. Wang Guang'an called upon the black flag once more, unleashing a chilling whirlwind that instantly froze the water, creating 4 encasing ice walls. Can you truly flee? At that moment, Wang Hao arrived, raising his hand to summon the Calamity Ash sword, which struck with a resounding clang against the turtle's shell, leaving only a faint mark. This shell is incredibly tough, Wang Hao mused with a wry smile, realizing he needed a more formidable weapon. The Calamity Ash sword was insufficient. Wang Guang'an instructed, You go assist your father with those 2 demon beasts. I shall take my time with this turtle. Understood, Wang Hao replied, turning swiftly. As the group continued to eliminate the second-tier demon beasts, the elder Xianshui turtle once again attempted to flee. The 6-legged crab and the black-shelled shrimp, terrified, recognized they could not contend with 2 foundation establishment humans, let alone a 3rd, fearing a dire fate awaited them. Exchanging glances, the 2 demon beasts each chose a direction and began their hasty retreat. The Wang family dared not neglect the demon beasts in Guangling Lake while sending support to Qingyu Workshop. Naturally, Wang Hao would not allow them to escape. Employing the Qingyuan boots to pursue the faster black-shelled shrimp, Wang Yinzhao and Wang Longyu also commenced their chase, with Wang Longyu instantly manifesting several illusory figures, confounding the demon beasts as to which was real and which was not. All 3 practiced the Red Lotus illusory with Heart Sutra, and Wang Longyu, already proficient in the illusory with Shadow technique at the mid-stage of foundation establishment, dispatched 3 figures in different directions, surrounding the 6-legged crab. Upon Wang Hao's first encounter with this supernatural ability, he found himself unable to discern its authenticity, while the 6-legged crab appeared utterly bewildered. After a moment's hesitation, it lunged toward a figure. The silhouette of Wang Longyu chuckled softly, You have made an erroneous choice, beast. With a swift motion, he raised his hands, and a white alchemical furnace soared into the air, expanding in size and weight, effectively pinning the 6-legged crab to the lake bed. The creature attempted to burrow its way to freedom, but for every foot it dug downwards, the furnace descended correspondingly, rendering escape impossible. Wang Longyu then produced a string-bound magical artifact, commanding, Come forth. The artifact, imbued with spiritual light, ensnared the crab's 6 legs and 2 pincers tightly. In its futile struggle, the 6-legged crab emitted several loud pops, not from the breaking of the artifact, but from its own limbs succumbing to the strain. Stubborn creature, Wang Longyu exclaimed, channeling his magical energy to utterly crush the 6-legged crab into a pulp at the lake's bottom. Initially, he had intended to preserve its shell for crafting a defensive artifact, but with the crab's relentless defiance, he deemed it prudent to eliminate it entirely. Meanwhile, the black-skinned shrimp was no match for Wang Hao and Wang Yinzhao. Having been sent flying by a strike from Wang Yinzhao's sword, the shrimp attempted to flee by leaping away, but Wang Hao's gaze hardened. Seizing the critical moment, he summoned the Calamity Ash sword, striking with precision. The black-skinned shrimp, already weakened, found its protective spiritual light easily shattered, and the blade severed 2 of its legs. Perish, vile creature, Wang Yinzhao roared as he brandished the ancestral sword of the Wang family, the the flowing cloud sword, a treasured artifact of exceptional quality. With a single, sweeping blow, he cleaved the shrimp's body in two. Phew, finally resolved. Both Wang Yinzhao and Wang Hao returned to their flying vessel, collapsing onto it in exhaustion. Despite their formidable prowess, their cultivation levels were still somewhat lacking, and their internal magical energy had been significantly depleted after repeatedly activating their spiritual artifacts and formations. Well done. At that moment, Wang Guang'an returned. Ancestor, what of the Xianshui turtle? Wang Yinzhao inquired. Wang Guang'an chuckled. That beast cannot escape. It is no match for me. Although its shell possesses formidable defenses, it will ultimately succumb to my persistence. Fortunately, it has shown wisdom, agreeing to serve the Wang family as a guardian spirit beast for 2 centuries. After 200 years, I shall grant it its freedom. Given that the Wang family currently had 5 foundation establishment cultivators, even a second-tier Xianshui turtle, though reluctant, would not dare to resist. Having it as a spirit beast would be advantageous. Upon Wang Longyo's return with the corpse of the 6-legged crab, Wang Guang'an laughed heartily and dove into the battlefield below. With the second-tier beasts defeated, the remaining first-tier creatures were mere prey in their hands. After a fierce battle, they left behind the corpses of over 100 first-tier beasts, while the remaining 300 scattered in a panic. The group refrained from pursuing these creatures, as their disarray rendered them a negligible threat to Linghu City. In the future, once the chaos of the beasts subsided, the family could issue tasks for their members to hunt down these low-tier beasts, providing both training for the clan and a source of income. Worried that the monstrous beasts of Ruojuan Mountain might stir, the group dared not linger. They hastily collected a few valuable beast corpses and swiftly returned to Linghu City to rendezvous with Wang Yuan and the others, leaving only Wang Wenmei to guard their position before rushing back to Ruojuan Mountain. Upon seeing the beasts of Ruojuan Mountain in a state of rest, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Wang Guang'an remarked, the recent slaying of numerous beasts has significantly alleviated the pressure on the Wang family. Once my spiritual energy is restored, I shall accompany Longyu tomorrow to support Qingyo Fangshi. Elder, this may not be wise. We still face many second-tier beasts. It would be safer for you to remain with the Xianshui turtle, Wang Yinzhao suggested. Why not let me and my 6th uncle go? You are the clan leader. It is not fitting for you to take such risks, Wang Longyu responded sternly. However, it would not be prudent for the elder to venture forth either. It is better that I go with Wenwei. Wang Hao added, Uncle's words ring true. It would be best for me to go. I possess the Feiyan boat, so even if Qingyo Fangshi falls, I can safely escort our people away. After contemplating for a moment, Wang Guang'an finally nodded. Very well. Take a few of our Qi refinement clansmen with you. Their families will not object. After resting for a night to regain their strength, Wang Hao and Wang Longyu, unwilling to delay, set out. If they were late, they might run into the beast horde with no place to flee. Selecting several Qi refinement practitioners in the later stages, they noted that some clan elders who had participated in the previous battle had yet to recover. Thus, Wang Hao chose Wang Yuan and her husband, along with Wang Wenji and others from the new generation. Wang Hao and Wang Longyu alternated in propelling the flying boat, reaching Qingyo Fangshi in just a day and a half, avoiding any major dangers. After exchanging pleasantries with a few clansmen, they promptly sat down to restore their spiritual energy. The news of Wang Hao being a foundation establishment practitioner spread, surprising all except for Li Yuzu, who had long suspected it. Particularly taken aback was Cui Yuan, the manager of the Sea-High Merchant Alliance, who had been eager to recruit Wang Hao. At this moment, amidst the chaos of the beast tide, he had also organized a group of rogue cultivators to resist. Originally intending to entice Wang Hao with foundation establishment pills, reality struck him a harsh blow. In just a few years, he found himself compelled to address Wang Hao as senior, leaving him somewhat embarrassed. Wang Hao, however, paid him little heed, offering only a few brief words before retreating to rest, for he too required time to recuperate. Within 2 days, the army of beasts led by the Kuei Mu wolf converged with the scattered beasts attacking Qingyo Fangshi. After a brief tumult, the Kuei Mu wolf forcefully suppressed the chaos. Gazing at the vigilant defenses of Qingyo Fangshi, a cold glimmer appeared in its eyes as it let out a series of roars, commanding the beast army to commence their assault on the city's protective formation. The heavenly fire demon sealing array of Qingyo Fangshi was immediately activated, with streaks of fire raining down, igniting the low-tier beasts and unleashing a cacophony of wails as corpses littered the ground. The casualties of the low-tier beasts mattered little to the Kuei Mu wolf. In its eyes, these intellectually naive creatures were no different from mere beasts, and their deaths elicited no pangs of remorse. The high-tier beasts initiated the beast tide with the intent of reducing the population of low-tier beasts, thereby preventing an ecological collapse within their territory. If he could use half of the low-tier demonic beasts to breach the humans' grand formation, he would consider it a most advantageous transaction. The Heavenly Fire Demon Sealing Formation, a low-grade third-tier array purchased by the 5 families, boasts formidable defensive capabilities. However, when operating at full capacity, the spiritual vein of the Qingyo workshop struggles to sustain the strain. Fortunately, numerous loose cultivators within the market have been organized into teams, taking turns to infuse spiritual energy into the formation to maintain its operation. The 12 foundation building cultivators from the 5 families, alongside 7 loose cultivator foundation builders, stand before the formation, accompanied by a cohort of late-stage Qi refinement practitioners, to hunt down the ferocious demonic beasts and alleviate the pressure on the formation. For over 10 consecutive days, the demonic beasts have relentlessly assaulted, with the Kuei Mu wolf leading multiple charges against the formation each day, only to be repelled. The combined force of the demonic beasts exceeds 20,000. Now, more than half have been lost, with over 60 second-tier beasts having been slain. As the battle progressed, even the low-tier beasts began to feel trepidation, hesitating to advance under the wrath of the Kuei Mu wolf. Frustrated, the wolf dispatched several fleeing beasts. Yet it refrained from driving the pack to their demise, knowing such an action would lead to utter collapse. Finally, a lull in the assault. Lei Li gazed at the temporarily retreating demonic beasts and sank heavily into the chair behind him. The past 10 days had been arduous for the cultivators of Qingyo Workshop. The spiritual vein was dedicated to the formation, and they were forbidden from using it. Not only that, but they were also required to channel their spiritual energy into the formation. It was not as if they could conjure energy from thin air. They had to consume spirit pills to refine their potency before channeling it into the formation. The loose cultivators were reluctant to do so. Thus, the 5 families had to dig into their own pockets to purchase spirit pills for the loose cultivators' use. This burden amounted to at least 15,000 spirit stones per family over the 10 days. However, the rewards were substantial. Since both the formation and the pills were provided by the 5 families, the corpses of the slain demonic beasts belonged to them as well. The contributing loose cultivators could only claim 30%, meaning a single loose cultivator laboriously slaying a demonic beast would receive only a fraction of the carcass. Many loose cultivators were discontented, but the 5 families stipulated that if they purchased spirit pills on their own, the profit share could shift to 70-30, with the families taking 70% and the cultivators 30%. At this juncture, the price of spirit pills had skyrocketed. The loose cultivators found themselves bereft of spirit stones for such purchases and had no choice but to accept the profit-sharing arrangement. Throughout the Qingyo workshop, one could see loose cultivators sprawled across the ground, their bodies utterly exhausted from the continuous infusion of spiritual energy over 10 days. Yet, they understood that this was far preferable to facing the demonic beasts directly, a truth that required no explanation from the 5 families. Therefore, even though they were aware of the profits being siphoned away by the families, they were determined to exert themselves to the utmost. After all, their lives were paramount. Seizing the moment to restore their spiritual power, Wang Hao produced a bounty of spirit fruits, distributing several to each person. These fruits were even more effective than spirit pills, and their sweetness stimulated dopamine secretion, bringing forth a sense of joy, at least providing a brief respite for everyone as spirits. After consuming a few spirit fruits, the morale of the group visibly improved, and they expressed their gratitude to Wang Hao. He, however, paid little mind to the few spirit fruits, as he typically reserved them for the illusory moon butterfly-s meals. Zhao Gaofeng remarked, though the demonic beasts have temporarily retreated, their main force remains unscathed. The Kuei Mu wolf and a multitude of second-tier beasts still watch us closely. Our Qingyo workshop remains in peril. Indeed, our royal family's reserve of spiritual elixirs is dwindling. With enough to sustain us for merely 5 more days, Wang Long, you calculated. His words caused the others to furrow their brows in concern. Only 5 days? If the Kuei Mu wolf were to strike, would we not be at risk of collapse? Wang Hao interjected, I have a few spiritual fruits left. They should allow us to endure for an additional 2 days. Yet, that is insufficient. Lei Liheng, the most accomplished among them, commanded the attention of the group. After a moment of contemplation, he stated, let us hold our ground for 3 more days. If the beasts exhaust themselves further, we might consider launching a preemptive strike. A preemptive strike? Lei Daoyu, can you withstand the Kuei Mu wolf? Li Yaozu inquired. I alone cannot, but with the assistance of you and Cheng Daoyu, it should not be difficult to hold it off for a moment. Lei Lihing, confident in his family's legacy of crafting treasures, spoke with assurance. However, the remaining second-tier beasts pose a challenge for the others. Lei Lihing's gaze sharpened. Thus, in the coming days, I urge everyone to spare no effort in eliminating as many second-tier beasts as possible. This will alleviate our future burdens. The group nodded in agreement. Currently, fewer than 100 second-tier beasts remained, and with 19 foundation-building cultivators among them, they could potentially reduce their numbers to around 60 or 70 over the next 3 days, which still felt excessive. Wang Hao suggested, I possess a flying cloud vessel capable of discreetly transporting foundation-building cultivators to eliminate a portion of the beasts. Though I fear encountering the Kuemu wolf, being a third-tier creature, Wang Longyu promptly added, our family has swiftly provided support using this vessel to defeat a horde of beasts. He then recounted their journey through Linghu. Lei Lihing's eyes lit up. This was an excellent strategy. The beasts are dispersed around the Qingniu market, with distances between different species, presenting us with an opportunity. As for the Kuemu wolf, I shall accompany the young friend. Should it discover us, I can hold it off for a moment. The others agreed that this plan held merit. Now was the ideal time to strike while the beast horde rested and their vigilance waned, allowing the foundation-building cultivators to attack swiftly and retreat, ensuring a high success rate. Though the Kuemu wolf is a third-tier beast, it is not a flying creature, thus lacking extraordinary speed, granting the group some operational leeway. Ultimately, they decided that 10 foundation-building cultivators would launch the assault while the rest remained behind, primarily sending those in the mid to late stages of foundation building, with Wang Hao as the sole early-stage cultivator responsible for piloting the flying cloud vessel. Their first target was a herd of unicorn sheep, approximately 200 first-tier beasts, accompanied by 5 second-tier beasts, the strongest being a mid-quality second-tier creature. This small group would pose little challenge for 10 cultivators. Additionally, unicorn sheep, being herbivorous and often preyed upon by carnivorous beasts, had established their territory away from other creatures, providing Wang Hao and his companions with a valuable opportunity. Before nightfall, just as the sun dipped below the horizon, Wang Hao concealed the flying cloud vessel within the clouds and quietly set off with the others. Lei Lihing produced a spirit-concealing umbrella to mask the spiritual fluctuations emanating from the group. As the distance diminished, the atmosphere grew tense. The crowd dared not utter a sound. The Lei family, renowned for their mastery in artifact forging, wielded the spirit shield umbrella with remarkable effectiveness. The assembly soared above the herd of unicorn goats, which remained blissfully unaware, nestled in groups on the ground, resting. Attack swiftly and decisively, Lei Lihing commanded, brandishing 2 spheres crackling with electricity. He hurled them towards the herd, initiating the offensive. The orbs detonated with a deafening roar, unleashing tendrils of lightning that struck the unicorn goats. In an instant, several first-tier goats perished, with even 2 second-tier goats caught off guard, sustaining severe injuries. The others did not hesitate, unleashing their magical artifacts in concert. The 5 second-tier unicorn goats were silenced before they could utter a sound, consumed by the onslaught, while the first-tier goats suffered heavy casualties. Withdraw. Do not linger, Lei Lihing called as he returned to the flying vessel. There was no need to concern themselves with the remaining first-tier goats, deprived of their second-tier leaders. They would inevitably fall prey to other carnivorous beasts. Once everyone was aboard the vessel, Wang Hao urged it forward, and the flying cloud boat transformed into a streak of light, racing back to the grand formation. The Kuemu wolf, alerted by the commotion, emerged to assess the situation, only able to watch as the group vanished into the distance with a howl. The success of their strike bolstered the group's morale. After a brief reconnaissance, they launched another assault that evening, annihilating 17 second-tier beasts until the Kuemu wolf became vigilant, summoning all the beasts together, thus thwarting further attacks. Haha. Our success this time is entirely due to the prowess of the little friend S vessel. The beast horde now comprises only about 70 second-tier creatures, posing little threat to the Qingniu market. Lei Lihing proclaimed joyfully, raising his cup in toast. Come, Wang Xiaoyu, allow me to honor you with this drink. Wang Hao lifted his cup in response, humbly asserting, Senior, you flatter me. I merely operated the vessel. It was you esteemed seniors who vanquished the foes. I dare not claim credit. Despite his modesty, his contributions were unquestionable. The Wang family, as a result, received 5 second-tier beast corpses, equal in number to the Lei family's share, while the remaining 3 families received only 4 each. Wang Daoyu, there is no need for modesty. Without your vessel and the spirit fruits you provided to restore our magical energy, how could we have slain so many beasts in a single night? Li Yuzu remarked. It is a pity that the Kuei Mu wolf is too alert. We shall now be relegated to a defensive stance. Humph. With merely over 70 second-tier beasts and 8,000 first-tier ones remaining, and with over 15,000 cultivators in Qingyo Market, should the Kuei Mu wolf not withdraw, I shall ensure it remains here forever. Lei Lihing, having fought through the night, spoke with newfound confidence. Wang Hao, too, harbored intentions toward the Kuei Mu wolf. After the assembly dispersed, he approached Wang Longyu, saying, "Uncle, if we could acquire the demon core of the Kuei Mu wolf, our Wang family could produce several foundation establishment pills. We must not let this opportunity slip away." The Wang family possessed the formula for crafting foundation establishment pills from demon cores, which, while not as potent as the nurturing essence fruits, were still valuable. Even if only 3 pills could be produced, they could potentially cultivate 2 foundation establishment cultivators. Wang Longyu was certainly tempted, but shook his head, maintaining clarity. "But our strength is insufficient to confront a third-tier beast. Do not let greed cost us our lives." "Uncle, what do you make of this?" Wang Hao retrieved the talisman inscribed with a golden dagger. "This." Wang Longyu cautiously took it and examined it before inquiring, "Where did you acquire this talisman?" Wang Hao briefly recounted the incident of being ambushed, expressing his concern. "Uncle, my movements have likely been leaked by the Qingyuan sect. They have already grown wary of us, and it seems they will no longer sell us foundation-building pills if we do not act now. Our Wang family must wait another 50 years for the essence fruit to mature, which is far too long." In truth, the essence fruit trees on his farm had been planted for over 2 years, and in another 4 years, they would yield fruit. However, the origins of the farm's produce were difficult to explain, and he could only wait until he ascended to the rank of a second-tier, high-grade alchemist to refine it himself. Once his cultivation improved, he could naturally find ways to conceal the truth. Yet, time was of the essence, since he intended to seek resources overseas. It was imperative that the accompanying clansmen possessed considerable strength for safety. The demon core of the Kuei Mu wolf presented an excellent opportunity. Wang Longyu sat in silence, rhythmically tapping the table with his fingers. After a lengthy pause, he voiced his concerns. "Even with the talisman, our chances against a fully powered Kuei Mu wolf are slim. At best, we could inflict serious injury, but if it decides to flee, we would be unable to stop it." Wang Hao chuckled lightly, "But we have other allies. Do we not? I doubt the Kuei Mu wolf would retreat easily. It hasn't engaged directly from the start. If it chooses to flee, it will likely inflict some damage on the Qingyo workshop first. If we can engage with our allies and create a situation of mutual destruction, would that not present us with an opportunity? Then we shall proceed with caution. At that time, do not act alone. At the very least, consult with me first." Wang Longyu had no qualms about leveraging others. The 5 great families inherently utilized one another, and if one suffered losses, it was merely due to a lack of astuteness. No one else could be blamed. The Kuei Mu wolf did not keep Wang Hao waiting long. 3 days later, it led its beastly horde into another assault, charging with overwhelming force and an air of desperation. The relentless onslaught of the demon beast placed tremendous pressure on the heavenly fire-sealing demon array. Low-tier cultivators within the formation, drained of too much spiritual energy, collapsed and vomited blood. In a critical moment, the 5 great families pooled their finest high-grade spirit stones into the array, preventing its collapse. However, the true cost of this assault fell upon the demon beasts. The cultivators in the marketplace merely expended their magical energy. Even those who fainted from energy depletion would recover after a few months of rest, while the demon beast paid with their lives. Within a mere 3 hours, over 3,000 low-tier demon beasts perished, and more than 20 second-tier beasts were lost. This was a greater toll than that of previous assaults lasting 2 days. The Kuei Mu wolf remained unfazed, coldly observing the retreating demon beasts and swiftly tearing apart those that hesitated. By the afternoon, both humans and beasts were utterly exhausted, and the Kuei Mu wolf finally made its move. It charged forward with its powerful limbs, leaping into the air before unleashing a flurry of attacks upon the array. With each strike, the array trembled, and numerous low-tier cultivators responsible for its operation succumbed, collapsing and bleeding out. Quickly, the reinforcements must take their place. Li Yuzu bellowed commands, directing a team of rogue cultivators to replace the fallen disciples. Though he himself was not in the best condition as a foundation establishment practitioner at the 6th level, he could endure for a while longer. Lei Lihong quickly instructed several foundation cultivators to assist Li Yaozu in stabilizing the grand formation. "Beast, how dare you act so boldly? I shall ensure you regret ever coming to King Niafeng." However, Kuei Mu wolf scoffed at Lei Lihong's threats and continued its relentless assault. As the grand formation dimmed, It became apparent to all that such a stalemate was unsustainable. Although they could hold their ground, the cost was exorbitant. The families and friends of the rogue cultivators who had perished from the backlash were beginning to voice their grievances. If this continued, the reputation of the 5 great families would be irreparably tarnished. Esteemed colleagues, we must confront them directly, otherwise the casualties among the rogue cultivators within the market will be catastrophic. Lei Lihong turned to the others. Without these low-tier rogue cultivators, King Niafeng would be rendered obsolete. While the loss of a few may not raise concerns, the 5 great families require their reputation. If we earn the notoriety of using rogue cultivators as cannon fodder, who will continue to flock here? How will the 5 families sustain their businesses? Zhao Gaofeng sighed deeply. Every beast tied demands a price. We can hesitate no longer. The heads of several families nodded gravely and began to summon their kin and mobilize rogue cultivators. Moments later, a formidable elite force of 4,000 was assembled. Led by the 5 great families and supported by over 20 qi refining families, alongside a contingent of mid to late-stage qi refining practitioners. Standing at the forefront, Lei Lihong raised his voice. Everyone, I shall spare you the lengthy exhortations. In this battle, any sign of retreat will not be taken lightly by the Lei family. Follow me as we charge forth. The crowd erupted in rallying cries. With a signal from Lei Lihong, Li Yuzu, manipulating the formation, unleashed several spells at the formation's core, causing the barrier to flicker and split open, allowing the cultivators to surge through. They chose a direction that was not the main assault path of the beasts, thus encountering minimal resistance as they broke free. Upon witnessing the human cultivators emerge from the formation, Kuei Mu Wolf howled, rallying the beasts to attack. Lei Lihong, Zhao Gaofeng, and the head of the Qian family moved to confront Kuei Mu Wolf, while the others engaged their respective adversaries, resulting in a balanced initial skirmish due to the distractions provided by the cultivators within the formation. Wang Hao found himself facing 2 second-tier lower-grade beasts, a spotted leopard and a hefty boar. In truth, those who had survived thus far were astute, and the beasts were equally cunning. Few were truly eager to engage in a deadly struggle, especially those creatures not aligned with Kuei Mu Wolf but rather compelled to obey, essentially working without exerting themselves, and these 2 beasts were prime examples. However, the resolve of the cultivators to confront them ignited hope among some beasts for a potential victory and a share of the spoils. The leopard and the boar fixated on Wang Hao, perceiving the first-level foundation cultivator as an easy target. The leopard darted swiftly, unleashing razor winds with its tail, while the boar charged unabashedly, relying on its tough hide. Wang Hao, utilizing the Qingyuan boots, deftly evaded the leopard's strikes and summoned the Jiahui sword, launching a series of blade-like attacks against the boar. Regrettably, only a few bloodstains remained, unable to breach the defenses. The corpulent pig radiated a dusty yellow aura, its body encased in earthy armor, indicative of the earth armor pig lineage. This breed of demon beast inherently possesses formidable defensive capabilities, further augmented by awakened protective abilities, rendering it nearly impossible for cultivators of the same rank to vanquish. Wang Hao unleashed 2 sword strikes, yet they proved ineffective. Abandoning brute force, he opted for a more strategic approach. If direct confrontation failed, he would resort to subtler tactics. With a flourish, he conjured 2 fire dragons, encircling the earth armor pig. The searing flames sent nearby low-tier demon beasts retreating in terror. However, the earth armor pig remained unfazed, believing Wang Hao could not harm it. Yet, as the fire dragons enveloped it, the contempt in its eyes gradually morphed into fear. Despite its strength, it was still flesh, and the fire dragons, mere manifestations of flame, were imbued with the red lotus true fire that Wang Hao had integrated after reaching the foundation establishment stage, capable of incinerating nearly anything, no matter how it struggled. The massive creature could not escape, lacking any offensive spells to counter the dragon's might, and was forced to endure passively, regardless of how thick its armor was. It was soon reduced to a roasted pig by the relentless flames. Well done, Wang Xiaoyu. You've swiftly slain a second-tier demon beast. Lei Lihong, grappling with the Kuei Mu wolf, couldn't he help but loudly commend Wang Hao, drawing the wolf's attention towards him. Wang Hao mused that this old rascal had ulterior motives, perhaps using him as a target. However, amidst the chaos of the battle, the second-tier demon beast could hardly comprehend his words, rendering them inconsequential. The remaining flower leopard cast a wary glance at Wang Hao but ultimately dared not flee. Its tail coiled like a whip, then suddenly lashed out, unleashing a blade of light. Wang Hao's gaze sharpened, recognizing the extraordinary nature of this attack, which was several times stronger than the leopard's previous strikes. He countered with 3 sword lights, The two attacks collided, unleashing a shockwave that extended 20 zhong, prompting Wang Hao to deftly evade with a light step. Get clear. Naturally, a Foundation establishment cultivator could easily dodge, but two Qi refinement practitioners were torn to shreds before they could even move. And two others wielding demon-slaying crossbows were caught in the backlash, sustaining severe injuries. Nearby demon beasts were also affected, with several reduced to mere fragments. Wang Hao surveyed the battlefield, noting the flower leopard's diminished aura, indicating that the attack had drained a significant amount of its demonic energy. Seizing the opportunity, he swiftly maneuvered, elegantly brandishing his ashen sword, and a sizable leopard head sword into the air. Excellent work, Wang Xiaoyu. Truly a dragon among men. Lei Lihing's timely cheers echoed, do not mind me. Hasten to aid the others in exterminating the demon beasts. Mind your own business, Wang Hao thought of retorting. Feeling exasperated by the old man's blatant flattery, if you wish to play such games, Wang Hao would indulge him. Wang Hao meticulously observed the unfolding situation in the arena, deciding to keep his distance from the Lei family's cultivators and instead offer his support to those from other clans. With only a little over 50 second-tier demon beasts remaining, the crowd had swiftly dispatched several upon bursting forth from the Great Formation, leaving just over 40. Each foundational cultivator was essentially tasked with confronting two beasts, while the remaining few were ensnared by Qi practitioners employing rudimentary formations. Naturally, Wang Hao opted to assist Wang Longyu, who was contending with two second-tier mid-grade demon beasts. Wang Hao seized one of the thunder monkeys, its entire body pulsating with spiritual energy, radiating white lightning. Should this thunder monkey evolve to the third tier, it would prove exceedingly troublesome. Even golden core cultivators would be compelled to circumvent it. However, being merely a second-tier creature, its demonic energy was limited, and it could not unleash numerous lightning assaults. Given its momentum, it was evident that it had already executed several attacks on Wang Longyu and could not muster another on Wang Hao in the immediate future. Wang Hao executed his spell, and instantly, a row of earthen spikes erupted from the ground beneath the thunder monkey. The creature leapt abruptly to evade the spikes, yet before it could land, Wang Hao summoned the earth seal to suppress it from above. The thunder monkey let out a startled screech, hastily channeling a burst of lightning against the earth seal. But such a hasty assembly of energy was insufficient to breach it. Thus, the thunder monkey remained immobilized beneath the weight of the earth seal. Wang Hao then conjured the ashen sword, striking the creature and leaving a shallow gash. The thunder monkey's defense was inferior to that of the earth armor pig. Yet its physical form as a second-tier mid-grade beast was inherently robust. Wang Hao could not help but lament the lackluster attack power of the ashen sword. Subsequently, he summoned the Scarlet Lotus True Fire to incinerate the thunder monkey, and in a brief moment, he acquired a demon core pulsating with lightning. A lucrative prize indeed, the lightning attribute demon core could fetch at least 3,000 spiritual stones. Items with unusual attributes typically commanded prices several times higher than those aligned with the 5 elemental properties. With a smile, Wang Hao stowed the demon core away. But the voice of Lei Lia soon intruded, darkening his expression. Wang Xiaoyu, quite impressive. Ah, be careful. Is this never-ending? Wang Hao seethed, suddenly sensing imminent danger. He swiftly dodged several paces back and hastily summoned a flurry of spiritual talismans. Just then, a spectral claw struck, the manifestation of the Kuei-Mu Wolf's technique. Lei Lia, you scoundrel! With a series of explosive sounds, over a dozen talismans ignited, ultimately tearing through Wang Hao's protective spiritual aura and leaving a mark on his chest. He staggered back, gazing at the exposed black inner armor revealed by the shredded robe, exclaiming in disbelief. Wang Hao shot a glare at Lei Lia, who averted his gaze. Pretending not to see, he harbored a strong desire to strike him down with a sword, yet faced with a formidable enemy, this was not the time for disputes. Suppressing his ire, Wang Hao resumed aiding Wang Longyu in confronting the demon beasts. The two joined forces, and soon the demon beasts before them were no match. Swiftly falling victim to Wang Longyu's linear spiritual device, their heads severed in a matter of moments. This time, Lei Lia refrained from further provocation. Had he persisted, Wang Hao would have surely sought him out for a reckoning. Exchanging a glance with Wang Longyu, they first assisted their clan's Qi practitioners in dealing with the second-tier demon beasts, thereafter turning their efforts to aid Li Yuzu. With the addition of these two fresh forces, they promptly dispatched the two demon beasts besieging Li Yuzu. In less than a quarter of an hour, Wang Hao had either vanquished or contributed to the defeat of 7 second-tier demonic beasts, tilting the scales of victory in favor of the human race. While assisting another foundational cultivator from the Zhao clan in battling a demon beast, Wang Longyu conveyed to Wang Hao through sound transmission. Hao, The outcome of the beast horde is already determined. I believe we can proceed to eliminate the Kuei-mu wolf. Naturally, Wang Hao is eager to comply, responding, Uncle. Once I deal with the platypus, I shall array myself against the Kuei-mu wolf and seize the opportunity to activate the talisman. However, can we allocate the demon cores? Let us not labor merely to adorn others. This battle relied heavily on your prowess, Hao. If necessary, relinquishing a portion of the second-tier beast corpses would suffice. And they would not dare to protest. Indeed, Wang Hao had played a pivotal role on several occasions, and with the Wang family's current strength, bolstered by the Li clan as allies, there should be no significant issues. Boom. The platypus before them was sent flying by a strike from a Zhao clan cultivator. Seeing the tide of battle turning in their favor, Wang Hao quietly withdrew from the fray, swallowing a medicinal pill and commencing meditation to refine and restore his spiritual energy. While Wang Longyou stood guard, the Zhao clan cultivator cast a grateful glance at the two of them. The distribution rules among clan cultivators dictated that the one who slays the beast claims its spoils. Wang Hao's withdrawal at this juncture, offering the platypus's corpse, would surely elicit gratitude. Once Wang Hao's true essence had replenished to roughly 70 or 80%, he rose anew, nodded at Wang Longyou, and soared towards the location where Lei Liheng and his companions were engaged in battle with the Kuei-mu wolf. Ah, my young friend has arrived. Lei Liheng exclaimed, blood at the corners of his mouth, laughing maniacally as he shouted at the Kuei-mu wolf, You vile creature, you shall not escape this day. Wang Hao was tempted to retort, I shall take my leave, then. This man was truly eccentric. He had initially intended to ambush the Kuei-mu wolf, but now his intentions were laid bare. In truth, Lei Liheng felt a sense of helplessness. The three of them were no match for the Kuei-mu wolf. In the brief skirmish, all three had sustained considerable injuries. Such exaggerated theatrics were merely a means to intimidate the Kuei-mu wolf, hoping it might flee. The Kuei-mu wolf cast a glance at Wang Hao, letting out a furious roar. It had long set its sights on Wang Hao, believing that if it were not for this human lad, their defeat would not have come so swiftly. It unleashed several razor-like projectiles towards Wang Hao. Now that his cover was blown, Wang Hao too refrained from concealing himself, retreating a distance while calling out, 3 esteemed friends, guard me. As he spoke, he began to draw forth a golden sword talisman, infusing it with spiritual energy. This talisman demanded a considerable amount of spiritual energy to activate. For those in the late stages of qi refinement, it would likely require the entirety of their spiritual reserves, taking a considerable amount of time to activate. As a cultivator in the initial stages of foundation establishment, Wang Hao's true essence was already several dozen times more robust than that of a 9th-layer qi refinement cultivator. Yet he still required several breaths to fully activate it. The trio, witnessing the exceptional nature of the talisman in Wang Hao's grasp, glimpsed a beacon of hope and promptly took action to shield him from incoming attacks. Lei Liheng, possessing considerable skill, wielded several flying wheels to counter the Kuei-mu wolf's onslaught. Though the wheels were sent flying, they successfully mitigated the wolf's assault. A prototype of a magical artifact? Wang Hao squinted at the flying wheels, recognizing that their might surpass that of high-grade spirit instruments, yet fell short of true magical artifacts, likely indicating the presence of a magical artifact prototype. The prototype of the magical artifact is capable of evolving into a fully fledged treasure. During its crafting, certain materials were lacking, preventing it from being refined into a true artifact. However, the artisan left an interface, allowing for future upgrades once the necessary materials are acquired. Alternatively, a core formation cultivator could nurture it in their dantian for several decades to facilitate its evolution into a magical artifact. Lei Liheng's confidence in withstanding a 3rd-tier beast is founded upon this treasure, suggesting that the Lei family's legacy in artifact crafting is at least of 3rd-tier quality. Wan Qiu, I urge you to hasten. Should this vile creature escape today, it will surely become a significant threat in the future. Mata was aware of Wang Hao's intentions without needing to be told, hastening the infusion of true essence into the talisman. Moments later, the golden sword atop the talisman flickered with brilliance and began to tremble. Wang Hao quickly warned, everyone, step back. As soon as he spoke, the golden sword emitted a dazzling radiance, transforming into an incredibly bright sword beam that pursued its target with the swiftness of a shooting star. The golden sword talisman expanded in the air to several hundred feet, its sword energy palpable, and its immense power felt from a distance. In an instant, it traversed miles to confront the Kuei-mu wolf. The Kuei-mu wolf let out a fearful, low growl, promptly unleashing various defensive measures. However, in that brief moment, the sword beam shattered its defenses, piercing through its protective spiritual light until it inflicted a grievous wound. leaving a deep gash on its foreleg near the chest. This attack significantly weakened the creature, and due to the injury, its speed was considerably hampered. After the strike, the golden sword talisman dimmed considerably. Yet it appeared it could still be utilized 2 or 3 more times. Wang Hao, undeterred by the potential loss, seized this opportunity to summon the Feiyan boat, exclaiming, "Friends, let us pursue swiftly. We must not allow this fiend to escape." The group leaped aboard the flying vessel, and Wang Hao quickly activated it to chase after the injured beast, continuously employing the refined fire technique to unleash fire dragons against the Kuei-mu wolf. Previously, such tactics would have posed no challenge to the creature, which could easily evade with a mere sidestep, but now it found itself in a dire predicament. The group unleashed a barrage of spells, yet the Kuei-mu wolf, being a formidable third-tier beast, remained undaunted even when gravely wounded, skillfully countering their attacks with its own formidable techniques. At that moment, the most skilled among them, Lei Liheng, made his move. He raised his hand to summon 5 flying discs, the very prototypes of magical artifacts, each radiating a distinct hue of red, orange, blue, green, and purple, exuding a fierce aura as they soared towards the Kuei-mu wolf from above. The colorful discs, being nearly true artifacts, were difficult for the severely injured Kuei-mu wolf to evade, forcing it to expel a green demon core as a defensive measure. In a clash of their mightiest techniques, a tempest of spiritual energy erupted, unleashing a cataclysmic force that sent shockwaves rippling across the earth for hundreds of feet. Both parties suffered from the confrontation. The colorful discs were sent spiraling away, their brilliance dimming, while the power of the Kuei-mu wolf's demon core diminished by more than half, having already been severely wounded. The demon core's strength was reduced to less than 30% of its peak potential. Otherwise, it could have obliterated Lei Liheng's prototype artifact. The Kuei-mu wolf swallowed back the demon core, groaned in pain, spat out a mouthful of blood, cast a glance at the group, and turned to flee. However, by this time, the beast horde had been nearly eradicated, and several Foundation establishment cultivators had begun their assault. It was too late for it to flee. Had the Kuei-mu wolf been at the peak of its power, none would have dared to approach it, but now it was evidently being mercilessly beaten while down. A third-tier demon beast was worth its weight in gold, and even a fraction of its materials would yield a handsome profit. Each person took turns attacking the Kuei-mu wolf, encircling it with the intent to wear it down. The battlefield was filled with flying stones and swirling sand, accompanied by thunderous roars, as the combat plunged the surroundings into chaos. Alas, a careless Foundation establishment rogue was struck by the Kuei-mu wolf's phantom claw, sending him hurtling backward, blood spewing forth. One of his arms was broken. Even if he survived, his future path would be severely hindered. "You shall perish." Wang Hao's gaze turned icy as he seized this critical moment, urging the Jiehui sword to strike. At this juncture, the Kuei-mu wolf was already on the brink of exhaustion, having just expended its last reserves to fell the rogue. It was a moment of vulnerability. The sword energy sliced through the air and struck with a resounding clang against the already torn flesh on its chest, deepening and widening the wound, blood gushing forth as the Kuei-mu wolf staggered back. "Perish, you abomination." Just as the excruciating pain surged through it, the beast attempted to flee, but the crowd would not grant it that mercy. Everyone unleashed their most potent techniques, and the Kuei-mu wolf, adorned with an expression of bitterness, was ultimately worn down by the relentless onslaught. It had been overly confident, unable to fathom that a creature of its third-tier stature could fall to a swarm of second-tier ants. Yet, it was its own greed that led to its demise. Having exhausted too much mana and caught in the siege, no matter how formidable its strength, it was ultimately outmatched. "Ha ha ha ha. I told you there would be a price to pay." Lei Liheng descended from the sky with maniacal laughter, landing atop the massive form of the Kuei-mu wolf. Noticing Wang Hao had also come to assess the situation, he remarked, "Young friend Wang, I owe you my gratitude. Had I not witnessed it myself, I would have thought that the artifact in your possession is a talisman treasure, is it not?" Wang Hao was reluctant to engage in conversation, but with others watching, he could only manage a smile. "Not long ago, I received a distress signal from my fellow cultivators. My Wang family prepared this means specifically to deal with third-tier demon beasts." Seeing Wang Hao's expression shift, Lei Liheng hastily added, "Young friend Wang, my earlier words were merely to bolster morale, and also to distract the Kuei-mu wolf. It was all for the greater good, and I meant no harm to you. Here, I sincerely apologize and hope you can overlook it." Internally, Wang Hao was quite vexed, feeling as though he had nearly been led to his doom. Yet the truth in Lei Liheng's words was undeniable. He recognized that the intent was for the greater good. Thus, To hold a grudge would only paint him as petty. He feigned indifference, offering insincere praises to Lei Hong. After a brief exchange of boasts among themselves, Li Yuzu finally spoke up. Everyone has sustained considerable injuries. I propose we return to recuperate and, once we have regained our strength, convene tomorrow to divide the spoils. What do you think? His complexion was ashen. He had been injured by backlash while presiding over the formation, and after the fierce battle, although he did not partake in the assault on the Kuemu wolf. The other second-tier demon beasts were no less formidable. At this moment, he appeared somewhat dazed. The state of Li Yuzu was reflective of the majority. Thus, the group readily agreed. As for pursuing the remaining beasts, there is no necessity, nor will anyone engage in such actions. These are merely the maladies of moss. Even if the remaining demonic beasts linger in the Qingyo Square region, they will eventually be eradicated by the wandering cultivators, who must ensure that there is enough for them to sustain themselves. After all, when wandering cultivators obtain materials, they will prioritize selling to the 5 great families. With spirit stones in hand, they will procure elixirs and magical artifacts. Ultimately, the 5 great families will always emerge victorious. That very evening, Wang Long sought out the Li family, undoubtedly plotting matters concerning the demonic elixir. This is something even without notifying Wang Hao, one could easily deduce. In the aftermath of this demonic beast upheaval, the other 3 families appeared to be subtly forming an alliance. As the enhanced strength of the Wang and Li families was evident, suggesting a desire to unite against any family that sought to dominate the Qingyo Square region. The following day, after a period of recuperation, the foundation-building cultivators convened a meeting. Esteemed colleagues, let us first divide these treasures among ourselves. Lei Lihing remarked with a joyful countenance, surveying the assembly before him. This resounding victory had undoubtedly uplifted everyone's spirits. Before the meeting commenced, he continued, in this battle, we have vanquished numerous first-tier demonic beasts, over 100 second-tier beasts, and even a third-tier beast. The kills attributed to each individual will remain theirs. But there are significant joint kills that require distribution, totaling more than 50. The most substantial gain for everyone was the third-tier demonic elixir, which held immense value, at least 100,000 spirit stones. The entire third-tier beast itself was worth merely over 200,000 spirit stones. Thus, the elixir constituted nearly half of that worth. If the distribution were to be based on collective merits, the Lei, Zhao, and Cheng families would undoubtedly receive more, as they had mobilized their entire households, while the Wang and Li families had only joined later with a mere dozen individuals each. However, in terms of individual merits, Wang Hao is on par with anyone present. Yet, everyone desired the elixir. Lei Lihing spoke first. Esteemed friends, this is not mere self-praise. My Lei family has contributed the most. We provided numerous magical artifacts to the wandering cultivators, and it was due to my efforts that we could slay the Kuemu wolf. Hence the demonic elixir rightfully belongs to my Lei family. The materials from the other second-tier beasts can be generously distributed among you. Before the Wang family could voice their thoughts, Li Yuzu interjected with a scoff. Friend Lei, that assertion